Game of the World Tree Chapter 209 to Chapter 271. Looking at the unicorn kneeling before her obediently and rubbing against her as if trying to please her, Eve was slightly taken aback. However, she quickly figured out the reason. If the elves created by the World Tree were the children of nature, then the unicorns were the favored children of nature. They were extremely close to nature and had extremely strong senses at the same time. Although Eve had put on a character armor, her soul was very unique. It was a real divine soul. Even if it was just a trace of divine soul that descended from the soul storage orb, under the effect of the divine soul, her body naturally had a higher affinity with nature than the bodies of other players. Great druids could easily gain the favor of magical beasts such as unicorns. On one hand, they had extremely strong communication skills. On the other hand, they had an extremely strong affinity with nature. And Eve had both of these factors. She was even stronger than the great druids. After all, the druid profession was created by the World Tree. Perhaps the unicorn could not see through Eve's true identity, but it did not mind showing its closeness to her. Looking at the unicorn that was no longer vigilant and became extremely obedient, the surrounding players were all stunned. Even Alice and Sarandir opened their mouths wide in disbelief. Didn't they say that unicorns are very arrogant? What's with this bootlicking look? Looking at the white magical beast in front of him, Demacia couldn't help but say. Alice opened her mouth and did not know how to answer. In fact, she was also confused by the unicorn's behavior. Although Alice had heard that those extremely powerful great druids and a few lucky people of nature could easily gain the favor of unicorns, that was only to gain favor and recognition. This was the first time she had heard of and seen a unicorn showing its closeness to someone. She looked at the unicorn and then looked at the unfamiliar chosen one in front of her. In the end, she could only say with uncertainty. Maybe, this chosen one is one of the lucky people I mentioned. And, he is one of the few. Lucky people? The players looked at each other. First, the great druids were eliminated. Then, that is to say, this player is friendly and sincere, has a pure heart, and loves nature? What a joke, they are players. They looked at the information of the player in front of them, ID, wind, profession, druid level, 18. This level of strength could only be considered average among the veteran players. Many players weren't familiar with this ID and felt unfamiliar with it. Li Mu, however, came to a sudden realization. It's you, Feng. I've seen you a few times in the Mang Mang Committee. It turned out to be a lifestyle player from the Mang Mang Committee. The others looked at him with an expression that said, no wonder I don't know him. Quite a number of lifestyle players in the Mang Mang Committee rarely went out to fight. The few players who liked to go out to play, led by Demacia, were not very familiar with them. Then, the players became excited again. How did you do it? Why is it so close to you? Eve coughed dryly when she saw the expectant gazes of the gamers. Maybe, just like what Alice said, I'm just lucky. Alice looked at Eve strangely. She wanted to say something but hesitated. She didn't observe carefully just now, so she didn't notice it. Now that she looked carefully, she suddenly found that the player who was close to the unicorn was indeed a little different. After paying attention to the other party, she was surprised to find that even she would feel an inexplicable sense of closeness to the other party from her heart. After thinking about it, she said with some uncertainty, I think, it may be because this chosen one's affinity with nature is relatively high. Affinity with nature? The other players were slightly stunned. That's right. Elves are born with a very high affinity with nature. After becoming a druid, their affinity with nature will increase even further. One of the important reasons why big druids can get along so well with magic beasts is because of their extremely high affinity with nature. So, this heaven's chosen one is very likely to be gifted in affinity with nature. With high affinity with nature, he will have a strong talent in the path of druids. Alice said. Then, is there a way to see this affinity with nature? Li Mu asked excitedly. It can only be based on feelings. Alice shook her head. In other words, it's a hidden attribute. The other players suddenly understood. Then, they looked at Eve with envy. That's great. There's a hidden talent attribute. After listening to Alice's explanation, Eve did not say anything else. In a sense, what Alice said wasn't wrong. However, not only did Eve have a high affinity with nature, she herself symbolized nature. Eve lowered her head and looked at the unicorn that was looking at her with its pure blue eyes. After thinking for a while, she reached out her hand and cast a basic healing spell. The unicorn did not resist, and after a faint green light, the injuries on its body gradually disappeared. Then, the unicorn gently stood up. Although it was not yet an adult, it was almost as tall as Eve when it stood up. And as it snorted, it intimately rubbed against Eve's face. The other players' eyes were wide open as they looked at it. Their hearts were slightly sour, and at the same time, they were extremely envious. Damn, is it licking like that? I'm so envious. If I knew, I would have chosen Druid. Forget it, Druid's attack power is too weak. But it can subdue magic beasts. Brother Moo is also a Druid, but Brother Moo can't do it this time. In the end, it's still luck. I can only say, I'm envious. Seeing how the unicorn was trying to curry favor with her, Alice was also startled. Then, she slightly greeted Eve. Congratulations, Chosen One, you've gained the unicorn's recognition. Then, she glanced at a certain licking horse and smiled. If you sign a contract with it, you'll be a true partner. Contract, huh? Eve suddenly recalled the relevant information she had on her. In the world of Seekers, some special magic beasts would choose to sign contracts with other intelligent creatures and become partners. This kind of contract usually worked on the soul, and there were two kinds of contracts that were equal and unequal. Generally speaking, the contracts that magic beasts took the initiative to sign were equal contracts. This kind of contract could speed up the growth of both parties and did not threaten the lives of both parties. On the other hand, unequal contracts were often forced by certain intelligent creatures to sign with magic beasts. This kind of contract could also speed up the growth of both parties, but it had a stronger effect on the growth of the contract master. Moreover, it would bind the life of the magic beast and the contract master together. Incidentally, the black dragon Meryl now signed an unequal master-servant contract with Eve. Of course, Meryl also benefited from it. It was able to grow rapidly recently and had a faint tendency to advance. This was the effect of the contract. However, elves and unicorns signed equal contracts. But whether it was equal or unequal contracts, they all worked on the soul. Players who only descended with their consciousness could not sign a contract. However, when the unicorn showed its closeness to her, Eve had a flash of inspiration and suddenly had a new idea. The players' souls did not descend into this world, so they could not sign a contract with magic beasts. But, what if she thought about it differently? In the end, a soul contract was a kind of link between two living beings. Since it was a link, then could she actually change the target of this kind of contract? Although players could not sign a soul contract, their consciousness could be connected to the game system created by Eve. And the game system was a link network that relied on Eve's body, and in essence, it had some similarities with the power of the soul. If that was the case, then why not change the soul of the contract to Eve's game system? In other words, let the magic beast sign a contract with Eve's game system. Players had their own consciousness coordinates in the game system, so, as long as a player's consciousness coordinates were integrated into the game system, it was equivalent to letting the player and the magic beast sign a contract in disguise. Thinking of this, Eve's eyes lit up slightly. This was an excellent idea. Why didn't she think of it before? If it worked, as long as she taught the designed contract to the players, they would be able to find magic beasts to sign a contract with. Although the players' bodies could die, their consciousness coordinates would not disappear, so the contract would not disappear. And when the magic beast signed a contract with the game system, it would be directly reflected in the mount system, and the specific information of the magic beast would be instantiated, making it a part of the mount system. This was a bit similar to letting nature's believers use the faith channel to join the game system designed by Eve, but the connection to the magic beast was not through the faith channel, but through a contract. Not only that, when the magic beast took the initiative to look for the player to sign a contract, it was the same. As long as the energy waves of the magic beast signing the contract were sensed, the game system would sign the contract on behalf of the player, and the player only needed to provide the consciousness coordinates with the help of the system, so that the contract could be signed. Even for the magic beasts that signed such a contract, Eve could use the game system to deduct half of the growth feedback between the magic beast and the player, and feedback a certain amount of power to the game system indirectly feeding back to Eve. This was a good way to indirectly harvest leaks. Of course, the nature of this kind of contract did not affect the soul, so at most it could only sign an equal contract. But it was enough. Not only that, it was also equivalent to directly perfecting the mount system, and Eve did not need to target specific races and add them into the mount system correspondingly. The players could completely rely on their own preferences to find willing magic beasts and sign their own mount contract. No, this was no longer just a mount, this was a magic pet system, completely replacing the imperfect mount system, a magic pet system with more freedom. Eve's heart gradually became excited. Thinking of this, she looked at the unicorn, ready to use it for the first try. "Are you willing to sign a contract with me?" She looked at the little fellow looking at her with an innocent face, and said temptingly. As Eve extended an olive branch to the unicorn, she sent half of her consciousness back to her main body to adjust the game system. She didn't directly use her divine soul to sign a contract with the unicorn. Instead, she followed her own plan and used the game system to replace her divine soul. Similarly, she created her own consciousness coordinates in the system. Of course, if the consciousness coordinates could be instantiated, it would be found that they corresponded to the world tree in the core area of the elf forest. After Eve expressed her wish to sign the contract, the unicorn impatiently released its magic power without waiting for her to prepare. It lowered its head and showed its horn, initiating the equal contract and waiting for Eve to leave her mark. Eve took advantage of the situation. With Alice's reminder, she bit her finger and smeared her blood on its spiral horn. This was a necessary process for mortal creatures to sign a contract. Without breaking through to legend, mortal creatures couldn't let their soul power leave their body. They could only use some medium to let the contract locate their soul. Their own blood was a good choice. And Eve's modification of the contract signing process was to shift the target from the soul to the game system. The whole process went smoothly beyond Eve's expectations. Under her guidance, the unicorn quickly formed a contract with her. No, to be more precise, it successfully formed a contract with the consciousness coordinates she left in the game system. This also meant that Eve's idea for the magic pet system was completely feasible. Delighted, Eve immediately controlled her main body and activated her divine power to connect the original mount system with the contract system and further optimize it. A true god's divine soul and computing ability were very powerful. In just a few seconds, Eve modified the game system according to the magic pet system in her memory. And in the vision of her avatar, the unicorn's information was also added to the game system. Everything went smoothly. And in the vision of the other players, this unicorn also had an attribute card similar to the elven NPC. Its name was Wind's Unicorn Companion. Not only that, the system even gave the unicorn a purple frame, a purple epic magic pet. Strictly speaking, the unicorn's strength wasn't considered strong among magic beasts. However, once they were contracted, they would be very loyal. Moreover, they had a very high growth potential. It was entirely possible for them to break through to the gold rank. Not to mention, they were also rare healing-type magical beasts. Not only that, but their appearance was also very beautiful. Looks were justice, so it wasn't too much to give him a purple epic grade evaluation. It's really a success. Impressive. There's a rarity evaluation? Purple epic. The surrounding players were envious when they saw the unicorn with its own status bar. At the same time, Eve's heart skipped a beat. A new system notification suddenly appeared in front of every player's eyes. Ding. Player Wind has signed a contract with the unicorn, becoming the first player to have a unicorn as a companion. Ding. The activation conditions have been met. The mount system has been upgraded to the magical pet system. The magical pet contract system is officially activated. Magic beast, unicorn information has been added to magic pet information. Looking at the new system message, the players were stunned. Then, they subconsciously checked their game system. Sure enough, the original mount system under everyone's system interface had changed to the magical pet system. Not only that, there were 2 more buttons in the system. One was to apply for a contract, which could be applied to the magic beast. The other was to accept the contract, which could be accepted from the magic beast. Of course, the prerequisite for these 2 buttons to take effect was that the magic beast had already acknowledged the player and the player needed to smear their own blood on the magic beast. However, each player only had one magic pet slot at the start. This was because Eve was worried that if she didn't set up the slots, the players would randomly contract a bunch of noob magic beasts. Not only would she not be able to harvest leeks, but she would also consume the energy of the connected magic beast. Of course, Eve also planned to put the magical pet slot exchange card on the exchange shop. If the players wanted to have more magical pet slots, they would need to use contribution points to exchange. In addition, in the magical pet system, there was an additional column for magical pet information. When the players clicked in, they would see the information of the magic beasts that had been tamed by the players. Of course, there was only one type now, the unicorn. The information of the unicorn was filled in by Eve when she signed the contract according to what Alice had just said about her knowledge of the unicorn. At the bottom of the information, there was even a small line labeled Information Provider, Wind. In fact, in Eve's World Tree Inheritance, the description of the unicorn was much more than what Alice had described. However, she was now a player, so she wouldn't take the initiative to provide detailed information. She had already thought about it. This magical pet information column would be done in the same way as the Ferryman Encyclopedia on Blue Star to stimulate the players' enthusiasm. Looking at the newly added magic beast system, the players were very curious and excited. Limu, who had the crypt spider as a mount, found that his crypt spider was also included in the magical pet system. However, his crypt spider didn't form its own attribute card like the wind unicorn. In addition, in the system, his crypt spider was also labeled as uncontracted. Limu's heart skipped a beat as he looked at the crypt spider beside him. He used Nature's Whispers and asked, "Are you willing to sign a contract with me?" The crypt spider bowed slightly. Limu was delighted and hurriedly followed the instructions in the magical pet system. He bit his finger and smeared the blood on the crypt spider's shell. At the same time, he activated the contract request button. The contract went smoothly. Soon, Limu felt that there was some kind of connection between him and the crypt spider, and the uncontracted status of the crypt spider disappeared. Ding, player Limu has signed a contract with the crypt spider, child, becoming the first player to have the crypt spider, child, as a partner. Magic Beast, crypt spider's information has been added to the magical pet information. 2 more messages flashed across the player's vision. At the same time, Limu found that he had the authority to edit the entry of the crypt spider. Not only that, after signing the contract, his crypt spider also had an attribute card similar to the player's wind unicorn, and Limu also happily found that he could see the detailed status of the crypt spider through the attribute card and the magical pet system. Not only that, but he could also effectively command the magic beast through the system. For example, he could summon the crypt spider from far away to his side, or order the crypt spider to help him transport goods, or even assist him in battle. In addition, when the crypt spider's strength increased, there would be a certain amount of feedback for him. And his own level up would also increase the crypt spider's strength to a certain extent. This was much stronger than the mount he had at the beginning. However, it was a pity that the status card of the crypt spider was only a blue framed one and was evaluated as a blue rare item. But thinking that the crypt spider was only a child of the Spider Queen, Lolth, Limu felt relieved. According to the Black Dragon Merrill, these little spiders did not even have a complete soul, and their lives were completely bound to the Spider Queen. Looking at it this way, for it to be evaluated as a blue rare item, it also showed how powerful the large crypt spider was. And the system's evaluation of the potential of the crypt spider, child, was upper silver. In other words, this crypt spider could at most grow to the level of upper silver. To the current players, this was already a rather terrifying strength. The sudden appearance of the magic pet function quickly aroused the interest of the players. Especially the old players who did not have much pressure to level up, many people began to study this upgraded version of the mount system. And Eve, after signing the contract with the unicorn, used the excuse that she had something to do in reality as an excuse to go offline in a hurry. She did not want to be besieged by the players' enthusiasm. As for the little unicorn, she handed it over to Salty Meow to be raised in the Mang Mang Committee's guild garden. In the next few days, Eve fully witnessed the players' enthusiasm for the magic pet. The war of words about the resurrection mechanism on the official forum was instantly extinguished, and in its place was a hot post about the magic pet system. Some discussed the types of magic beasts, some discussed the abilities of magic beasts, some discussed how to gain the recognition of magic beasts, some discussed what magic beasts were most suitable to be magic pets, and so on. In just 3 game days, Eve discovered that there were thousands of magic pet contracts in the game system. As for the types of magic beasts that signed contracts, there were even more strange ones, but most of them were creatures in the elven forest. These magic beasts were either tempted by the players, or subdued by the players. Some were just cute, some were powerful, and some had special abilities: mountain rats, wind deer, black eagles, giant bears. All the species that were commonly seen in the elven forest were basically accepted. And their strength ranged from the weakest apprentice to the strongest upper dark iron. There were all kinds of them. Of course, there were very few upper dark iron ones. If they were not large crypt spiders, they were dark iron magic beasts that the players had subdued in the wild. However, most of the magic beast status bars were white normal, blue rare ones were quite rare, and the only one evaluated as purple epic was the unicorn. Under such circumstances, a large number of old players retreated from the underground world and began to rush to the north of the elven forest to search for traces of the unicorn. It could not be helped. As the only magic pet evaluated as purple epic, the temptation of the unicorn was too great. Whether it was to show off or to improve their strength, owning a unicorn was the dream of any player. Unfortunately, the players' operation did not go smoothly. The unicorns ran too fast, and their strength was much stronger than the players. Although there were people who saw them in the forest one after another, they could not catch up at all. And with Alice's advice, the players understood that the unicorns were amenable to coaxing, but not coercion. It was even more difficult to subdue them without using force. In comparison, the Mang Mang Committee's progress was smoother. Through the young unicorn that Eve had left behind, they spent 2 days and finally found the migrating group of the other party in the northern forest. However, those unicorns were very wary of the players. Even with the young unicorn in front, they were indifferent to most of the players' expressions of goodwill. This made the players sigh again. The girl player who was the first to be directly acknowledged by the unicorn was really lucky. She was simply possessed by a European emperor. Envy, jealousy, and hatred. However, having found the migrating group of unicorns, the players could be considered to have a goal. The rest would depend on time to slowly grind. If someone could subdue a unicorn, it at least meant that this creature could acknowledge the players. Therefore, with this thought in mind, many old players simply stayed in the forest with the unicorns as companions. They put down their pride and became the unicorn's lackeys, doing their best to curry their favor in order to obtain the other party's acknowledgement. Even Eve, who was spying from the player's point of view, could not bear to look directly at that scene. While a large group of players was racking their brains to think of a way to subdue the unicorns, the Inferno elves who had gone out to search for their tribesmen also returned one after another. This was a dense forest. The golden sunlight pierced through the lush canopy and was shattered by the branches, projecting faint spots of light in the forest. The summer wind blew gently, causing the branches and leaves to sway. The scattered sunlight in the forest also swayed slightly, accompanied by the rustling of leaves, making one's heart feel tranquil. A group of tall figures wearing hoods and carrying large and small bags of luggage, dressed as adventurers, walked in the forest. There were about 7 to 8 of them, and they were silent along the way. There was a faint tiredness on their faces, and their movements were slightly sluggish, as if they had gone through a long journey. However, although they were tired, there was a trace of vigilance in their expressions. They were like a group of fugitives hiding from the pursuit of their enemies, and the slightest movement in the surroundings would attract their attention. As the group advanced, the sound of flowing water gradually came from the front. When they heard the sound of flowing water, the expressions of the group relaxed, and some even revealed a trace of longing and excitement. In an instant, everyone's footsteps became much brighter. Soon, they passed through the forest and arrived in front of a raging river. This was a large river that was hundreds of meters wide. The river water was turbulent, and the torrent slapped against the rocks on both sides, releasing bursts of mist. Under the illumination of the summer sun, it reflected rainbow-colored rainbows. Looking at the raging river, the leader of the group let out a long sigh. He took off his hood, revealing a pair of pointed ears, and his fiery red hair announced his identity. This was a young elf from the Inferno tribe. Partners, after crossing this river, we will return to the elven forest. I have already sent out a messenger, and perhaps we will be able to receive our tribesmen soon." Hearing his words, the atmosphere in the group became much more cheerful. Many of them also took off their hoods, revealing their pointed ears, and some even knelt down in front of the river, praying to the forest on the other side that was clearly several times denser. This was a group of elves moving back to the elven forest. I never thought that after 300 years, I would have the chance to see the Weimar River again, to see the elven forest. Looking at the raging river in front of them, an older elf in the group said excitedly. The Weimar River was the raging river in front of them. This was the longest river in Seegers, and it was also recognized as the world's largest river. The widest part of the river downstream was said to be nearly 2 kilometers wide. The Weimar River originated from the snowy mountains and icy plains in the northern part of the Seegers continent. It flowed from the north all the way to the south. When it approached the Gloom mountain range, it suddenly turned to the southeast and flowed all the way to the sea in the southeast of the continent. The middle part of the river was very turbulent and difficult to cross. It divided the elven forest and the fertile plains into two. Only when it was close to the dark mountain range and changed direction did it become smooth enough for a boat to cross. However, the group was already prepared. The old elf chanted an incantation, and his body slowly transformed into a giant eagle with a wingspan of nearly 5 meters. This was the druid's transformation skill. They could transform into an animal they were familiar with and possess 70% of their opponent's strength. What the old elf transformed into was a flying magical beast from the northern part of the fertile plains, the windhawk vulture. However, just as the old elf was about to lead the elves to the other side of the river, a resonant dragon's roar suddenly echoed. A black shadow approached from afar, growing bigger and bigger. The elves saw a ferocious-looking megalosaurus flying over from the other side of the river. When they saw the pitch-black dragon scales and the skull-shaped mask on its head, their expressions changed. Black dragon? It was a black dragon with a wingspan of nearly 40 meters. Its size was close to adulthood. Even from a distance, the elves could feel the frightening aura of a dragon, a black dragon. This was the most evil and tyrannical color dragon in the Seekers continent. However, this was neither the Valley of the Dragons nor the Toxic Swamp. How could a black dragon appear here? In an instant, the elves all became vigilant. They did not hesitate. Instead, they turned and ran, once again hiding in the forest as if they were facing a great enemy. The black dragon loved enslaving other intelligent creatures. If they were discovered by the other party, then this group of elves who were at most iron rank would probably be wiped out in an instant. However, unlike the vigilant members, the leader of the red-haired elves was excited. "It's Lord Merrill. It must have received an oracle from the Mother Goddess and is coming to pick us up." Then, under the horrified gazes of the other elves, the red-haired elf actually walked towards a huge rock by the river. He stood on the rock and waved in the direction of the black dragon while shouting excitedly, "Lord Merrill! Lord Merrill! We're here! We're here! Eleanor! Are you crazy? Come back quickly! That's a black dragon! It's a black dragon!" The old elf, who had been frightened by the black dragon and had reverted to his original form, shouted in fear and worry. However, it was too late. The red-haired elf's shout instantly attracted the black dragon's attention. It could only hear an excited Rua sound before flying straight towards the elves. The elves were horrified, while the red-haired elf hurriedly comforted everyone. "Everyone, don't be afraid. This black dragon is our companion. It has already been subdued by the Mother Goddess. It's not the usual evil black dragon, but a kind megalosaurus that upholds justice." Black dragon? Companion? Subdued by the Mother Goddess? Upholding justice? The elves were slightly stunned. Just as the elves were bewildered, the black dragon circled around in the air before finally descending. He landed on a riverbank not far away from the elves, then yawned lazily. He looked at the elves who were still hiding in the forest and looking at him vigilantly, then said with a sideways glance, "Don't worry. Why are you so afraid? It's not like Lord Merrill will eat you. Who asked you to look so scary?" As soon as Merrill finished speaking, a sweet female voice took over his words and softly ridiculed him. Then, under the surprised gazes of the elves, a petite pink-haired female elf jumped down from the black dragon's back. She wore a gorgeous mage robe and held a skeletal staff in her hand. She jumped down from the dragon's back with practiced movements. The black dragon snorted and muttered with some dissatisfaction. Scary? Humph, it's obviously mighty and majestic. An elf riding a black dragon? Seeing the female elf mage jump down from the black dragon's back, the elves who were hiding opened their mouths wide and their eyes were full of shock. At this moment, they finally believed Eleanor Stormwind's words. This black dragon was actually an elf's companion. Mother Nature above, a black dragon, could also become an elf's companion? Lord Salty Meow, so it's you. Seeing the pink-haired elf mage, Eleanor Flame's face lit up with joy. The elf riding the black dragon was naturally Salty Meow. As one of the leaders of the Chosen One, Salty Meow's name was quite famous among the elven NPCs. Of course, under Eve's operation, her name had been transliterated, so it was not strange. Recently, more and more elves had been returning, and once the whereabouts of these new believers were detected in advance, Eve would issue a mission to the players to receive them. Little Salty Meow, on the other hand, had accepted the rescue mission. After tempting Meryl with the honey skewers, Little Salty Meow rode Meryl to rescue the group of elven NPCs migrating from the fertile plains. Hello, it's been hard escorting you all the way. Hearing Eleanor Flame's greeting, Salty Meow replied with a sweet smile. Eleanor Blaze, on the other hand, had a solemn look on his face. He drew a tree symbol on his chest and piously said, "For the glory of the elves. Praise the Mother Goddess." Salty Meow was slightly taken aback. He hurriedly drew a symbol and said, Praise the Mother Goddess. The elves really are here to receive us." Seeing the exchange between the two, the elves hiding in the forest were completely relieved and came out one after another. Eleanor Flame turned his head and introduced the elves who came out. "Everyone, this is the oracle summoned by the Mother Goddess from another world, one of the leaders of the Chosen One, Lord Salty Meow." After hearing Eleanor Gale's introduction, the elves' gazes towards Salty Meow instantly changed. "So you're the legendary Chosen One? The Chosen One? Are you the oracle that defeated the Grotto tribe?" They came to Salty Meow and bowed respectfully to him, which made Salty Meow feel slightly uncomfortable. She chuckled and said, "That's right. That. Haha, welcome home, everyone. It's been a long journey. Rua. And Meryl. When we attacked the orcs, Meryl also contributed a lot." Hearing the elf's words, Meryl turned his head and glared at them with dissatisfaction, giving them a fright. "Meryl. You're scaring us again." Salty Meow tapped the black dragon's scales with his magic staff, then said to the elves, "That. Haha, don't be afraid. This big guy only looks scary, but he has a good personality." After saying that, he cleared his throat and said, "Then. Let's set off. It's a few hundred kilometers from here to the core of the elven forest. If we travel normally, it'll take a long time, but Meryl will fly everyone back." Ride the black dragon back? After hearing Salty Meow's words, the elves felt dizzy, as if they were dreaming. "Why? Are you dissatisfied? If it weren't for the honey barbecue, Meryl wouldn't have brought you. If you want to walk back, Meryl doesn't mind. It'll be easier for Lord Meryl if there are fewer people." The black dragon bared its teeth. "Meryl." Salty Meow raised his magic staff and tapped the black dragon's faceplate again. "Who would have thought that there would be a day where I could ride a megalosaurus and fly in the air?" On the black dragon Meryl's back, the old elf looked down at the tiny forest below and sighed. "Isn't that so? 2 months ago, we were still hiding in the Holy Mania Empire. Who would have thought that there would be a day where we could return to the elven forest?" Another elf also sighed emotionally. Under Salty Meow's invitation, the group of elves finally rode on Meryl's back, feeling both nervous and expectant. The little black dragon let out a long cry, flapped its huge bat wings, and flew toward the core area of the elven forest. The wind whistled in the air, and the elves gradually relaxed, looking at the ground and the distance from time to time. The black dragon was very fast. After crossing a hill, the elf's vision suddenly widened. The core area of the elven forest was located in a basin with a radius of more than 100 kilometers. Therefore, the moment they crossed the hill, the scenery of the core area was unobstructed. At the same time, the majestic figure in the center of the core area was also seen by the elves. Look. Look. It's the world tree. That's the world tree. An elf said excitedly to his companions. The other elves looked over and saw the towering sacred tree in the distance. When they saw the lush greenery of the world tree, the eyes of all the elves could not help but turn slightly red, and they could no longer control themselves. After reawakening the faith of nature and becoming believers of the Mother Goddess, they could finally see the true form of Eve. No one knew better than the elves what it meant to have the world tree rejuvenated. Some of them were fanatical, some were agitated, some began to draw natural symbols in front of their chests devoutly, and some were so moved that they even began to sob. It's the Mother Goddess. She's revived, she's really revived. The oldest elf in the group had red eyes, and his voice was choked with sobs. Looking at the elves who were unable to hold back their emotions, Salty Meow sighed slightly. She thought for a while, then quietly moved behind Meryl's head and whispered. Meryl, fly a little faster. After hearing Salty Meow's words, Meryl let out another long cry and flew towards the Yggdrasil at an even faster speed. The forest beneath them kept changing, becoming denser and denser, and the world tree was getting closer and closer. After the initial excitement, the elves were now only filled with anticipation, like children eager to return home. At the same time, they passed by the ruins of the elven civilization below them, Xianxia. We have passed the holy city Emerald. Looking at some landmark buildings in the ruins, the old elf said. No, wait, this is. Halfway through his words, his eyes widened, and his expression was filled with surprise and excitement. In the beginning, it was indeed a ruin. But when the black dragon flew closer, the old elf was surprised to see that almost a third of the ruins in his memory had been restored to the appearance of a city. Not only that, but densely packed figures could be seen in the ruins like ants. At a rough glance, there were probably more than 1,000 of them. They were constantly moving about in Xianxia, busy with something. Upon closer inspection, the old elf realized that they were elves. They were coming and going in Xianxia, repairing and rebuilding the remaining ruins. Mother Nature above. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Is this really Xianxia? So many of our people. Mother Nature above. So many of our clansmen have returned? The other elves also looked at Xianxia on the ground, their expressions filled with surprise and excitement. Elmer Blaze took a look at the clothes of the elves below and said with some surprise, that's right. No, most of them should be the chosen ones summoned by Mother Nature. It's just that, the number of chosen ones seems to have increased. Perhaps Her Holiness Mother Goddess has summoned a new chosen one. So it's the chosen ones. The elves were slightly enlightened. After explaining to the elves, Eleanor Flame smiled bitterly and said, Her Majesty Mother Goddess's Heaven's chosen one is really too powerful. I remember that when I left previously, Xianxia had only repaired less than 1/7 of the entire city. I didn't expect that she would be able to repair nearly 1/3 of it in such a short time. After saying that, he looked in the direction of the world tree. I really don't know how the city of Heaven's Chosen has changed. The city of Heaven's Chosen? That's right. That's the city that the chosen ones built under the world tree half a year ago. It should be considered the holy city now. Eleanor Flame sighed with emotion. After saying that, he looked at Salty Meow and introduced it to the other elves. The repair of Xianxia and the construction of the city of Heaven's Chosen are said to be organized by the Mang Mang Committee Guild that Sir Salty Meow belongs to. Mang Mang Committee? Guild? The organization of the chosen ones? The elves were deep in thought. They looked at Salty Meow with admiration, while Salty Meow felt very awkward. There was no other reason. Mang Mang Committee. The guild name that she casually came up with, was said by the elven NPCs in such a serious manner. It was really too embarrassing. For a moment, Salty Meow even regretted that he did not give his guild a proper Western fantasy name, like Limu's Nature's Heart. Imagine if she created history in the game in the future. According to the performance of Elven Nation so far, if the bards in the future sang ballads, it would probably be Mang Mang Committee Guild Master Salty Meow. No, it's too embarrassing. But suddenly, she felt like laughing and even looked forward to it. What should she do? Of course, Salty Meow did not know that the guild name that the elves heard was just a transliteration. and the elves at most felt that the name was a little strange. The black dragon continued to fly, and the group finally left Xianxia. They saw the city that Eleanor Gale called the City of Heaven's Chosen under the World Tree. With the influx of third beta players, the scale of the City of Heaven's Chosen expanded again. Brand new houses and gardens were built in the periphery of the city, and there were even more buildings in the state of construction. Countless ant-like elves were busy in the midst of it. The built-up area was even more bustling. Pedestrians came and went, and it was exceptionally prosperous. Just like Nightingale in the past, the elves on the black dragon's back were collectively speechless when they saw the different styles of buildings, the dreamlike gardens, and the lively buildings. Coupled with the bustling scene, the elves on the black dragon's back were all speechless. Even Eleanor Flame, who had toured the City of Heaven's Chosen, was dumbfounded when she saw the thousands of elves in the city. Mother Goddess above, how many chosen ones have descended this time? The other elves, on the other hand, couldn't help but murmur in shock. Half a year. Did such a city really only take half a year? A miracle. This must be a miracle. Mother Nature above. Only a true oracle can create such a city. Listening to the elf's heartfelt praise, Salty Meow could not help but straighten his back, and the smile on his face became more and more obvious. Humph. Half of the industries in the City of Heaven's Chosen belong to the Mang Mang Committee. Another batch of elves has returned. Standing from the perspective of the Yggdrasil, Eve was satisfied when she saw the black dragon Marrow return. More than half a month had passed since the third beta test. In this half a month, native elves who had regained their faith had returned to the elf forest one after another. Counting them all, there were already close to 100 people. These elves who had returned were finally settled in Xianxia by Eve. However, although many elves had returned, most of them were still shallow believers. If she wanted them to further increase their faith, she had to wait for their lives to stabilize. Of course, Eve was not worried about this. With the experience of the elves of the Inferno tribe, as long as the elves were willing to return, Eve believed that they would eventually become her devout believers with the help of the mission system. The number of elves who had returned had exceeded 300. However, the number of photons that symbolized faith on the sky screen of Eve's God's kingdom was even more, close to 1,000. This meant that in this period of time, the number of elves who had regained their faith but had not returned after learning about the revival of the Yggdrasil had increased. However, Eve could also feel that the increase in believers had begun to slow down. This meant that the elves who were closer to her should have been notified by the Inferno tribe. If she wanted to find more elves, she would have to go further, or even deeper into other forces. In this half a month, the strength of the players had changed again. First, it was the veteran players. By continuously clearing the Shadow Instance dungeons, many veteran players had broken through to the mid-level of Dark Iron. Now, the number of players who were level 21 and above had exceeded 300. The highest level had even reached level 25. These 300-plus Black Iron middle-level players were the best of the best among the players. They were either combat-type players, gold spammers, or quest spammers. Below these 300-plus top players were the mid-level players between LV15 and LV20. Other than a small number of casual players, almost all the veteran players were in this range. Even some rich third beta gamers had risen to level 15 by relying on the veteran players' Shadow Instance dungeon boss teams. The number of players in this range added up to about 1,000 people. Other than these mid-level and high-end players, the rest were mostly third beta gamers. However, the strength of the 9,000 third beta gamers had also changed greatly. As Eve had increased the rewards of the main plot daily missions, the third beta gamers leveled up much faster than the first beta gamers. Among them, the Liver Emperors had broken through level 11 and were promoted to the lower level of Dark Iron. There were about 1,000 of them. Other than these 1,000 people, most of the normal players had used the city building mission to reach level 10. They were only one level away from the Dark Iron level. There were less than 1,000 players who were below level 10. It could be said that the strength of the players had changed drastically. This did not include the magic pets. After Eve had activated the magic pet system, within half a month, almost every player had thought of ways to obtain their own magic pet. The most popular pet was the crypt spider. After hard work and bootlicking, many players had obtained a crypt spider from the Spider Queen Lolth and signed a contract with it. especially the combat-type players. Many of the high-level players in the Shadow Instance dungeon had a large crypt spider in their hands. As for the druid players represented by Limu, many of them had finally obtained the unicorn's acknowledgement after coaxing and pestering in the forest. In total, there were more than 30 people. This number made Alice gasp in amazement. Of course, she did not know that Eve had been inspired after the little unicorn had signed a contract with her. She had secretly increased the nature affinity of the players. Nature affinity was very important. A higher nature affinity would allow the players to easily obtain the approval of magical beasts, especially unicorns. Players being able to sign contracts with magical beasts was also beneficial to Eve. However, magic pets could not be revived like players. It was unrealistic to rely on them to fight. However, they could further increase the strength of the players and assist the players in some matters. At the same time, with the efforts of the players, the City of Heaven's Chosen had further expanded. Even Fei Lingzui's renovation had benefited a lot. It could be said that after the third beta testing, the entire elf forest had welcomed a period of rapid development. However, under the calm, there was an impending storm. Southeast of the elf forest, Black Dragon Castle. After the destruction of the orc tribe, a new group of uninvited guests arrived. The setting sun dyed the horizon with a layer of intoxicating red, and it was almost dusk. The players who had been playing for a day also began to return from the dungeon and the underground forest. They returned to the City of Heaven's Chosen with the help of the teleportation circle, or participated in the nightly bonfire party in the city, or directly went offline to rest and recover their strength. Of course, there were also those who chose to continue doing missions and farming wild monsters in order to advance to a higher level and earn more contribution points. The Black Dragon Castle, as the connecting point of the teleportation circle between Rivendell and the City of Heaven's Chosen, was naturally quite lively. Of course, most players hurriedly teleported from Rivendell to the Black Dragon Castle, and then directly teleported to the City of Heaven's Chosen from the castle hall. They were only active in the hall, and the outside of the castle seemed a little lonely. In the evening, the Black Dragon Merrill, as usual, spread his wings and soared after a long cry. No one knew where he flew to. In the words of Salty Meow, this was the little black dragon's usual stroll before dinner. Influenced by the players, the Black Dragon Merrill was now used to 3 meals a day. Every day, there would be players who took on the barbecue mission to roast meat for him. Among them, Salty Meow and the 2 northeastern skewer buddies took on the most missions. Salty Meow prepared the magical beast meat in advance and was responsible for the fire, while the 2 northeastern buddies were mainly responsible for the barbecue. At most, they could roast the meat Meryl needed in half an hour. Then, the 3 of them used the barbecue meat to exchange for a good amount of experience and contribution points. At the same time, they took advantage of the little black dragon eating to dig out a few dragon scales. It was very pleasant. Today, the 3 of them took on another mission and roasted in front of the bonfire outside the castle. In fact, at the beginning, they all roasted in the castle, but the little black dragon disliked the smoke that made the castle smoky, and finally drove the players outside. The 2 northeastern friends chatted while barbecuing, while Salty Meow used his fire magic to control the fire from time to time. At the same time, he was distracted by watching variety shows online in the game system. Occasionally, he would let out a string of bell-like laughter. The night breeze blew gently, causing the bonfire to sway slightly. The white smoke from the barbecue spread in all directions, bringing with it a tempting aroma. It was very comfortable. However, Salty Meow's expression suddenly changed. She stopped smiling, turned off the video, and stood up vigilantly. "What's wrong? Big Meow?" Seeing Salty Meow's expression, the 2 men from the northeast asked in confusion. Little Salty Meow looked around cautiously like a rabbit and said, "Don't worry. The warning spell I set up nearby has been triggered. There might be a magical beast nearby." The Black Dragon Castle was located on a mountain at the edge of the Gloom Mountain Range. Usually, when the little black dragon was around, other magical beasts would not dare to come close. However, when the little black dragon left, some magical beasts would occasionally follow the smell of barbecued meat and come near. Although their levels were not very high, they were enough to pose a threat to the players, therefore, Every time Salty Meow came to barbecue meat for the black dragon, he had a habit of setting up a first circle warning spell in advance. After hearing Salty Meow's words, the two northeastern friends also became vigilant. They put down the skewers in their hands and drew their swords. A gentle breeze blew by, messing up the hair of the three men. However, apart from the sound of the wind, the sound of insects, and the occasional shouts of the players in the castle, they did not discover anything. After a while, Salty Meow put down his magic staff and sighed regretfully. He should have left. The two northeastern friends looked at each other, then sat down again and continued barbecuing. Everything returned to normal. However, in the darkness where Salty Meow and the others could not see, a nimble figure heaved a sigh of relief and then quietly slipped down the mountain. At the foot of the mountain where the Black Dragon Castle was located, in a dense forest a few kilometers away from the ruins of the Grotto tribe. A group of human mercenaries in leather armor sat on the ground, eating dry rations and chatting as they rested. Beside them were carriages filled with goods. This was a human mercenary group. Mercenary groups were very common in the human society of the continent of Seekers. They sold their military strength and were hired by nobles and merchants. They either joined wars, fought against powerful magical beasts, or simply escorted caravans to earn commissions. In addition, when there was no big business, mercenary groups would also act as caravans. While traveling long distances, they would also organize themselves to resell some goods. The Crocodile Mercenary Group was like this. They were a medium-sized mercenary group registered in the Holy Mania Empire, with a total of more than 1,100 people. They had recently completed a mercenary mission in the Kingdom of Airs in the south and earned a lot of commissions. They were on their way back to the north. The carriages in the group carried some goods they had purchased in the Kingdom of Airs. They were going to sell them to earn some extra money from smuggling when they returned home. In the center of the mercenary camp, a bearded human warrior wearing light mithril armor was sitting on a stone. He was holding a map in his hand and was carefully looking at it. He was the leader of the Crocodile Mercenary Group, a magic swordsman whose strength had reached the intermediate silver level and was proficient in magic and martial arts. He was known as Crocodile. As an intermediate silver level professional, he was quite famous in the southwest border of the empire. He had raised a mercenary group of more than 1,000 people with his own strength and was treated with courtesy by the nobles at the border. Even the famous border earl of the Holy Mania Empire's southwest region had once received him and had a good chat with him. Crocodile looked at the map in his hand. No one knew what he was thinking. Beside him, there was a short and fat middle-aged man who looked to be about 40 or 50 years old. He was dressed as a butler, but he looked very miserable. If the Black Dragon Merrill was here, he would recognize that this was the leader of the human border earl's retainers that it had hired before, the cowardly butler. However, at this moment, the butler's expression was not good. "Sir Crocodile, I have told you everything I know. Why don't you let us go?" When Crocodile heard this, he just shook his head gently. "Mr. Anders, why are you in such a hurry? It's a tough journey, and there are many demonic beasts. Our mercenary group happened to be on the same way as you. You should thank us for escorting you." After that, he smiled again. "If it weren't for us, you and your subordinates might have been eaten by the demonic beasts. Not to mention that we haven't received the commission for escorting you." Hearing Crocodile's words, the butler's expression became even more ugly. "Escort? The border of the empire is in front of us. I am the butler of the border earl. Why do I need an escort? Aren't you afraid of angering the earl by detaining me like this?" Crocodile just shook his head gently. "You can't say that. The Black Dragon is evil and cunning. What if it attacks you again when you return?" Anders's face darkened when he heard Crocodile's words. But soon, he said angrily, "Sir Crocodile, I know what you are planning. A black dragon that lives near the border, even if it is not an adult, must have accumulated a lot of wealth. Not to mention you, even the Earl may be tempted. I know you are worried that if you let me go back, the Earl will send a team to suppress the black dragon. Then you won't have a chance, but this is a megalosaurus. Even if it is not an adult, it has the strength of an upper silver rank. Although your mercenary group has thousands of people, your strength is not its opponent at all. Besides, the black dragon is very cunning. It didn't lead us to its nest at all. It will be difficult for you to find it if you search aimlessly. After the butler finished speaking, Crocodile just shook his head. You don't have to worry about that. Our mercenary group lacks other things, but not scouts. And this black dragon has been hovering in the sky recently. If we really want to find its nest, it won't be difficult as long as we put in some effort. As for how to deal with the black dragon, you don't have to worry about it. While the two were talking, a happy and excited voice suddenly sounded. Leader! Leader! Crocodile frowned and raised his head to look at the source of the voice. He saw a nimble figure rushing out. It was a human scout carrying a bow and arrow and a scimitar. He avoided the mercenaries resting on both sides and went straight to Crocodile. He wiped the sweat on his head and said excitedly. Leader! I found the black dragon's nest. You finally found it? Crocodile's eyes flashed and a trace of joy surged in his expression. He gestured to his subordinates. Suddenly, two mercenaries came forward and took the exasperated butler away. Then, he looked at the scout again. Where is it? It's in a castle on the mountain ahead. Crocodile heard and nodded secretly. Very good. After that, he asked with some anticipation. Did you see the elves? I saw them. The scout said. Then, his expression was a little strange. Those elves lit a bonfire outside the castle and barbecued meat. Barbecued meat? Crocodile was stunned. Then, he seemed to be deep in thought. It's very likely that they were forced by the Megalosaurus. It seems like a black dragon that knows how to enjoy life. Is there any other information? The scout thought for a moment and continued to answer. Those elves are very vigilant. They even set up a warning spell around the area. I almost fell for it. Crocodile wasn't very surprised. After all, they are elves, natural magical creatures. What about the rest? Does that black dragon have any dependents? I don't think so. There are only some elves, but there seems to be a lot of elves in the castle. I can vaguely hear their voices through the light. It feels like there are dozens of them. The scout replied. So many elves? Crocodile's eyes became brighter and brighter. Anders, this guy. He actually had a trick up his sleeve. Dozens of elves, no wonder he was so anxious. This is no less than the wealth that a young black dragon should have. After a moment of silence, Crocodile said, continue to observe and see the pattern of the black dragon's activities. Then, we will make our move. But, the scout hesitated for a moment and said, that black dragon's aura is very terrifying. It must be silver high. Can we beat it? Crocodile's face darkened. Idiot. When did I say that I wanted to slay a dragon? What I meant was to observe the pattern of the black dragon's activities. We will sneak into the castle while it's away. See if we can get some treasures and kidnap some elves while we're at it. Let's not talk about anything else. As long as we can get a few female elves, we will have made a fortune on this trip. As for the black dragon, let the Earl of the Borderlands worry about it. After we succeed in sneaking in and looting, we will let Anders and the others leave. Crocodile was someone who could keep his composure. After all, if he remembered correctly, there should have been an orc tribe nearby. However, this orc tribe had disappeared. No matter how he looked at it, it must have something to do with the black dragon, and for the black dragon to be able to force an orc tribe to migrate. Although it had not reached adulthood, its strength was probably quite terrifying. Therefore, after discovering the black dragon's lair, Crocodile did not act rashly. Instead, he continued to order his subordinates to observe in secret and record the black dragon's movements. At the same time, he led a large army to hide. Even to the extent that he was worried about exposing his tracks, he forbade his subordinates from hunting and only allowed them to eat the dry rations that they carried with them. Crocodile was prepared to find an opportunity to successfully launch a sneak attack while the black dragon was not at home. Then, he would quit while he was ahead and slip away. The mercenaries had a week's worth of dry rations left. And Crocodile had waited in the dense forest for a full 3 days. In these 3 days, through observation, they finally had a rough idea of the black dragon's movements. This black dragon would let out a long cry every morning, noon, and night and fly out of his castle. Then, he would return an hour later. Crocodile guessed that this should be the black dragon patrolling his territory. And when the black dragon left, elves would come out of the castle and roast meat for the black dragon in front of the door. Sometimes, it would be a female elven mage and 2 elven warriors. Sometimes, it would be others. These elves who were roasting meat had gorgeous equipment. Looking at the exquisite appearance, it was probably made by real elves. This made the mercenaries very envious. At the same time, when the black dragon stayed in the castle, elves with simple equipment would often come out of the castle and push small carts filled with fodder to the forest at the foot of the mountain on the other side of the castle. No one knew what they were doing. The mercenaries were very curious and wanted to follow these elves to see where they were going. They also wanted to take the opportunity to catch the elves who were alone. Unfortunately, the black dragon was always in the castle at this time. Because they were worried that they would arouse the black dragon's vigilance, they could only give up. Crocodile, on the other hand, deduced from the scout's description of the elves' activities that this black dragon's castle might be hiding a large number of treasures. Otherwise, as the black dragon's dependents, the elves would not be so busy. What's more, even his kin had such amazing equipment. What about the greedy black dragon? He would definitely be richer. After 3 days of silence, the crocodile finally decided to attack the castle while the black dragon left its nest in the evening. He selected 100 men from the mercenary group, all of whom were the most elite and trusted. Even the weakest mercenary was at least an intermediate dark iron rank. Then, taking advantage of the night, the group quietly crept up the mountain where the black dragon castle was located, outside the black dragon castle. That evening, Salty Meow and the 2 northeastern guys took on the barbecue task. As usual, they chatted while barbecuing. Crocodile and his men also took advantage of the night to quietly surround them. The black dragon had already left. However, its tiny figure could still be seen on the horizon. After circling a few times, it gradually flew in the direction of the elven forest. Looking at the black dragon getting further and further away, the crocodile's heart skipped a beat. Could it be? These elves were all captured by the black dragon from the elven forest? He did not hesitate. After the black dragon's figure had completely disappeared from sight, he gave an order. Come with me. 3 hunters with quick movements. First, control those elves who were barbecuing outside. After that, 3 dark iron rank mercenaries followed. The 4 of them crept behind Salty Meow and the other 2, outside the black dragon castle. Salty Meow hugged his knees and sat in front of the bonfire. He looked at the 2 northeastern guys who were barbecuing in boredom and sighed. I've been so bored recently. Bored? After hearing Salty Meow's words, the 2 northeastern guys looked at each other. I think there are a lot of things to do. Farming in the day, barbecuing at night, and doing some daily missions. I'm so busy that I can't even cope with it. One of the guys said. Yeah. I still need tens of thousands of contribution points to graduate with equipment. I'm even considering if I should sell all the dragon scales I have. The other guy said. No, that's not what I meant. Salty Meow shook his head. Actually, it's quite interesting. I just feel that there haven't been any new main storyline triggered recently. I can only farm dungeons and level up every day. I'm not used to it. When will there be a big storyline like the war with the orcs and the defense of Black Rock City? I still prefer the big storyline in Elven Nation. Salty Meow had a nostalgic look on his face. The northeastern guys were speechless. They finally understood. Salty Meow felt that there had not been any big storyline that could mobilize all the players in the server recently, so he felt bored. In other words, although this tycoon sister was half a lifestyle player, she was the kind of person who wanted to see the world in chaos. They glanced at Salty Meow's dazzling golden legendary wizard equipment and stopped talking. Only a tycoon like him would feel that there was nothing to do other than leveling up. One of the northeastern guys had an idea and said, speaking of which, when I was in Black Rock City yesterday, I heard the dark dwarfs mention that the orcs in the Death Desert seem to be doing something big recently. I wonder if it has something to do with the next big storyline. The players were not the only channel of trade between Black Rock City and the outside world. They also had dealings with forces deeper in the underground world. These forces also had connections with the surface world and had their own information channels. The dark dwarves often exchanged information with them. Therefore, although the dark dwarves were an underground force, it was not surprising that they could find out about the Death Desert before the players. It was not just information about the orcs. In fact, the news that a new true god had appeared in the elven forest and was on good terms with the Grim Reaper Hela had already spread in some parts of the underground world. There were even rumors that the new true god was secretly a subordinate of the Grim Reaper. However, there were more people who were skeptical about this. Many people were skeptical about the existence of the new true god, Death Desert. Hearing the northeastern guy's words, Salty Meow perked up. She had heard from Meryl that this was the main camp of the orcs. It was likely to be a new map that would be released in the future. Could it be, were the officials preparing for a big storyline? Salty Meow was suddenly looking forward to it. At this moment, she suddenly sensed a trace of magic fluctuation. Salty Meow's expression changed. The warning spell has been triggered. Something is coming. Magical beasts? The two men from the northeast looked solemn and quickly stood up. However, before they could draw their weapons, 3 agile figures rushed out from the darkness. They were human mercenaries. They were wearing leather armor and moved quickly. In an instant, they were in front of the few of them. Although they had been in the game for 2 months and had been in the game intermittently for more than half a year, compared to the experienced mercenaries, the players' movements were still much slower. Perhaps in an open battle of the same level, the players could rely on their fearless spirit and weakened sense of pain to defeat their opponents. However, in terms of a surprise attack, the players were still far from it. Before Salty Meow and the others could draw their weapons, they were restrained by the human mercenaries. The mercenaries surrounded the 3 of them and placed the daggers in their hands on their necks, whispering fiercely, "Let's go." They said in a low voice, "Don't move." Looking at the sudden appearance of the few people, Salty Meow and the 2 northeastern guys were stunned. Where did these humans come from? Crocodile was also surprised. He looked at the 3 players who were restrained by his subordinates in an instant and was very surprised. These elves were so weak in their vigilance and adaptability. However, even though he was surprised in his heart, this sneak attack that went so smoothly that it was like a dream also made him very satisfied. Crocodile looked greedily at the equipment on the few of them. His gaze paused on Salty Meow. He then suppressed the joy in his heart and ordered the other mercenaries behind him in a low voice, "Remove their weapons. Remove their weapons, tie them up with the anti-magic rope, and gag them." After that, he looked coldly at Salty Meow and the others and habitually spoke in the common language. "If you don't want to die, don't resist." However, to Crocodile's surprise, the 3 elves who were restrained by his men were very cooperative. They nodded and instantly raised their hands, allowing the other mercenaries to take away their equipment. Then, they tied them up with ropes and gagged them. The 3 of them did not resist at all. What surprised Crocodile even more was that although the 3 elves were a little flustered when they saw his men, they were not afraid. On the contrary, they seemed to be a little excited, especially the female elf, when she saw hundreds of Crocodile's subordinates rushing out of the darkness and sneaking into the castle. Her eyes were shining and she looked a little excited. This was completely different from what Crocodile knew. In his memory, the female elves who were captured would fall into a panic. They would either choose to commit suicide or fight to the death. Of course, in the end they would basically become hopeless and numb. But, what the hell was this one? That pair of sparkling big eyes was almost written all over her face. Was there something wrong with these elves' brains? Could it be that they thought that they were here to rescue them? It was hard to say. After all, the elves were known to be naive and easy to deceive. Thinking of this, Crocodile chuckled and revealed a smile that he thought was chic and friendly, but in fact, it was a little gloomy and cold. As he laughed, he said to the 3 players who were tied up, especially Salty Meow, "Be good, I'll get you out of the clutches of the black dragon." Hearing Crocodile's words, the 3 of them looked a little strange, but they did not say anything. As for Crocodile, after leaving 3 of his trusted men to guard Salty Meow and the others, he led the rest of the mercenaries and rushed into the castle. Salty Meow and the others who were tied up still remained silent. However, in a place where the human mercenaries could not see, they were completely immersed in excitement. In the game system, on the friend chat interface. "Ah. What do you want?" "Hidden mission." This must have triggered another hidden mission. And, it's a human one. Ha ha ha. It must have been triggered by Meryl's trip to the human world. I knew it. That guy used less than 1,000 silver coins to rob so many things, how could it not trigger a follow-up plot? In the barbecue group created by the three of them, Salty Meow typed excitedly. Something's happening again? While Salty Meow was excitedly sending messages in the chat channel, Eve was also aware of it. Now that there were more and more players, in order to maintain control over them, Eve had recently strengthened the game system again. The most important of which was that Eve strengthened the monitoring function of the player's speech based on Bluestar's big data screening technology and the ability of faith gods to respond to the prayers of believers. For example, as long as a player mentioned the hidden plot or mission trigger, the relevant content would immediately be projected into Eve's divinity. After filtering and categorizing, it would be transmitted to her soul so that she would be aware of the player's movements immediately. Furthermore, the game system would even match Eve's vision when the players mentioned the relevant terms. Therefore, when Salty Meow was excitedly looking forward to the hidden plot, Eve had already noticed the changes near the Black Dragon's castle. With this thought, Eve immediately transferred Salty Meow's vision. After seeing the three people who were tied up and the mercenaries beside them, Eve was slightly surprised. Humans? But soon, she noticed the changes in the Black Dragon's castle. Eve did not immediately participate, but her interest was piqued. She wanted to see how the players would react first. The mercenaries had chosen the perfect time. With Eve and the players around, Meryl never thought that anyone would be so bold as to touch its lair, so it neglected the deployment of defensive magic. And the players naturally treated the Black Dragon's castle as a safe zone in the game, so they were not vigilant at all. Therefore, when the mercenaries rushed into the castle, the process was so smooth that even the crocodile felt like it was a dream. There were more than 30 players in the castle hall. Some of them were waiting for Myrtle to return so that they could receive missions from it. Some of them were just resting, but most of them were combat players who had passed by the Black Dragon castle through the teleportation circle. And when the human mercenaries suddenly rushed in, almost everyone was stunned. Where did these human NPCs come from? Before the players could figure out what was going on, they were surrounded by more than 90 human mercenaries. Seeing that more than 30 elves were completely surrounded by his people, the crocodile was overjoyed. Elves, more than 30 elves, and they were all young elves, estimated to be no more than 200 years old. Not to mention, there were more than 10 females among them, young female elves. The Lord of Eternity, where did the Black Dragon catch so many elves? The crocodile was ecstatic, his heart thumping. This was a shocking amount of wealth, but what puzzled the crocodile was that when the elves saw them, it wasn't the fear that crocodile had imagined, nor was it despair and numbness. Or, there was almost no fear in their eyes. Instead, it was replaced by confusion, bewilderment, or vigilance, and some even seemed a little excited. There was only no fear. In short, it made the crocodile meow. However, even though he felt that the elves' reactions were a little strange, the only thing left in his mind at this moment was the value of the elves. More than 30 young elves, these, were walking silver and gold mines. The other human mercenaries also widened their eyes in shock, and their breathing became heavier. They were all experienced mercenaries, and it was not like they had never caught elves before. Naturally, they knew the price of elven slaves in the black market like the back of their hands. So, when they saw that there were more than 30 young elves in the hall, and half of them were female, they realized that they were going to be rich. Not to mention finding the Black Dragon's treasure. Even if they were able to capture these elves and leave, it would already be a worthwhile trip. Crocodile took a deep breath and suppressed his excitement. He threatened the players fiercely, "Don't worry. Don't move. Put down your weapons if you don't want to die." But what surprised the crocodile was that unlike the 3 elves outside the castle, none of the elves surrendered this time. On the contrary, after hearing his words, the bewilderment in the elf's eyes gradually disappeared, and in its place, was a faint excitement and excitement. 3 players under the control of more than 90 red names might have obediently surrendered. But more than 30 players were surrounded. If they did not fight, it would not be the 4th calamity. It's an enemy NPC. Human mercenaries? Oh my god. Mercenaries actually fought their way into the Black Dragon's castle. Damn. Could it be the legendary hidden plot? You want us to surrender? What a joke. It must be the hidden plot, let's fight first. Leave a few alive to ask what's going on. The players were all in a state of excitement. Then, under Crocodile's surprised gaze, the elves took out their weapons. They want to resist, and they want to capture us alive? Crocodile narrowed his eyes slightly. He roughly sensed that among the 30 elves, the highest level was only a beginner mid-level dark iron, but the 90 mercenaries he brought were all experienced mid-level dark iron professionals. 90 against 30, their strength was even more overwhelming. Crocodile himself was a mid-level silver, and he alone was enough to defeat all of them. Who gave these elves the courage? The Black Dragon. Thinking of this, the magic swordsman raised his longsword and said to the other mercenaries, "Move faster, everyone together. Try to capture them alive. Don't hurt the female elves." Then, the excited mercenaries instantly raised their weapons and rushed toward the players under Crocodile's lead. The players also drew their weapons and leaned against the teleportation portal to meet the attacks of the mercenaries. In an instant, the human mercenaries and the players were fighting in the castle. The moment the two sides clashed, the gap between them was immediately apparent. With the advantage of numbers and strength, the players almost instantly fell into a disadvantageous position. Crocodile rushed to the front. He waved his sword with his right hand and easily deflected the long sword in an elf's hand. Then, his other hand turned into a knife hand, and when he passed the elf, he hit him hard on the neck and knocked him unconscious instantly. The whole movement was smooth, and the whole process took less than 2 seconds. Damn. Instant kill. Silver. It must be silver. The players were stunned. But soon, their faces became serious. These people are too strong, let's fight with our lives on the line. That's right, if you can, quickly summon people. Summon people? Crocodile frowned, not quite understanding what they meant. However, this did not affect his actions as he moved on to the next target. In an instant, the hall was in a mess. To Crocodile's surprise, although the elves' combat power was poor, they were like a group of mad dogs when they really fought. Especially when they fought with their lives on the line. They were really fighting with their lives on the line. Even if they were fatally injured, they would stab a hole in the mercenaries' bodies. Under their protection, a few elven mages at the back began to chant magic and launched long-range attacks at the mercenaries. In an instant, the hall flashed with beautiful magical lights. Considering that they had to capture the elves alive, the mercenaries were restrained. What's more, a mercenary was killed by the two elves in a desperate fight. The originally overwhelming situation slowed down slightly. Humph. A bunch of trash. Crocodile was furious when he saw this. I'll do it alone, you guys are responsible for capturing them. Don't let any of them escape. After that, he changed his tactics and began to target the elves who were obviously stronger and killed them mercilessly. The strength of a silver elf was unstoppable. Crocodile began to shuttle among the elves. Every time he passed by someone, he would knock their weapon away and then knock them down. No elves could withstand even one round of his attacks. Then, the mercenaries swarmed forward and tied up the elves who were knocked down by Crocodile. After Crocodile did not hold back, the elves suddenly panicked. Almost every few seconds, there would be an elf knocked down by Crocodile and then tied up by the mercenaries. Soon, more than 30 elves were all captured by the mercenaries and detained in a corner. On the other hand, the mercenaries cheered excitedly. However, at this moment, the magic circle in the castle suddenly flashed with a bright light. Under Crocodile's surprised gaze, more than 10 fully armed elves rushed out of the magic circle. It's actually a teleportation magic circle? There are reinforcements? Crocodile was stunned. However, he was soon delighted. Just in time. Brothers, catch them. How were these reinforcements? They were obviously treasures delivered to their doorstep. He raised his long sword again and rushed into the ranks of the elves. The mercenaries were also excited and followed their leader's movements. The elves who were teleported this time were obviously much stronger. However, they were still no match for Crocodile. He cooperated with his subordinates, and in less than 3 minutes, they had defeated the dozen or so elves that had rushed out. Just as the mercenaries began to excitedly tie up the captured elves, the magic circle flashed again. More than 10 elves rushed out. There are more? Crocodile panted slightly, his expression was somewhat incredulous. The Lord of Eternity above. Did the black dragon gather all the elves in the elven forest? However, although he found it unbelievable, Crocodile was wild with joy. More than 10 elves, they were all young, and there were many females. In total, there were more than 100 elves. This was a huge fortune. Go. Continue. Crocodile took a deep breath. His eyes were red as he waved his weapon again and fought with the elves. The mercenaries also swarmed forward to assist their leader. However, this time, before Crocodile could defeat all the elves, the teleportation circle lit up again. This time, close to 30 fully armed elves rushed out. Crocodile opened his mouth in shock as he looked at the dozens of elves that appeared again. There are still so many? The Lord of Eternity above. Did he poke the elf's nest? In an instant, Crocodile's excited mood calmed down a little. He didn't know why, but he suddenly felt a little uneasy. However, this number was still within the range that the mercenaries could fight against. His expression hardened as he ordered his subordinates, "Don't hold back. Kill the males, just leave the females alive." After receiving their leader's order, the mercenaries began to kill. In an instant, this batch of elves who rushed out suffered heavy casualties. However, just as the panting Crocodile and his equally tired subordinates were about to take down all these elves, the teleportation circle lit up again. This time, over 100 fully armed elves rushed out one after another. Not only that, the circle's light continued to flicker. Crocodile panted heavily as he stared blankly at the elves that filled the hall. His eyes were numb, and a trace of fear rose in his heart. Elf Forest, Xianxia. Xianxia, who had just finished carrying bricks for the NPC, checked his pitiful personal reputation. He sighed and entered the teleportation portal to the City of Heaven's Chosen. With a flash of light, he returned to the central square of the City of Heaven's Chosen. But as soon as he arrived, he felt that something was wrong. Why are there so few people today? Looking at the sparse square, Xianxia was a little surprised. As a player's main city, the City of Heaven's Chosen was bustling all day long. The central square connected to Xianxia through the teleportation portal was the most prosperous place in the entire city. Especially at night, after the third beta players joined, there was a bonfire party every night. Recently, even barbecue skewers were placed in the open. Alice was already numb to this and didn't care anymore. But tonight, the bonfire was set, but there were surprisingly few people in the square. Not only that, but Xianxia also noticed that many people hurriedly packed up their equipment and ran to the southeast of the city. Where did everyone go? Xianxia was stunned. He hurriedly pulled a player who was running to the southeast and asked curiously, Brother, where are you going? Where are the people in the square?" The player looked at Xianxia and was a little surprised. "Boss Xianxia? You haven't gone yet?" "Boss my ass, it's obviously the worst reputation in the entire server." Looking at his own reputation score, Xianxia wanted to cry but had no tears. "Players," he cleared his throat and said, "Ahem. Didn't anyone tell you? There seems to be a hidden mission at the Black Dragon Castle. A group of human mercenaries came and are fighting. I heard that there's a silver boss with a full set of magic equipment. Everyone is running in that direction." Human mercenaries, hidden mission? Xianxia was slightly stunned and hurriedly opened his chat system. Then, he saw an explosive chat history. The Nature's Heart Guild chat channel had exploded. Not good. The human army is attacking the Black Dragon Castle. What? The human army? It seems to be mercenaries. They had broken into the castle. It's already a mess over there. Very strong? Yes. Furthermore, it was a silver tier boss. A full set of magical equipment. He looks like a magic swordsman. F***ck. The plot had been triggered. It must have triggered the plot again. Go. Let's team up and fight. It's a silver grade equipment. His friends list was filled with red. Xianxia. Come and form a team. There's a fight in Black Dragon Castle. Brother, where are you? Hurry up and reply. Evenly Moo called him several times. Where is he? Gather up. Are you done scrubbing the toilet? Demacia, ever since the last time he was in the middle of scrubbing the toilet, he was directly attracted by the guild's news to the underground world to engage in multi-level marketing, resulting in a few days of scrubbing the toilet in vain. Whenever Demacia wanted to farm the NPC's favorability, he reluctantly blocked the chat. So, he didn't know about this until now. When did this happen? He asked expectantly. Well, not long ago, about 10 minutes ago. It seems that Sister Meow was the one who triggered it first. She seems to be still being caught now. The player replied. He was a member of the Mang Mang committee. Demacia suddenly understood. It's that flat-chested middle school loli again? She's too lucky. Players, Big Boss Demacia, I won't talk to you anymore. My teammates are calling me. I'm leaving first. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he waved at Demacia before hurriedly continuing to run away. Demacia was stunned. After hesitating for a few seconds, he hurriedly took out his weapon. While contacting Limu, he hurriedly ran to the location where the Black Dragon Castle's teleportation array was set up in the southeast of the City of Heaven's Chosen, in the hall of the Black Dragon Castle. Looking at the increasing number of elves, Crocodile's face began to turn slightly pale. The castle hall, which had been greatly expanded to facilitate the Black Dragon's activities, was now completely occupied by fully armed elves. As far as the eye could see, there were no less than a few hundred elves. They squeezed and cursed as they rushed toward the mercenaries. The elves at the front were already engaged in battle with the mercenaries. However, because there were too many of them, the elves at the back were unable to spread out their formation and huddled together chaotically. However, seeing the comical scene of the elves huddling together, Crocodile was not happy at all. As the elves continued to appear, his mood gradually changed from joy to shock, and then from shock to fear. They could easily deal with 30 elves. If he erupted with power and had the help of the mercenaries, it was not impossible to quickly defeat 100 elves. But now, there were no less than 300 elves in the hall. Not only that, they were all fully armed, and most of them had the strength of middle-level dark iron. What was even more shocking was that the teleportation array behind them was still flickering. If not for the teleportation array already being filled with elves, there would probably be more people teleporting here from unknown places. How could there be so many elves? Could it be that all the remaining young elves in the world were gathered here? When did the elves become so common? Crocodile was in a daze. One had to know that the largest slave black market in the Holy Mania Empire only had less than 200 elven slaves at its peak. Not to mention that less than half of them were young elves, but here, the hundreds of elves were all young and strong. Leader. Are we still fighting? A mercenary looked at his leader's increasingly ugly expression and asked carefully. Fight my ass. Take those elves that are tied up, prioritize the females, and retreat. Crocodile cursed and decisively chose to retreat. He had already attracted hundreds of middle-level dark iron elves, although with his strength of middle-level silver and 100 subordinates, it was only a matter of time before he defeated the other party if they really fought, but the teleportation array over there was still flickering. Crocodile. He really did not dare to guess how many elves had not rushed over. Oh Lord of Eternity, where did these elves come from? However, Crocodile did not have the time to think about this question. He had already spent more than 10 minutes here with his subordinates. And such a big battle could attract the Black Dragon back at any time. And if the Black Dragon came back, he was afraid that hundreds of them would be killed here. So, the right thing to do was to stop while they were ahead and retreat with the tied elves. Crocodile's eyes flashed slightly, then he took out a magic scroll from his chest and tore it open. After an obscure magic fluctuation, a large cloud of grayish-black smoke appeared in his hand. Crocodile waved his hand, and the smoke immediately filled the air, blocking the elf's vision. In the hall, the players coughed one after another. Take the people. We're retreating. After doing all this, Crocodile gave the order and took the lead to carry a female elf who was tied up and ran out. The remaining human mercenaries followed suit and ran out of the castle with the elves that they had tied to the wall. Pay. What kind of smoke is this? It's so choking. Not good. They're escaping. Quickly chase after them. After the mercenaries carried the tied players out of the castle, the remaining players quickly chased after them. However, after escaping the castle, Crocodile laughed coldly and took out a scroll from his chest. It was a magic scroll with golden edges, and it was engraved with complicated magic patterns and inscriptions. As a senior silver champion, it was impossible for him not to have one or two trump cards in his hands. And this scroll was a lost spatial magic scroll that Crocodile had obtained when he was exploring an ancient ruin a few years ago. At the same time, this was the key reason why Crocodile dared to take the risk of being discovered by the black dragon to sneak into the castle. He began to chant an incantation, and the magic scroll began to emit a brilliant radiance. Then, the scroll spontaneously combusted, and a terrifying magic fluctuation spread out, forming a flickering door of light in front of Crocodile. 7th circle spell, teleportation door. This spell could last for a maximum of 5 minutes, and could teleport the target 5 kilometers away, and Crocodile had already made preparations in the camp. Once the scroll was activated, the teleportation location would be set to his own camp 5 kilometers away. All of this was part of his plan. It was to avoid the possible counterattack of the black dragon. But he did not expect to use it to avoid the elves. Go. Once the door of light opened, Crocodile ordered his subordinates. And the mercenaries hurriedly brought their stunned spoils of war into the door of light, and after the last mercenary entered, the elves in the castle caught up. Not good. They're trying to escape. Is it a teleportation spell? Quick. Chase after them. They raised their weapons and rushed towards Crocodile like a swarm of locusts. Looking at the elves rushing towards him, Crocodile had the urge to lure some elves into the teleportation door as well. He still had thousands of brothers on the other side of the teleportation door, and if they were to ambush him, these elves would be killed one by one. Crocodile did not believe that the elves here could outnumber his mercenary group. He estimated that a few hundred people should be reaching the limit, right? But this thought only flashed through his mind for a moment before he gave up. Because he saw a black shadow that was getting bigger and bigger on the horizon. It was the black dragon. The black dragon had come back. Knowing when to stop was the only way a mercenary group could survive for a long time. Crocodile looked at the sky, and then sneered at the elves who caught up. Count yourselves lucky. Goodbye. With that, he stepped into the door of light as well. Then, the door of light flickered slightly and disappeared into the darkness, leaving behind a group of players who had missed their target, staring at each other in confusion. What a cautious guy. Watching Crocodile's series of actions from the player's point of view, Eve could not help but admire him. But why did he have to bring them back? Glancing at the players outside the castle who were communicating with the dozens of unlucky elves who had been kidnapped through the chat system, Eve sighed slightly. In the dense forest, the Crocodile mercenary team's camp. A group of mercenaries surrounded dozens of tied-up elves and excitedly counted their numbers. 1, 2, 3, 57, 58, 58. We actually caught 58 of them in one go. They're all young elves. And more than half of them are female. Ha ha ha. We're rich. We're rich. Even if we split it evenly, each of us can earn a few hundred gold coins. Leader. You're really too amazing. I've never seen so many elves in my life. The mercenary said excitedly. Crocodile took a bottle of water from a mercenary and gulped it down before saying proudly, haha, when have I, your leader, not been amazing? What a joke. He, Crocodile, had relied on his status as a commoner to become a silver-ranked magic swordsman. He had even single-handedly raised a mercenary team of 1,000 people. Even the nobles had to treat him with respect. After saying that, Crocodile's expression showed some regret. It's a pity that the black dragon has returned. Otherwise, we could have caught even more. Yes, at least a few hundred. Crocodile sighed. Hearing their leader's words, the mercenaries who hadn't participated in the sneak attack sucked in a cold breath. A few hundred elves? The eternal overlord above. Where did that black dragon find so many elves? And, they're all so young. God knows, maybe it wiped out the remaining elves in the elven forest? Crocodile shook his head. He could only explain it to the mercenaries in this way. However, although this operation had been very successful, Crocodile felt somewhat uneasy. Thinking back to the few teleportation arrays just now, and then looking at the elves he had caught who were either curiously or excitedly sizing up the mercenaries, Crocodile felt that something wasn't right. If he really had to say something, it would be that these captured elves' reactions were slightly different from what he had imagined. Crocodile had thought that they would be fearful, angry, and desperate. Based on his many years of experience as a mercenary, he was even worried that some elves would stubbornly choose to commit suicide. However, the truth was that the dozens of captured elves were exceptionally cooperative with the mercenaries. Along the way, they acted as if they were following the mercenaries around in their own gardens. Their eyes were bright as they watched the mercenaries coming and going. Some were curious, some were excited, but there was no nervousness or fear. What a bunch of strange fellows. Did they not know what they were about to face? Crocodile was very surprised. But now that he thought about it, the black dragon could gather hundreds of young elves. Crocodile thought for a moment, and he really couldn't understand it. He felt uneasy. Perhaps it was because the entire plan was going too smoothly. However, these captured elves of the captured elves, he had, crocodile, 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 and of the elves. Of them, but the harvest was too great, and to prevent any further complications, he had to bring his men back as soon as possible. Crocodile drank a mouthful of water, and then waved his hand to disperse the surrounding mercenaries. Disperse, disperse. Keep an eye on these elves. No one is allowed to move. One of their fingers is worth a year's worth of your commission. Pack your things, we'll set off tonight and return to the Empire's border as soon as possible. After Crocodile gave the order, Salty Meow and the other 58 captured players were all put under supervision. They obediently listened to the mercenaries' orders, and at the same time, curiously sized up the mercenaries' camp. On the surface, they seemed to be shocked by the scale of the thousands of mercenaries. But in reality, the players were completely excited at this moment. In the game's chat system, 58 players who were captured by the human mercenaries were pulled into Little Salty Meow's temporary team. Meanwhile, in the party chat channel, the players' messages had already flooded the screen. A mercenary group. This is a human mercenary group. So many people. Could it be a hidden plot? Very likely. From their conversation, it seems like they were here for Meryl, but they didn't expect to catch us. Are they really here for Meryl? Could it really be the follow-up plot that was triggered after he went out last time? That I don't know, but it seems like they treat us like treasures. Of course they treat us like treasures. You're a third beta gamer, so you might not know, but an elf is worth at least 1,000 gold coins in the black market. If it's a female, it's double. Why are you so familiar with this? Hehe, when the underground world map was first opened, I sold myself twice and earned more than 3,000 gold coins. F***CK? You can sell yourself? That's amazing. But, are gold coins useful? Nonsense, a gold coin is worth 100 silver coins, that's a huge sum of 300,000 silver coins. Just the equipment forged by the dark dwarves would be enough to forge at least 30 sets of rare blue equipment. If converted to contribution points, that's 60,000. At that time, resurrection depended on the perfect number of times, and dying twice only cost 2,000 contribution points. F***CK. 2,000 contribution points for 60,000. That's awesome. Is this a loophole in the system? Not necessarily. Because I sold myself twice, and the dwarf trafficker went bankrupt. Moreover, the number of resurrection times has become resurrection coins, and the death penalty is getting bigger. Don't underestimate our value in the game. In summary, it's normal for these mercenaries to treat us like treasures. I heard from the dark dwarves that bounty hunters in the underground world who earn more than 30 gold coins a year are considered rich. The players chatted non-stop in the chat channel. At the same time, Salty Meow and the other veteran players contacted their own guilds. Meow Big, where are you? In a forest, there are many mercenaries around. Looking at the location of the small map, it should not be far from the Black Dragon Castle, but it's close to the border of the map. I'll invite you to join the team. F***CK. There are so many people in the team? After all, more than 50 people were captured in one go, and there are mercenaries all around, so it's impossible to tell how many there are. Just now, from eavesdropping on the NPC's conversation, it seems like there are thousands of them. So many? Our guild alone might not be able to rescue them. Then call Nature's Heart and the First Army. Also, there's the third beta gamer's newly established guild, the Autobots. But I want to wait a little longer. According to the Elven Kingdom Games routine, the hidden plot is coming soon. The players communicated in the chat channel, and Eve roughly understood the ins and outs of the matter by eavesdropping on the players' conversations and the mercenaries' actions. So, it's just a mercenary group that's after the Black Dragon's wealth. They also know that the Black Dragon has elves under him, but they treat the players as the Black Dragon's kin. Eve was enlightened. Crocodile mercenary group? More than 1,000 people, not too much, not too little. But, since they're here, they might as well stay. Just as well, the player's strength has increased greatly recently. It's time to try out a large army battle in advance to see the player's strength. Thinking of this, Eve calculated the speed of the mercenaries. They'll be completely out of the player's range of activity in about 2 days. The Crocodile mercenary group was about 260 kilometers away from Eve's body in a straight line. They were heading towards the north, and after about 70 kilometers, they would be out of the player's range of activity by 300 kilometers. The Crocodile mercenary group was carrying a large number of goods. Even if they were moving at full speed, their speed was not fast. But even so, 2 days was enough for them to get out. In other words, within 2 days, even if they did not rescue Salty Meow and the others, they would be forcefully teleported back to Yggdrasil because they were out of the maximum range of activity. At that time, unless Eve expanded the player's range of activity, the mercenary group would be completely out of the player's range of pursuit. Of course, how could Eve let the mercenary group go so easily? She pondered for a moment and decisively gave a new mission to the players. Ding, players Salty Meow, Gourd Island Boss, and other 58 players triggered a time-limited random mission, Crocodile mercenary group activated, mission description. The Black Dragon Meryl's activities have finally attracted the attention of humans. A human mercenary group called Crocodile Mercenary Group has attacked the Black Dragon Castle and captured a large number of elves. In order to save your compatriots, in order to take revenge, you have decided to pursue and attack the mercenary group. Mission Objective 1. Destroy the Crocodile Mercenary Group. 2. Rescue the captured players. Mission time limit, 24 hours. Mission headcount, unlimited. Mission level, level 11. Mission reward, experience points, contribution points, resurrection coins. Mission hint 1. The mercenary group is returning to the north. If they leave the mission range, the mission will be judged as a failure. Players, please act as soon as possible. Mission hint 2. The mercenary group has a large number of people. Players, please form a group and command the operation together. Night had arrived in the world of Seekers. According to their usual routine, most of the players would choose to rest for a few hours to recover their energy after a day of missions. However, the sudden random mission made all the players who were about to go offline stop in their tracks. Time-limited random mission? Crocodile Mercenary Group? The mission notification that was sent to the entire server attracted the attention of the players. The third beta gamers who had never experienced a plot mission curiously checked the system notification. The first beta gamers and second beta gamers who had experienced it many times were excited. It's a mission with a plot description. It's going to be a big fight again. It's a time-limited mission? 24 hours? According to my experience, the more time-limited the mission is, the better the reward. Ha ha ha. 58 players were captured by the NPCs. What a group of talents, the mission is here. Let's form a team and fight. Wait, look at the mission notification. There's a detailed description below. The human mercenary group has more than 1,000 people, and there's a silver mid-level expert. F***CK. F***CK. So strong? This isn't a mission that can be completed by 1 or 2 teams. So, the mission notification wants us to form a team. Looks like it's going to be a big group battle again. Let's go to the group battle live chat channel and wait for the notification from the 3 major guilds. Group battle live chat channel? That's right. It's a live chat channel opened by the first and second beta gamers. Brother Mu used it to command the group battle. Awesome, outside the Black Dragon Castle. Li Mu, who had brought the Nature's Heart Guild players to support, also saw the mission notification. Chasing the mercenary group. It's another group mission similar to attacking the orc tribe. Li Mu's expression was a little serious. But this time there's a time limit of 24 hours. It's very tight. If it's in Blue Star, there's only 6 hours. Beside Li Mu, the vice chairman of the Meng Meng committee, Gugu Bird, sighed as she looked at the small map. Li Mu nodded and turned his head to ask. Where are Salty Meow and the others now? They're about 5 kilometers northeast. However, the human mercenaries are packing their things now. It seems that they're planning to leave overnight. Direction? It should be following the road in the north. Gugu Bird replied. That means we're going to a human country. I've talked to some elven NPCs who recently returned and asked them about the northeast. There's a big human empire there called the Holy Mania Empire. The animals that Meryl brought back were bought from the borders of the empire. A low and hoarse voice interrupted. Li Mu and Cuckoo turned around and saw that it was the guild leader of the First Army, Fried Tomato. For a moment, the atmosphere was a little strange. The entire server knew that Li Mu had a conflict with Fried Tomato. As a result, even the two guilds would occasionally have friction with each other. However, Li Mu was silent for a moment and nodded at the stir-fried tomatoes. Fried Tomatoes also nodded slightly. Perhaps there was some conflict between the two guild leaders. However, in the face of a large group battle, they still knew that they had to cooperate. Elf Nation was very different from previous online games. At least, the game officials did not encourage the players to fight among themselves. Instead, they encouraged them to cooperate. Looking at the two who were quite harmonious, the vice president of the cute committee, Cuckoo, sighed in relief and added, the Holy Mania Empire, there shouldn't be any new maps available. According to the description of the mission, we can't let the mercenaries leave the existing map range, which is a diameter of 300 kilometers. That means, we have to chase after them. The stir-fried tomato smiled. Salty Meow said that the mercenaries are carrying a lot of goods and are not fast. If we chase with all our strength, we can still catch up. Not to mention, many people now have magic pets, especially the crypt spiders. They are very fast at night and can be used for surprise attacks. Cuckoo said. Li Mu nodded and turned around to ask, Cuckoo, how many people can your guild send? You can accept missions. Today is the weekend. Our guild has quite a lot of people online now. It shouldn't be a problem to get 300 people, but less than half of them are above level 15. Cuckoo answered. With the addition of the third beta players, the number of players in the 3 major guilds who had mastered the main resources had already increased again, breaking through more than 1,000 people. Among them, the Nature's Heart Guild, which did not have high requirements for players, had already broken through 2,000 people and became the number 1 guild in reality. Of course, the strong players were still in the minority. After listening to Cuckoo's answer, Li Mu looked at Fried Tomato again. The First Legion can send at least 500 people, and at least 300 people above level 15. Fried Tomato puffed out his chest slightly. The First Legion almost only recruited Liver Emperor and combat-type players. Their combat power had always been relatively strong. Li Mu nodded. Almost there. Nature's Heart has no problem calling for 400 people, and at least 200 people above level 15. That's a total of 1,200 people, and about 600 people above level 15. Then, we can shout in the World Channel and pull in players from small guilds and solo players. It should be no problem to gather 1,500 or 600 people. By the way, some of the third beta players have formed a large guild with 1,000 people. The guild leader is G-Gang the Shapeshifter. I've also contacted him. He said that his guild can also send about 200 people, but their levels are slightly lower. If that's the case, the number of people should be close to 2,000. After a rough calculation, the 3 guild leaders felt a surge of excitement. 2,000 people, to be honest, after playing online games for so many years, they had participated in similar large-scale battles, but there were not many battles with more than 1,000 people. Moreover, the realism of Elven Nation was far from comparable to other online games. After going through a few big battles, they knew that the battles in Elven Nation really felt like a war. Li Mu took a deep breath and said, let's form a team. As usual, all the players who accept the mission will form a large team. Let's directly join Salty Meow's team. When the time comes, please pass the team leader to me. This time, I'll still be in command. How about it? Agreed. All right. The other two nodded their heads. Limu continued. Then, inform the players to go to the Team Battle Live channel and inform your guild members to flood the world channel with the words players who have a time limit random mission. Please join the team. Also, try to privately inform the players who have gone offline on the leaderboard. Send as many as you can. Also, their team's combat power is equivalent to that of 5 teams. Then, leave an hour for everyone to quickly use the teleportation portal to gather at the Black Dragon Castle. In an hour, send as many people as you can. Then, we'll set off on time to give chase. I'll get Demacia to look for the Oracle Heir and see if he can help deal with the only silver boss. Cuckoo Bird, see if your guild can look for the Oracle Zero and the Black Dragon Meryl. In short, bring as many NPC helpers as you can to prevent any mishaps. After listening to Limu's words, Cuckoo Bird nodded. I'll try my best, but Zero is always elusive. We might not be able to find her. As for Meryl, if he knows that Salty Meow has been captured, he should be able to help. Fried Tomato thought for a while and suddenly had an idea. Actually, I have another idea. We can get Meryl to bring people to the front of the mercenaries and set up a teleportation portal. We can't do that. Cuckoo Bird shook her head. Time is too tight. We don't have enough time to prepare the materials for the teleportation portal. Also, the temporary teleportation portal has flaws. We couldn't see it when we were low level, but now that we're high level, the teleportation portal consumes a lot of energy. The portal can't withstand many teleportations. How about we dismantle the existing ones? I remember that the teleportation portals in various areas have been strengthened by the goddess blessing. Fried Tomato suggested. Cuckoo Bird shook her head. No, after the goddess blessing, those teleportation portals can't be moved. Even if they can be moved, the players who didn't participate in the mission will definitely be unwilling. Then forget it. The distance isn't too far. Anyway, with Salty Meow and the others locating us, we can just chase after them. It's just that, we can't fight the resurrection battle this time. Let's try to annihilate them in one fell swoop. Limu sighed regretfully. After the high-level players of the 3 major guilds discussed, they quickly took action. No, it was no longer the 3 major guilds. The 4th major guild, the Autobots, which had just been established by Shapeshifter G, also started to operate under Limu's notice. After receiving the notice, players who were level 11 and above in the Shadow Instance Dungeon, the Underground Forest, Black Rock City, the northern part of the Elf Forest, Jade Linksue, and the City of Heaven's Chosen began to rush to the Black Dragon Castle. At the same time, some houses in the City of Heaven's Chosen that had been completely plunged into darkness were lit up again. Some players who had gone offline came online again, put on their equipment, and walked out of their houses. Teams of high-level players riding crypt spiders, under the envious gazes of others, passed through the forest and streets, and rushed to the teleportation point of the Black Dragon Castle. For a moment, the entire core area of the Elf Forest suddenly fell into an uproar. And in the Black Dragon Castle, what? A group of shameful human mercenaries just attacked Meryl's castle? Looking at the bloodstains still left on the floor of the castle hall, the little black dragon was very angry and flustered. Without saying a word, it immediately went deep into its own castle. When it saw that the treasures it had hidden were intact, the little black dragon was immediately relieved. Thank goodness. Thank goodness, the treasures are still here. It calmed down a lot and was not so angry anymore. By the way, is there anything else? Relieved, Meryl gnawed on the barbecued meat while looking at the cuckoo bird who had rushed over. The cuckoo bird put on a serious expression and said, although those human mercenaries left, they captured a lot of our people. Now we're preparing to rescue them. Meryl, the other party is very strong. We need your help. The chosen one was captured? Meryl was slightly taken aback, then said casually, what's the hurry? Anyway, you can revive. Just come back after committing suicide. Salty Meow was also captured. She said that if you don't save her this time, she won't prepare barbecued meat for you anymore. Meryl was speechless. His dragon face changed. Where is she? Quickly lead the way. The black dragon was finally persuaded. It could lack anything but roasted meat. Moreover, a certain chosen one had provided more than 70% of the roasted meat for the black dragon with his own financial resources, considering the huge amount of food that the young black dragon needed in his growth period, at least. Meryl did not think that other chosen ones could do such a thing. The little black dragon, who was used to eating and sleeping, and someone would give him roasted meat with honey when he was hungry, did not want to return to the era of hunting by himself. However, just as Meryl was about to take off, he suddenly stopped. He looked in the direction of the Yggdrasil with some surprise and was silent for a moment before speaking to the cuckoo bird. I can help you, but only against enemies that you can't fight against. This was the oracle that Eve had just given to Meryl. The black dragon was still too strong. With his strength that was infinitely close to the gold rank, if he attacked with all his strength, the mercenaries would collapse before the players could even attack. In that case, Eve would not be able to see the effect of the player's growth. Hearing the black dragon's words, the cuckoo bird was slightly stunned, but still nodded. Okay, thus, after some negotiations, the black dragon joined the player's operation. Similarly, Demacia also persuaded the chosen one, Air, to join the player's mission again. In the next hour, all the Black Iron players in the Elven Kingdom who were online started to move. New players who had accepted the mission constantly came to the Black Dragon's castle through the teleportation portal. At the foot of the hill where the Black Dragon's castle was located, on the open space where the Grotto tribe was, thousands of chosen ones gradually gathered. They gathered here. At first, it was a little chaotic, but with Li Mu's command and arrangement in the group battle live chat channel, there was some order gradually. All the players who had accepted the mission joined the team that Salty Meow had gathered. After the number of people had increased, Salty Meow handed over the authority of the team leader to Li Mu. However, as the number of people in the team increased, Li Mu thought about it and finally divided the entire team again. With the level and magic pet as the standard, the originally huge team was divided into several teams. In particular, the players who had crypt spiders were separated and formed a cavalry team of about 100 people. Time passed quickly, and after receiving the news, more and more people rushed over. An hour later, more than 2,000 players had gathered at the empty ground at the foot of the hill. The number of players had reached a total of 2,500 players, which surprised the upper echelons of the 4 major guilds. It turned out that it wasn't just the Black Iron players who had accepted the mission. Even some level 10 third beta players who hadn't reached level 11 had chosen to join the mission. After all, this was the first big storyline since the third beta test of Elven Nation. According to the videos on the internet, the most interesting part of Elven Nation was the big storyline. Therefore, even if they could not accept the mission, some of the third beta players hoped to participate. In this regard, Li Mu, and Meow Meow Dragon Guild. No matter how weak they were, it was still combat power, wasn't it? Of course, level 10 was the bottom line. Those who were below level 10 would be courting death. It was already late at night. However, the elf's night vision was very strong, and they could still see everything around them clearly. More than 2,500 players gathered together and formed several square formations that could barely be called neat. It looked rather inspiring. It was time to set off. Li Mu rode on his unicorn and stood on top of a hill, looking at the square formations of players in front of him with an excited expression. Play the battle song, he ordered in the Team Battle live chat channel. As soon as he finished speaking, the manager of the Team Battle live chat channel pulled up a few epic background music and played it in the channel. It was the system music of Elven Kingdom. It was played by Eve in the previous battles to boost the morale of the players. However, the music had been recorded by the players and was now being played again in the Team Battle live chat channel as a battle song. This saved Eve the need to play the background music. When the impassioned and vigorous music was played, all the players who participated in the battle felt their hearts surge. The whistling night wind, the hard armor, and the cold gleam of the weapons under the moonlight. At this moment, accompanied by the epic background music, the players subconsciously quieted down. Their breathing became slightly heavier, and their blood boiled in their hearts. They felt that they had instantly transformed into heroes who were about to save the world. As the commander-in-chief, Li Mu was also very excited. His heart moved, And then he took a deep breath, drew out a long sword with a shiny special effect that he had asked for at the last minute, pointed it to the sky, and shouted passionately in the Team Battle live chat channel. Time's up. Let's begin. Goal: eliminate the human mercenaries and save our brothers and sisters. Woola. His high-pitched howl, which was almost out of his voice, resounded in the Team Battle live chat channel and reverberated in the empty valley, echoing endlessly. The players were also inspired and excited. They responded by drawing their weapons and pointing them to the sky. They could not help but roar. Woola. The neat and majestic roars startled the sleeping birds in the forest, and the echoes echoed. The black dragon Meryl, who was watching the players' actions from the hillside, clicked his tongue slightly. Limu slowly exhaled, then waved his sword again and shouted. Let's go. Target the north. Following his command, the gathered player army began to move. The assembled phalanx slowly turned. With more than 30 unicorn knights as the leader and more than 200 crypt spider knights as the vanguard, they rushed toward the coordinates of Salty Meow and the others on the map like a torrent, a bunch of crazy guys. Looking at the army of the chosen ones moving slowly toward the north, Meryl shook his head and flapped his wings to follow them. Eve, who had sneaked into the Team Battle live chat channel, secretly observed the players. She was also looking forward to it. After so many days of silence. Let me see how much you've grown. Northeast of the Gloom Mountain Range, on the trade route that led to the border of the Holy Mania Empire, Maple Leaf Territory. Crocodile led his mercenary group forward slowly. After successfully raiding a black dragon's lair and capturing a large number of elves, the mercenaries were eager to return home. They could not wait to return to the Earl's territory and sell the goods in their hands. After moving forward in the dark for a few hours, Crocodile was slightly relieved when he realized that the black dragon did not chase after them. Looks like we've successfully escaped. In order to prevent being discovered by the black dragon in the sky, he even ordered the entire army to forbid lighting fires. Instead, they moved forward along the trade route in the dark. Fortunately, the many years of trade with the Kingdom of Airs made the trade route between the two human countries relatively smooth. The road conditions were not bad, and the Crocodile mercenary group did not encounter any difficulties. After a few hours of rapid marching, they had already traveled more than 10 kilometers overnight. The sky was slightly brightening, and the night was about to end. After a night of marching, even though most of the mercenaries led by Crocodile were dark iron professionals, they could not help but feel tired. Stop and rest for a while. Crocodile ordered. The sky was already bright. It was not advisable to blindly rush the army. After a short rest, their marching speed could be increased again, and if they persevered for another day, they would be able to return to the borders of the empire. Thinking of this, Crocodile was a little worried. He looked at his subordinates again, are the captured elves okay? The mercenary who was called by Crocodile was slightly stunned and quickly replied, they're fine. They're all tied up tightly and can't resist. No one touched them, right? No. We all understand. Elves. Only the original can sell for a higher price. Well done. When we return this time, everyone will get rich together. Crocodile laughed. The mercenary looked delighted. Long live the captain. Captain is the best. Hearing the mercenary's compliments, Crocodile nodded slightly and began to calculate the profits of this trip in his heart. 58 elves. Hee. If this is done well, I can sell it for at least 200,000 gold coins. Even if I distribute the profits to the mercenaries, I can still leave at least 50,000. 50,000 gold coins. That's enough for me to buy a Viscount title in the Empire. Once I have a Viscount title, I can break away from my identity as a commoner and open up my own territory, becoming a true landed noble. This doesn't include the profits from this mercenary mission in the Kingdom of Airs. There's also the goods from this operation. If I sell these goods from the Kingdom of Airs, I can earn at least a few £1,000s. He thought delightedly. However, just as the mercenaries stopped, set up camp, relaxed their vigilance, and began to rest, suddenly, dozens of arrows shot out from both sides of the forest. These arrows carried the radiance of magic and were extremely fast. In an instant, they turned a dozen mercenaries at the edge of the camp into porcupines. And then, the corpses of the mercenaries who had been shot, turned into ashes under the disbelieving gazes of the other mercenaries. At the same time, a series of thunderous booms came from afar. Before the dozens of mercenaries at the periphery could figure out what was going on, they felt a strong force attack them. Bloody holes appeared on their bodies, and then they slowly fell to the ground. Not good. There are enemies. Crocodile's expression changed. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw over 100 ferocious figures rushing out from the forest. They were spiders the size of humans, their bodies covered in black insect armor. However, what made Crocodile's pupils shrink were the tall figures on the backs of the spiders. They were dressed in gorgeous armor or magic robes. Some were holding exquisite longbows, some were holding staffs, and some were carrying swords on their backs. However, in their hands, there was a clumsy unknown tube-shaped object that was still emitting white smoke. Elves? Crocodile was stunned. Where did such violent elves come from? Were they here to rescue their companions? How did they know the whereabouts of the mercenary group? How many of them were there? Was the black dragon around? A few thoughts flashed through Crocodile's mind, and his back was drenched in cold sweat. The elves that appeared were naturally the gamers. To be more precise, it was the fastest crypt spider cavalry. There were about 200 crypt spider cavalry. They were separated by Limu into a team and commanded by Fried Tomato, who was good at small team battles. There were about 40 elven archers, 60 elven mages, 20 elven druids, and 90 elven hunters and warriors. The archers, mages, and druids all had long-range attacks. The hunters and warriors were also given a dwarf steam gun that had been modified by the Meng Committee. The steam gun's attack was notoriously difficult to use skills. The archers' skills were targeted at bows, so their weapons were still bows. Those who used the steam gun were the warriors and hunters who didn't know how to use long-range attacks. It could be said that after the warriors and hunters were equipped with the steam gun, the 200 gamers had a certain level of long-range attack. Under Limu's command, Fried Tomato led the crypt spider cavalry to catch up with the mercenary group and started to attack and harass them. They rode on the ferocious spiders and charged toward the crocodile mercenary group's campsite. They were like a group of mad bandits going down the mountain to plunder. In the process of charging, the players with longbows raised their longbows again, the players with staffs chanted spells, and the players with swords on their backs raised their thick and cumbersome dwarven steam rifles once again. Following a series of loud explosions, a few more mercenaries fell to the ground. Then, dozens of arrows flew over, followed by a series of offensive spells. Fireballs, wind blades, icicles. In the blink of an eye, they were all here. Screams sounded one after another, and a dozen mercenaries were drowned in the rain of arrows and magic spells. In less than a minute, almost 50 mercenaries around the campsite had lost their lives. This sudden attack immediately stunned the mercenaries, and the edge of the camp instantly fell into chaos. Seeing the panicked mercenaries and the outstanding results, the morale of the gamers increased. Haha! What a noob! 10,000 experience points. I killed a mercenary and gained 10,000 EXP in one shot. F***CK. Too rich. The long-range players became excited, and the way they looked at the mercenaries changed. That burning gaze even made the mercenaries at the outermost perimeter shiver. However, the melee players who used steam guns were a little dejected. What a pity. I'm a warrior. This steam gun doesn't have any skills attached to it. Even if I kill someone, I won't get any experience. The effects of war sacrifice were attached to skills and melee attacks. Slashes from swords, magic attacks, and even arrows shot by archers with the help of skills could all give experience. However, if he relied solely on tools, he would not be able to trigger this effect. For example, the boxed lunch team that used explosives to kill the crypt spiders, as well as the warriors and hunters that used steam guns. Although they killed their targets, they did not receive any EXP. Don't panic. There will be a chance for you to engage in close combat in a while. Listen to my orders and continue to charge. Fried Tomato comforted the melee players as he led the crypt spider riders towards the mercenaries. The players' first wave of surprise attacks caused heavy damage to the crocodile mercenary group. 50 mercenaries died in battle, which was already 1/20th of the total number. However, the loud roar also caused Crocodile to snap out of his daze. When he saw more than 200 elven spider riders charge out without any other elf supporting them, he heaved a sigh of relief. Just over 200 elves riding strange spiders was nothing in Crocodile's eyes. He snorted coldly and shouted. Steady. Don't panic. There aren't many people on the other side. It's elven archers and elven mages. They even got the steam guns of the dwarves. Bring up shields and spears. Form a shield wall defensive formation. Mages, quickly add magic to the shield wall. Protect the camp. Don't let those spiders charge in. Under the orders of the leader, the mercenaries quickly regained their composure. They listened to Crocodile's orders and hurriedly raised their shields to form a shield wall. They also pierced their spears through the gaps to prevent the crypt spiders from approaching. A small number of human mages hurriedly chanted spells to add a magic shield to the shield wall. The charging players launched another attack. The warriors and hunters pulled the triggers of the steam guns, and the loud roar sounded again, but this time, the mercenaries were prepared. The steel bullets shot from the steam guns arrived in the blink of an eye. The shield wall raised by the mercenaries trembled slightly, and the magic shield on it flickered with ripples. This time, the players' attacks did not even penetrate the magic shield. Only metal balls fell to the ground. In the world of seekers, the magic shield was the most effective defense against kinetic weapons that did not have any skills attached to them. Therefore, after the mercenaries had the magic shield, the steam guns in the players' hands lost their deterrence. Seeing that their attacks were ineffective, the players could not help but curse. F***CK. Even if this gun has been modified, its attack power is too weak. No wonder the dwarf steam guns were eliminated. They're dead when they meet magic. Should we charge? Melee players, don't charge. Switch to archers. We still have mages and druids. Fried Tomato roared angrily and issued a new command. Upon hearing the party commander's command, the archers riding crypt spiders raised their bows and fired magic arrows with the help of their skills. At the same time, the mages and druids hurriedly chanted spells again. The arrows with skills flew again, but they only penetrated the magic shield under the effective skills. They shot into the shield, but they could not penetrate any further. Instead, the magic spells that followed caused a certain amount of damage to the mercenaries. However, with the protection of the magic shield and shields, only a few of the mercenaries were lightly injured. The attack power of the mid-level Black Iron players' long-range skills were still limited, therefore, after losing the surprise effect of the sneak attack, the players' attacks were instantly thwarted when the mercenaries began to target them. Seeing that the players' attacks were thwarted, Crocodile's eyes lit up. The shield wall is good. Maintain the magic. Their attack power is limited, and there are not many of them. Surround them. Catch them. Following the command, the mercenaries, who had recovered their morale, raised the shield wall and surrounded the players. Seeing that the mercenaries were about to surround the players, Fried Tomato shouted in Elvish, "Cancel the charge. Disperse. Attack from left and right. Focus on harassment. Stall for time." After he gave the command, the players instantly changed their route. They no longer charged at the mercenaries. Instead, they avoided the shield wall and moved to the sides of the campsite. At the same time, they shot arrows, guns, and fireballs at the campsite from time to time. They did not seek to kill, but only to disrupt everything. After the players changed their tactics, although they did not cause much damage to the mercenaries, they once again restrained the mercenaries' movements. More than 200 crypt spider knights seemed to have transformed into a group of grassland-mounted archers. They circled the campsite of the mercenaries, shooting as they circled. Occasionally, they threw fireballs into the campsite and ignited the goods, causing a commotion among the mercenaries. Looking at the goods that were ignited by the fireballs, Crocodile's eyes turned red. Bastard! Those goods were the treasures that he had painstakingly bought from the Kingdom of Heirs. He had to resell them to the Empire. Put out the fire. Maintain the formation. Personal guards, follow me. Catch those elves. He ordered in exasperation. At Crocodile's command, the mercenaries in the camp began to put out the fire in a flurry. The mercenaries on the outside maintained their formation, while dozens of mercenaries with the strength of iron rank rushed out with Crocodile himself, directly launching a counterattack against the elves, but Crocodile had underestimated the speed of the crypt spiders. After signing a contract with the players, the large crypt spiders moved slightly faster. Moreover, the mages and druids cast the continuous light spell on everyone, so the mercenaries could not catch up. Only Crocodile, who had reached the middle silver level, could catch up with the speed of the players. But every time he rushed out, the players would focus their firepower on him and avoid him. Although they could not cause him any harm, they limited his pursuit. Why are these elves so cunning? Crocodile's expression was ugly. However, although the mercenaries could not catch up with the elves could not rush into the campsite of the mercenaries. Even the attacks that were aimed at the mercenaries were ineffective under the defense of the mercenaries. The situation was in a stalemate. But even so, the elves did not give up on attacking. They were still circling the campsite and harassing the mercenaries, as if they were not in a hurry to save their companions. After noticing this fact, Crocodile's expression finally changed. He suddenly realized a problem. These elves are not trying to save people, but to buy time. They might have reinforcements. They might be waiting for the black dragon. In an instant, Crocodile's face turned pale. He gritted his teeth and roared. Don't tangle with them. Maintain the formation, let's go. However, just as he gave the order, faint shouts could be heard from the direction of the trade route in the south. Crocodile was shocked and looked over subconsciously. Accompanied by waves of dust, a dense group of fully armed elves appeared in a tight formation and appeared in the sight of the mercenaries. At a glance, there were many of them, no less than 1,000. So many elves? Crocodile was stunned by the exaggerated number of elves. But it was not over yet. Just when the mercenaries were shocked by the sudden appearance of the elven army, and there was a faint commotion, a loud and clear dragon's roar came from the horizon. The thing that Crocodile feared the most happened. A ferocious black dragon, flapping its huge wings, appeared in the sight of the mercenaries. Are you evil humans? You have captured Meryl's companions. You must pay a painful price for this. Its loud and excited voice resounded in the air. For a moment, Crocodile's mood fell to the bottom. When the well-equipped elf army entered their field of vision, the mercenaries fell into a commotion. No one expected that the attack of more than 200 elves was just the beginning and that more elves would rush over. Moreover, the other party had so many people, at least 1,000 elves rushed over, well-equipped, and with high morale. That spectacular scene shocked the mercenaries. At the same time, they found it hard to believe and felt like they were in a dream. As a medium-sized mercenary group that wandered the borders of the country, the Crocodile mercenary group had come into contact with large-scale battles. They had once crusaded against a bandit group of 1,000 people and had also been hired by the nobles of the empire to participate in the pacification of the empire's rebel army. However, whether it was a bandit group or a human army, the shock that it brought to them was far less than the scene in front of them. Elves, these were elves, not humans. Nor were they half-beastmen. Usually, they might not be able to see elves even once in many years. It could even be said that many mercenaries had only seen this legendary noble and beautiful creature for the first time yesterday. However, the experience of these 2 days had broadened their horizons. The more than 50 elves captured yesterday had already shocked the mercenaries enough. They did not expect to see even more today. The elves were densely packed on the not-so-wide trade route, and they could not see the end of it. Even in the dense forest on both sides, their tall figures could be seen. The mercenaries judged based on their experience that the number of elves was probably more than the number of their own mercenary group. The Lord of Eternity above, were all the elves in the world gathered? When did the elves become so common on the streets? Of course, the appearance of the elf army only caused a slight commotion among the mercenaries. It was not to say that they were afraid. After all, although the number of elves seemed to be large, there were also many mercenaries. Not only that, although these elves vaguely had a formation, it was obviously much more chaotic than the mercenaries. Rather than calling it an army, it was more like the chaotic bandits in the mercenaries' memories who went down the mountains to plunder. In comparison, although the Crocodile mercenary group could barely be considered a mercenary group at most, it had the cooperation of a professional army and the most basic organization of an army. Elves were different. Although they had a formation, it was obvious that it was put together at the last minute and was very chaotic. And this chaos reached a climax when they saw the mercenaries. It could be said that the image of these elves was completely different from the noble and elegant legends. However, the mercenaries were not in the mood to think about this, because not long after the elven army appeared, a loud and clear dragon roar was heard. Black. Black dragon. It's a black dragon. Seeing the ferocious black shadow in the sky, the mercenary group instantly fell into panic, and their morale plummeted. Megalosaurus, as the most legendary golden race in the world of seekers, the legends of the Megalosaurus were spread all over the world. As the most evil and powerful species of Megalosaurus, the black dragon had always been the typical representative of evil dragons in stories. It could be said that humans were naturally afraid of the black dragon, not to mention, the mercenaries all knew that their leader had just led a group of people to ambush the black dragon's lair yesterday. Today, they were rushing to get rid of any possible revenge. And it was clear that the black dragon had caught up to them. The black dragon was here for revenge. If only the elves came, then although they were shocked, the mercenaries were not without confidence. If only the black dragon came, then although the mercenaries would be frightened, they would at least be able to form an organized resistance. However, when these two appeared at the same time, it had completely exceeded the bottom line of the mercenaries' psychological tolerance. In the face of a battle where they were bound to lose or even die, unless they had a firm belief, no one would be willing to die. In Crocodile's sluggish eyes, he saw that the formation that his mercenaries had trained for several years had faintly begun to shake before the elves rushed over. There were even signs of collapse. Mercenaries were mercenaries after all. And the Crocodile mercenary group was not one of those famous legendary mercenary groups. Even if they had a certain degree of organization, they did not have the discipline of an army. Fighting with the wind was their strength, but when they encountered an enemy that they obviously could not fight against, it was normal for them to be shaken and defeated. In this shaken state, the two sides engaged in battle. It was different from the mercenaries who had lost their courage, listening to the dragon's roar above their heads, accompanied by the inspiring BGM, and looking at the Crypt Spider Knights showing off their enviable EXP income in the Team Chat channel. The players who rushed up were completely crazy. These mercenaries had a lot of EXP heads, they must get a few more heads. The players' eyes were red, and their morale reached an unprecedented peak. They waved their swords and sabers and howled. They were like a pack of crazy hungry wolves, chasing their prey and fighting to be the first to charge towards the mercenaries. The formation was completely messed up. But the morale was off the charts. Wave after wave of players, like a flood, instantly broke through the already shaken formation of the mercenaries, and the mercenaries lost their fighting spirit under the double pressure of the black dragon and the elves. The originally indestructible shield wall under the siege of more than 200 spider knights was now like a piece of paper, instantly destroyed by the players. The mercenaries only saw the elves rushing in without a care for their lives, releasing skills crazily. They would not stop until they killed anyone they caught. Blood splattered everywhere, splashing on the elves' faces, and their faces had bloodthirsty grins as if they were enjoying a killing spree. That kind of madness, that kind of fearlessness, made the mercenaries who were used to killing unable to help but feel fear. Crazy. They're crazy. Finally, a mercenary broke down. He let go of the shield in his hand, turned around, and fled. With the first to flee, there was soon a second. Gradually, with the elves' attack, the entire crocodile mercenary group began to collapse, and the collapse further intensified the chaos of the mercenaries' formation. Soon, half of the mercenaries turned around, threw away their armor, and fled behind. Defeat at the first touch. Nothing could be better than this. Crocodile looked at his army that collapsed in the blink of an eye, stunned. But this was not the end. Seeing the mercenaries begin to throw away their armor and flee, exposing their backs to them, the players' morale rose to another level. They're starting to escape. Chase after them. Kill them. Limu ordered excitedly. And the players in the front row also shouted and chased after them. Exposing one's back to the enemy was the most foolish behavior. Throwing away their armor was the stupidest of the stupidest. The elves' agility was high to begin with, and many of them deliberately changed into acceleration shoes. Therefore, even if they threw away their weapons, the mercenaries did not escape far. They were quickly caught up by the players behind them and were cut down as if they were chopping up vegetables, and the equipment that they threw away was picked up by the players who caught up and carried on their backs. The entire battle scene took a sharp turn, from one side being defeated to a one-sided massacre. under the attack of the players, the mercenary group had completely collapsed. Almost everyone lost their fighting spirit and began to flee in all directions, and at this time, the crypt spider cavalry on the periphery moved again. They began to wander around the periphery, chasing and intercepting the mercenaries, specifically chasing after the mercenaries who fled. Crocodile looked at the scene in front of him in a daze, and his heart was cold. Even if he had the strength of a middle-level silver, he could not change the reality of a crushing defeat. No, this was no longer a crushing defeat. If things went wrong, the crocodile mercenary group would very likely be destroyed here today. Those elves. How could they be so cruel? Crocodile clearly saw that there were mercenaries who chose to surrender, but even if they surrendered, they were only greeted with the laughter and slaughter of the elves. Leader. Let's run. The black dragon hasn't made a move yet, we still have hope. At this time, a few of his trusted aides rushed over and said with pale faces. Hearing the words of his trusted aides, Crocodile's mouth became even more bitter. That's right, the black dragon had not made a move yet, it was only hovering in the sky, holding the line for the elves. However, just these elves had already defeated the team that Crocodile had painstakingly gathered for many years. For a moment, his heart became even colder. At this time, Crocodile's heart was filled with regret. Why did he have to be greedy? Why did he attack the black dragon's castle? Why did he have to capture those damned elves? But it was all too late. Crocodile's hands trembled slightly. He gritted his teeth and said with red eyes, "We'll use those captured elves as hostages and break out of the encirclement." The black dragon was very powerful. It was not something that Crocodile could fight against. As for his only trump card, the 7-circle teleportation magic scroll, he had already used it the day before. If he escaped alone, he was afraid that he would not be able to escape the pursuit of the black dragon. And those captured elves were his last resort. In order to save his own kin, the black dragon had actually mobilized so many elves. This showed that it valued these captured elves very much, and this might be the only way for the entire mercenary group to survive. After saying that, Crocodile led his trusted aides back to the place where the elves were locked up. Under Crocodile's orders, the mercenaries pulled out more than 50 elves who had been tied up by the anti-magic rope and gathered together. As for Crocodile himself, he picked a female elf who seemed to have the highest status with the most gorgeous equipment and placed the long sword in his hand on her neck. Then, with red eyes, Crocodile gathered all the strength in his body and shouted at the black dragon in the sky, "Black dragon! If you want to save your kin, ask your elves to stop attacking. Otherwise, even if we die, we'll drag your kin down with us, and let them die with us." Hearing Crocodile's words, the black dragon hovering in the sky was slightly startled. Then, the mercenaries clearly saw that the black dragon's breathing had obviously become heavier, and that ferocious-looking head seemed to have faintly become more ferocious. It turned its head and bared its fangs at the crocodile. Its eyes were filled with anger that could not be suppressed. The draconic aura that was originally mild suddenly became violent, causing everyone, including the players, to shiver uncontrollably. "There's hope," Crocodile's eyes lit up. The angrier the black dragon was, the more important it was to these elves. Crocodile's heart had a trace of confidence. He simply tore off the piece of cloth in the female elf's mouth and shouted at the black dragon again, "Black dragon! Hurry up and make the elf stop, or you'll soon hear the screams of your kin." After Crocodile finished speaking, the anger in the black dragon's eyes intensified. It roared angrily, "Rua," and roared angrily. "Shut up! You shameless human! Black dragon, black dragon! You're the black dragon! Your whole family is black dragon! You evil fellow! How dare you insult the great silver dragon Meryl? You must receive the righteous punishment of Lord Meryl." Crocodile, silver dragon, what's with this? He looked blankly at the black dragon's pitch-black scales and skull-like helmet. "It's the black dragon, right? This dragon. Is there something wrong with its brain?" Seeing the dumbfounded expression of the human mercenary group leader, Salty Meow, who had a knife on his neck, chuckled, "Hee hee. Meryl hates being called the black dragon the most in his life." Crocodile, he didn't know what to say anymore. However, although the black dragon's anger didn't stem from his threat, Crocodile was pleasantly surprised to find that after his threat, many of the attacking elves had a trace of hesitation. On the other side, unknown to him, the players were either sending messages in the team channel or directly discussing in the Elven language in the game. These mercenaries are going to use Meowda and the others as shields. Damn. That's too sinister. What should we do? Saving the hostages first, or continue fighting? These mercenaries have completely lost their will to fight, they're all free kills. But, one of the mission objectives is to save a companion. If little Salty Meow and the others die, won't the reward be deducted? Hearing the player's words, while commanding, Li Mu, a trace of hesitation, that's right. Saving the players was one of the objectives, however, the first to react was little Salted Meow. She also saw the players' discussion in the team channel. She casually used her yellow vest in the Team Battle Live channel to snatch Li Mu's microphone. She took a deep breath and shouted with a rich aura, "Don't listen to him. Continue fighting. These mercenaries have a lot of experience points. Even if we can't complete the second objective of the mission, it'll be worth it after we clear the mercenary group. So what if we die? It's not like we can't afford to die. Isn't it just resurrection tokens? For the captured players who died in this mission, report the number of resurrection tokens lost to the Meng Meng Committee. Salty Meow will cover all the contribution points lost due to the resurrection tokens. When this mission is over, Salty Meow will treat everyone to a barbecue in the central square. Hoof, how dare they use her life to threaten others? The thing that little Salted Meow was most upset about was being used like an object, not even NPCs, it was just over 20 resurrection tokens. She didn't lack Salty Meow, not to mention more than 20 players. Even if all 58 players died, she would still be able to afford more than 1,000 resurrection coins. It was just 200,000 contribution points. She was happy to buy it. In China, there were many tycoons who played online games. Salty Meow definitely wasn't the one who spent the most money. However, since Evelyn's early players were either online for a long time or special talents, the most extravagant of them all was little Salty Meow, who had a lot of money at home. After hearing Salty Meow's words, the players' eyes lit up. Damn. The boss is so generous. He's indeed the #1 tycoon in the entire server. Since the tycoon had spoken, what was there to hesitate about? A mercenary's head was worth at least 10,000 experience points. The players cheered and ignored Crocodile's threat. They continued to hunt down the mercenaries. Bastard. Crocodile's expression was ferocious as he looked at the elves who had suddenly become crazier. When Salty Meow shouted earlier, the system had selected Elvish. Therefore, Crocodile didn't understand what Salty Meow was saying. However, from the elf's reaction, he could tell that they probably wouldn't compromise. This discovery made Crocodile's heart sink. At the same time, he became more and more puzzled. What was going on? Weren't they elves? Compared to saving their companions, they would rather die than give up on hunting down the enemy? When did they become so ruthless? They were ruthless to their enemies, but they were also ruthless to their own people. Were they really elves? If that's the case, then you shall die. With this thought, Crocodile made up his mind and slashed with his long sword. Salty Meow felt a chill on her neck. Faintly, there seemed to be hot liquid flowing out. What the hell? My throat was slit. She was slightly stunned. Salty Meow had turned off the pain sensor, so she didn't feel any pain. However, the spurting blood made her unable to speak. She opened her mouth and felt a large amount of sweet and fishy liquid flowing out. Then, Salty Meow felt her body gradually turn cold. It was as if all the strength in her body had been sucked out, and her body gradually went limp. Was this what it felt like to be on the verge of death, although she hadn't experienced it before? But it felt so real. Since the start of the game, she had redeemed countless perfect resurrections. However, Salty Meow hadn't died that many times. In fact, the only time she had directly jumped off the world tree to kill herself after drinking too much of the mana recovery potion. However, other than the experience of bungee jumping, she had only died with a pop and resurrected. It didn't feel real. However, this time, she had truly experienced what it felt like to be on the verge of death. Her face grew paler and her eyelids grew heavier. Salty Meow saw Meryl, who was hovering in the sky, suddenly become sluggish. Vaguely, she seemed to have seen the little black dragon stunned for a moment. Then, its eyes suddenly became dangerous and angry. Meryl's ferocious roar resounded in his ears. In its hazy state, little Salty Meow saw the black dragon that had been circling in the air swooping down towards it. Anxiety was written all over its face. Salty Meow's consciousness had started to fade, and her thoughts started to drift. Meryl. Was it angry because she was killed? This idiot, didn't it know that she could be resurrected? Humph. It was clearly the one who told her to kill herself and return to the city. In the end, she had to threaten it with barbecued meat to get its support, this strange fellow. At this thought, Salty Meow finally lost all her strength. Her consciousness was completely cut off. Player, Salty Meow, died. Died of massive arterial hemorrhage at the age of level 22. Seeing the crocodile kill Salty Meow with a single strike, the players were in an uproar. F***CK. Salty Meow is dead. It's too tragic. There's so much blood. What a tragic death. It's tragic. Avenge Meow Meow. Kill these mercenaries. Then, the crocodile saw the elves howling and rushing toward them. They were excited and full of fighting spirit. Unfortunately, there was no sadness, there was not even anger. Seeing this scene, the crocodile was shocked. These elves. They really did not care about the lives of their companions. When he realized this unacceptable reality, the crocodile's pupils contracted, and he felt a chill in his chest. At this point, his last hope had become a complete joke. Then, before the crocodile could do anything else, an angry roar came from the horizon. Damn human. Meryl will kill you. A surging dragon's aura suddenly erupted. The dark dragon Meryl let out a long roar and dived towards the crocodile. The gigantic bat wings stirred up a strong gust of wind, blowing the surrounding players and mercenaries off their feet. Meanwhile, the overwhelming dragon's might and the intense killing intent caused everyone to stop what they were doing as their hair stood on end. The black dragon was enraged. It was unprecedentedly enraged. Meryl was like a huge cannonball flying toward the mercenaries' campsite, trampling a few unlucky mercenaries and players to death in an instant. F***CK. Look closely. He's trampling his own people to death. Some players exclaimed. However, Meryl did not care at all. He reached out his black dragon claws and grabbed the crocodile who had not escaped in time. Then, under the crocodile's horrified gaze, he lifted him up by his legs and slammed him onto the ground. Smack. 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 Crocodile, who was lifted up by the black dragon, was slammed onto the ground again and again, creating a human-shaped pit. Even as a mid-silver level magic swordsman, Crocodile could not withstand the strength of the black dragon. He was soon bleeding from his head, and his consciousness was blurred. However, Meryl did not stop. He slammed Crocodile onto the ground again and again, venting his anger. Gradually, Crocodile lost consciousness from the slamming, and his body was badly mutilated. However, Meryl did not stop. It was not until the human in his hands was completely smashed into a pile of minced meat and mixed with the twisted equipment that Meryl finally stopped, panting heavily. Poor Crocodile, a mid-silver level magic swordsman, who was considered a slightly famous powerhouse at the border of the Empire, left this world in such a miserable state. The surrounding mercenaries and players were completely stunned. F***CK. What happened to Meryl? Too scary, this boss is so pitiful. I can't even see his human form. Is it because of Salty Meow? He should know that Salty Meow can be resurrected, right? Why is he still so angry? Wait. Could it be because of the barbecue? I remember Salty Meow said that if Meryl didn't save her, he would ignore it forever. No way? Just because of the barbecue? Not good. The silver boss EXP is gone. F***CK. The equipment was also destroyed by him. When they realized that Crocodile was dead, and the equipment was destroyed, the players could not help but feel bitter and hateful. On the other hand, after witnessing the miserable end of their leader, the mercenaries' hearts were completely broken. Dead. Dead, run. Run quickly. They were terrified and scared out of their wits. The entire mercenary group finally collapsed completely. Even the black iron level mercenaries who were gathered by Crocodile were pale and frightened. They completely lost their sense of propriety and began to flee in all directions. Don't let them escape. Seeing that the mercenaries were completely defeated and were fleeing, the players chased after them with red eyes. However, unlike the players who were chasing after the mercenaries, the black dragon Meryl was silent. He coldly glanced around and forced a few players who were trying to pick up the golden legendary equipment dropped by Salty Meow to retreat. Under their embarrassed smiles, he kept the equipment from Salty Meow, then flapped his huge bat wings and left the battlefield alone. The crocodile mercenary group was annihilated. The entire process of the battle was so smooth that even Eve was surprised. More than 1,000 mercenaries, except for a few lucky ones who ran fast, all died under the butcher's knife. In contrast, the players only paid the price of less than 300 deaths. Among them, there were more than a dozen player captives who had been killed by the mercenaries out of humiliation, as well as a few unlucky fellows who had been accidentally trampled to death by the dark dragon when it descended to the surface. The Crypt Spider Knights were all alive, and only a few people were slightly injured. It could be said that this battle-loss ratio was quite glorious. At this time, Eve suddenly understood why the morale of an army was so important in the Middle Ages of Blue Star. To be fair, although the number of players was twice that of the crocodile mercenary group, in terms of the strength of both sides, the mercenaries were actually not inferior to the players. On the contrary, in terms of high-end combat power, apart from the Black Dragon, the players were much weaker than the mercenaries. Logically speaking, under the premise that the Black Dragon did not make a move, and under the premise that the players had lost the ability to run to the resurrection point, the mercenaries should have a higher chance of winning. However, the reality was that the Black Dragon only made some threats, and Air, the chosen one, did not make a move. The players broke through the mercenary group's formation like crushing rotten wood, and began to hunt down the mercenaries as if they were vegetables. Eve even saw with her own eyes that some of the players who were only lower black iron actually shouted and chased after the mercenaries who were middle black iron or even upper black iron. The latter were obviously stronger, but they threw away their weapons and fled in panic, and in the end, were sullenly cut down by the enemies who were much weaker than them. In the battle of a large army, the role of morale and organization is far more important than individual strength, unless the individual strength is really very strong, and can cause a qualitative change in the battle situation, such as the Black Dragon. Otherwise, when there is not much difference in strength, the side with higher morale and better organization will definitely win. Although I've limited the players unlimited resurrection, they are still existences that do not fear death or pain. It could be said that they are born with a stronger will and morale. And the existence of the team mode, team voice, and minimap also naturally made them relatively more organized. Perhaps their discipline is a little poor, but when they are truly organized into an army, the quantitative change will lead to a qualitative change. In fact, in the wars of the Middle Ages, once the casualty rate of a cold weapon army exceeded 10%, there would be a risk of collapse. And if the casualty rate exceeded 30%, even the most elite army would be completely scrapped due to the destruction of the army structure and the psychological endurance of the army. In fact, most of the casualties occurred after the army was routed. Many of the casualties were caused by the chaos in the army, or when they fell and trampled on each other as they fled. It was also because of the collapse of morale that the defeated side would form an organization and surrender on a large scale. Of course, this scenario was only limited to intelligent creatures fighting in large armies. If they were facing low-intelligence magical beasts, monsters, or even pigs, then it would be ineffective. If it were more than 1,000 wild boars, the players might not be able to catch all of them in a day. Alright, at least this combat power is enough to fight against the orcs without me making a move. When all the third beta players are promoted to Black Iron, we can even consider taking the initiative to attack. Eve was very satisfied with this test of the player's combat power. With this thought, she generously used her divine power and announced the completion of the mission. Ding, Crocodile Mercenary Group has been destroyed. Mission Objective 1 completed. Players who participated in the mission will receive 5,000 experience points. Ding, 27 players have been rescued. The rescue rate is 46.6%. Mission Objective 2 completed. Players who participated in the mission will receive 466 contribution points. Ding, Random Mission, Crocodile Mercenary Group completed. Players who participated in the mission will receive 10 resurrection coins. The players who were cleaning the battlefield saw the system prompt floating in their vision and were delighted. Haha. The mission is completed. But the reward doesn't feel much, be content. The real rewards are on the mercenaries. One head gives 10,000 experience points and a lot of equipment. Pick it up. The players chatted and happily picked up the armor and swords dropped by the mercenaries on the battlefield. More than 1,000 mercenaries meant more than 1,000 sets of equipment. Although the quality was not as good as the items in the exchange mall, it was still better than the equipment of the orcs. Even if the players who participated in the mission did not need it, they could sell it to the third beta players who were lower in level. As for the equipment that was damaged in the battle, they could also give it to the equipment blacksmith to repair. If it was seriously damaged and could not be repaired, they could directly sacrifice it to the goddess in exchange for some contribution points. For example, Crocodile's equipment. Although it was completely destroyed by Meryl's violent hammer, it was still the equipment of a silver boss. Sacrificing it to the goddess could make a small profit. For a moment, the battlefield was bustling with activity. All the players were happily picking up the loot. However, the place where the players gathered the most was the dozen or so trucks in the middle of the mercenary camp. What is this? The goods that the mercenaries brought? Open it and take a look. The players scrambled to pry open the boxes on the trucks, and what greeted their eyes were some daily necessities of the human world, some luxury goods, and some worthless magical items. Perhaps they were used for daily necessities or for decoration, but they were of no use to increase their power. Che, I thought it was something good. The players were disappointed. However, they still unloaded the goods like a group of bandits plucking feathers from the wild geese. They divided the goods among themselves until there was nothing left. It was better to have something than nothing. Even if it was a decorative painting, they could bring it home and hang it on the wall. While the players were plundering, there was a commotion in the nearby dense forest, accompanied by screams and pleas for mercy. More than 10 terrified humans were pulled out from the bushes by the players. Unlike the mercenaries, their clothes were tattered, their faces were sallow, and they were emaciated. What's the situation? Who are these people? I don't know. They hid in the bushes and pretended to be dead. Then, they were discovered by Bento Box. They don't look like mercenaries. Kill them? Calabash killed one by accident. It gave 200 experience points. It's worse than a goblin. Aren't they too weak? They're just ordinary humans. Oh? Wait, why do I feel that? These people look familiar. Anders was frightened out of his wits. These few days, he felt that he was extremely unlucky. First, he went to the border town to collect taxes on behalf of the Count. In the end, he was attacked by the Black Dragon. Not only was he kidnapped, but he was also captured by a group of boorish mercenaries after escaping with great difficulty. Those audacious mercenaries targeted the Black Dragon and attacked his castle. As expected, the revenge of the Megalosaurus came quickly. The terrifying and evil Black Dragon led thousands of elves and destroyed the entire mercenary group. Oh, Lord of Eternity! That was thousands of elves. Anders felt that the world was crazy. How could the Black Dragon gather so many elves? More terrifyingly, the elves were like a group of murderous devils. They did not behave like elves at all. They killed all the mercenaries mercilessly. Not only that, they did not even leave the corpses for the mercenaries. It was too scary. It was really too scary. That was a devil in the skin of an elf. Anders was frightened out of his wits. He was quick-witted and hid in the bushes during the chaos. That was how he managed to escape. But, those bastards of his. She actually went into hiding with him and exposed them in the end. Now, they were the captives of the terrifying and strange elves who killed the mercenaries. Oh, Lord of Eternity! Why was his luck so bad? Was he really going to die this time? At this moment, he heard the elf speak again. Oh? I recognize them. Aren't they the humans that Meryl hired when he returned? Gosh. It's them? Are they the ones who led the mercenaries here? Hearing this, Anders was shocked and hurriedly explained, that's right. Noble elven warriors. It's not like that. It's not like that. We're innocent villagers. We're also victims. The mercenaries kidnapped us and learned about the Black Dragon from us. That's why they were greedy. It has nothing to do with us. It has nothing to do with us. Anders wept bitterly and begged for mercy. However, the discussion of the elves made him shudder. In the end, it was you who led the mercenaries here. Why should we let you go? What benefits do we get? Do you have any information that you can tell us? Do you know where there are ruins and treasure maps? Information? Ruins? Treasure maps? What was that? Anders was at a loss, but he was also extremely terrified. However, as they talked, the voices of the elves gradually faded away. Anders raised his head in fear and saw a male elf dressed as a druid. He was accompanied by a noble unicorn and a ferocious crypt spider as he slowly walked over. As for the other elves, they made way for him. Brother Moo. You're here. Brother Moo, we caught a dozen ordinary people. You have the most experience in communicating with NPCs. How should we deal with them? Brother Moo? The leader of the elves, Anders was stunned for a moment. Then, he pounced on Moo and hugged his thigh. Tears and snot were all over his face. Brother Moo. Brother Moo. Please let us go. Moo was speechless. Players were speechless. You. Who are you? Moo looked at Anders' clothes, which were obviously more exquisite than the surrounding humans, and asked in a deep voice. I am. Anders was about to answer, but when he saw the interested gazes of the surrounding elves, he swallowed back the words that he had prepared. Instead, he said honestly, we are the retainers of the Border Earl of the Holy Mania Empire. This time, we were fortunate enough to be summoned by Black Megalosaurus to help it transport livestock. But we didn't expect to encounter mercenaries on the way back. They knew of the existence of Lord Megalosaurus, so they set their sights on the Megalosaurus. It really wasn't instigated by us. Border Earl? Holy Mania Empire? The players looked at each other. Damasia's eyes lit up as he hurriedly said, that's right. I know this. I heard that the recently returned. Ahem, Moo coughed twice. Damasia was speechless. He swallowed back the word elf and laughed dryly. I heard from the returning NPC that it's the human empire in the north, and the Border Earl is the human territory closest to the elf forest. So that's how it is. A new map. This is a new map for the future. Are we finally going to come into contact with human society? Hearing Damasia's words, the surrounding players were excited. Anders was slightly taken aback when he saw the excited elves around him. Don't they know about the Empire? The Holy Mania Empire was the most powerful human country in the Seekers continent and the center of the Eternal Church. Its prestige was known by everyone from the southern continent to the Arctic tundra. How could these elves not have heard of it? Not to mention, the Holy Mania Empire was the #1 buyer of elven slaves. While Anders was puzzled, Moo asked again, how far is the Border Earl from here? Anders braced himself and said, follow this road and continue northeast. After another 50 kilometers, you'll reach the Empire's border. If you want to reach the nearest city, you might have to walk another few dozen kilometers. After listening to Anders's words, Moo took out the system's mini-map. According to what the other party said, the distance between the Border Earl territory and the center of the map was probably 400 kilometers. Even the Black Dragon Castle at the edge was probably more than 100 kilometers away. This was already more than 100 kilometers beyond the map's maximum range of activity. Seeing Moo fall into silence, Anders felt uneasy, but he still asked cautiously, what's the matter? That. Brother Moo? Do you have any other questions? If not, can you let us go? We are just some poor villagers. Moo remained silent. Anders was even more frightened. He thought for a moment and spoke again. Are you worried that we will leak what happened here when we go back? You can rest assured. We will definitely seal our mouths tightly. If you don't believe us, we can swear to the true God that we believe in. How strong is the Earl of the Border? Just as Anders was feeling uneasy, Moo asked again. The strength of a border count? Anders was slightly taken aback. Then, when he saw the expectant eyes of the elves around him, his heart skipped a beat. Wait a minute, these elves, could it be that they want to target the Earl's territory? Anders's face instantly turned pale. Thinking about what the elves did to the mercenaries, it was really possible. However, his life was more important. After struggling in his heart, Anders still answered honestly. The Earl. The Earl is a gold paladin and one of the 7 electors of the Empire. He is very powerful. In addition, the Earl has an independent knight group. Just the Silver Knights alone have 100 people. This information was not a secret at the border. At least, if one wanted to find out, it was not impossible. Therefore, Anders answered very straightforwardly. After he answered the question, the elf's reaction was somewhat out of his expectations. F***CK. F***CK. Can't mess with them. Can't mess with them, gold rank? 100 silver knights? Isn't this too much of a bug? Could it be? These elves were not as powerful as he thought. Anders' heart skipped a beat. However, before he could think of anything else, what the elf said next made him shudder. Why don't we kill these people? It would be bad if they seek revenge. Anders was speechless. Don't. We promise not to tell anyone. We promise not to tell anyone. He was horrified. However, Limu waved his hand. Untie them and let them go. The players were a little hesitant. Seeing the players' hesitation, Limu quickly typed in the team channel and explained. The Earl's territory at the border is outside the map. Since these human NPCs are from there, they might really be able to activate the subsequent plot and even open a new map. Killing them will only give us a few hundred experience points. It's useless to lock them up. It's a waste of food. Why not let them go? As for the possibility of revenge from the humans, isn't that better? It's a good way to give us experience points and equipment. If there's really an enemy that we can't defeat, with the God's Chosen One, we can just summon the goddess avatar. After reading Limu's explanation, the players were stunned. That was right, that made sense. If they could defeat the enemy, they would come. If they couldn't, they would look for the goddess. Anyway, with the goddess as their backer, she wouldn't really let the humans destroy her nest, right? Thinking of this, the players didn't object. In the past few months of the game, Limu's deduction of the NPC's behavior and plot was almost flawless. He had already become a recognized big shot in Elven Nation. In this regard, no one was more convincing than his judgment. After the discussion, the players untied the dozen or so humans. Get lost. Get lost. Anders was overjoyed as if he had been granted amnesty. He hurriedly led his dozen or so subordinates and fled in a hurry, as if he was afraid that the elves would regret it. After letting these humans go, the players continued to clean up the battlefield. They even began to draw a sacrificial magic circle and prepared to sacrifice some of the trash that they had picked up. The Earl of the Border? From the player's point of view, Eve was deep in thought as she watched Anders and the others flee in a hurry. This time, she didn't take advantage of the players' capture of the humans to guide the plot, expand the map, or issue new missions. Next, the players had to deal with the war of faith with the half-orcs. The expansion of the map on the humans' side could be put aside for the time being. After all, once they came into contact with the humans, it meant that they had to be involved with more true god forces. With the players' current strength, Eve didn't think that they could fight against the humans who were much stronger than the half-orcs. In addition, the gods that the humans believed in were the strongest enemies of the previous world tree. At present, Eve wasn't ready to face them directly. It was also impossible for her to directly mobilize her true god avatar and enter the human god's sphere of influence to fight against them. Of course, as Limu said, if the humans really sent an army to suppress the black dragon and the elves again, she wouldn't be afraid and would even welcome it. After all, Eve hadn't exposed herself yet. If someone really came to suppress the black dragon and the elves, it would probably be because of the temptation of the black dragon's treasure and the elves. It didn't mean that there would be a conflict between the elves and the humans. Unlike taking the initiative to attack, Eve wasn't afraid of anyone in her own territory. If the players couldn't beat them, then she would lure them into her divine realm and wipe them out. Therefore, Eve had no objections to letting these people go. While the players were cleaning up the battlefield, the black dragon Meryl flew back to the black dragon's castle. Just as he returned to the castle, he saw Salty Meow rushing over from the teleportation portal after being revived. Of course, at this moment, Salty Meow's golden equipment was gone. Instead, he was wearing a purple epic black iron middle-ranking wizard equipment. Seeing the black dragon return, Salty Meow smiled. Yo! you're back so soon? Myrtle didn't say anything. Instead, he stared at her with his eyes wide open. He didn't move an inch, which made little Salted Meow's hair stand on end. What? What's wrong? Nothing, the little black dragon muttered and turned his head away. He didn't seem to be in high spirits. It hesitated for a moment, glanced at little Salty Meow again, and asked casually, your revival. Doesn't it have any side effects? Of course not. We're the chosen ones chosen by the goddess. Look. I'm in great shape. Salty Meow flashed his muscles at Meryl and smiled. She vaguely saw Meryl heave a sigh of relief. Then, the little black dragon took out a pile of golden legendary equipment and threw it to the elven girl. Here, your equipment. I brought it back for you. Salty Meow's eyes lit up and happily received it. Wow. Thank you. I didn't raise you for nothing. Meryl was speechless. It's a pity that it's stained with blood. I'll have to wash it first. Holding the golden legendary robe that Meryl brought back, Salty Meow sighed regretfully. Then, she looked at Black Dragon, narrowed her eyes, and smiled. Speaking of which, I remember that before I died, I saw you charge over angrily. Was it for me? Meryl was speechless. He turned his head away and said stiffly, humph. How could the noble Meryl be angry over such a small matter? It's not like Meryl doesn't know that you'll revive. You're just Meryl's servant. Meryl just wanted to roast meat. Don't worry. There'll definitely be roast meat. Thank you for your hard work. Salty Meow smiled and comforted him. However, after hearing Salty Meow's words, Meryl's expression seemed a little gloomy. After a moment of silence, Meryl said in a muffled voice, actually, it's not for roast meat. Meryl doesn't know why, but when he saw you being killed, although he knew that you'll revive, his body subconsciously rushed out. Hearing this, Salty Meow was slightly stunned. Could NPCs become friends with the players? For most players, NPCs were just tools in the game. Their role was only to promote the plot, to buy items for the players, or to be the enemies of the players for the players to kill for fun. Perhaps players could also develop feelings for certain NPCs, such as some outstanding characters created by the game developers, or the pets that the players had painstakingly raised in the game. However, this kind of feeling was more of a kind of condescension. It was the recognition and love of things that were in line with one's preferences, or things that were created through one's own efforts. This kind of feeling was not equal in nature. Even in many games, players endlessly fawned over NPCs. In most cases, it was not because the players liked the NPCs that much. It was because they could gain benefits from it, or it was a disguised form of spiritual sustenance. Even if they really liked a character, it was only because they liked the image created by the game developers for the character. At most, they liked the story behind the character. In the eyes of the players, no matter how likable an NPC was, it was just an NPC. They were at most equivalent to the characters in the story. It was just that, this story was something that the players could participate in. However, it was just participation. Even if they participated in the story of the NPCs, even if they entered the plot of the game, the players were still players. Perhaps they would be moved by the plot. Perhaps they would cheer for the story. However, they understood that this was just a game. It was to make them relax, make them happy, and revolve around them. Of course, another reason for this situation was that in the process of the players' emotions in the game, the communication was one-sided. NPCs were NPCs after all. Players had real emotions. Players had real independent thoughts, but NPCs did not. They were just a bunch of data. Their reactions were all preset by the program. The players were the masters of the game. In this case, if the players were to communicate with the NPCs as equals, it was actually unfair to the players. However, what if the NPCs had their own emotions? In essence, Elven Kingdom was just a game skin that allowed the humans of Blue Star to descend into a different world as players. For the players, this was a game. However, it was also not a game. When the players realized that the NPCs in this game were so vivid, their AI was smart enough to pass off as real, and they even had human emotions. In this case, how would the relationship between the players and the NPCs be? A one-sided expression of emotions was destined to not create a bond. But if it was a two-way relationship, then it would be a different story. As the players interacted with the natives of the world of Seekers and realized that NPCs had emotions, this game was no longer just a game. To the players, it would be a whole new world. Of course, this did not mean that the players had realized that the game they were in was also reality. Rather, it meant that they had developed the understanding that the game was, in a sense, reality. In other words, although they knew that this was a game, at the same time, they truly felt a sense of belonging to this game. In fact, Eve had never thought of revealing the truth of Elven Nation to the players. The technology in Blue Star was advanced enough that even if someone was suspicious, Eve would be able to fool them. And thinking that they were in a game was the essence of the fourth calamity's strength. Fearless, because only by being fearless would one be strong enough. If she really knew that the game wasn't a game, the fourth calamity would lose her most powerful inner self and become completely helpless. However, the players thought that Elven Nation was a game and had a bond between players and NPCs. They sincerely communicated with NPCs as equals and did not conflict with each other. These two could actually coexist. Perhaps other games couldn't do it, but Elven Nation could. If you look at Elven Nation based on your previous gaming experience, you might be able to get a great gaming experience, but you definitely won't be able to enjoy the essence of this game. This is a game, but it's not just a game. This is a world that belongs to us, an adventure that belongs to us. We can completely treat this game as a new life. In other words, this is the pinnacle of virtual reality games. After hearing Meryl's answer, for some reason, Salty Meow suddenly remembered a few words that Limu once said. And it was at this moment that she suddenly realized a problem. That's right, the NPCs in Elven Kingdom had their own emotional system. In a sense, they could even be considered as another type of life. Players could become friends with other players. What about the relationship between players and NPCs? If she and Meryl switched roles this time, and it was Meryl who was in danger, what would she do? When she thought of this, Salty Meow was surprised to find that she would probably be as angry as Meryl. And if Meryl really died in battle, Salty Meow might really cry. Humans had feelings. And when facing other existences with the same feelings, long periods of communication would create bonds. Suddenly, the girl realized that she had unknowingly regarded the little black dragon as a friend and partner. And he was probably the same, otherwise, he wouldn't have been so angry when he saw her being killed. Thinking of this, Salty Meow's gaze towards Meryl became gentler. Meryl. She giggled. What? The little black dragon rolled his eyes at her. I'll give you an extra meal tonight. Salty Meow stood up and patted the scales on his body. What the hell is going on? Meryl mumbled and yawned lazily. However, the swaying of his huge dragon tail behind him revealed his good mood. The players spent less than an hour to clean up the entire battlefield. Then, they packed up their spoils of war and happily returned to the Black Dragon's castle. Elven Nation was good in everything, but in terms of realism, the scale of the map was really too big. Once there was no teleportation portal, it would take a long time to rush back. Those with mounts were still okay. Although magical beasts didn't have intelligence, they were still much smarter than ordinary beasts. With the settings in the system, players could command their mounts and let them carry them on their journey. During this time, the players could also go online in the system, or simply go offline and sleep. They could just lie on the back of their mounts and rest. When they returned to the base, they could go online again. But those who didn't have mounts were miserable. They could only walk on their own. However, the good thing was that the feeling of fatigue could be turned off. At most, it was a little boring. When nearly 2,000 main players returned to the Black Dragon's castle, it was already afternoon. Many low-level players who received the news also came to watch out of curiosity. Although they had stayed up for a day and a night, the morale of the victorious return team was high and quite imposing. Nearly 2,000 fully armed players, with a bit of a murderous aura and bloodstains, lined up in a long line. They pulled a full load of goods and slowly entered the Black Dragon's castle. Then, they would return to the City of Heaven's Chosen through the teleportation portal in the hall of the Black Dragon's castle. Go back to sleep. And just as the players were lining up to teleport, suddenly, a teleportation portal on the other side of the hall flickered with a bright light. That was the teleportation portal leading to Rivendell, the only way to go to the underground world. A moment later, the light dissipated. Under the astonished gazes of the players, a group of dark dwarves appeared in the castle. The leader was a death god priest. He wore a black robe and held a gorgeous wooden box in his hands. Behind him were a few dwarven soldiers dressed as guards. They were teleported to the Black Dragon's castle. They curiously sized up everything around them and let out a series of exclamations from time to time. And when they saw the army of players continuously passing through the portal, the curious and amazed gazes of the dark dwarves instantly turned into shock. They couldn't help but exclaim one after another, "Elves! So many elves! Death god above! Did they just finish a battle? Has it already started?" And the appearance of the dark dwarves also attracted the attention of the players. Huh? Dark dwarves? Why are they here? Dark dwarves? You've never seen them before, right? They're residents of the underground world. They signed a friendly treaty with us. When you reach level 11 and go underground, you'll know. They have an underground city called Black Rock City. We often sell things there. I see. This is the first time I've seen them. It's normal that you haven't seen them before. They only move around underground. I don't know what wind is blowing today. They actually came to the surface. Is there going to be a plot again? Just as the players were discussing curiously and hesitating whether to go up and talk, the black dragon Merrill, who had received the news, twisted his huge body and rushed over. In an instant, half of the players in the castle were squeezed out. He still had half a piece of barbecued meat in his mouth. As he chewed, he curiously sized up the unfamiliar guests who had suddenly arrived. Dark dwarves? The dwarves were shocked by the sudden appearance of the black dragon. But the leader of the dark dwarves seemed to have expected it and forced himself to calm down. He took a deep breath and bowed respectfully to the black dragon. "You, our Lord Merrill, the subordinate of Her Holiness Eve? I'm Dark Dwarven Priest Carter of the Death God Temple. This time I've received an oracle from His Holiness the True God. I've come to make a deal with Her Holiness Eve." As he spoke, he looked sincere and raised the ornate wooden box in his hands above his head. "Also, there's information about the half-orcs. Elven Forest, Xianxia, in an Elven-style meeting hall. This used to be the Holy City Emerald's library. After the players and the Inferno tribe began to renovate Xianxia, they transformed this place into a meeting hall for the elves. At this moment, a few short figures were sitting in front of the carved wooden table in the meeting hall. They were the dark dwarves who came to visit. Priest Carter sat on the left side of the table and curiously looked at the scenery outside through the window. His gaze stopped at the setting sun on the horizon. After being absent-minded for a moment, he couldn't help but sigh. "This is the first time I've seen the legendary sun on the ground. I didn't expect it to be so beautiful. The Elven city is as beautiful as the legends say." The main city of Xianxia was almost completely renovated. The setting sun dyed the city with a layer of gold, shining on the marble buildings. Fresh flowers and green grass were planted everywhere in the city, brimming with vitality. On the other hand, tall and slender elves were busy shuttling through the city. Their hair color was mainly red, but there were also many other colors. All of them were wearing the traditional elven robes, and there were hopeful smiles on their beautiful faces. Peaceful, natural, pure. This was the dark dwarf's impression of the elves. Other than these elves, there were more elves wearing armor and robes in the city. There were more of them than the dark dwarves, and they always passed by in a hurry, as if they had endless work to do. Not only that, their appearance was more dusty and sloppy than the dark dwarves, and their temperament was much lighter than the dark dwarves. However, this was the appearance that the dark dwarves were most familiar with. They were the elves who often went underground to trade and hunt. They were also the elves that the dark dwarves had been dealing with recently. Unlike the elves in the legends, these elves were very strange. Sometimes they were smart, sometimes they were very simple. They seemed to know a lot of things, but they also seemed to have a serious lack of common sense. Sometimes they were so cold that it was scary, but sometimes they were so passionate that it was uncomfortable. In addition, they were very respectful of battles and adventures, but they were indifferent to life and death. They called themselves players or chosen one, but the dark dwarfs preferred to call them elven adventurers. During the attack of the shadow monsters, it was this group of elven adventurers who helped them defend Black Rock City. Looking at the figures coming and going in the city, an elderly dark dwarf couldn't help but sigh. The elf race has really changed a lot. Another dark dwarf nodded. Indeed. I remember the first time they came to Black Rock City, I even suspected that they were impersonators of other races. In the end, it was the high priest who used his identification skill to confirm that they were really elves, yes. But what surprised me the most was, when did they return to the elven forest? I remember the human caravan that went to the underground world last year said that the elves in the elven forest were getting fewer and fewer. I didn't expect to see so many elves today. Upon hearing this, almost all the dark dwarves recalled the scene they had just seen in the castle. Oh god of death, I was scared too. The number of people just now should be at least 1,000, right? And these are just soldiers, and this city is called Xianxia, right? If I didn't remember wrongly, the record said that this city had long been reduced to ruins. I didn't expect it to be so prosperous. I've heard the elven adventurers mention this before. They came here half a year ago, and this city was also renovated by them in half a year. Half a year? They used half a year to renovate a city to such a beautiful state? A dark dwarf asked in astonishment. After all, they are a true magical race. They are born to be the darlings of magic. The dark dwarf who started the conversation first said. And this is nothing. I heard that the elven adventurers used less than half a year to build a magnificent city from scratch under the world tree. It's a pity. I didn't have the chance to see it this time. Build a city in half a year? Is that true? I only heard about it, but many elven adventurers mentioned it before. It should be true. But, they are different from the previous elves, so we can't rule out the possibility that they are bragging. The dark dwarfs looked out the window and whispered to each other. As they chatted, one of the dark dwarfs hesitated for a while and carefully said, "Speaking of which, have you heard of that rumor?" "What rumor?" The other dark dwarf's interest was piqued. The dark dwarf who spoke looked at the high priest who was looking out the window in a daze. He hesitated for a while and lowered his voice. "There are rumors that this Her Majesty Eve is actually a subordinate god of His Majesty the True God." Hiss. Is that true? The other dark dwarfs widened their eyes. Shoo. Lower your voice. It's a rumor. Rumor has it that His Majesty the True God supported a new true god in the Elven Forest in order to advance further. Advance further? Isn't His Majesty the True God already the Lord of the Underworld? And this His Majesty of the Elves has a clergy related to nature and life, right? It's completely different from Our Majesty? That I don't know. I've only heard of this rumor, but there are also rumors that this His Majesty of the Elven Forest might have obtained a clergy from the World Tree. Hiss. World Tree? Mother of the Elves? That's right. It's the World Tree. That's why this His Majesty was able to gather the elves so quickly. However, it's also rumored that because of this His Majesty interfered with the elves' personalities in order to completely rid them of their feelings for the World Tree. No wonder. Speaking of which, is this all true? Where did you hear it from? The other dark dwarfs were shocked. The dark dwarf who revealed the rumor carefully glanced at the High Priest of Death again. He lowered his voice and asked expectantly, "Have you heard of Ainley?" The other dark dwarfs were speechless. Cough, cough, cough. The dwarf high priest who was looking out the window coughed a few times. He turned his head and sternly glanced at the dark dwarves who were chatting softly. "I don't believe in rumors, I don't spread rumors. How can you talk about matters between true gods?" The dark dwarves shrunk their necks and hurriedly lowered their heads to admit their mistakes. "Humph, when we return this time, I'll punish you to clean the temple for a week." High Priest Carter snorted coldly. The other dark dwarfs were speechless. Just as the dark dwarfs were sighing, the door of the hall was gently pushed open. 3 elves walked in. Walking at the front was a female elf wearing a black skirt armor. She had a head of refreshing dark silver hair and a pair of deep, ruby-like eyes. Her facial features were exquisite, but her expression was cold, like an iceberg. However, she had the dignity of a superior, causing people to feel fear in their hearts. Beside her stood an elven girl with blonde hair and green eyes, dressed in a gorgeous saintess costume, and a male elf with black hair and black eyes who was dressed as a druid, looking a little unisex. The dark dwarfs perked up and stood up in unison. Seeing the person in front, the dwarf high priest's eyes lit up. He drew a sickle symbol on his chest, then bowed to the silver-haired female elf and said respectfully, "Long time no see." "Long time no see, Lady Zero. You're still as beautiful as ever." God's chosen Zero, this was the most powerful God's chosen of the elves, and the terrifying existence who had personally borrowed the power of a true god to kill the shadow dragon. The underground world revered strength, and the dark dwarfs respected this elven God's chosen who had saved Black Rock City. Not to mention, to be able to use the power of a true god to such an extent, this was enough to show the importance of God's chosen Zero in the true god's heart. In other words, such an existence could be regarded as the true god's eyes on the ground, as the most important agent in the true god's heart. In fact, it wasn't just the dark dwarves. After knowing that God's chosen Zero had successfully summoned the power of Mother Goddess to kill the shadow dragon at the peak of legend, even Saintess Alice felt reverence. At the same time, this pure saintess felt that she still had a long way to go. She had to work harder to obtain the approval of Mother Goddess. "Hello, Mr. Carter." Eve, who had put on the God's chosen Zero avatar, replied indifferently. She then introduced the two beside her. "This is Alice Gale, the current saintess of Her Majesty Eve. This is Li Mu, one of the leaders of Her Majesty Eve's chosen ones." For a moment, Alice and Li Mu subconsciously straightened their bodies. They bowed slightly to the dark dwarves, and then followed Eve to sit on the other side of the round table. After the elf sat down, the death god took out a beautiful wooden box and presented it to Eve with both hands. "Lady Zero, this is the item that the temple leader ordered me to pass to you." Eve's heart skipped a beat and she took the wooden box. Even if she didn't open it, she could feel a powerful and sacred, cold and austere power contained within the wooden box. It was the power of the death god. The power of the death god Hela was sealed in this wooden box. The death god Hela had sent someone to make a deal. This was part of the true god's oath. Eve nodded slightly and gestured to Li Mu. Li Mu's expression turned solemn as he took out a box engraved with exquisite patterns. Through the translucent lid, a light green crystal could be seen lying inside. It was the god's blood crystal of the world tree, a total of 10. After meeting with Hela, the two sides agreed that Eve would provide Hela with 10 units of God's blood crystal within a month. As compensation, Hela would give Eve 15 units of Death God's divine power. Of course, these God's blood crystal only retained the law of life. After putting away the God's blood crystal, the Death God heaved a sigh of relief. "May the true God bless you forever, Lady Zero." But soon, his expression became serious again. "Lady Zero, I'm here to make a deal with your church, and on the other hand, I'm here to provide some information to the elves. We received news from the merchants who entered the underworld from the southern region. The Orc Royal Court in the Death Desert started a war mobilization a month ago. They mobilized 30,000 troops and are heading toward the Elven Forest." A friend pushed a book, Player Super Justice. It was opened by Chi Er Miao of the bookseller. It was also a player-type book with great settings. Quality guaranteed. It was interesting. The elves were above ground, and the dark dwarves were underground, but the Elven Forest was the one that received the news. The dark dwarves were the ones who informed the elves about the orcs' actions. 30,000 troops. Hearing this number, the three elves sitting opposite the dark dwarves had different expressions. The death god priest noticed that the female elf on the left, who was called the Saintess, narrowed her eyes slightly. Her originally delicate and white face was suddenly replaced by a pale white, as if she was frightened. The black-haired male elf on the right also widened his eyes. There was a bit of surprise in his expression, but he did not seem to be afraid. Faintly, there seemed to be a kind of curiosity and eagerness to try. However, the most mysterious one was Zero, who was sitting in the middle of the main seat. Her expression did not change at all. She was neither afraid nor did she show the excitement of the strange elf called Li Mu. Instead, she was expressionless, as if she had just heard a number. 30,000. They actually mobilized 30,000 people at once. Alice's voice was trembling a little. As a race that was brave and good at fighting, the 30,000 troops of the orcs were different from the 30,000 troops of the other intelligent races. Take humans for example. When they were in war, humans would exaggerate the number of troops. It was normal to exaggerate 10,000 to 30,000, and 30,000 to 100,000. Not only that, when many intelligent races were in war, their troops were not all soldiers who fought head-on. The number of auxiliary troops and logistics personnel was actually more than the soldiers who fought head-on. In an army of 30,000, there might only be 10,000 soldiers who could fight head-on, but the orcs were different. As a branch of the orcs inherited the characteristics of the orcs. They were very much like the nomadic races on the Blue Star. When they were in war, their troops were all soldiers who could fight head-on. Moreover, as an iron race, these 30,000 people meant that there were at least 30,000 iron-level professionals, an army of 30,000 iron-level professionals. Perhaps 1,000 years ago, when the world of Seekers was full of magic and powerhouses, it was not much, but now, the magic level of the entire world of Seekers was low. Although the iron level did not affect much, it was far more difficult to break through to silver and gold than 1,000 years ago. There were much fewer legends and demigods. It was almost unheard of. Under such circumstances, 30,000 black iron level professionals were rather terrifying. This was a terrifying number. Even though Alice knew that Her Majesty Mother Goddess had summoned another 9,000 talented Heaven's Chosen Ones, the number of people who could grow up was very limited. Until now, there were only slightly more than 2,000 Iron Chosen Ones. And quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes. The threat of 30,000 well-trained iron-ranked warriors was far greater than the tens of thousands of Shadow Army that had attacked Black Rock City. They were all fighting their own battles and were extremely chaotic. At the same time, their intelligence was low. In the face of such a large army, even if all of the orc warriors were at the lower level of iron-ranked or below gold-ranked, no matter who it was, they would still be defeated. Including the Black Dragon Merrill, it might be able to defeat a 5,000-strong beastman tribe with time, but facing an army of 30,000 strong beastmen who were fighting for their beliefs and had high morale, even if it was a megalosaurus, it would still be beaten to death before it reached adulthood. Even a gold professional could only escape unscathed when faced with such a large number of enemies. Only a legendary master who had transcended the secular world could defeat such a large number of enemies by himself, and it had to be a senior legendary master. Did the Elf Forest have legendary level combat power? There were some. The Crypt Spider Queen Lolth, who was subdued by Her Majesty Mother Goddess, was one of them. But she had only just entered the legendary realm. Not only that, she was a magical beast from the underground world and had the dark attribute, so she was very afraid of light and fire. It was still okay at night, but if she fought on the ground during the day, her strength would be greatly reduced, and she might even be similar to an upper gold professional. Not to mention, the light attribute shared by the true gods was fatal to dark creatures. In a war of beliefs, dark creatures like the crypt spiders could be easily targeted and destroyed if they did not fight in the underground world, which was rich in dark elements. Therefore, other than being mounts for the Heavens Chosen Ones, Alice did not think that the crypt spiders could be very useful in battle. Besides the Spider Queen Lolth, the God's Chosen One Zero was also considered half a legendary master. She was a lower-level gold professional, but she had the favor of Her Majesty Mother Goddess and could summon her power to perform legendary-level attacks. Even Alice was envious of this ability, but being able to perform legendary-level attacks was not the same as being able to fight against an army of 30,000. Perhaps the God's Chosen One Zero could borrow the power of Her Majesty Mother Goddess and destroy the Shadow Dragon, who was at the peak of the legendary level, in one blow, but that was because there was only one target. And when facing an army of 30,000, would she be able to destroy it in one blow? Could the God's Chosen One Zero summon the power of Her Majesty Mother Goddess without limit? After all, she was only a lower-level gold professional. Not to mention, did the half-orcs not have legendary-level combat power? Did the half-orcs not have corresponding defenses? It was true that the half-orcs were an iron race, but their overall strength was on the low side in the continent of Seekers, and their population was only a few 100,000. Because they were not strong enough, they could only hole up in the barren Death Desert. Even though they had obtained the right to rule the Elven Forest in name after the War of the Gods 1,000 years ago, The half-orcs were still wary of the nearby human forces and the large number of mid-level and high-level magical beasts in the elven forest, so they only moved around the edges of the forest. Moreover, most of their people were iron rank, and very few could break through to silver rank, let alone gold rank. As for legendary half-orcs, they had never heard of them before. It could be said that such a race could rely on the blessings of a true god to stay in a corner, but they would never be able to grow into an overlord force. Because, they were really weak. But that did not mean that the half-orcs did not have silver and gold powerhouses, and to say that they were weak was only in comparison to the half-orcs and humans. The half-orcs and humans were one of the top forces in the continent of Seekers, and humans accounted for almost half of the world's intelligent races. The half-orcs were weaker than them, but they were still much stronger than the elves who were struggling at death's door. Even among the half-orcs, there were always a few lucky ones who could break through to silver rank, or obtain the blessings of a true god. And the best among them had even reached the gold rank. For example, the current king of the half-orcs, the strongest of the half-orcs, Lionheart King Imsh, was a lower gold berserker. And the chief high priest of the half-orcs was also a lower gold spellcaster. And in addition to these apparent strengths, one also had to consider the strength that the half-orcs could summon. The gods had agreed that in a war of faith, the existence of demigod and above could not intervene, but what about the legendary level? The half-orcs did not have the combat power of a legendary level. But the true god that the half-orcs believed in, the god of winter and the hunt, Ulur, had a legendary totem guardian. The half-orcs would not summon demigod Walker, but what about the legendary level? What about the gold level? Even if the totem guardian could only be summoned for a limited time, it was still a totem guardian. Not to mention, what about the half-orcs who enjoyed the blessings of a true god like Zero? The overall strength of the elves and the chosen ones was still too weak. Alice did not think that the chosen ones would be able to defeat the half-orc army if the mother goddess did not intervene. The half-orcs were weak. And today's elven race was even weaker. Even the mother goddess, because she had just awakened, didn't have any powerful dependents. But if the mother goddess intervened, then everything would be torn apart. What's worse was that if the mother goddess's true identity was exposed, it would immediately attract the attention of the gods and evolve into a worldwide crusade. Thinking of this, Alice's mood became heavier. She subconsciously looked to the side, but to her surprise, the expression of the chosen one, Zero, was very calm. Alice's heart moved. For this meeting with the dark dwarves, the mother goddess had specially given her an oracle, and the chosen one, Zero, would lead the organization. In fact, after the chosen one, Zero, was sent by the mother goddess to the city of Heaven's Chosen, she had secretly become another leader of the Druidic order, whose status was not inferior to Alice's. However, unlike Alice, who was mainly responsible for the operation of the Druidic order and handling the internal affairs of the Elven Forest, Zero was more responsible for external affairs. Seeing the calm expression of the chosen one, Alice could not help but guess if the mother goddess already had a countermeasure. After the dark dwarves completed the transaction and provided the elves with some information about the half-orcs' movements, they left the Elven Forest and returned to the underworld. After the dark dwarves left, Limu also bowed to the two elven NPCs and left excitedly. Only Alice and Zero were left in the meeting room. Alice hesitated for a moment before asking, "Lady Zero, I see that you don't seem to be surprised by the news about the half-orcs, nor are you afraid. Do you already have a countermeasure?" Zero glanced at her and said, "In this war of faith, I'll deal with the gold to legend enemies." "You?" Alice could not help but widen her eyes. She hesitated and said worriedly, "Lady Zero, I know that you can summon the power of the Mother Goddess, but you're only a lower gold class. If the half-orcs really summoned more than one legend totem guardian, then believe me, I can deal with it." The chosen one's voice was very calm. Alice was speechless. She opened her mouth and did not know how to answer. Could Zero deal with it? Could she really deal with it, even if she did not need to kill the totem guardian and only needed to delay until the summoning time was up? It was still a legend. She could use the power of a true god to kill the shadow dragon, but she might not be able to deal with a legend totem guardian, and there might be more than one. Zero, where did her confidence come from? She suddenly appeared and was valued by the Mother Goddess, and she was so confident. Who was she? But, even if you can deal with a legend totem guardian, the 30,000 troops, don't worry. Zero interrupted Alice. A chosen one can deal with 30,000 troops. A chosen one? Their strength is still too weak. Even if they can be resurrected, with more than 2,000 dark iron chosen ones, I'm afraid they can't deal with 30,000 half-orcs. Alice shook her head. Zero looked at her and smiled for the first time. 2,000 dark iron chosen ones can't deal with, then let's change it to 10,000. Although a month had passed since she received the news, Eve did not think that the orc army would arrive soon. The orcs had only started mobilizing a month ago, and it was estimated that they had just set off a few days ago. The larger the number of troops, the slower they would move. Not to mention, from the Death Desert in the south to the Elven Forest, the orcs would have to cross the rugged dark mountain range unless they used the Air's Kingdom, and how would the human kingdom allow the orcs to enter with 30,000 troops? In addition, the god of winter and hunting, Ulur, was eager to have as few forces as possible that knew about his war of faith. Even the news that the Dark Dwarfs received was only that the orcs had made a big move and mobilized 30,000 troops to rush to the north. Only the Church of Death knew some inside information through the Oracle and determined that the orcs' target was the new god of the Elven Forest. Therefore, it was inevitable that the orcs would cross the Dark Mountain Range. And it would take a longer time to cross the Dark Mountain Range. Therefore, before the arrival of the orc army, there was still a period of time for the players to develop. This period of time could be as short as 20 days, and as long as more than a month. Speaking of which, I've been in Blue Star for almost 2 months, and it's summer vacation. Should I organize a summer vacation activity? After leaving the conference hall, Eve, whose consciousness returned to the Yggdrasil, looked at the Blue Star calendar thoughtfully. But before that, let's see how many players can theoretically fight. She thought for a while and looked at the 10,200 blue stars in the sky of the Kingdom of God, which represented the players, and checked the players' data. When Eve checked the players' online time, she was shocked. What the hell? The average daily online time in Blue Star is 12 hours? 12 hours, that meant that the players in the closed beta spent half of their 24 hours in Elven Kingdom, although they could play the game while sleeping, which meant that many players' online time would not be less than 7 hours. The average online time of 12 hours was too terrifying. Looks like I didn't choose the wrong group of people. They're all game maniacs. And the attraction of Elven Kingdom is far stronger than I thought. Eve clicked her tongue in wonder. However, the most exaggerated thing was still the boxed lunch. After further checking the player's data, he was shocked to find that the Liver Emperor was online for an average of 23 hours a day. The 30,000 orcs did not affect Eve's mood much, but the average daily online time of the lunchbox shocked her. No wonder he's leveling up so quickly. He's almost living in a gaming pod, right? Doesn't he have to work? After that, Eve purposely browsed through the players who spent less time online. She discovered that there were about 100 players out of 10,200. Those who are online the least amount of time is less than 20 hours. And those who are online for an average of less than 2 hours a day, there are more than 100 people. Most of them are third beta testers. Seeing this data, Eve sighed in her heart, but there was nothing she could do. No matter how good a game was, it was impossible to satisfy everyone. Even if these 10,200 players were specially selected by him, it was inevitable that he would encounter players who chose to abandon the game for various reasons, or players who were not online for a long time. That was something that could not be helped. However, Elven Kingdom was not a game. If the players were not online for a long time, or if they really abandoned the game, then the bodies they left behind would be awkward. Not to mention anything else, although the players' bodies would enter a dormant state after going offline, and if they did not eat for a long time, they would die. Why don't I set up a recycling mechanism? If the players are not online for more than 3 days, return their bodies to the World Tree, seal them, and activate them when they come online. As for those who might abandon the game, send a text message to inform them that they will be sealed for a month. If they are not online for a month, their bodies will be completely recycled. After thinking about how to deal with the players who were not online for a long time, Eve focused her attention on the war preparations. There are at least 20 days. In these 20 days, I have to improve the player's strength as soon as possible, and strengthen the defense of the Elven Forest. Although I can directly improve the player's strength, in the long run, let them work hard on their own. If there is a limit to their strength, I can use Hela's divine power to strengthen the player's buffs. In the next 20 days, I can temporarily reduce the war sacrifices share and let the players gain more EXP. I'll just give it all to them. Consider it double EXP. Double the happiness. In addition, I'll release some new construction missions to build fortifications and improve the defense of the Elven Forest. In this war, I'm on the defensive side, and I have fewer people, so naturally, I'll focus on defense. I can release missions to let the lifestyle players imitate the underground Black Rock City and build the city's defense core. After this meeting, the players should know that the half-orcs are coming. I might as well start a new main storyline. All these missions and activities will be part of the new main storyline. There are more things to change this time. I might as well release them in the form of a new version update. At this thought, Eve began to use her divine power, the City of Heaven's Chosen, Nature's Heart's Guild residence. This was the only elf-style building in the City of Heaven's Chosen. Limu asked a few friends from the Meng committee to design it to imitate the city style of Jadeling Sui. The main body of the building was made of marble, and the marble came from the ruins of Jadeling Sui. Beautiful patterns of vines and flowers were engraved on it, making it look very grand. In addition, the surrounding living plants, white boulders, green grass, and fresh flowers gave the Nature's Heart's Guild residence a unique flavor. At this moment, in the guild hall, some players were chatting casually. What? Brother Mu? You said the half-orc army is coming? 30,000 people? Demacia listened to the news brought by Limu and was stunned. Then, he couldn't help but shudder. Oh my, what does 30,000 half-orcs mean? It's a sea of people, right? Can the official servers handle it? It should be similar to the defense of Black Rock City. Limu thought for a while and said. It's not the same, right? The shadow monsters are much weaker than the half-orcs, and I killed them myself. Although the half-orcs are simple-minded, they are much more powerful. Demacia shook his head. Then, he said with a yearning look, I envy you, Brother Mu. Now, you are treated as the leader of the players by the NPCs. You can even participate in such decision-making meetings. Limu was speechless. Without waiting for Limu to reply, Demacia sighed again. Sigh. I'm miserable. After working so hard for so long, my personal reputation is only 2 points. The entire server's average is about to rise to 10 points. I'm not a pure combat player. Now that my level is getting higher, I need more EXP. This person's reputation is too low, and it affects the speed of gaining EXP and contribution points. Hearing Demacia's words, Limu was a little surprised. Only 2 points? Haven't you been trying to gain favor with Jadeling Sui recently? Also, I told you all the tricks, why is it so slow? Demacia laughed dryly. Ahem. Maybe it's because the pyramid scheme in Black Rock City has been too smooth recently, and I'm a little carried away. Didn't many elves come back a while ago? Originally, my personal reputation was about to reach the average, but then I found that they brought back a lot of good stuff. I couldn't resist. So I tried to recommend the new elves to see if I could get some magic equipment. Who knew that I would be seen through by that God's chosen, Zero, and then you know. Limu was speechless. But then again, that NPC called Zero is amazing. He saw through the essence of pyramid schemes at a glance, as expected of a purple NPC. Unlike those dwarves, even though they felt something was wrong, they could just fool around and get over it. Demacia sighed. Limu was speechless. You're hopeless. He shook his head and patted the other party's shoulder. I say. You're getting bigger and bigger in Black Rock City. In the meeting with the NPC today, one of the dwarves seemed to be your downline. Let's see how you're going to stop in the end. Prepare to commit suicide in advance to atone for your sins, or enjoy being hunted down by the Church of Death. Demacia was speechless. Well. Let's get drunk today. It hasn't been seen through yet. After saying that, Demacia coughed dryly and quickly changed the topic. By the way, Brother Mu, the orcs are about to attack. Aren't you going to inform the other guilds? Limu looked at him and muttered, "You don't have to remind me. I've already recorded it and uploaded it to the official website. Also, the system notification is probably coming soon." According to the usual pattern, this is definitely the prelude to a big plot. As soon as Limu finished speaking, a new system notification flashed across their vision. Frowny face ding. Announcement: Elven Nation will undergo a version update tomorrow. All players, please prepare to go offline in advance. Blue Star, the capital of the Celestial Empire. At the dining table, Jidong was eating rice while looking at the official forum of Elven Nation on his phone screen. Damn, an army of 30,000 orcs? Suddenly, he browsed a certain post and couldn't help but exclaim. Don't talk when you're eating. Don't look at your phone. On the other hand, Jidong's mother glared at her son. Jidong was speechless. He smiled awkwardly and quickly put his phone away. However, just as he was about to lock the screen, his phone buzzed again, and a system notification popped up. Jidong couldn't help but look at it again and saw the update of Elven Nation. The version is going to be updated? He couldn't help but mutter to himself again. However, when Jidong saw his mother put down her chopsticks and glanced at him sternly, he quickly put his phone back into his pocket, sat up straight, and obediently started eating rice. Of course, his heart had already flown thousands of miles away. August 10th. For the students of the Blue Star Empire, the summer vacation was already half over. For the closed beta players of Elven Nation, this was the 5th update of the game since the launch of the game. The closed beta version of Elven Nation was updated frequently. However, most of them were small updates in the game. When the players weren't paying attention, the officials added a lot of small things and there were very few patches that required the entire server to be shut down. However, every time there was a large update that required the players to go offline early, it meant that the game would have a lot of changes. The first major update was the second beta, the second was the NPC mission system, the third was the reputation and reputation evaluation system, and the fourth was the third closed beta. The fifth update seemed to have caught him off guard. However, at the same time that the update was released, another announcement was made on the official website of Elven Nation. Summer activity, double experience. Orcs are attacking, all servers are mobilized. The announcement was very simple, there was only one big picture. On one side was the image of the handsome and elegant elves, and on the other side was the image of the rough and ugly orcs. The two sides were waving their weapons and confronting each other, as if they were going to rush to fight in the next second. Could it be the 30,000 orcs that Brother Mu mentioned in the post? Is this a new plot? The official design of Elven Nation is so thoughtful. Could this be used as foreshadowing for an update? I'm afraid it was arranged long ago. Putting everything else aside, this ability to control the plot and mobilize the player's sense of participation is really not something that other games can compare to. Jidong sighed. After looking at the time and confirming that the update was over, Jidong couldn't wait to lie down in the game cabin. Activate. Elven Kingdom. Ding. Game connected successfully, discovered new version, Elven Nation 1.4, updating, ding, update successful. Logging in, game ID, Shapeshifter G Gang, chosen 1, welcome back to Elf Nation. Following the familiar sound of the system, Jidong's vision darkened slightly. Now, he was Shapeshifter G Gang. His field of vision slowly brightened, and the background music started playing. The game's plot animation started again. Jidong subconsciously wanted to skip it, but she found that the background music was different from what she remembered. The new plot animation was also different from the animation when she logged in, therefore, he extinguished the thought of skipping the animation and focused on watching it. The first thing that came into view was a meeting room. The dark dwarf sat on one side and the elf sat on the other. The background music was solemn. When Shapeshifter G Gang saw a familiar figure, he was a bit surprised. Big Brother Mu? Why is he in the plot animation? While Shapeshifter G Gang was surprised, the dark dwarf's deep voice echoed in the hall. The Orc Royal Court in the Death Desert has already started a war mobilization a month ago. They have mobilized 30,000 troops and are heading towards the Elven Forest. Along with the dark dwarf's words, the entire scene gradually faded, and the scene of the Beastman army marching appeared, a large army that covered the mountains. Accompanied by the dark dwarf's deep voice and the roars of the orcs, there was a strong sense of oppression. A war of faith? At this time, a cold voice sounded. The scene changed and returned to the meeting room. On the elven side, the leader of the Chosen One, 0, had bright eyes and a confident tone. The elven race has already experienced too many hardships. No matter what kind of difficulties we encounter, we won't back down, we will accept this war. We will work with the Chosen Ones to thwart the conspiracy of the orcs. Following Zero's words, the scene of the plot animation faded and showed the elves being persecuted and the players and goblins fighting with the orcs and mercenaries. In an instant, the solemn background music became impassioned, and the audience couldn't help but be overwhelmed with emotions. The victory of this war of faith will belong to us. Finally, in the high-spirited music, the three elven representatives spoke in unison. The scene darkened, then, a line of gorgeous words appeared before Shapeshifter Ji Gang's eyes. Summer activities are coming, the War of Faith begins. The plot animation ended. Shapeshifter Ji Gang returned to his guild dormitory in the City of Heaven's Chosen. However, thinking of the plot animation just now, he couldn't help but mutter to himself. He actually went straight into the plot animation. Brother Moo, aren't you a little too impressive? I'm envious. I don't know when I can enter. Eve was naturally the one who came up with the plot animation. Of course, it was based on some game clips, plus some beautification and exaggeration. For example, the words of Eve's incarnation and the last 3 sentences were added by Eve herself. After Limu went online, he was still dumbfounded when he saw the plot animation. Because he didn't remember what Zero had said, nor did he remember saying those shameful words. However, overall, the effect was quite good. At least, Shapeshifter Ji Gang was looking forward to the new plot. After entering the game, Shapeshifter Ji Gang immediately noticed the system announcement that took up almost half of the sky in his field of vision. Summer activities are coming, the War of Faith begins. Activity 1, double the experience, double the happiness. In order to thank the players for their support of Elven Nation, from August 10th to August 20th, Blue Star time, all players of Elven Nation will receive a summer activity buff. The experience and contribution points obtained from missions and monster kills will be doubled. Experience and contribution points doubled. Seeing this news, Shapeshifter Ji Gang was pleasantly surprised. He was one of the most hardworking third beta testers, but he was still only level 15. Every time he saw the middle-level iron level first and second beta testers, he was envious. This is rare. This is a good opportunity to overtake. There are many office workers among the first and second beta testers. I won't do anything for the next 10 days. I must work hard to reach level 21. Shapeshifter Ji Gang clenched his fists. Then, he looked down. Activity 2, limited discount in Exchange Store. In order to thank the players for their support of Elven Nation, during the summer activities, all items in Elven Nation Exchange Store will be half price. F***CK. Half price. Shapeshifter Ji Gang's breathing became heavy. Not to mention that the skills obtained from the Exchange Store were all full proficiency. The equipment obtained from the exchange was much better than the equipment seized, especially the blue rare grade and above. There was at least one special effect, however, these equipment were also very expensive, especially the middle-level iron-level purple epic equipment. A set of it was at least tens of thousands of contribution points. As for the gold legendary equipment, there was no need to mention it. It was only used by tycoons and bosses. If it was not for the guild, Shapeshifter Ji Gang might have thought about it. However, the Autobots Guild had consumed a lot of his resources, so he could only set his sights on the purple epic equipment. Even so, it was very difficult. Up until now, Ji Gang the Shapeshifter had only managed to gather 2 pieces of purple epic grade equipment, a sword and a piece of heavy armor. He still lacked shoes, lower body armor, knee pads and wrist guards, a total of 4 pieces of equipment. This did not include the secondary weapons. For example, Boxed Lunch Boss and Salty Meow had secondary weapons such as daggers. However, once the Exchange Store discount was opened, Shapeshifter Ji Gang's opportunity came. Mission. I must crazily grind for missions. I must take this opportunity to accumulate enough contribution points to graduate. Shapeshifter Ji Gang's eyes were burning with passion. Then, he looked at the third activity news. Activity 3, Fortification Mission, a big storyline is coming. The Orc army is about to attack the Elven Forest. During the summer vacation event, activate city wall construction, defense core construction, and other fortification construction missions. Complete the relevant missions and you will receive more experience and contribution points. Fortification mission? Shapeshifter Ji Gang was a little surprised. He quickly checked the mission system and found that these new missions had been added. Moreover, there was a special section for summer vacation activity missions. Not only that, the rewards of these missions were very high. They were half as high as ordinary daily missions. Yes. I'll do it in a while. Shapeshifter Ji Gang nodded secretly. Then, he looked at the last activity news, Activity 4, Lucky Draw. During the event, the Lucky Draw function will be available in the exchange store. Players can draw through the Lucky Prize voucher. The Lucky Prize pool includes all the items in the exchange store. There is a chance to draw a gold legendary equipment, a purple epic book, 100 resurrection coins, and 30,000 contribution points. The prize voucher is obtained as follows. Method 1. The top 100 players who complete the activity mission the most every day will receive a prize voucher. Method 2. The top 100 players who level up the fastest every day will receive a prize voucher. Method 3. The top 100 players who gain the most experience and contribution points every day will receive a prize voucher. Method 4. The players who kill the orcs in the War of Faith can spend 100% of their contribution points to exchange for a prize voucher. Killing a orc alone will result in 100% contribution points. When killing in a team, the contribution will decrease according to the ratio. Note, methods 1 to 3 will reset every 24 hours, and the reward will be issued at midnight. Method 4 will not reset, but the prize voucher can be redeemed repeatedly. The prize voucher is bound to the player and cannot be traded. F***CK. Shapeshifter Ji Gang's eyes turned red when he saw this activity news. Lucky Draw. Gold Legendary. I want liver. These 10 days. I want liver bursting. Gold Legendary. I'm coming. 10 days of summer activities, in Elven Nation, that would be 40 days of activity time, double experience, double contribution, half price in the shop, new missions, and, the most exciting lucky draw system. There was also a chance to draw gold legendary equipment. One had to know that even with the discount, the exchange price for a piece of gold legendary equipment was still 50,000 contribution points. Now, as long as you were willing to work hard, you would have a chance to get a lucky draw ticket. And with a lucky draw ticket, even a poor person would be able to turn into a big shot, although there was a difference in level between the equipment in Elven Nation. There was no strict level restriction on the equipment user. In other words, even if you were a player below level 10, you could still use black iron level equipment if you drew it. At most, you would not be able to fully utilize the equipment's effect. As the best equipment currently recognized, the gold legendary equipment's effect on one's combat power was obvious to all. After Salty Meow leveled up to mid-level black iron level, Boxed Lunch Boss could not break through her defense without using a gold dagger or explosive skills. Just the rare special effect of the gold legendary equipment alone, there were a total of 18 Salty Meow with 6 gold legendary equipment. There were even more additional skills attached to the equipment. They could even drown people. Not to mention the eye-catching appearance of the gold legendary equipment. The shop's products were definitely the best. Although the gold legendary equipment did not have the shine special effect, it was almost equivalent to having a shine effect. Not only did they have the most exquisite patterns and the most domineering shapes, but they also had a unique appearance and a unique background story, made up by Eve. In short, gold legendary equipment was a symbol of status in Elven Nation. It was also a necessary artifact for showing off and picking up girls. For the majority of players, gold equipment was simply a fatal attraction. Therefore, when they saw the official summer activities, the players were excited. Whether it was to level up as soon as possible, to improve their personal strength, or to obtain gold legendary equipment. Everyone's enthusiasm was completely aroused. Alice and the other Seeger's native elves were surprised to find that after knowing that the half-orc army was about to attack the elven forest, these chosen ones instantly fell into an inexplicable state of excitement. In an instant, almost all the chosen ones turned into workaholics. One after another, they did not rest and continuously completed some of the new daily missions given by Mother Goddess, Or, with red eyes, they rushed into the Shadow Instance dungeon and stayed inside to farm non-stop, not coming out for an entire day. Even some of the shops opened by the Chosen Ones in the City of Heaven's Chosen were closed. Those Chosen Ones who used to open shops carried building materials and began to build fortifications around Fei Lingsui and Black Dragon castles. Even the construction team of the Mengmeng Committee stopped their leisurely real estate development. Under the lead of the Coot, they accepted the Defense Corps construction quest and obtained the legendary Defense Corps blueprint from the goddess. They then built a defense corps similar to the one in Black Rock City in Fei Lingsui and Black Dragon Castle. Of course, the design elves. With the player's current efficiency and standards, Eve didn't think that they would be able to create a defensive core like Black Rock City, so she simplified the design. Even so, this level of magic equipment was not something that the players could tinker with alone. Therefore, in the end, the Elves Guild asked Li Mu to invite many old elves who had high attainments in magic equipment manufacturing, such as Carlos Blaze and Samir Gale, to assist them in the construction of the defense. The central square, where the Chosen Ones were always strolling and chatting, was a lot more deserted. At night, there were not many Chosen Ones who attended the bonfire party. This made the original elf Sarandir, who was fascinated by the central square party, very disappointed. All the Heaven's Chosen Ones were busy as if they had transformed into machines that did not know fatigue. When their bodies could not take it anymore, they would sleep and rest for a few hours. And after waking up, they would quickly throw themselves back into work, in the City of Heaven's Chosen, in the Nature Temple, Mother Nature above. What did Mother Goddess do to them? Why are they working so hard? After giving a new construction mission to another excited Chosen One with messy hair and bloodshot eyes, Alice couldn't help but mutter to herself in astonishment as she watched the other party leave in a hurry. Too crazy, it was really too crazy. Ever since the Dark Dwarves visited the Elven Forest a few days ago, these Chosen Ones seemed to have been hit by a mental spell. They were crazily addicted to the new daily missions and magic beast hunting. Every Chosen One she saw seemed to only have missions and monster hunting in their eyes. They did not know fatigue and did not know rest. 4 days after the new mission was issued, the craziness of the Chosen Ones reached a new level. Alice could still clearly remember what happened in the early hours of that day. Hundreds of Chosen Ones, for some reason, chose to rush into the Nature Temple at the same time, or in front of the World Tree, and began to pray devoutly to Mother Goddess. It was really a devout prayer. Alice had a rather deep understanding of the Chosen Ones after spending half a year with them. She knew that while they would fight madly for the Mother Goddess, they were not believers of the Mother Goddess. When they prayed, they were merely going through the motions and putting on a show. However, since Mother Goddess did not care, she did not say anything. But that day was different. It was the first time she saw the Chosen Ones praying from the bottom of their hearts. Hundreds of Chosen Ones knelt in front of the World Tree or the statue of Mother Goddess excitedly and expectantly. They were unprecedentedly devout. It was just that, the prayers were very strange. It was probably, Sister Goddess bless me with soul imprint, Mother Goddess asks for European Emperor's possession, and so on. A few minutes later, a light flashed in the hands of the Chosen Ones. The experienced Alice knew that the Chosen Ones had once again received a reward from Mother Goddess. After the reward, some of the Chosen Ones were disappointed, some were excited, and all had different expressions. The most exaggerated one was a Chosen One named Shapeshifter Ji Gang. A golden light flashed in the hands of this elf warrior, and a pair of extremely exquisite combat boots appeared. Then, he jumped up, laughed loudly, and began to run around the square excitedly. His loud and proud voice spread far and wide. Ha 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 ha. I got it. I got it. I got the golden legendary pair of boots. Ha ha ha. Speed up, stealth, and light body. 3 superb special effects. Who else? Who else? Eh? This pair of boots even has a background story. They are the superb combat boots of a legendary elf hero. His lover made them for him. And after that, the Heaven's Chosen Ones worked even harder. However, Alice was not much more free than the Chosen Ones. These days, the Chosen Ones began to crazily work on their missions. As a daily mission NPC, Alice was also very busy and did not have much rest for a few days. Although as a silver priest and the nature saintess who was blessed by Mother Goddess, her energy was much more vigorous than the chosen ones who were at most dark iron, she still could not bear to work so hard. Right now, she had 2 large dark circles under her eyes, and her face was haggard. However, although it was hard work, Alice's gloomy and worried mood because of the news of the half-orc army gradually eased under the influence of the chosen one's positive and sunny work attitude. Yes, even the chosen ones were working so hard. They were either working hard to increase their strength in order to face the incoming enemy, or building defensive fortifications day and night in order to strengthen the defense of the elven forest. Then, as the nature saintess, what reason did she have to be depressed? The half-orcs had an army of 30,000, but the elf race also had more than 10,000 people, and Alice also noticed that after the chosen ones started to work hard, it seemed that their potential was stimulated again, and their strength increased greatly. Over the past few days, Alice had already lost count of the number of chosen ones she had witnessed. If this trend continued, perhaps, when the half-orcs came to the elf forest, the elves could really organize a force to defend against the half-orcs. However, Alice also noticed that while the chosen ones were busy, the chosen one, Zero, had disappeared. Lord Zero should be cultivating hard in preparation for the upcoming war, right? Alice gasped. She patted her face and suppressed her fatigue, then walked out of the nature temple. Outside the temple, Heaven's chosen ones came and went. They were all busy working. Alice, you look very tired. Don't pressure yourself too much. When it's time to rest, take a good rest. At this time, a deep and heavy voice was heard. Alice raised her head and saw a 2-meter-tall, bald, muscular elf. He was carrying a large translucent special stone on his shoulder and happened to pass by the temple. The elf girl was in a daze. Sir Basaka? Where are you going? This strong man was Basaka, the oak tree guard who used transformation magic to transform into an elf. The weather is turning cold. The chosen ones taught me a good way to protect the farmland. I'm going to the farm to build a greenhouse, a building that can allow the plants to grow normally in the winter. Basaka, who had transformed into a bald strong man, replied. I see. Alice was enlightened. Although the elf forest had a long green season, it did not mean that it did not have autumn and winter. Perhaps the world tree could maintain green all year round, but most places in the elf forest would still welcome the falling leaves. A cold wind blew, carrying the unique scent of the elf forest. Alice could not help but shiver, and her mental fatigue also dissipated a lot in the cold wind. Achoo! She could not help but sneeze. Basaka looked at Alice's thin saintess dress and shook his head. Alice, it's cold. You should wear thicker clothes. Hearing Basaka's words, Alice was slightly startled. She subconsciously looked into the distance. The sky was high and the clouds were light. The blue sky was extremely clear. And the continuous forest in the distance was also dyed with a layer of golden yellow. It was almost November in the continent of Seekers. Unknowingly, more than 8 months had passed since the return of Mother Goddess. Yes, it's already autumn. Alice smiled. It's late autumn. Basaka nodded and slowly walked away with the building materials on his back. Alice looked away. She took a deep breath and patted her cheeks. Then, she turned around and returned to the temple to continue her work. Golden leaves flew with the cool autumn wind, and the green city of Heaven's Chosen was dyed with a layer of orange. Players were busy shuttling through the city, carrying all kinds of goods and building materials. Some were fully armed, and they were frequently active in the wild and in instance dungeons. 4 days had passed since the start of the new version of Elf Kingdom. And more than half a month had passed in the world of Seekers. With the arrival of the summer activities and the news of the half-orc army, the entire elf forest was filled with a sense of urgency. The chilly autumn wind also made the forest seem more bleak. The only thing that didn't change was the 1,000-meter-tall world tree. It was still full of vitality, full of green, and exuded a sacred and natural aura. It dyed the nearby area with a layer of vitality, as warm as spring. Nightingale carried the lunchbox and walked on the streets of the city of Heaven's Chosen. Achoo! A gust of cold wind blew, and she couldn't help but sneeze coldly. She sniffed with her reddened nose and slightly tightened the thin clothes on her body. Suddenly, a thick fur coat flew over and directly covered her head, wrapping her somewhat petite body. Nightingale subconsciously wrapped it up. At the same time, she looked back and saw that it was Lunchbox and his combat team. It's cold, so wear more. This is a return gift for the recent breakfast. Lunchbox looked at the fur coat and said. Nightingale was slightly startled. She touched the soft and fine fur on the coat, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. However, she quickly reacted. She coughed twice and asked, "What's the matter? Where did you get it?" "The mercenary's goods." Without waiting for Lunchbox to answer, the player Calabash on the side laughed and interrupted. Nightingale raised her eyebrows, glared at him, and looked at Lunchbox from head to toe. This Heaven's chosen one, who was passionate about fighting, was carrying a huge backpack with his companions. They were fully armed. Nightingale noticed that Lunchbox's equipment seemed to have changed. The upper body armor and the shoes on his feet seemed to be more exquisite. And the aura on his body seemed to be faintly stronger. "Are you going to the underground world to fight the shadow monsters again?" Nightingale asked curiously. Lunchbox nodded slightly. Then, he waved to his team members and continued to walk out of the city. What a battle maniac, Nightingale shook her head as she watched the boxed lunch leave. She tightened the coat around her and felt a lot warmer. Fei Ling Sui, Divine Nature Palace. The players of the Meng Meng Committee carried a huge, slightly crude hexahedron-like device and moved it carefully. Be gentle. Slow down. It wasn't easy to make this defensive device. Be careful and don't break it. On the side, the old elf blacksmith, Carlos Blaze, held a design blueprint, widened his eyes, and commanded while blowing his beard. "Grandpa Carlos, the inscription tools are here." Just as the elderly elf was instructing the gamers to set up the device, a clear voice sounded. Hearing this familiar voice, the old elf's stern eyes softened a lot. He turned around and saw a female player carrying a large bag walk into the temple. It was the chosen one disciple he was most proud of, Meng Han. Carlos smiled gently. Not bad. In a while, you will help the others with the final inscription carving work. Connect the defensive device to the statue of Mother Goddess, just like I taught you before. Inscription carving, this is the most important part of the magic equipment manufacturing. The female player nicknamed Meng Han was happy, but she soon hesitated. But I'm not very proficient yet. Don't worry, I'll guide you from the side. Carlos gave her an encouraging look. Then, under the envious eyes of the other players, he patted her shoulder and said gently, "Your foundation is very solid. Your basic knowledge is already very solid. Once you are completely proficient in engraving runes, you can forge the most basic magic equipment. Maybe you can't make big ones, but you can make some small pendants, or some apprentice level or even simple low-level black iron magic equipment. In your words, it's at least a rare blue level equipment." Meng Han's eyes lit up when she heard this. She smiled sweetly, put down the tool, and bowed to the elderly elf. "Thank you for your guidance, Teacher Carlos." Carlos's expression became even gentler. He shook his head. "Good child, this is the result of your own hard work. Among so many chosen ones, you're the most serious and hardworking. I think you'll definitely be able to inherit my legacy and grow into a true elf blacksmith master. Black Dragon Castle, at the bottom of the hill. Meryl. You bastard. Be gentle. These walls can't withstand your torment before they're reinforced." Salty Meow puffed up his cheeks and looked at the little black dragon who was holding a large bundle of building materials in his mouth, and said with disdain. Meryl's face fell. He put down the stone in his mouth and muttered in a muffled voice, "Really? If Meryl were to say, why build walls? These things are like mud, Meryl can destroy them with a dragon breath." That's because the defensive core hasn't been installed yet. Do you know about the defensive core? The one in Black Rock City. It can withstand an army of tens of thousands of shadow monsters. Salty Meow shook his head, crossed his arms in front of his chest, and said seriously, "Once the defensive core is installed, coupled with the power of the goddess, even you won't be able to break through in a short time. Moreover, it's not to defend against a big guy like you, but against the half-orcs. Tisk. Meryl can easily kill those stupid and weak half-orcs. The little black dragon raised his head proudly. Is that so? Salty Meow glanced at him. I heard from Sister Alice that there might be legends among the enemies this time. Meryl's expression froze. Salty Meow leaped onto Meryl's head under the effect of light body. Then, he knocked on Meryl's skull helmet with his staff. If you don't want your castle to turn into ruins under the siege of the half-orcs, work hard. Once we defeat the half-orcs, I'll treat you to 10 carts of honey barbecued meat. Meryl's eyes lit up when he heard this. However, he swallowed his saliva and quickly shook his head. No. 20 carts. 20 carts it is. Salty Meow puffed out his chest generously. Meryl hesitated for a moment, drooling. How about 30 carts? He, 20 carts might not be enough. Scram. The elven forest, the farm outside. The city. This should be good. Basaka, the oak tree guard, rubbed his big bald head and looked at the translucent arched buildings in front of him. Yes, thank you for your hard work, Lord Basaka. Cuckoo looked at the greenhouse in front of her and nodded gently. This thing, can it really make plants grow like spring and winter without using magic? Basaka looked at the strange building in front of him and clicked his tongue in wonder. Of course. Cuckoo nodded slightly and explained. If you want the plants to grow in winter, the only problem that needs to be solved is light and heat. As long as you have materials with good light transmission and thermal insulation, you can build this kind of greenhouse. This is a very common technology in our world. Then, Cuckoo touched the translucent building materials that were not used up. This kind of crystal from the underground world is a good material after polishing. When Basaka heard this, he glanced at the cuckoo bird in surprise. He could not help but exclaim in admiration. Miss Cuckoo, you're so knowledgeable. Among the chosen ones I've seen, you're the most knowledgeable. Also, the knowledge in your world is really amazing. I've only read a little more, and this is all very basic scientific knowledge. Cuckoo shook her head. The Gloom Mountain Range. The whistling autumn wind completely obliterated the remaining greenery. The dark mountain looked even more serene and deathly under the contrast of the withered plants. In the sky, layers of dark clouds gathered and moved slowly from the south to the north, under the dark clouds, in the mountains. The half-orcs in the mountains were like a swarm of slowly moving locusts under the loud sound of the horn. They were tall and strong, wearing slightly crude equipment. They clustered around 10-meter-tall beasts that looked like hippos, had fangs, human ears, and lion tails. Those were the war beasts raised by the half-orcs, behemoths. It was said that they had a trace of the Titan bloodline, and each of them had at least the strength of a lower silver, and each behemoth had a fluttering flag on its back. Different flags were painted with different patterns. Some represented the half-orc royal court, and some represented the various half-orc tribes. And the leading flag was painted with a bow-shaped symbol. It belonged to the god of winter and the hunt, Balur. Lionheart King Amash and the chief high priest of the half-orcs sat on the tallest behemoth. They looked at the mountains in the distance with cold expressions. We'll be able to walk out of the Gloom Mountains after crossing the few mountains in front. The chief high priest said. Lionheart King Amash sneered twice. I like autumn, but I like winter even more. Now. I can't wait to hear the screams and begging for mercy from the elves. Don't be careless. The chief high priest's expression was solemn. The elves also have the existence of a true god behind them, and they also have the support of the god of death. Although their strength is weak, we still have to be careful. This time, we must destroy all the elves in the elven forest in one blow. Destroy? Don't keep captives? The price of elven slaves is still very high. Lionheart King Amash was slightly startled. Don't keep them. The chief high priest shook her head. The evil god who stole the priesthood of nature and life also stole the faith of the elves. If those elves can't be completely destroyed, he is likely to completely control the laws of nature and life with the power of faith. And if the elves are destroyed, the new true god will lose the source of faith and will be on the verge of falling asleep. The elves can also change their faith? Lionheart King was very surprised. Any race will change when it's on the brink of extinction. The chief high priest sighed. After that, her expression became extremely pious and fanatical. His Holiness the Father has already issued an oracle. This time, we must completely wipe out the elves in the elven forest and completely destroy their foundation. When the war of faith is completely won, the evil god will decline and fall from the throne of true God. His Holiness the Father can personally take action, send down an incarnation to kill the evil god. Take back the power that belongs to him. Victory will definitely belong to us half-beastmen. I don't believe that an army of 30,000, the most elite and powerful warriors of our half-beastmen tribes, can't deal with the declining elves. Lionheart King Imsh said proudly. The chief high priestess glanced at him and shook her head slightly. Jushan thought so too, but now, there are no more grotto tribes in the world. Mere elves definitely can't resist our army. Even if death has given them a certain resurrection ability. Lionheart King Imsh sneered. After saying that, he looked into the distance with a somewhat disdainful expression. After being hunted by us and the humans for so many years, it would be a miracle if the elves could gather 1,000 warriors even if they wanted to. Furthermore, with the little strength they have left, they are no match for us. An army of 30,000, if everyone pees, they can drown. Even if they are death's chosen, their souls will completely collapse after a few resurrections. I don't believe that those elves can keep resurrecting. Not to mention, we still have a backup plan. Hearing Imsh's words, the chief high priestess shook her head and her expression gradually became serious. Your Majesty, don't underestimate the power of gods. The elves are indeed weak, but the existence behind them is a new god who has not yet left the Seeker's plane and ascended to heaven. And a new god who has not yet ascended to heaven has mastered the highest level of priesthood. Even if he has very few followers, his strength is far from what we can compare to. As long as his divine power is not used up, he is almost invincible in the material world. Otherwise, Lord Walker would not have fallen in the elven forest. Lionheart King Imsh suddenly froze after hearing the words of the chief high priestess. Looking at the female half-beastman high priestess in front of him, his expression was somewhat bewildered. You mean to say, this evil god might even personally attack us in this war of faith? Stop us from killing the elves? If the one behind them is forced into a corner, it is indeed possible for him to directly attack with the body of a god and break the rules. The chief high priestess' expression was very calm. But after saying that, her expression became very fanatical again. Of course, if the other party really attacks us with the body of a god, that is what His Holiness Father wants to see. Hearing these words, Imsh seemed to think of something, and his expression changed slightly. His complexion didn't look too good, even a little pale. His hands were slightly clenched, and his sharp nails were almost digging into his flesh. You mean to say, when he spoke, he was actually gnashing his teeth. Those below the true god realm are all ants. At this moment, the chief high priest's voice rang in Imsh's ears, jolting him awake. The Lionheart King Amash shuddered. Only then did he realize that he had unknowingly broken out in a cold sweat. He wanted to say something, but when he saw the faint smile on the high priest's face, he hesitated. Your Majesty, just as the Lionheart King Imsh was bewildered, the chief high priest's light voice rang out once more. How, do you view us beastmen? Without waiting for the other party to answer, the chief high priest continued. We beastmen. After all, we are only the lowest iron race. The potential of our race is not even comparable to that of the humans who are not even iron race. In the past 1,000 years, the magic of the world of seekers has been low, and His Holiness Father has gradually become stronger. This has allowed us to truly gain a foothold in the world of seekers, but now, the magic of the world of seekers has begun to rise, and His Holiness Father's strength has reached a bottleneck. With the return of magic, those who were originally sleeping will also wake up. The continent of seekers, which has been peaceful for 1,000 years, will be in chaos. The foundation of us beastmen is still too weak. If we want our race to truly grow into a powerful race like the beastmen or even the humans, there is only one way. At this point, the chief high priest's expression became more and more fanatical. That is, to let His Holiness Father obtain a more powerful priesthood and become a more noble existence. For this, at all costs. Even if it means sacrificing our lives. The Lionheart King. Imsh's pupils shrank slightly. This is a gamble. Of course it is a gamble. The chief high priest's tone was calm, but his eyes were unprecedentedly blazing. 2,000 years ago, we won a gamble and obtained the Desert of Death. 1,000 years ago, we won a gamble and obtained the Gloom Mountain Range and the Elven Forest. This time, if we win, we have hope of becoming a truly powerful race. On an equal footing with the beastmen, the humans, and even the Megalosaurus. About 15 kilometers south of the Black Dragon Castle, on a relatively steep hill. This place was 300 kilometers away from the World Tree in a straight line, and it was also the maximum distance that players could move at. At this moment, a brand new and simple lookout tower had been built on the once bare hillside. And in the lookout tower, 3 elves were bored to death around a bonfire. Achoo! Demacia sneezed, wrapping himself tightly around the small blanket he had seized from the human caravan as he scolded, "That's right. Seriously, this game's weather system is too exaggerated. It's so cold. After all, it's autumn. And it's in the mountains. Moreover, the most attractive thing about Elven Nation is that it's realistic. Moreover, you can turn off the temperature perception." A low-level player laughed. Demacia shook his head. Pain perception can be turned off, but if the warmth perception is turned off, too much fun will be lost. Hearing his words, the 2 players fell into deep thought. One of them hesitated for a moment, then asked curiously. "By the way, Almighty Demacia, building an outpost at the edge of the map to conduct surveillance is so boring. Why did you accept it?" "Yes, yes." Another player around the bonfire also nodded repeatedly. This is considered the most boring mission in the event. For players like us who haven't reached level 11, the EXP is considerable and not bad. But Almighty Demacia, you're already level 21, right? This EXP isn't even 1/3 of your EXP bar, right? Hearing the words of the 2 low-level players, Demacia's face fell. He sighed and shook his head helplessly. "I can't help it. I played too much games at the end of last year and failed 6 subjects. In the end, my school has a summer semester again this year. It's starting in a few days. The makeup exams are scheduled for the semester. If I fail again this time, I'll have to retake them. If I retake 6 subjects in one go, I'm going to die. Even my attendance will kill me." "University student?" the 2 players asked curiously. "Yes, freshman." Demacia sighed. "Well, I'm doing missions while revising." He took a screenshot of his vision and sent it to his 2 teammates. When they saw the PowerPoint in the screenshot, the 2 teammates instantly cast sympathetic looks. But then again, the thought acceleration technology in Elven Nation is really amazing. Especially when it comes to reviewing homework and writing theses. The efficiency is too high. One of them sighed. The other person shook his head. Forget it. How many people in the game have the patience to use thought acceleration to learn? Watching videos is fine. If there's really learning, it's just cramming. Ahem, Almighty Demacia, I'm not talking about you." Demacia's face darkened. He was about to say something when his expression suddenly changed. His pair of sharp ears suddenly stood up. "Did you hear that? It sounds like footsteps." "Footsteps?" The 2 low-level players were stunned. "No. Is it background music?" The background music in the Gloom Mountain Range is pretty good." Demacia was speechless. Why the hell would there be background music for a surveillance mission? "Turn it off. Turn it off." He was speechless. Then, without waiting for the 2 rookies to answer, he stood up with his blanket wrapped around him and walked to the edge of the watchtower. The sky was already a little dark. The mountain wind blew, making his face a little itchy. He squinted his eyes slightly. However, when Demacia saw the scene outside the watchtower, his eyes widened. He could not help but curse. F***ck. In his field of vision, there were orcs all over the mountains. There was no end in sight, nor was there any way to count them. After being shocked, Demacia's expression gradually turned into excitement. "The orc army is coming. The orc army is coming. Haha. The plot is about to start." He began to frantically take screenshots of the orcs while calling the other 2 low-level players. When the other 2 low-leveled players saw the massive army, their expressions changed drastically. Even though they knew that this was a game, the pressure and shock brought by the spectacular scene still made them feel shocked. A player swallowed a mouthful of saliva and asked, "Almighty Demacia. Since the orcs are coming, should we inform the others and quickly retreat?" "Retreat for what?" Demacia rolled up his sleeves and looked excited. "Stay here, light the torches, and wait for them to come and catch us." Catch us? The two players were dumbfounded. Hee. Don't you understand? For the orcs, elves are the best slaves. If they catch us, they will definitely take us as captives. Then, we can help the other players locate us. Hee. This time, I'll take you guys to play infernal affairs. Demacia rubbed his hands in anticipation. The two players were speechless. Aren't you going to revise? Demacia was speechless. Ahem, I'll revise after playing. It's only a few hours anyway. He laughed dryly. Sorry, the update was late today. It's mainly because it's the 28th of December, and I'm too busy at home. I've been busy all day and didn't have time to write. I'll only be free at night. Happy New Year to everyone in advance. The half-orc army was attacking. When Demacia posted the screenshot of the half-orc army on the forum, the players exploded. Damn. They're finally here? I've been moving bricks in the game for more than half a month. I'm sick of it. 30,000 half-orcs. That's 30,000 lottery tickets. It's not a dream to have a full set of 6 gods equipment. I was caught off guard. I thought the officials would make an announcement about the half-orcs attack or something. In the end, they appeared on the map without a sound. Well, Elven Nation has always been annoying. They first do the prelude and wait for the players to trigger it before the system prompt appears. It's quite a surprise. Surprise my foot. Triggering the plot depends on luck. It's just a game of European king and liver emperor. It's better than a rich person's game, right? Pfft. What game isn't a rich person's game? Look at Salty Meow. Money is justice. But he's not only a European king, but he's also half a liver emperor. He's the real boss who's rich, and liver. That's right. If you don't like it, quit the game. There are still 20 million players waiting. Funny. The forum was filled with joy and excitement, but there was no tension or fear in the face of war. However, it was not without worries. Speaking of which, the number of half-orcs is too exaggerated. Did we win? Of course, such voices were quickly drowned out by others. TSK. Would the officials set up a plot that you can't win? Wouldn't the game collapse then? Wouldn't the lousy producers be scolded to death? That's right. Since the enemy has so many people, the officials must have calculated directly according to our strength. At most, it'll be a little difficult. According to the plot, it'll be over. Agreed. Think about it. We have more than 10,000 players now. The number of players online is almost always above 5,000. Moreover, since the summer event started, most of them have reached level 11 in these few days. 30,000 half-orcs, that's a matter of one person killing 6. Yes. And if there's really any difficulty, we can ask the NPC to summon Goddess Eve. That's the ceiling of combat power in the game. Even so, there were still some who remained calm. Don't get too excited. Orcs are different from shadowy monsters. I'm a second beta gamer. I personally experienced their combat power. They are very strong. That's right. Although these beastmen are simple-minded, their battle prowess is still very strong. But, our current combat power has also improved a lot. If we really fight, it should be close to 50%, right? They are also pinning their hopes on the goddess. Didn't Alice say that the true gods can't personally participate in the war of faith? The goddess is only allowed to be summoned under certain circumstances. I don't think we'll be able to summon the goddess in this war. At least we'll have to rely on ourselves when fighting against the orcs. That's right. The goddess is so powerful. If she's really summoned, what's the point of fighting? Is it finally here? When Demacia and the other players saw the orc army, Eve, who had marked them in advance, also received the news. She moved her heart and entered the field of vision of Demacia and the others. She immediately saw the orc army all over the mountains and plains. The divine sense of a true god was extremely powerful and sharp. Even if she only diverted a little of her attention into the field of vision of the players, Eve could see through most of the orcs. It's indeed an army of 30,000, and they're very strong. Nearly half of them are above the middle level of dark iron. But, the good thing is that their equipment is a little weak. The improvement of equipment to combat power was still very obvious. Most of the players' equipment were rare blue equipment and above that were exchanged in the exchange shop. Those equipment were recycled by Eve and reforged with her divine power. The quality was very good. If the individual strength of the players was weaker than the orcs, then with equipment, the gap would be reduced a lot. Silver aura, there are about 20 of them, but the most eye-catching are the 10 giant beasts. Although the strongest of these giant beasts is only at the middle level of silver, if I'm not wrong, they should be the behemoth giant beasts recorded in the inheritance. They are the descendants of the titans of the ancient gods era. And the descendants of the titans, they can't be looked at with common sense. Although they only have the strength of silver, to the dark iron players, their destructive power is probably not inferior to the gold. The titans and the megalosaurus were the same, they were the gold race. Creatures with the bloodline of the gold race were always stronger than those of the same level. Although they could not defeat those of a higher level, when facing those weaker than them, they could explode with terrifying damage that far exceeded those of the same level. There are only 2 people with the gold aura. Could it be, in the news from the Dark Dwarfs, the chief high priest of the orcs and their leader, the Lionheart King? Eve's heart was slightly moved. This is probably the strength of the orcs on the surface. If it was a normal war, it would be enough. But since it's a war of faith, then the power of a true god will definitely not be absent. Although the gods themselves will not be involved, Ullr will definitely send a legendary level follower. Eve pondered for a moment and strengthened her divine sense slightly. She intended to observe the orc army further so that she could give more accurate orders to the players. However, at this moment, she suddenly saw the owner of the vision climb down from the observation deck. Huh? What is Demacia doing? Is he retreating? Eve was slightly stunned. However, what surprised him was that Demacia didn't walk back. Instead, he took off his equipment and dug a hole to bury himself in the ground. At the same time, he shivered in the cold wind and said to the other 2 players, "Let's go back. The orcs are too slow. And looking at the direction they are heading, they might not be on our side. Quickly bury the equipment and we will go over ourselves." Let's keep the weapons. Later, we will raise the weapons and rush over. I see that you have brought an extra white sword. Sell it to me. My sword is epic. I dare not lose it. Hiss. It's too cold. I'd better turn off the heat sensor. I shouldn't freeze to death. After that, Demacia paused for a moment and stopped shivering. You 2 should hurry up. We will run faster. I estimate that we can reach the orcs in 15 minutes. If we are lucky, we can even get dinner. Today, I will let you see how I fooled the orcs. Let's see if I can fool them again today. Demacia said proudly. The 2 low-level players were speechless. This? Is he going to be a spy again? Eve did not know whether to laugh or cry. Demacia's face was filled with excitement. He buried the equipment and turned off the heat sensor. Then, he led the 2 players who were pale from the cold but were equally excited and ran in the direction of the orcs. As he ran, Demacia started a live broadcast and named the channel "Demacia Takes You Around the Orc Camp." Then, he posted all the links on the forum. Soon, the players who were attracted by the orcs rushed into the live broadcast room with curiosity. Pfft! Demacia, are you going to be a spy again? Don't tell me, he is good at locators. Ha 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 ha, Demacia moved quickly. Along the way, he did not hide at all. He swaggered and held a simple sword high, as if he was afraid that the orcs would not see him. He shouted as he ran. Naturally, the orcs also noticed the elves who were gradually approaching. Elves? Lionheart King Imsh and the chief high priestess looked at the 3 players running towards them barefoot and brandishing their swords. They were wearing thin clothes, their faces pale from the cold, and they were running towards them barefoot while brandishing their swords. "Capture them," the Lionheart King Amash said in a deep voice. Soon, a group of beastmen swarmed forward and tied up the few fellows who seemed to have lost their minds and were running around in a panic. Unexpectedly, the three elves only struggled for a moment before the orcs took away their weapons and tied them up in front of the Lionheart King Amash and the chief high priest. This was definitely a big boss in the plot. Looking at the equipment on the Lionheart King Imsh and the chief high priestess, which were obviously of a higher grade than the half-beastmen around them, and feeling the pressure from them that originated from the strong, Damasia's eyes widened in excitement. Looking at Damasia's big, round eyes, the chief high priestess knitted her brows. The Lionheart King Amash looked at the three elves with interest, then looked at the chief high priest. "Your Excellency, these three elves. You see, kill them and use them as sacrifices." The chief high priest's expression was cold. Damasia's smile froze on his face. "It's the new year and I've been busy these few days, so the update time may not be very stable. Please forgive me." Kill them as sacrifices, this. Why did the NPC not play by the rules? The players were dumbfounded. At this moment, Damasia's live broadcast room was also filled with happy comments. "Pfft. Kill them as sacrifices, ha ha ha, Damasia, you're going to be screwed. You're giving away your life on the live broadcast. You're showing off to me, really." Damasia was speechless. Hearing the words of the chief high priest, the half-orcs who tied up Damasia and the others laughed sinisterly and pulled out the machetes at their waists. Seeing the shiny blades, Damasia's face turned green. He widened his eyes and quickly shouted flatteringly. Don't. We're on the same side. We're on the same side. I have important information to report. Lord." Seeing Damasia acting like a lackey, the other two players were dumbfounded and could not bear to look directly. This was too embarrassing for the elves. The corners of their mouths twitched, then they turned their faces slightly and pretended not to know him. "Pfft. Damasia, are you an elven traitor? Ha ha ha. Lord my ass, I'm dying of laughter. Ha ha ha, Damasia, you're really a talent. Damasia, listen to me, you should act in skits." In the live broadcast room, the comments were as happy as ever. This guy, Eve did not know whether to laugh or cry. But at the same time, her heart moved slightly. Although Damasia likes to seek death, he might really be able to fool the half-orcs, maybe. It's not bad to take the opportunity to plant a nail. If the half-orcs listen to him, I can try to arrange some tasks for him. Sure enough, after Damasia shouted, the chief high priest and the Lionheart King Imsh raised their eyebrows slightly. "Don't kill them yet, listen to what he has to say," the chief high priest said lightly. When the half-orcs heard this, they quickly stopped what they were doing. Damasia felt as if he had been granted amnesty and instantly breathed a sigh of relief. However, just as he gradually became excited again, organized his words in his heart, and planned to use the Damasia card to fool them, a new system prompt suddenly appeared in front of him. Frowny face ding, you have been captured by the half-orcs, triggered personal hidden mission. Deceive the half-orcs, personal hidden mission? Deceive the half-orcs? Damasia was slightly taken aback and then became overjoyed. Hidden mission, Damasia triggered a hidden mission again, ha 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 ha. What kind of European luck? Was Damasia the #1 European emperor in the entire server? Then, the specific requirements of the mission appeared in front of Damasia. Personal hidden mission. Deceive the orcs, mission objective, gain the trust of the orcs and investigate their military intelligence. Mission reward, overall personal reputation +1 damn, reward. Seeing this mission reward, Damasia's eyes widened. What kind of godly reward was this? What Damasia lacked the most now was personal reputation. He did not expect that he would get what he lacked. Damasia was so moved that he was about to cry. However, before he could shout "Long live the goddess" in his heart, the chief high priest's expression changed drastically. "Kill them quickly." Her expression suddenly became very serious, and she almost shouted out loud. This order came so suddenly that before Damasia and the others could react, the half-orcs subconsciously pulled out the curved swords at their waists and directly beheaded the three players. Poor Damasia, he died before he could succeed. He had just accepted the mission and inexplicably died in front of the half-orcs. He died at level 24. The smell of blood gradually spread, and the corpses of the players slowly fell to the ground. The Lionheart King Xianxia narrowed his eyes slightly. He glanced at the chief high priest and asked, "Your Excellency High Priest, don't you want to hear what they are saying? Why did you give such a sudden order?" However, the chief high priest did not answer his question directly. He saw that she first looked around in bewilderment, then her expression became solemn and she took out a necklace of skulls from her arms. The necklace looked quite old. It was black and red, and at the same time it had a faint chaotic and evil aura. Seeing the necklace, the Lionheart King's pupils shrank slightly and his face sank slightly. "Sure enough, as I guessed, you actually brought this artifact. Is this our biggest trump card?" His tone carried deep wariness, as well as terror. "Of course, this time, our enemy is a god. Although he is an evil god that is not recognized by the gods, he is also a true god. In the face of a true god, we must do everything we can," the half-orc high priest said solemnly. "Moreover, this is also the oracle of the Father God." Hearing her words, the Lionheart King's face turned slightly pale. But soon, he was attracted by the state of the necklace in the hands of the half-orc high priest. Because the necklace was flashing at this moment, it looked very strange, and the expression of the half-orc high priest became more and more ugly. "That's right, just now. There should be a terrifying existence spying on us." "A terrifying existence?" The Lionheart King was stunned. Then, he asked in bewilderment, "Why? You mean, it's a true god?" "Yes. And I'm afraid that the other party was relying on those elves just now." "Your Majesty, you should also know the ability of this artifact." The eyes of the half-orc high priest flickered. The Lionheart King Xianxia was silent for a moment, then sighed, "I've heard of its legend. After all, His Majesty the Father God was able to defeat that one 1,000 years ago, mainly relying on it. But, it's really too terrifying. If possible, I hope, we will never use it in this operation." The high priest was slightly startled, then chuckled, "That depends on the strength of your army. If we can successfully defeat the elves and make this new god fall from the throne, naturally we won't need to use it." After listening to the words of the half-orc high priest, the Lionheart King did not answer, but his gloomy expression showed that he was not in a relaxed mood. Seeing Xianxia's silence, the high priest sighed, "Your Majesty, you don't have to worry. We have an army of 30,000, and we can also summon several totem guardians. As long as this true god doesn't make a move, the winner will be us. Of course, if he makes a move, then we have to make a choice." After that, she drew a bow-shaped symbol on her chest, and said devoutly and fervently, "The evil god will fall. Everything, for His Majesty the Father God, for the future of us half-orcs." Then, she looked at the corpses on the ground. "The corpses of these elves can't be wasted, they are also good sacrifices." After that, the half-orc high priest raised the necklace, closed her eyes, and prayed. Then, the necklace emitted a deep light. A heart-palpitating power slowly released from the necklace, shining on the bodies of several players, and the corpses of the players slowly disappeared. However, in the process of the disappearing corpses, the half-orc high priest could not help but let out a soft cry. "What's wrong?" Lionheart King Xianxia asked. "Half of the flesh and blood is gone." The half-orc high priest looked a little puzzled. Elven forest, world tree. On the branches, 3 balls of light slowly condensed, and a moment later, 3 tall figures stumbled out of them. "Ah. Failed. Mission failed. My reputation rating." A heart-wrenching scream resounded through the wilderness. It was Xianxia. Sigh, dead. "If I knew earlier, I wouldn't have followed." 10 resurrection coins. The other 2 low-level players also resurrected, looking dejected. "I don't have 24 resurrection coins, and the mission is also gone. That's a reputation rating." Hearing their words, Xianxia was heartbroken. In contrast to Xianxia's sadness, his live broadcast was still full of joy. Sigh. "I was caught off guard. Tragic, too tragic. Ha 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 ha. You died right after you accepted the mission, you're really unlucky." "Xianxia, how did you get exposed?" "How would I know?" Looking at the bullet screen, Xianxia muttered gloomily. He closed the live broadcast and let out a long sigh. The 3 of them were speechless. "Are we still going?" A moment later, a player asked. No way, the mission is gone, I have to study. Call me when the army besieges the city. Demacia sighed and hurried home to go offline. Looking at the backs of Demacia and the others leaving, Eve was not in a good mood. My spying should have been discovered. How did the half-orcs know I was spying? I should have hidden it well. When Demacia and the others teleported, half of their flesh and blood was gone. What is this? It can interfere with my teleportation? No matter what, I'm still a true god. No one below a true god should be able to stop me from teleporting players. Also, when the corpse was teleported just now, I seemed to sense a very strange aura. What is it? Eve also had a trace of doubt in her heart. She suddenly felt that this war of faith would not be too smooth. In the god's kingdom, in the nature temple projected by the world tree, Eve sat on her noble throne made of fresh flowers, green grass, golden stones, and vines, deep in thought. The half-orc seemed to have some way to sense her attention. This discovery made Eve instantly alert. An item that could sense the attention of a true god was definitely not an ordinary item. It was very likely to be a divine artifact. And the half-orcs brought such an item with them, it was definitely not for no reason. Sensing my presence is definitely not the half-orc's goal. Buller's real goal in starting this war of faith is to seize the priesthood. An aura that can make me feel slightly uneasy will definitely be a threat to me. What exactly is it? How can it make me feel uneasy? What I can be sure of is that the half-orcs want to locate my presence. Could it be that they have found a way to deal with me directly? I have to be more careful. After that incident with the demigod walker, Ullr definitely knows that I can use the divine realm. Under such circumstances, they still started a war of faith and directly sent out troops without even announcing the war. I'm afraid they still have other trump cards. Also, half of the players' flesh disappeared. I have to continue observing this matter. Maybe it has something to do with the half-orcs' trump cards. Maybe. I should ask the death god Hela. She has lived for so long, she should know something. Thinking of this, Eve did as she said. She walked down from her throne and stretched out her white and slender arm. A faint holy light flowed in her palm, and a small and exquisite wooden box appeared in her palm. That was the item that the dark dwarfs brought last time, or rather, it was a divine artifact. This divine artifact belonged to the death god Hela and was called the Chest of the Dead. It had a similar function as the soul storage pearl, which could store divine power and God's soul. But other than that, as Hela's divine artifact, it could also be used to transmit messages. Eve snapped her fingers, and pale green divine power surged from her fingertips, turning into a constantly spinning and flashing light ball. Her ethereal and sacred voice resounded in the temple. Your Holiness Hela, do you know if there are any divine weapons in Ullr that could threaten a true god? After that, Eve gently waved her hand, and the divine light ball that recorded her words flowed into the box of the dead. The message was sent out, and peace was restored again. After doing that, Eve put away the box and returned to her throne. As he tapped the armrest of his throne, he muttered, "We have to prepare for the worst. In this war of faith, I have to try my best to settle everything outside the core area of the elf forest. I don't want to reveal my divine domain like I did when I killed Demigod Walker. However, I can use my incarnation to mislead them." Thinking of this, a clear plan gradually formed in Eve's mind. Let's give the players missions first. Since the orc army is here, the real war is about to begin. She shook her head and reached out to mobilize her divine power. The moment Eve mobilized her divine power, a new system message suddenly appeared in the player's vision. Ding, detected traces of the orc army. The orcs are attacking. Ding, Chapter 2, main plot activated, large plot mission activated, War of Faith. Plot description: in order to obtain great power, Ullr, the god of winter and hunting, launched a war of faith against the elf forest. For the goddess Faith, for the glory of the elf race. Brave Chosen One, pledged to fight to the death. Mission objective: 1. Assist the NPCs to defeat the orc army and win the war. 2. Kill the enemy's plot boss. 3. Protect the safety of your NPCs participating in the war. Mission time limit: unlimited. Number of mission participants: unlimited. Mission level: unlimited. Mission reward: 30,000 experience points, 5,000 contribution points, 30 revival coins, 1 lucky draw ticket, exclusive rare blue title Guardian of Faith. Ding, war mode activated. Zero Moonlight obtained a new title, Elf Army Commander, Air Moonlight, the Black Dragon Meryl. Spider Queen Lolth obtained a new title, Elf Army Vanguard. Alice Gale obtained a new title, Elf Army Garrison. Officer, the main plot mission is here. It's finally here. D*MN, the rewards are so generous. Exclusive title. And an exclusive title. It's my first time seeing an exclusive title. I'm so envious of the first beta gamers' exclusive title. Looking at the system message in their vision, the gamers were excited. However, the high-level gamers and some of the first beta gamers noticed something different. War mode? Commander and Vanguard? Does this mean that we have to listen to the NPC's commands? Should be, but I didn't expect the commander to be Zero. Who's Zero? A third beta gamer asked curiously. She's a mysterious NPC. She appears and disappears mysteriously, but she's very powerful. Previously, she tore apart a legendary shadow dragon in the underworld with her bare hands. A first beta gamer who participated in the defense of Black Rock City replied. D*MN. She's that powerful? She's that powerful. She should be the most powerful being in the camp below the goddess. The game settings mentioned that she's a god's chosen one who is deeply trusted by the goddess. Her status is no less than Nature Saintess Alice. She's powerful because she can summon the power of the goddess. Do you have a picture? Here. Aya. She's a big sister. Yes, yes. The commander had to be an indigenous elf, or even Eve herself. This war was different from the previous attack on the mercenary group. It would affect Eve's next plan. The overall command had to be in her hands or in the hands of her believers. Not to mention, after realizing that the half-orcs might have a deeper trump card, he was even more concerned about this war. Moreover, 10,000 players and 2,000 players were different. The command of the gamers was definitely not as binding as the command of an NPC. Of course, Eve was only the commander and was in charge of the general direction. During the specific operations, the gamers would be in the form of guilds or large teams. The appearance of the large-scale mission caused a sensation in the game. This summer vacation mission, which had appeared countless times in the previews, had whetted the gamers' appetites. Not only that, but the reward for the mission was the highest in history. This didn't include the rewards from killing the orcs, according to the rules of the summer vacation mission. Killing the orcs would give them a lottery ticket. Moreover, there were so many orcs. If they killed all of them, they would gain a lot of experience points. This was a good opportunity to level up quickly. All the online gamers, who weren't fools, accepted the mission immediately. Not only that, the appearance of the War of Faith mission was quickly posted by the gamers on the forum and their respective gaming groups. They called their friends and started to summon their friends and relatives who weren't online. Hey, hey! I'm online. I'm online. The main storyline is here. Haha, there's going to be a war. Come online quickly. Are you there? Are you there? The Elven Kingdom server war is about to begin. Come quickly. The news spread like wildfire. In an instant, the players who had already gone offline received the news one after another. They rushed to go online and accepted the mission with anticipation. In Eve's perception, the number of gamers online began to soar at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. From 5,000 to 6,000, from 6,000 to 7,000, and finally, the number of gamers reached 9,000 before the increase gradually slowed down. More than 9,000 gamers, it could be said that almost 90% of the gamers were online. Not only that, after a few days of grinding, and after Eve deliberately gave some experience points to the gamers, most of them had advanced to the Dark Iron level. The number of mid-level Dark Iron players had reached more than 2,000. The highest level player had even advanced to the peak of the mid-level Dark Iron level, level 30. Eve was very satisfied with the number and quality of the gamers. Seeing that most of the gamers were online, Eve used her divine power again. Ding! Oracle Zero has issued a mission to gather all chosen ones to gather under the Black Dragon Castle. Mission time, 1 hour. Mission reward, 100 contribution points. Gather. Gather. The location is under the Black Dragon Castle. The eyes of the gamers who were online lit up. Nothing was more effective than the call of a mission. After Eve issued the mission, the gamers who were online rushed toward the Black Dragon Castle like a tide. For a time, the elven forest was in chaos. The gamers were like a flood, either through the teleportation portal or directly on their mounts to gather at the gathering point. The teleportation portal in the castle hall kept flashing, and under the Black Dragon Meryl's stunned gaze, fully armed elves walked out one by one. They were in a mess, playing around, and squeezing the hall, which was not very spacious to begin with, and jumping up and down in the castle or outside the castle. Meryl was speechless. "You bastards! Get out of Meryl's castle, all of you!" Looking at the messy castle hall, the little black dragon roared. After that, the gamers became much more well-behaved and began to gather at the gathering point outside the castle. Soon, there was a dense crowd of elves gathered under the castle. They sat together in groups of 2s and 3s, and many of them brought their own magical beasts. Thousands of players and their own magical beasts were gathered together, forming a dense mass. It was a spectacular sight. They chatted excitedly while looking in the direction of the Black Dragon Castle with anticipation, waiting for the NPC's next instructions. At the same time, Saintess Alice, Oracle Heir, Sarandir, and other native elves who had received the True God's Oracle, and even the Spider Queen Lolth who had been hiding in Rivendell all came to the Black Dragon Castle. So, unknowingly, the Chosen Ones have become so powerful? Standing on the outer wall of the castle, Alice, the Nature Saintess, looked at the thousands of players below the wall with a hint of surprise. Although she knew that Mother Goddess had summoned the Chosen Ones from the other world many times, because Alice herself was a daily mission NPC, her range of activity was almost limited to the City of Chosen Ones. Normally, what she did was to constantly assign missions to the players or coordinate the work of the Nature Church. In this case, even though Alice knew that the Chosen Ones were increasing in number and strength, she still didn't have a direct feeling. The most she felt was when the players were chasing the mercenaries. She learned from Li Mu that the Chosen Ones had mobilized more than 2,000 people, and most of them were Dark Iron. At that time, the rapid growth of the Chosen Ones' strength had already shocked her, but she didn't expect that it was still not their limit. In just over 10 days, tens of thousands of Chosen Ones. Most of them had advanced to the Dark Iron level, Mother Nature above. What kind of frightening speed was this? Did you already foresee all of this? What kind of monsters did you summon? Alice was extremely shocked and subconsciously drew a tree symbol in front of her chest. With nearly 10,000 Chosen Ones relying on the existing wall to fight a defensive battle, if we don't mobilize the Totem Guardians, the orcs won't be able to take a step into the elf forest. Looking at the players below the city wall, Eve, who was wearing Zero's avatar, said confidently. The Black Dragon Castle originally only had a damaged wall. But in these 10 days, Mother Goddess gave the daily mission of expanding the wall, and after the Chosen One's expansion, a 10-meter-high wall had been added to the periphery of the Black Dragon Castle. However, because the construction was rushed, the wall wasn't very sturdy. Fortunately, the Mangmang Committee used the Goddess Blueprint and the elves to create a simplified version of the defense core, which had been moved to the castle. Then, Nature Saintess Alice sent a statue of the goddess from the central temple. After the two were connected, although they would not be able to form a near-perfect defensive theurgy like Black Rock City, they could still add a buff effect to the entire Black Dragon Castle after activation, greatly increasing the defensive power of the castle walls and making them nearly indestructible. After hearing Zero's words, Alice glanced at her subconsciously and nodded. Then, she couldn't help but mutter to herself, "I can't imagine. If one day, the Chosen Ones can recreate Mother Goddess 100,000 Nature Legion, what kind of scene would that be? 100,000 Legion, Eve raised her eyebrows. She was underestimating the players. The terror of the fourth calamity had yet to be fully displayed. While the NPCs looked at the wall, the players were also looking at the NPCs on the wall. NPCs on the wall. It's really an unprecedented big plot. Almost all the NPCs I know are here. Alice, Air, Zero, Basaka, Sarandil. Eh? Rose is here too? Rose. Is she the Crypt Spider Queen? Yes, look. That expressionless Spider Queen is her. TSK. She's wearing so little, isn't she cold? She's an NPC, not a player. Why would she be afraid of the cold? Maybe because she's a legend. Don't be fooled by her small size, her actual body is huge, and she's best at skewering Tonghulu. Tonghulu? Ahem. Forget I said that. What about Zero? The one standing with Alice, the one wearing a black skirt armor. Long legs. I can do it. TSK. Then you haven't seen the goddess. Goddess? I saw her when I logged into the game. Her modeling is great. She's my cup of tea. If you see her in the game, you'll think it's even better. I can see her in the game? Isn't the goddess just a background? Background? You haven't seen the game videos, right? The goddess isn't a background, she's our real support. An hour passed very quickly as they chatted and chatted away while watching a drama. Almost all the players who were able to attend the event had arrived. At this moment, the Black Dragon Castle was filled with people. More than 9,500 people had already gathered, among them, more than half of the players were from the 4 major guilds. As the number of players increased, the benefits of the major guilds began to show. That was, unity and organization. Under the castle, it was obvious that the players were divided into 4 distinct groups. They belonged to the 4 major guilds, while the other small guilds and solo players were attached to them. The most chaotic and rowdy players were from the newly established small guilds or solo players. The 4 major guilds, under the constraints of their respective higher-ups, were much more disciplined. Especially the 3 major guilds that were the earliest. The army battles in Elven Nation were much more realistic than in other online games. After going through numerous group missions, the veteran players had long realized that unity and discipline were very important in large-scale battles. Therefore, not only the higher-ups of the guilds, but also the ordinary players would consciously abide by the rules when the big storyline came. Standing on the castle wall and looking at the gathered players, Eve was very satisfied. Different from Alice and the others, as the owner of the game system, Eve could see more information. For example, the guilds that the players belonged to, the levels of the players, the status of the players, and so on. She could even manipulate the divine power and form a small map of the players in her consciousness. She suddenly had a feeling that she was playing a large-scale real-time strategy game, and the players were her army. This was something that Eve had never experienced before. This feels good. Eve nodded secretly. Her heart skipped a beat, and she began the settlement of the gathering mission and the release of a new mission. Ding, gathering complete. Players who have successfully gathered will receive 100 contribution points. Ding, beginning the selection of the army commander. If the number of guild members exceeds 1,000, you will receive a commander slot and become the Chosen One Army Commander. Chosen One Army Commander, you will receive the exclusive title of Army Commander. You can create a special team Chosen One Army in war mode. Players who join the army will receive the Goddess Blessing, gift. Gift, all players in the army will receive an additional 5% contribution points when completing war missions. Commander slot? Is the official system finally going to decide on the players' commanders? Seeing the new system message, the players fell into an uproar. In the big storyline in the past, because the number of players participating was not very large, everyone spontaneously formed a command system. Among them, the one who commanded the most was Limu. However, spontaneity was spontaneity. After the players in the big storyline jumped from more than 2,000 to more than 10,000, Eve felt that it was better for the official system to decide on a more accurate command and for the authority of the command system. She was the commander-in-chief, but she would not directly command the players, but the army formed by the players. And each army would have its own independent player commander. In other words, Eve was going to establish a regular army. Of course, it was just a formality. There were only 4 guilds with more than 1,000 players. Therefore, the final formation would be the 4 chosen one armies with the 4 guilds as the core and the other players attached to it. As for who the commander would be, Eve could more or less guess. As expected, not long after this message was released, the players decided on the army commander. It was still a few faces that Eve was familiar with: Limu, Fried Tomatoes, Ji-Gang the Shapeshifter. However, when she saw the commander chosen by the Meng committee, Eve was slightly stunned. Boxed lunch? It was not Salty Meow or Cooing Bird, but the player with the highest level in the entire server, Boxed Lunch. After a closer look, Eve realized that Boxed Lunch had been pulled into his guild by Salty Meow at some point in time. It's understandable. Salty Meow and Cooing Bird are not good at commanding, but Boxed Lunch often leads his team to the wilderness. If I remember correctly, Nightingale and Salty Meow have a good relationship. Perhaps Boxed Lunch was hooked over through her. Eve guessed with great interest. After the players chose the army commander and formed the army with the guild as the core, a new system message appeared, ding, for army commanders, please climb up the city wall to receive the war mission. A moment later, several players climbed up the city wall and came to Eve and the others. The expressions on their faces were all different. Limu's expression was calm and his posture was respectful. Fried Tomatoes was full of fighting spirit and high morale. Boxed Lunch was silent, but he was like a volcano that could erupt at any time. Ji-Gang the shapeshifter looked excited and almost could not suppress the excitement in his heart. The plot animation had begun. At this moment, the game view of all the assembled players was automatically switched to the scene on the city wall. The background music of the game suddenly sounded. It was vigorous and impassioned as if an army was about to set out. The Chosen One, looking at the players who represented everyone in front of her, Eve put on her avatar and said coldly, in this battle, I'll be the commander of the elves. In this war, I will be the commander-in-chief of the elven army, and you will need to help me lead the elves to defeat the conspiracy of the orcs. Zero, who was God's chosen, gave off an austere and cold aura. Coupled with Eve's solemn expression and the faintly discernible aura of a superior, the expressions of the players instantly turned solemn. Are you ready? Looking at them, Eve asked softly. We're ready. The players answered loudly in unison. Very good. Eve nodded and then drew a tree symbol on her chest with a fanatical and devout expression. Everything, for the glory of the goddess and the elves. For the glory of the goddess and the elves. A few of the players who were the representatives followed suit and drew a mark of nature on their chests as they shouted solemnly at the same time. Not bad. Eve nodded slightly and then began to issue further orders to the players. The orders were issued in the form of system missions, which were also the submissions of the players in the War of Faith. After the players received the missions and began to walk down the city wall to command the players, Alice hesitated and could not help but ask, Master Zero, is this enough? Don't we need to mobilize for war or give speeches to boost the morale of the Chosen One? No need. Eve shook her head. The mission reward is the greatest encouragement for them. The War of Faith had begun. After the selection of the Legion commanders, Zero also gave out more detailed missions. The 4 Chosen One legions would be divided into 2 groups. 2 of the legions would take on the Castle Defense mission, which was mainly to defend the Black Dragon Castle. The other 2 would take on the Surprise Support mission, which was to lurk in the wild and be responsible for field operations, harassment, and sneak attacks. However, players of different professions were good at different things. Therefore, after the specific missions were given out, the higher-ups of the 4 major guilds discussed and decided to reorganize the legions according to the missions. Among them, low-level players, archers, and other long-range explosive players, as well as some taunting tank players, were all put into the Castle Defense Legion. There were about 6,000 players in this legion, and they were mainly responsible for the defense of the Black Dragon Castle. The commanders were Limu and Ji-Gang the Shapeshifter. Dark Dragon Myrtle, Saintess Alice, and even God's Chosen, Zero, would all stay here. The players who had mounts such as Crypt Spiders, including many Hunter players and Warrior players, were all put into the Surprise Support Legion. There were about 3,000 players in this legion, and they were all cavalry troops. The commanders were Tomato Fried Tomato and Boxed Rice. Of course, the players had a variety of mounts. Nearly 1,000 of them were Crypt Spiders, followed by some large magical beasts caught in the Gloom Mountain range, and of course, there were also a few unicorns. Other than the players, the Spider Queen Lolth, the God's Chosen One, and the original elf Sarendir, who had stolen Limu's Crypt Spiders, were also the accompanying NPCs of the Surprise Support Legion. Under the Elven Kingdom's large group battle live channel, the players also set up 2 live channels, the Castle Defense Legion and the Surprise Assault Legion, for independent battlefield command. As for the large group battle live channel, it was a communication channel to coordinate the 2 battlefields. It felt a little like the players' headquarters. After the command system was confirmed and the legion was finally formed, the players started to move. The two legions of surprise support left the Black Dragon Castle and went into the Elven Forest to hide. Castle Defense, on the other hand, stayed in Black Dragon Castle to strengthen the fortifications. For a moment, the walls of the Black Dragon Castle were filled with players of all shapes and sizes. It was extremely lively. When the players were almost done with their preparations, night had already fallen. The rewards from the main storyline quest were bountiful, and the process was quite interesting, so no one was willing to miss it. Therefore, this time, the players did not return to the City of Heaven's Chosen to go offline. Instead, they chose to rest on the spot. They either hung up, went offline, wrapped themselves in blankets in the castles, on the city walls, or in the camps, and fell asleep. Of course, there were also night owls and third beta testers who were curious and excited because it was their first time participating in such a mission. They lit the lanterns and wore armor or magic robes. They surrounded the city walls, chatting and telling stories. They were very happy. It was autumn in the Seeker's continent. The sky was high, the clouds were light, and the stars were shining brightly. The starlight that symbolized each plane formed a dazzling river of stars, which was very beautiful in the night sky. The players sat on the city walls, in the camps, and around the bonfire, looking at the river of stars. The bone-chilling autumn wind caused the flames to sway. The faint sounds of laughter resounded in the whistling wind. It had a different flavor to it. The waiting night was long, but also short. The bonfire that had burned for an entire night had finally turned into ashes. The exhausted players finally fell into a deep sleep, and the horizon gradually began to brighten. Alice, with dark circles under her eyes, climbed up the city walls again. But when she arrived, she noticed that Zero was already there. This mysterious and powerful oracle stood on the tower of the city walls and looked toward the south with a calm expression. Traces of golden sunlight shone on her body, illuminating her somewhat cold side profile and making it seem a little livelier. Alice was just about to greet her when Zero's cold voice rang out in the room. "She's here." "She's here?" Alice was slightly startled. She followed Oracle Zero's gaze and looked toward the south, and her expression changed instantly. In the south, deep in the Gloom Mountain range, under the illumination of a ray of sunlight, tens of thousands of orc troops appeared in her vision. The faint sound of horns came, and the roars of giant beasts intertwined with orderly footsteps, creating a somber atmosphere. The orcs were like an unstoppable flood. They were clustered around flags and ferocious giant beasts as they rushed toward the Black Dragon Castle. After the appearance of the orc army, layers of thick dark clouds floated in from the south as if in response to their actions, covering the morning sun. The entire world darkened. "The orcs are here." Alice's expression turned solemn. She quickly turned around and woke up a player who was curled up in a corner of the city wall. He was sleeping in the game. She shouted at him. "Quick, enemy attack. Go and sound the alarm." The player who was woken up by Alice was still a little confused. When he saw that it was Alice who was talking to him, he suddenly quivered. There weren't many players who had the opportunity to be talked to by the Saintess. However, before he could rejoice, he heard Alice's order clearly. "What? Enemy attack? The orcs are here?" He was taken aback at first, then he subconsciously leaned on the city wall and looked out. When he saw the orc army on the distant mountain range, he was instantly excited. "They're here. It's the orc army. They're here. The mission has begun. Don't sleep, don't sleep." As he shouted, he ran towards the clock tower and sounded the alarm. At the same time, he also logged into the game system's live chat channel and called for other players. Soon, the originally silent castle became noisy. In the orc army, Lionheart King Imsh looked at the towering castle on the distant hillside with a surprised expression. "This is the castle of the Black Dragon who surrendered to the evil god?" "Yes. Yes, your majesty." The elf set up a teleportation formation in that castle. According to the chief priest's speculation, it should be connected to their nest. It was because of the teleportation formation that our tribe was defeated by the elves and the chief priest fell. A half-kneeling half-orc gritted his teeth and said. This was a orc who escaped from the Grotto tribe. But I remember that there are no walls outside this castle. It seems that the elves should have reinforced it. The orc who answered said again. Is that so? Lionheart King Imsh narrowed his eyes slightly. He observed the terrain of the castle and took out an old map to look at. Then, he sneered. Hee hee, the elves aren't stupid. The location of this castle is indeed good. It's right at the junction of the Gloom Mountain Range and the Elven Forest. And it's high up, so it can be considered as blocking the road to the Elven Forest. The chief priest of the orcs nodded slightly. It seems that if we want to attack the Elven Forest, we have to take down this castle first. Otherwise, we'll definitely be attacked by the elves in the castle. Right, how many elves are there? She looked at the half-kneeling orc on the ground and asked. This? According to our observation that day, there shouldn't be many of them, perhaps only 1,000 or so. But they can be resurrected. The orc's voice carried a trace of fear. Resurrected? Humph. It must be the work of the death god. But even if they can be resurrected, there must be a limit. If they can't be killed in one go, then kill them a few more times. It's only 1,000 people. Even if they gather more people during this period of time, it won't be more than 2,000. Lionheart King Imsh said with certainty. Your Majesty, Chief Priest. Hearing the two, the half-kneeling orc hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said. What we need to pay attention to is that black dragon. Although that black dragon hasn't matured, it has the strength of an upper silver rank and is very powerful. And the elves also have powerful gods chosen. They can even summon the power of a true god. Hee hee, it's just an upper adult black dragon. If it met a human, it might be afraid of it. Unfortunately, it met us this time. Lionheart King Imsh didn't care. He patted the behemoth under him and smiled. Gale, did you hear that? There's an underage black dragon in the castle ahead. Whether or not you can kill it depends on you. Hearing Lionheart King Imsh's words, the behemoth's eyes turned red and it let out a deafening roar. Beside it, several huge spears tied together trembled slightly, flashing with a cold light, the elven gods chosen. Leave it to us priests. We have already prepared the altar to summon the totem guardian. The chief priest said. After saying that, she looked at her king and said with deep meaning. Your Majesty, whether or not we can destroy the elves in one fell swoop will depend on your army. Hearing her words, the smile on Amash's face faded a little, and his expression became somewhat complicated. After a moment of silence, the orc king sorted out his mood and nodded slightly. Then he pulled out his long sword and raised it high with a ferocious expression. Pass down the order, the army is to rest for 3 hours, then attack the castle with me. I want to see how hard this castle of the elves is to deal with. The resources in the Desert of Death were not abundant. The orcs mobilized an army of 30,000, and the daily consumption was not a small number. For this expedition, the Lionheart King Imsh had taken out almost all of his savings. He had taken out all the savings he had obtained from plundering the human kingdom of Iris over the past few decades. However, as long as the orcs could defeat the elves, then everything would be worth it. The Elven Forest was rich in resources, and Amash believed that it would not be a problem to support an army of 30,000. In the past, due to the fear of the human forces, although they had gained sovereignty in name, the orcs did not dare to really go deep into the Elven Forest, which was far away from the Desert of Death. But if they won this war, and the strength of the true gods of the orcs increased, then there would be no problem. The contest between the true gods was the essence of the struggle between the major intelligent races in the Seeker's universe. The War of Faith was just an extension of the struggle between the true gods. For this attack, the Lionheart King Amash still had a certain amount of confidence. As the old enemy of the elves, the orcs had a good understanding of the elves. Although the orcs had almost lost the news of the Elven Forest in the past 6 months, with his experience, Amash could also judge the strength of the elves. He also had some research on the encounter of the Rock Cave tribe, but Amash believed that the direct cause of the destruction of the Rock Cave tribe was the Black Dragon and the elves gods chosen, not the mere thousands of elves with low fighting power. Even if they could be resurrected, how could they fight against an army of 30,000? As for the Black Dragon and the gods chosen, the orcs already had a plan to deal with them. In this war of faith, the elite army of the orcs came out in full force and had the advantage. Imosh believed that as long as they could defeat them, they would be able to win. The only thing to worry about was that the mysterious new god might be angry and directly attack the orc army regardless of his identity. However, that was already a confrontation between the true gods, and it was not something that Imosh could consider. After the Lionheart King gave the order, the orcs rested on the spot. They had camped in the Gloom Mountains for a night, and their physical strength was abundant. When the scouts inquired about the news, they could launch a strong attack on the castle. 3 hours of recuperation was more than enough. The half-orc army stopped advancing and rested outside the maximum firing range of the Black Dragon Castle. At the same time, Lionheart King Imsh also specially ordered the army to spread out their formation and show their strength to the elves in the castle. He wanted to attack the elves in the castle from the morale first, after the orcs began to rest. The players finally got a good look at the enemy. An army of 30,000 was far more shocking than an army of 3,000. In particular, the half-beastman's physique was almost a little bigger than the elves. When they gathered together and clustered around 10 terrifying giant beasts that looked like they were not to be trifled with, it was even more terrifying. However, even though the players were shocked by the scene of an army surrounding the city, they were more excited than fearful. The Lionheart King's careful thoughts did not dampen their morale. On the contrary, the gamers didn't fear the orc army. Instead, they became impatient. Why did you stop? When are you coming to fight? Hey, we've been waiting for an entire night. Could the half-beast be stuck? Sigh. If we don't start now, it'll be dawn in the real world. I still have to go to work at 9. On the city wall. Looking at the players' impatient expressions and listening to their complaints, Saintess Alice, as well as some of the native elves who volunteered to serve as logistics support, had a wonderful expression. The Black Dragon Castle had a teleportation array, so they weren't afraid of the army surrounding the city. The longer the battle dragged on, the better for the elves. The ones who couldn't afford to waste time were the orcs who came from afar. However, compared to the orcs besieging the city, the chosen ones were more looking forward to the battle between the two sides. Not only that, their morale was so high that it was almost overflowing. It was as if what was about to happen was not a fierce battle, but a carnival. The native elves couldn't understand why the chosen ones were looking forward to the battle so much. Obviously, they were the ones on the defensive. Alice even had no doubt that if the city gates hadn't been closed by Sir Zero, some chosen ones would have secretly run out of the castle to cause trouble. Not to mention other things, just from their mentality, these guys were almost all war maniacs. In fact, this was the case. No player thought that they would fail. In their opinion, in this battle against the orcs, everyone only needed to consider who could kill more enemies in the siege. This relaxed and happy atmosphere and inexplicably high morale made the native elves who came to support feel much more relaxed. After waiting for a night, the players weren't very anxious. However, the 3-hour standoff after the appearance of the orc army made them more and more irritated. The restless atmosphere was almost visible to the naked eye on the city wall. All the players were waiting for the orcs to attack. The warrior players checked their equipment over and over again. The mages counted the mana potions that they had prepared. Everyone looked toward the south, waiting for the arrival of experience and contribution points. Why aren't they attacking? Similar sighs could be heard from all over the city walls. These 3 hours were the longest 3 hours that the players had ever spent. After some rest, the orcs were completely ready to attack, and the orc scouts who explored the way returned to the camp. Your Majesty, this castle is a lone castle. We didn't find other elves nearby, but we found traces of a large number of magic beasts migrating in the direction of the elven forest. Traces of magic beasts migrating? Lionheart King Imsh frowned. Your Majesty. That's normal. After those elves appeared in the elven forest, the magic beasts in the forest began to migrate. I heard that they were all driven away by the elves. Rumor has it that they even eat meat. Those elves are no longer the race that loved nature. The orc from the rock tribe who had escaped before said. Eat meat? Lionheart King Imsh's eyes widened in surprise. He and the chief high priest looked at each other and sneered. It seems that this mysterious evil god really has some ability. Not only did he change the elves' beliefs, but he also changed their habits. After all, he seized that person's priesthood. This evil god should be very afraid of that person. The chief high priest said indifferently. Lionheart King Imsh sneered after hearing the chief high priest's words. Just right. Destroy the elves, all of this belongs to His Holiness Godfather, and also to us orcs. After saying that, he raised his long sword high. Pass down the order, prepare to attack the city. Woo! A series of heavy bugle sounds cut through the sky and echoed between the mountains. The dense orc army finally moved. The orcs didn't have cavalry, they were all infantry. Of the 30,000 troops, 20,000 stayed in place as reserves, while the 10,000 at the front moved out. They surrounded the 5 ferocious behemoths and pressed in the direction of the Black Dragon Castle. Hearing the bugle sounds and seeing the movements of the orcs, the players who had been waiting on the city wall became excited. They're coming! They're coming! Prepare for battle! Prepare for battle! For a moment, the city wall became lively again. The entire Black Dragon Castle was like a huge war machine that began to operate slowly. 10,000 orcs raised their shields and weapons. They surrounded the behemoths like a tide and rushed toward the Black Dragon Castle on the hillside. The long-range players gathered on the city wall, raised their bows and aimed at the advancing orcs. Elven archers had the longest attack range. The effective range of an iron archer was about 300 meters, nearly 10 times that of a mage of the same level. Limu stood on the city wall and looked at the approaching orc army with a solemn expression. When the vanguard of the orcs stepped into the 300-meter range, he raised his staff and shouted in the command channel, "Release the arrows!" As soon as his voice fell, arrows flickering with the brilliance of skills formed a gorgeous rain of arrows that shot out from the castle. Lionheart King Imsh, who was leading the army forward, also shouted when he saw the arrows shot out. "Raise your shields!" For a moment, the orcs raised their shields. Nearly 1,000 arrows arrived in the blink of an eye and fell into the formation of the orcs like rain. Most of the arrows were blocked by the shields raised by the orcs, but there were nearly 100 unlucky orcs who were pierced by the arrows and fell to the ground screaming. As for the 5 behemoths, they didn't even try to dodge the arrows. Instead, they allowed the arrows to land on their bodies. Their bodies were full of arrows, but their thick fat prevented them from feeling any pain. The loss of 100 people was just a drop in the ocean for the orcs. Soon, the orcs' counterattack arrived. Imsh, the Lionheart King, shouted again. "Throw the spears!" As soon as his voice fell, nearly 1,000 orcs in the 10,000 orcs army took out 2-meter-long spears from their backs and threw them toward the Black Dragon Castle. As for the 5 behemoths, they raised 5 terrifying huge spears that were half a meter thick and threw them towards the castle. The orcs were extremely strong. Their spears, which were 2 meters long, had a terrifying penetrating power as they flew towards the castle. The huge spears of the behemoths were like 5 cannonballs, whistling through the wind as they shot out. Not good. Dodge. Seeing the rain of spears, the players' expressions changed as they hurriedly dodged. The defensive core of the Black Dragon Castle had been activated, and the spears were concentrated on the castle. There was a faint magic wave, but it did not cause any damage to the castle. But there were many players on the castle wall who could not dodge in time and were pierced by the flying spears, dying on the spot. What was even more terrifying were the terrifying spears of the behemoths. They directly penetrated the defensive theurgy of the castle wall and pierced into the wall. If the castle wall had not been strengthened by the defensive theurgy, there would have been a large hole in the wall. In addition, a huge spear pierced through the tower on the castle wall, shattering the tower and tearing the 2 archers on the tower into pieces. Blood rained down, and for a moment, the players on the castle wall changed their expressions and became a little chaotic. Most of them were 3rd beta players who had not experienced such a scene. War was cruel and frightening. Before the battle, they were still full of ambition, but once the battle really began, the players would truly experience the cruelty of this incredibly realistic war. However, their morale was not affected. Although they were frightened by this bloody scene, for the players, a game was still a game. There was no threat of death. This was just exciting entertainment. After the initial panic, under the command of Limu and Ji Gang, the long-range players continued to throw arrows at the orc army. And among the orcs, there were archers who advanced and counterattacked. For a moment, the entire battlefield was filled with flying arrows. The area of the Black Dragon Castle was not large. In fact, even after the expansion of the players, the entire castle was less than 40,000 square meters, and the length of the city wall was only 900 meters. The 6,000 players guarding the castle were crowded on the city wall. In fact, it was because of the crowded players that the spears thrown by the orcs and the arrows shot by the orcs caused a lot of damage. After discovering this problem, the players quickly changed their strategy. Under the orders of Limu and Ji Gang, the shapeshifter, some of the players were evacuated, and the injured retreated. They took turns to rest, and in batches, they went up to defend the city. At the beginning of the siege, the players were inexperienced and were a little flustered. Thus, they were suppressed by the orc spear throwers and archers. The orc army continued to advance under the rain of arrows from the players. The vanguard of the army of 10,000 was getting closer and closer to the castle wall. However, the Lionheart King Imsh, who was commanding the army, did not look good. Because, there were too many elves. He saw the first round of arrows very clearly. The number of arrows was probably in the thousands. In other words, there were at least thousands of elven archers on the city wall. Naturally, not all of the elves were archers, so in fact, there were more elves guarding the castle than this number. In addition, the orcs did not surround the castle from all sides. They were only marching from the south to attack the castle and had not completed the encirclement. In other words, there was likely to be the same number of elven guards on the other side of the castle wall. Roughly estimating, the Lionheart King Imsh found that there were at least 3,000 elves guarding the castle. If that was all, it would be fine. Every behemoth was a sharp weapon to attack the castle. According to experience, their giant spears were enough to tear the castle wall apart. However, what made Imsh's heart sink was that the castle wall was strengthened and had a defensive magic spell. This made his original confidence of quickly attacking the castle suddenly disappear. The elves, could it be that everyone is stationed in the castle? Based on the strength of the elves, even if the orc army could quickly attack the Black Dragon Castle, there would be many casualties. However, the army had already rushed forward and could no longer retreat. Thinking of this, the Lionheart King Imsh could only make up his mind. He raised his long sword high and roared, "Attack!" After he finished speaking, another heavy sound of the bugle horn resounded throughout the battlefield. The 4 behemoths at the front roared at the same time when they heard the sound of the horn. They beat their chests and quickened their pace, approaching the city wall. The behemoth was nearly 10 meters tall, almost as tall as the city wall. As they approached the city walls, they removed the ladders from their backs and placed them on the city walls. At the same time, they brandished their enormous spears and began to attack the players on the city walls. The behemoth swung its half-meter thick spear, turning it into a terrifying weapon. Every player that was swept by the spear was instantly sent flying, spitting out mouthfuls of blood as they fell unconscious. Many people were swept off the city wall and drowned in the army of half-orcs. However, the players' attacks had no effect on the behemoths. It was as if they were merely scratching an itch. Every behemoth was at least at the lower silver level. Although they didn't know magic, they were extremely strong and had a shocking defense. When the players' arrows hit their bodies, they couldn't penetrate the fat under their skin at all. Even the magic of the mages could only leave a layer of charred marks on these behemoths' bodies. The most miserable were the melee players. They mustered up their courage, their bodies flashing with the brilliance of their skills. They roared and rushed towards the behemoths near the city wall, fiercely stabbing the swords in their hands. However, after the blades sank into the behemoths' bodies, the behemoths didn't seem to feel pain or itch. They just coldly glanced at the players who rushed up, grabbed them up like they were chickens, and strangled them to death in their hands. Screams were heard everywhere, and blood splattered. This ferocious and bloody scene, even if it was pixelated and beautified by Eve's system to a certain extent, still shocked the players. F***CK. F***CK. This is too scary. Looking at the almost invincible behemoths, everyone was dumbfounded. However, it wasn't that there weren't any clever ones. A few more arrows were shot at the behemoths, and these behemoths raised their arms to protect their heads, blocking all these arrows. This scene was also seen by Demacia, who was also participating in the defense on the city wall. His eyes turned, and his heart lit up. He quickly shouted, "Eyes! Shoot their eyes. Quickly shoot their eyes. They've been subconsciously protecting their eyes. After hearing this, the surrounding archers all perked up and quickly changed their strategy, shooting arrows specifically at the behemoth's eyes. Once the players changed their strategy, the behemoth suddenly became a little flustered. They did indeed have super strong defense. However, only their eyes were very fragile. A rain of arrows flew, but this time, the players all aimed at the behemoth's eyes. For a moment, the four behemoths hurriedly dodged, and the originally fierce attack was actually blocked by the players. However, even so, the behemoths also bought time for the half-orcs. The vanguard of the half-orcs finally braved the rain of arrows and arrived at the city wall. They followed the ladder that the behemoths had built and finally climbed up the city wall of the Black Dragon Castle. The hand-to-hand battle thus began. The half-orc warriors roared angrily and jumped onto the city wall. They threw away the shields in their hands, waved their swords and maces, and charged at the elves on the city wall. Seeing the half-orcs charging up, the long-range players suddenly panicked. Don't panic. The melee fighters rushed forward. Stop these guys. Long-range players continue to attack. Don't be afraid of friendly fire. As long as you don't die from friendly fire, we can heal. Druids and mages, keep up with the healing. Focus on healing the main tank and close and damage output. Limu shouted at the top of his lungs. And just as Limu finished shouting, a new system message appeared in the vision of all the defending players. Ding, unyielding and fearless, brave and fearless. Your bravery has moved the great goddess, and she has decided to give you battle blessings. You have received a buff, Goddess's Blessing. Your weapon has received a buff, Goddess's Blessing, effect. For the next day, you will lose all negative emotions. Your and your weapon's attack and defense will increase by 100%, and all skill damage will have a bleeding effect. For the glory of the goddess and the elves, fight bravely. Chosen ones. As the message flashed, all the players' bodies flickered with a faint dark glow. That was Eve once again using the divine power of Death Hela to provide the players with a buff. At the same time, the background music of the game changed abruptly. It changed from the original vigorous and impassioned music to a magnificent one. An ethereal female voice slowly rang out along with the battle music, causing all the players to shiver uncontrollably. In an instant, they felt that their identities had changed again, as if they were no longer charging warriors, but heroes who saved the world. Feeling the powerful strength that gradually rose in their bodies like a volcanic eruption under the strengthening buff, and listening to the inspiring and stirring background music, all the defending players fell into an inexplicable state of excitement. Haha! The goddess's buff is here again. How timely! We've been strengthened again. I knew it. How can the goddess not give us a buff when facing such a powerful enemy? Long live the goddess! Go! Chase these half-orcs down the city wall. Kill them. Hurrah! Once the buff arrived, the players' morale instantly soared. The melee players roared, and with bloodshot eyes, they picked up their weapons and charged at the half-orcs. The long-range players raised their bows and arrows again and started shooting at the half-orcs. Seeing the madness of the elves, the half-orcs roared and charged forward. The two sides clashed, and the scene became even more chaotic. The sound of weapons clashing could be heard everywhere, and flesh and blood flew everywhere. Screams, hideous laughter, the sound of swords piercing into flesh, and the sound of magic explosions, all intertwined together. The pungent smell of blood and the smell of burnt flesh mixed together, and it was nauseating. Many players even had to turn off their sense of smell to endure the smell. The light of explosion magic and healing magic flashed everywhere, and the light was gorgeous. The half-orcs roared and roared. They panted heavily, braved the rain of arrows and magic, and engaged in hand-to-hand combat with the elves who had the same ferocious expression. A few of the ladders on the city wall instantly fell into chaos. However, although the half-orcs had climbed up the city wall, their attack did not go smoothly. Because these elves were far stronger and more resilient than they had imagined, the melee players defending the Black Dragon Castle had gathered almost all the taunting tank warriors in the entire server. These players had thick skin and flesh, and all their skills were focused on defense and taunting. They were a group of lunatics who liked hand-to-hand combat the most among the players. At this moment, with the blessing of the goddess and the morale-boosting music, this group of lunatics faced the attack of the half-orcs as if they had been injected with chicken blood, and they became even crazier. Every player who loved to fight had a sense of passion in their bones. And the cruel and bloody melee also stimulated the passion in their hearts. Under the enhancement of the goddess, the players completely exploded. They fought with their lives, and without fear of injuries, they surrounded and beat up the half-orcs who had climbed up the city wall. For a moment, the half-orcs who were charging at the front were caught off guard, and they suffered heavy casualties. However, when the half-orcs at the front fell, the half-orcs at the back climbed up the ladders. The whole battlefield fell into a stalemate of tug-of-war. And at this moment, accompanied by a loud and clear cry, a huge black shadow whizzed out of the castle. Its body was more than 30 meters long, and it was even larger than the behemoths, and its intimidating dragon aura descended on the whole battlefield. The black dragon Meryl had made his move. He carried Salty Meow on his back and spread his wings to fly. He excitedly puffed up his cheeks, held a mouthful of thick dragon breath, and spat it toward the behemoths. The powerful acidic dragon breath hit the behemoth that was dodging the arrows. Along with a heart-wrenching scream, the boiling acid corroded the behemoth's body, leaving terrifying wounds. Megalosaurus. Seeing the huge shadow in the sky and the behemoth that was injured by the black dragon's breath, the orcs that were attacking the city were in an uproar. A man's name was like a tree's shadow. Unlike the behemoth that had a trace of the Titan bloodline, the Megalosaurus was a true gold-tier creature. As long as they did not die, each of them had hopes of advancing to legendary. Those with outstanding talents could grow into beings that even the gods feared. Unlike the true gods, the Megalosaurus had a much wider range of activity. Although their fertility rate was low, their overall population was much larger than other creatures of the same level. For the ordinary intelligent creatures in the world of seekers, the Megalosaurus was the most commonly heard and most widely feared existence in legends. Therefore, after the black dragon Meryl appeared and launched an attack, the orcs that had been slightly weakened due to the setback quickly fell into panic. On the contrary, the morale of the players reached a new peak with the appearance of the black dragon. Haha! Meryl is attacking. He broke through the defense of those behemoths. Quick! Quick! Aim for their wounds. Release the arrows. Throw the spells. As the situation changed, the situation of the entire battlefield began to tilt in the player's favor, accompanied by the whooshing sound of arrows and rhythmic incantations. Arrows that flashed with the brilliance of skills were shot by the players into the wounds of the behemoths. Wounded, the behemoths howled in anger and pain. However, before they could evade, all kinds of gorgeous spells followed one after another, drowning the behemoths once again. Arrows came one after another from tricky angles. Spells came one after another, becoming more and more violent. Moreover, because of the buffs, the players' attacks carried the curse of bleeding. Under the stacking of layers, the damage caused became more and more terrifying. The continuous pain finally enraged the behemoths. They roared and went berserk. The 4 behemoths had completely given up on defense. They pounded their chests, and their hair stood on end. They began to attack everything they could touch indiscriminately. As a result, because of the trampling and accidental injuries, it caused further chaos among the orcs below the city. The players were overjoyed. They dodged the behemoth's attack range, drew their bows, and chanted spells. They targeted the behemoths who were injured by the behemoth and caused further chaos among the orcs. For a time, the attack of the beastmen was completely blocked, and the casualties began to rise rapidly. Bastard! The eyes of the Lionheart King, Imsh, turned red as he watched the chaotic battle below the city walls. Up until now, this battle had greatly exceeded his expectations. The number of elves far exceeded his expectations, and their battle prowess far exceeded his imagination as well. Facing the siege of the orc army, the elves weren't afraid at all. Instead, they exploded with unprecedented morale, and the skills they mastered were all combat skills. Unlike the elves who were good at healing magic and nature magic, these elves were all combat elves. They were all warriors and battle mages of the elven race. Not only that, they were really as the warriors of the Grotto tribe who escaped said, fearless and cunning. They wouldn't give up until they killed the enemy. There were no casualties among the fighting orcs because once they were injured, the elves would quickly gather fire and then beat them to death. All these situations made Imsh wonder if these elves were human outlaws in disguise. The 4 berserk behemoths not only lost their ability to assist, But they were also used by the elves to deal further damage to the orcs. Seeing this, Imsh clenched his fists, and his face was ashen. He patted the behemoth under him and pointed at the 4 behemoths below the city walls, gnashing his teeth. Gar! Wake those idiots up. After that, you go and bring down that black dragon in the sky. The behemoth called Gar was the mount of Lionheart King Imsh and the leader of all the behemoths. It had the highest rank and had the strength of an upper silver rank. Upon hearing Imsh's words, the behemoth nodded slightly. Then, it took in a deep breath and let out a furious roar. Its roar was very loud and spread far and wide on the battlefield. After the 4 berserk behemoths heard this roar, their red eyes gradually regained a trace of clarity. They, finally calmed down. After the behemoths calmed down, Gar roared again and raised a huge spear that was almost 80 centimeters thick and 10 meters long. A faint brilliance circulated on the huge spear. Finally, it turned into a thunderbolt that enveloped the entire spear. Behemoths didn't know magic, but that was only under normal circumstances. For the behemoths who were lucky enough to have a strong Titan bloodline, magic wasn't out of their reach. Gar had mastered the lightning magic that was passed down from the Titans. Gar raised the huge spear that was surrounded by lightning and aimed it at the black dragon in the sky. Terrifying power gathered in its hands, and the thunderbolt of lightning flickered with a dazzling brilliance, emitting energy waves that made one's heart palpitate. Seeing the behemoth's actions in the distance, Salty Meow's expression changed greatly and turned pale. Meryl! Dodge! However, it was too late. Gar's hair stood on end and his muscles swelled. He roared and used all his strength to swing the huge spear and throw it at the black dragon in the sky. Accompanied by the whistling of the wind and the crackling of electricity, the huge spear that was surrounded by lightning snakes shot out like a fierce rocket. The little black dragon also noticed the behemoth's attack. However, the speed of the huge spear was too fast. This huge spear was thrown by the behemoth Gar with all his strength. Its speed and strength had reached an incomparably terrifying level. As for the lightning magic, it was endowed with an astonishing amount of energy and would explode upon contact. It was like a meteor, dragging a dazzling trail of lightning behind it in the blink of an eye. Meryl had no time to dodge at all. In an instant, his whole body turned cold and he looked terrified. There was no doubt that if he was hit by this huge spear, he would at least be seriously injured. In serious cases, it was not impossible for him to die. Not good. Dumb dragon, dodge. On the city wall, many players also noticed this terrifying huge spear and their expressions changed. The morale of the half-orcs was boosted. The Lionheart King Amash was delighted. He grinned slightly and looked at the black dragon in the sky expectantly, waiting for it to be torn apart by the huge spear. Gar's attack was passed down from the Titans and was originally targeted at the Megalosaurus. The moment he threw the huge spear, the black dragon's fate was already sealed. However, just as the huge spear was about to pierce Meryl, another golden light shot out from the city wall. It was an ordinary arrow that could not be more ordinary. However, this arrow carried a golden light and was extremely fast. Its speed was even faster than the huge spear. Before the huge spear hit the black dragon, this golden arrow flew first and hit the spear surrounded by electric snakes. In an instant, golden light shot out in all directions. With a loud bang, a violent explosion occurred in the air. It was deafening and the light was dazzling. The violent energy waves swept out, making Meryl, who was in the air, unstable and almost fell. The half-orc army on the ground was blown away by the aftermath of the explosion. After the light, there was no longer any shadow of the huge spear in the air. Only pieces of debris drifted down like snowflakes. Those were the fragments of the huge spear. For a moment, the entire battlefield was silent. The Lionheart King's smile froze on his face. He widened his eyes and looked in the direction of the explosion of the huge spear in disbelief. Then, he looked in the direction of the arrow that had just flown from, on the city wall. A silver-haired, red-eyed female elf wearing a black skirt armor calmly put away the bow in her hand as if she had done something insignificant. Radiance flickered on her body. Her expression was incomparably indifferent. High-grade professional. God. God's chosen. Sensing the power of the arrow and seeing the radiance flickering on the female elf, the Lionheart King Imsh's pupils shrank slightly. The elven powerhouse had finally appeared. An It was actually a gold rank God's chosen. It's God's chosen, 0. Powerful, powerful. Haha. Lady Zero has made her move. Too powerful. She exploded with one arrow. Sister Zero is amazing. On the city wall, the elves cheered again. In contrast, Xianxia's expression became more and more unsightly. He looked at the entire battlefield and clenched his fists tighter and tighter. At this moment, the half-orcs who had climbed up the city wall had all died in battle. Not only that, the elves did not even leave their corpses behind. They were all turned into ashes in the battle. And the remaining half-orcs were also completely driven down the city wall. Although the 4 behemoths had awakened, after leaving their berserk state, the accumulated injuries on their bodies also exploded. These big behemoths were covered in blood and bruises, and their fighting strength had greatly decreased. They urgently needed the treatment of priests, although it was still a power that made the elves afraid. Before they recovered, they could no longer reverse the situation. The half-orcs who came up later gathered under the city wall. They tried to climb up the city again, but they were unable to break through the elves' defenses. The elves seemed to have grasped the technique and rhythm of battle. And their morale was unprecedentedly high. On the contrary, the existence of the black dragon had caused the morale of the half-orcs to drop by more than half, and the appearance of the elven gods chosen made their morale fall to the bottom. Under this situation, the casualties of the half-orcs soared at an alarming rate. Lionheart King Xianxia had originally thought that this would be a crushing attempt at a siege, but he could no longer continue fighting. Seeing this, his expression became more and more unsightly. Xianxia's expression changed a few times, then he gritted his teeth and said, "Sound the horn, retreat." With this order, the horn slowly blew. After losing more than 1,000 warriors, the 10,000 beastmen army retreated in a sorry state. On the city wall, the players who successfully resisted the attack of the half-orcs let out earth-shattering cheers. The orcs were forced to retreat. The Saintess Alice heaved a sigh of relief when she saw the orc army slowly retreating. Then, she and the druid players began to help the other players who were injured in the defensive battle. More than 1,000 orc warriors died in battle, but there were also many casualties among the players. The level of the players who participated in the defensive mission was generally low. Even with the protection of the city walls, nearly 500 players returned to Yggdrasil. As for the number of injured players, there were more than 1,000. But compared to the orcs, this loss was considered small. Not to mention, the players who died immediately rushed back through the teleportation portal after reviving. Therefore, the defensive power of the entire castle did not decrease by much. The only things that were lost were the defensive fortifications and city walls that were destroyed by the orcs and behemoths in the previous battle. After the cheers of the players, they began to clean up the battlefield. Under the coordination of the 2 legion commanders, some players began to collect the equipment left behind by the orcs on the city walls. Some players began to repair the city walls that were damaged in the battle. There were also players who received permission from Zero to open the city gates and collect the equipment left behind by the orc army after they retreated. It was strange. The battle was fierce and both sides fought with their lives on the line. But after the battle ended, there were no corpses on the battlefield, only bloodstains and equipment. This strange situation made the native elves' eyelids twitch. But the players were already used to it and did not care, as if nothing had happened. As the players cleaned up, the city walls were bustling again. However, after obtaining a great victory, the atmosphere in the Black Dragon Castle was much more relaxed than before the start of the battle. Even, the players were slightly more restless. The benefits of the 1,000 orcs that died far exceeded the losses of the players. After tasting the sweetness of the plot quest, the players couldn't wait for the next wave of orcs attack. These orcs gave so much experience. All I did was kill a warrior with the others and I got 5,000 experience points. A level 11 third beta gamer excitedly looked at his experience bar and said, "Hey, only 5,000? I rushed to the front. Although I died once, my accumulated contribution was more than 200%. I gained more than 30,000 experience. These half-beastmen give more experience than human mercenaries." Another tank player proudly raised the machete in his hand. "But you died once. Wouldn't that be a loss?" "Hee, I'm from the Mang Mang committee. I'm a taunting warrior in our guild." If I die in a big storyline quest, I'll be reimbursed with contribution points. Damn. I'm so jealous. However, there were many players who simply liked the feeling of the battle just now. How exciting! This is what war should feel like. The RPG games of the past are so weak. Awesome. This is much more interesting than fighting with magical beasts. Seriously. We just fought for a while and got a feel for it, and they retreated. What a pity. The gamers tasted the sweetness of victory, and their fighting spirit was aroused. When they looked at the distant orc army, their gazes changed completely. They won't not come, right? Don't worry, there will definitely be another wave of attacks. How many people did they lose? He definitely won't give up. Haha. If we destroy these half-beastmen, how much experience will we get? Hehe, it won't be a problem to advance to mid-level Dark Iron. Haha. I just told our friends who were ambushing our results. They are so envious. Hehehe, who told them not to choose to defend the city? The gamers were very happy, and their morale was high. However, the retreating half-beastmen were very dispirited. Lionheart King Imsh took less than 9,000 half-beastmen out of the castle's shooting range, and his face was very ugly. I was careless. I didn't expect the elves to gather such a strong force. He originally thought that with 10,000 troops and 5 behemoths, it would be easy to take down the Black Dragon Castle, but he didn't expect to bite a hard bone. It seems. I still have to ask for the help of Father God. Lionheart King Imsh clenched his fists. If he could take down the elves with just secular forces, he would definitely please the true god, but now it seemed, he had to summon the Totem Guardian. The elven god's chosen had appeared, and the castle's defense was very strong, and it seemed to be supported by divine power. If he only relied on the half-beastmen's lives, he would suffer heavy losses. Thinking of this, the Lionheart King Imsh took a deep breath and ordered his subordinates, "Don't worry. Invite the High Priestess." A moment later, the High Priestess of the Half-Beastmen, accompanied by 2 silver priests, came to Lionheart King Imsh. "Your Majesty, it seems that your attack is not going well." The High Priestess with a bone crown on her head and oil paint on her face smiled slightly. In her hand, she was still holding a skeleton necklace that was constantly flashing with light. But at this moment, the red on the necklace seemed to have deepened. Lionheart King Imsh narrowed his eyes and took a deep look at the necklace in her hand, seeming to be very afraid. As if sensing his gaze, the High Priestess touched the necklace in her hand and chuckled, "Your Majesty, don't worry, I won't use this divine object until the last moment." Lionheart King was silent. After a while, he looked at the High Priestess with a complicated expression and slowly said, "I underestimated the power of the elves. High Priestess, I've decided to summon the Totem Guardian directly. Have you prepared the summoning altar?" Hearing Lionheart King's words, the High Priestess nodded with a fanatical expression, "Of course. If you wish, we can ask for the power of Father God at any time." The players cleaned up the battlefield very quickly. There were no corpses, they just needed to pick up the equipment, and this was what the players were best at. Soon, the ground under the city wall was completely empty. The players didn't even let go of the clothes on the half-beastmen and took them all back. On the city wall, the damaged fortifications were also being repaired in an orderly manner. Everyone was looking forward to the next attack of the half-beastmen. However, Eve, who was standing on the city wall, had a dignified expression. "Just now, something was competing with me for the life force." A similar situation occurred after the death of Demacia and the others. In the battle just now, nearly half of the life force of the half-beastmen who died in the battle was not absorbed by Eve's war sacrifice. Especially those half-beastmen who died outside the city wall. Even if the skill triggered the war sacrifice, Eve didn't get much life force. Instead, it was as if they evaporated into thin air. Fortunately, the life force of the dead players was recovered by 100%, and the life force of the half-beastmen who died on the city wall was almost completely absorbed by Eve. However, overall, more than 1,000 half-beastmen who died in the battle still had about 1/3 of their life force missing. Although overall, Eve still made a profit, but it was less than she expected. That was a loss. It's an ability similar to sacrifice. But, it shouldn't be a true god or an evil god because the absorption of life force seems to be just a mechanism, or an instinct, more like some kind of sacrifice, or a divine artifact. I'm afraid it's the thing I sensed before. This ability to absorb life force is very secretive. If I wasn't controlling the war sacrifice and completely controlling the life priesthood, I wouldn't have sensed it. What the hell are the half-beastmen doing? It seems that I have to be more careful. Just as Eve was thinking, suddenly, she felt a slight change in the chest of the dead stored in the kingdom of God. The Grim Reaper Hela replied. Eve was overjoyed. She turned her avatar into an AFK and returned her consciousness to her God's kingdom. She took out Death Hela's casket of the dead. With a thought, she opened the casket of the dead that kept flashing. After the casket of the dead was opened, a dark ball of light similar to the one that Eve put in it floated out. That was Hela's reply. Eve tapped lightly, and the ball of light broke. A lazy and majestic female voice came out from it. Woola has only been a god for a few thousand years, so he doesn't have many divine weapons. Even the ones he uses are mostly at the level of quasi-divine weapons. However, he does have an incomplete true god weapon that can pose a threat to a true god. An incomplete true god artifact. Eve's heart skipped a beat. She remembered the description of the artifacts in the World Tree's Inheritance. Artifacts that condensed the divine power of a true god were called artifacts. However, there were thousands of artifacts. Some were strong, and some were weak. The weak artifacts were not even as powerful as the legendary weapons made by mortals. However, the strong artifacts could even make a true god fearful. Among them, what determined the power of an artifact was the amount of divine power and the strength of the rules contained in the artifact. According to the strength of the artifact, the world of seekers generally divided the artifacts into sub-artifact, semi-artifact, quasi-artifact, and true god artifact. The artifacts that the worldly intelligent creatures came into contact with were almost all sub-artifact. These artifacts were the most numerous. In a sense, the initial weapons that Eve made for the players were also sub-artifact artifacts. However, the divine power contained in them was so sparse that it was almost negligible. Even so, because of the presence of the divine power of life, the initial weapons of the players would have a miraculous effect when facing the undead. Weak artifacts were very easy to make. A true god only needed to infuse divine power into an item, and it could become the most basic artifact. However, it was difficult to make powerful artifacts. Not all materials could withstand a large amount of divine power, and not all materials could withstand the power of the rules. The more powerful the artifact, the rarer the material. As for the artifact that could threaten a true god with just its own power, it was even more difficult to create. That kind of divine artifact was known as a true divine artifact. It was very difficult to forge a true god weapon, and the power contained within a true god weapon was also very strong. Every true god weapon, even the weakest one, would contain at least 1,000 divine force points. Don't underestimate this 1,000 divine power points. Perhaps a true god had more divine power, but a true god was unable to unleash divine power in an instant. In other words, a true god's divine power was like a reservoir, and a true god's usage of divine power was like a water pipe. No matter how much water there was in the reservoir, it was still the water pipe that determined a true god's explosive power. Between true gods, there was no substantial difference in levels, only the strong and the weak. The ascension of a true god was, in fact, a process of the expansion of the reservoir and the thickening of the water pipe. Furthermore, the expansion of the reservoir was far faster than the thickening of the water pipe. However, true gods were unable to unleash godly power beyond their limits, but true god artifacts could. When 1,000 divine power points were unleashed in an instant, just by relying on the destructive power of the artifact itself, it was enough to pose a fatal threat to a true god below mid-level divine power. In other words, even if it was immortal, if he had a true god artifact and could think of a way to unleash its power completely, he might be able to kill a god if he was lucky, even if it was the weakest kind. Of course, a true god artifact was so powerful, and a true god who could wield a true god artifact was even stronger. During the Silver Age, when the gods were in conflict, many weak gods of faith relied on true god-level weapons to luckily slaughter the more powerful ancient gods. They seized control of the other party's power and condensed their priesthood to be promoted. In fact, many true gods in the world of seekers did not even have a true god artifact. That was because true gods who had true god artifacts, after going through troubled times, would eventually become big shots. And the number of big shots would always be small. Most of the true gods below mid-level divine power who were not very powerful only had quasi-divine artifacts. In other words, they could cause harm to true gods, but the artifact itself was not enough to kill them. In fact, in the inheritance of the world tree, the previous world tree also had its own true god artifact. It was just that those true god artifacts had either fallen with the world tree and been taken away by other true gods, or they had been lost along with the destruction of the world tree's divine kingdom. In short, when Eve inherited the world tree, other than the original body and belief, there was nothing left. From this point of view, to be able to possess a true god artifact, even if it was an incomplete one, Ullr could be considered quite lucky. Thinking of this, Eve's expression became serious, and she continued to listen to Hela's message. Ullr's incomplete true god artifact is called Withering Heart. It should be a necklace in the shape of a skeleton. It said that when Ullr was still the half-beastman's belief totem, it was obtained from the ruins of the Titan giant palace in the Desert of Death. It originally belonged to a Titan giant who had fallen into the abyss and was sealed in the ruins of the palace. 1,000 years ago, Uchtdrhir also suffered a great loss because of this artifact. Many elven gods died because of this true god artifact. This isn't an offensive true god artifact, but a sealing-type true god artifact. It can temporarily seal the power of a true god, causing the opponent's strength to fall to the level of a demigod or below for a short period of time. However, this incomplete true god artifact is only effective against true gods with weak divine power and below. Moreover, because this true god artifact has been corroded by the power of the abyss, it can't be controlled with divine power. Instead, it requires the sacrifice of flesh and blood or life force. The price to pay for using it is also very high. It's said that it can even cause the user to be corroded by the abyss. It's said that Ullr's temper has become more and more irritable in recent years. It's more or less because it has been corroded to a certain extent. The war god has requested Ullr to destroy this incomplete true god artifact many times, but Ullr has never agreed. Because of this, the war god is also very displeased with Ullr. Lord Eve, if you and Ullr are to fight, you must be careful of his incomplete true god artifact. Death god Hela's news ended here. Eve's expression gradually became serious. If that's the case, the energy that I felt earlier should belong to this incomplete true god weapon called the Withering Heart. The half-beastman also brought it along, and took advantage of the war to sacrifice the half-beastman who died in battle in an attempt to activate its power. Ullr wants to directly use this artifact to imprison my power. Very quickly, Eve understood Ullr's plan. Perhaps, the 30,000 troops attacking the elven forest was only on the surface. For Ullr, it would be best if he could use the War of Faith to destroy the elven race in one fell swoop. At least on the surface, the elves did not have the power to resist. Looking at it from another perspective, perhaps from his point of view, the elves' future only had two paths. One was that the elves were destroyed by the half-beastman army, and the new true god behind them, Eve, lost her faith and fell in rank. Then, Ullr would send experts to kill her, and finally seize her godhood. The other was that the 30,000 troops besieged the elves, forcing the true god behind the elves to take action, and if the true god behind the elves took action, then the 30,000 troops would become the sacrifice of the incomplete true god artifact, and the incomplete true god would be summoned to seal the true god. Then, Ullr would send experts to kill her, and finally seize her godhood. In short, it would be a victory. It could be seen that Ullr had obviously made more than one plan. The 30,000 troops were not only his sharp knife, but also bait for Eve, and also the sacrifice of the incomplete true god artifact. How ruthless. 30,000 half-beastmen, throwing them away just like that. Although most of them are shallow believers, they are still a rather strong source of faith. Eve shook her head. In fact, Ullr's targeting was also very effective. The players might be able to fight against the 30,000 troops, but if there were totem guardians, Eve really had to take action. Of course, she would not take action in the form of a true god, but disguised as a god's chosen, summoning the power of a true god to take action. But the problem was, from the previous reaction, Eve was now very suspicious. Perhaps this incomplete true god artifact was very sensitive to the aura of a true god, and it was very likely that her disguise could be easily seen through by the half-beastman. That would be very awkward. Then, what should she do? Eve fell into deep thought. After a while, her heart moved slightly. No. Perhaps, this might be a good opportunity. The players in the Black Dragon Castle didn't have to wait for long. In fact, 4 to 5 hours after the orcs' first attack, the players noticed that the orc camp was getting restless. This time, the entire orc camp was mobilized, and close to 30,000 troops were mobilized. The boundless orc army began to move along the hillside to the other side of the Black Dragon Castle, gradually completing the encirclement. Although the castle was surrounded, the players in the Black Dragon Castle weren't worried because of the teleportation portal. On the contrary, they looked at the dense mass of half-orcs with expectant expressions. Is the second attack finally starting? Good heavens! This time everyone is surrounding us. Is the final battle about to start? I've been on the phone for a few hours. I'm dying of anxiety. Ha ha ha. Be content. The ambushing players are still in the Elf Forest and the Gloom Mountain Range. Pfft. How long are they going to wait? Aren't they going to kill monsters? I'm not sure. It seems like they received a solo mission. Maybe they're waiting for us to be locked in battle with the orcs before launching a surprise attack. Gosh. Are they in charge of harvesting? That won't do. We have to work hard and kill more orcs attacking the castle. Pfft. They've been lying in ambush for a whole day. They should at least get some soup, right? You don't understand. We fought for so long in the morning, but only a little over 1,000 orcs died. Those ambushing players are riding demonic beasts, and they can easily catch up to the orcs. Last time, when we fought with the mercenaries, more than 200 players with crypt spiders became rich. Gosh. Are you serious? Why would I lie to you? On the castle wall, the players looked at the orcs that were moving like an endless swarm of ants and chatted animatedly. It was as though they weren't the ones besieged. At this moment, the orc army was in a different situation. In the main camp of the orcs, 3 tall altars were erected, 1 large and 2 small. Complicated and mysterious patterns were drawn on the altar, forming a symbol made of a bow and snowflakes. 36 orc priests, under the leadership of 3 silver-ranked priests, were following the orc high priest and kowtowing to the altar. Their faces were painted with paint, and their expressions were fanatical. As for the half-orc high priest, he held an ancient book of winter and the hunt and prayed devoutly. Father Uller, we worship you. Father God, Uller, all glory is yours. You are the master of the hunt, you are the master of winter, you are the only father of the orcs. We were originally the dust of the world. It was you who gave us great power. We were originally the sinners of the world. It was you who didn't leave us and let us receive your grace. Please cleanse us with your faith and expel the hesitation in our hearts. Please illuminate us with your radiance and bestow upon us endless power. Her voice was majestic and sacred. After the expansion of the divine spell, the devout prayer resounded throughout the entire orc camp. And all the orcs who heard the prayer could not help but kneel down and start praying word by word according to the high priest's words. In the blink of an eye, the orc army around them all knelt down. They muttered to themselves. Some looked terrified, some looked devout, some looked fanatical, and some looked confused. They were all different. And with the orcs' prayers, the 3 altars suddenly started to bloom with radiance. It was already past noon, and the afternoon sun added a trace of warmth to the bleak autumn. However, this warmth was quickly blown away by a gust of cold wind, achoo. On the walls of the Black Dragon Castle, a player who did not adjust the temperature suddenly sneezed. Why do I suddenly feel a little cold? He tightened the armor on his body and shivered involuntarily before turning off his temperature perception. You didn't feel wrong, it's really cold. Another player rubbed his reddened nose and interjected. Look. In the sky. To the south. Suddenly, an exclamation came from the city wall as a player pointed to the sky in the south and shouted in surprise. For a moment, everyone looked in the direction he pointed. In the sky, dark clouds floated without anyone noticing. These dark clouds were constantly converging in the direction of the orc army's main camp in the south. At this moment, the sky in the south had already turned into a rolling sea of clouds. It was dark and dense, forming into a mass. Not only that, but the dense dark clouds were still expanding and rolling nonstop. The temperature continued to drop. This is, the dark clouds formed by the condensation of magic power in the air. Feeling the terrifying energy in the dark clouds, Saintess Alice's pupils shrank slightly. Dark clouds formed by magic power? Damn, how much magic power is there? The players were startled. Below the dark clouds, in the central camp of the orcs, there were 3 silver-gray lights that were constantly shining. And as the lights shone, the dark clouds in the sky rolled more violently, and the surrounding temperature seemed to drop. For a moment, the players on the city wall were attracted by the flashing lights. What's that? Let me use Eagle Eye to see. It looks like an altar. An archer player said in surprise. Altar? What's the orcs doing? Just as the players were puzzled, sparkling and translucent dots suddenly floated down from the sky. It's snowing? The players looked at each other in bewilderment. Just as the snowflakes drifted down, a sacred and majestic force suddenly erupted from the orc camp. The 3 shining altars released silver holy light and soared into the sky. The holy light stirred up the dark clouds in the sky, and the dark clouds continued to rotate, attracted by the holy light. The 2 intertwined and rotated like 2 tornadoes made of dark clouds and ice and snow. The tornadoes rotated to the extreme, and then suddenly began to be absorbed by the 3 altars. The dark clouds and ice and snow rushed into the altars along with the fierce wind. For a moment, the 3 altars seemed to have transformed into 3 bottomless pits with infinite suction force. In just a few seconds, the originally dense dark clouds were absorbed by the altars, and the entire sky became blue again as if everything that had just happened was just an illusion. However, this calm only lasted for a few seconds. After absorbing the dark clouds formed by magic power, the 3 altars suddenly released a bright light again, and then 3 silver-gray light pillars rose up. The 3 silver-gray light pillars intertwined and finally turned into a silver-gray light gate. Sorry, I caught a cold today. On the city wall, the players looked at the round area that was flashing with silver-gray light in midair and were shocked. Look, what's that? It looks like a teleportation portal. I saw something similar when the goddess and the demigod were fighting. Teleportation portal? Are the orcs going to summon something again? Could it be the demigod again? Many players were on high alert. The light door kept flashing, and the ethereal war song came from afar. Accompanied by a vast and sacred aura and heart-palpitating pressure, 3 silver-gray figures walked out. They were 3 orcs that were about 3 meters tall. They wore gorgeous armor, carried longbows, and held battle axes that were surrounded by ice and snow. Their faces were painted with strange oil paint, and they looked fanatical and devout. Their bodies were flashing with silver-gray light. And after they appeared, a majestic and vast voice slowly sounded. Totem Guardian Cor, Totem Guardian Lattice, Totem Guardian Bleedo, this true God's oracle has been summoned to protect our Lord's faith and punish the evil God's minions. Totem Guardians, these were 3 Totem Guardians that had reached the legendary level. Hearing the majestic and sacred voice, the orc army burst into deafening cheers. Totem Guardians were the oracles of Ullr, the god of winter and the hunt. They were transformed from saints that ascended to Ullr's god kingdom and were a powerful force under Ullr. In the War of Faith, the Totem Guardians were summoned by the orcs to make up for the lack of combat power. However, because the Totem Guardians' power belonged to Ullr and couldn't be replenished, they couldn't be summoned for too long. Generally speaking, after experiencing a war or losing too much power, the Totem Guardians had to return to their god kingdom. Otherwise, they would be at risk of dying. Even so, the Totem Guardians were enough to become the trump card of the orcs. They were enough to turn the tide of the war. For a moment, the morale of the beastmen rose again because of the setback of the siege. Seeing the sudden appearance of the 3 Totem Guardians, the players on the city wall were curious and worried. Damn. Orcs that can fly? They can even glow? What is this? Could it be the demigod that was mentioned before? Hiss, could it be a boss? It feels so strong. The summoning earlier was so grand. No matter how I look at it, it doesn't seem like it's easy to deal with. The gazes of the players were filled with curiosity, but Saintess Alice's expression was solemn. Her eyes were filled with worry and concern. It's a legendary Totem Guardian. Her voice was very serious. F***CK. Legendary? What level is that? Is it on the same level as the Shadow Dragon in the underground world? What the? Isn't that game over? 3 legends. The gamers were shocked by Alice's words. However, there were some gamers who didn't care. Why are you panicking? Against such a powerful opponent, all he had to do was summon the incarnation of the goddess. The goddess is the real big boss. She's even killed a demigod. What's a mere legendary? That's right. Moreover, wasn't Zero, a god's chosen one, able to fight against legendaries? She's the powerful NPC that killed the shadow dragon. However, unlike the excited players, Alice's expression became more and more solemn. She shook her head and said, "Don't worry." She shook her head and said, "No, it's not the same. The last time Her Majesty attacked, it was the demigod who attacked first. But this time, it's a war of faith. If Her Majesty attacks, it'll give the opponent a reason to summon the demigod. And in a battle between demigods, it's easy to expose Her Majesty's true identity. In short, the risk is huge." Alice couldn't help but turn her head and look at Zero, who was standing on the tower of the city wall, with a worried expression. Zero said that she would deal with high-level enemies. However, even though she had Her Majesty's divine favor, she was only at the gold stage. How could she deal with 3 legends? What surprised Alice was that even after seeing the orcs summon 3 legendary totem guardians, Zero's expression didn't change at all. No one knew what she was thinking. 3 legendary totem guardians. Seeing the summoned silver figures, the Lionheart King Amash was pleasantly surprised. Under the premise that the demigod didn't attack, the totem guardians were already very powerful. It could be said that they could completely control the direction of the entire war of faith. Even with the strength that the elves had shown so far, the 3 legends could completely crush them. If he could rely on the totem guardian to prevent the orcs from attacking, it would be best if he could achieve his goal without having to make a move. An army of 30,000 was close to 1/10 of the orcs' population, and they were all young and strong. If possible, Amash hoped to reduce the losses as much as possible. Thinking of this, Xianxia's spirits were roused. He hurriedly stepped forward and bowed to the 3 totem guardians, respectfully saying, "Praise the winter. Praise the hunt. Praise the great His Majesty God-Father. The Orc King Amash pays respect to the 3 divine envoys. I request the 3 divine envoys to attack. Destroy the elves in the castle. Destroy these evil heretics." After Amash finished speaking, he looked expectantly at the 3 totem guardians in the sky. However, the answers of the several totem guardians made him slightly disappointed. "King of the orcs, the elves will still be dealt with by the orcs. We have our own mission. Let the army attack. We will remove all the powerhouses that threaten you, but we will not intervene in the secular battles." Their voices were majestic and unquestionable. "Won't intervene." The Lionheart King Amash's face was a little ugly. However, the other party was the noble totem guardians and the divine envoys of the Father, so he couldn't blame them. Moreover, by now, he had probably guessed why the Father ordered him to launch an army of 30,000 to carry out the war of faith. It was just that he knew, but as the king of the orcs, he still couldn't bear it. But, all this was for the sake of His Majesty God-Father. And if His Majesty God-Father went one step further, it meant that the orcs had more possibilities. Just as the high priest had said, there were times when sacrifices were necessary. The Lionheart King Amash's expression was a little uncertain. But after a moment, he sighed deeply, drew a bow-shaped symbol on his chest, gritted his teeth and ordered, "Pass down the order, carry out the second siege. This time, the army will attack with all its might." The orc army was on the move. Nearly 30,000 soldiers swarmed forward, forming a dark mass. The visual impact of this attack was far greater than the first attack. Not only that, but the orc siege was no longer limited to the south side of the Black Dragon Castle. There were tens of thousands of soldiers on the other 3 sides as well. The injuries of the behemoth beasts had already been alleviated under the treatment of the priests. This time, they, along with the other 5 behemoth beasts, rushed toward the Black Dragon Castle under the escort of the orcs. With the attack of the orcs, the 3 legendary-level totem guardians floating in the sky slowly moved towards the Black Dragon Castle. On the city wall, the players' expressions finally became serious. "Damn. This doesn't feel good. Can this really be defended? The key is the legendary boss in the sky. The two legion commanders of the players were also solemn. The number of people attacking the castle had tripled, and the number of behemoth beasts had doubled. However, there were still the same number of players. After discovering that there were 3 legendary enemies, the black dragon Meryl was unwilling to fly out. He was only willing to stay on the city wall and spit saliva. With the little black dragon not appearing, the orcs attacking the castle became more unscrupulous. Li Mu pondered for a moment and said, "There's no need to hold back. Let's not hold back anymore. Let's use the catapults and steam guns. At least let's complete the mission first. It's okay even if we lose some experience." In order to gain experience, they had to use skills or kill the enemy with their own hands. It was difficult to attach skills to the catapults and steam guns. The former could at most delay the explosion, but the lethality was limited. The real lethality of large rocks and gunpowder would not bring any experience. The latter might be effective against the orcs who did not know magic, but it would not give any experience. Therefore, although the players had these 2 weapons and the catapults were already prepared, no one used them in the first round of attack. Everyone was fighting to use skills to kill people to gain experience. While you were using the catapults to throw feces for fun, the enemy had already killed another orc. However, since the situation was a little grim now, there was no need to think so much. The experience gained from killing a beastman was considerable, but if the mission failed, then the losses would outweigh the gains. Under Li Mu's command, many of the melee players on the wall took out their steam rifles and fired at the orcs with the ranged players. Several assembled trebuchets began to throw boulders and explosives at the orc army. As for biological weapons, forget it. Now, the players were trying to kill the orcs as quickly as possible. 30,000 half-blood beastmen besieged a small castle, and their formation was quite tight. And such a tight formation was beneficial for the players at this moment. For a moment, the roar of steam guns and the sound of explosives exploding could be heard. Screams came from the orc army from time to time. They were either hit by the bullets of the steam guns, smashed by the boulders falling from the sky, or blown to pieces by the explosives. This unexpected attack caused the half-orc army to be slightly confused, and their high morale suddenly stagnated. And the dense formation made it impossible for the orcs to escape in time, causing a lot of casualties. However, the 3 totem guardians in the air turned a blind eye to the casualties of the orcs below. They just floated in the air and looked indifferently at the Black Dragon Castle as if waiting for something. Lionheart King Imsh looked at the boulders thrown out from the Black Dragon Castle and listened to the roar of the steam guns. His expression was very interesting. Trebuchets? And steam guns? Where did this group of elves get these things? These elves had given him too many surprises in the 2 sieges today. He looked solemn and ordered his men to blow the horn to inform the attacking orcs to disperse while shouting at the totem guardians in the air. "Sir Oracle, please destroy the trebuchets of the elves." Hearing Lionheart King Imsh's request, the 3 totem guardians also looked stern. At this moment, they were looking at the Black Dragon Castle with a serious expression. To be more precise, they were looking at a female elf with long dark silver hair standing on the tower of the castle. In fact, the 3 totem guardians were communicating with each other using a divine sound transmission spell. These elves are really strange. Wait, there's an unfamiliar aura of divine power on the castle. It's a god's chosen. The elf standing at the highest point is a god's chosen. The elven powerhouse that the believers just mentioned should be her, right? It's not easy to become a god's chosen. The death of the Night Walker made His Holiness Father very angry. Let her feel His Holiness Father's anger. Be careful, this new god who gathered the elves hasn't left the Seeker's plane. With his ability, I'm afraid he can easily make a god's chosen borrow his power. A mere high-ranked god's chosen. Her strength is only at the gold rank. Even if she can borrow the power of a true god, how much can she do? Don't be careless. Remember our mission, let's test it first. After the communication, the totem guardians looked at each other and nodded. Then, one of them took out an exquisite longbow from behind him. Radiance surged in his hands, and his aura kept rising. He aimed the longbow at a certain direction on the castle wall, and then pulled the bowstring to its limit. A trace of heart-palpitating energy gathered on the bowstring, and finally turned into a silver-gray arrow of light. The totem guardian lightly shouted and shot the arrow of light in his hand. Rank 9 Divine Spell, Arrow of Light. This arrow of light flew out like a dazzling meteor, instantly shooting toward Zero, who was standing on the castle wall. Lady Zero! Be careful! Alice, who had been paying attention to the 3 totem guardians in the sky, had a change in expression, and hurriedly cried out in alarm. However, Zero only raised her hand slightly. She had a pious expression, and her mouth silently chanted something, and a resplendent holy light blossomed from her body. Accompanied by an ethereal hymn, countless fluttering photons began to gather around her, and finally formed a huge divine arm behind her. A heart-palpitating pressure spread out, and the players around Zero couldn't help but take a few steps back. The huge divine arm grasped the air, and easily caught the arrow of light flying toward Zero. Then, under the shocked gazes of the 3 totem guardians, and under the exclamations of countless players, Zero controlled the divine arm and threw the arrow of light back. The arrow of light turned around and flew back, but its speed didn't decrease at all, and it directly shot toward the totem guardian who shot it. The totem guardian's expression greatly changed, and he hurriedly raised the battle axe in his hand and chopped down. The battle axe and the arrow of light collided, and a violent explosion occurred. The explosion was deafening, and a dazzling light drowned out everything. A large fireball with a radius of nearly 50 meters appeared on the battlefield. The fireball rose up, and a small mushroom cloud was born, and it slowly dissipated after a while. After the loud explosion, what was left of the explosion was an exaggeratedly huge crater with white smoke billowing out from it. The half-beastmen within several hundred meters had already turned into ashes, and not even their bones remained. The noisy battlefield fell silent for a few seconds. The totem guardian who shot the arrow awkwardly flipped out of the huge crater, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of silver blood. He was actually injured. His expression was a mixture of shock and disbelief. Peak legend? How is that possible? The other 2 totem guardians also had serious expressions, and their eyes were filled with shock. Also in shock was the half-beastman high priest who had been at the rear of the army since the start of the battle. This chief high priest looked at the skull necklace that kept flashing in his hand, and he was also bewildered. The divine item is flashing. The divine item is trembling. It sensed the aura of a true god. Who is she? On the city wall, the players were stunned by Zero's sudden burst of power. Gosh! She's so powerful. Amazing. Is she really a gold? Or are the 3 legendary totems fake? Many third beta gamers swallowed their saliva. They looked at the arrows that could not even penetrate the orc's shield, and then looked at the huge crater left behind by the NPCs from a long-distance battle. For the first time, they realized that they were so weak. However, their shock was quickly met with the sneers of the second beta gamers. What fake? It's all real. You don't know that Zero is a god-favored one. A god-favored one can borrow the power of the goddess. How can she not be powerful? That's right. She can borrow the power of the goddess to kill the legendary shadow dragon. After hearing the explanation of the second beta gamers, the third beta gamers were full of anticipation. A god-favored one is so powerful? Do we have a chance to become a god-favored one? I'm envious. I wonder when we can be so powerful. However, the first beta gamers rolled their eyes at them. How long has the server been open? The priestess profession hasn't been opened yet. Let's reach the maximum level first. That's right. Look, another orc is charging forward. Let's kill them first. It's all EXP. The gamers discussed excitedly. The morale, which had been lowered by the appearance of the 3 legendary totem guardians, rose to its peak. Naturally, Saintess Alice was also surprised to see the power that Zero had erupted with. So powerful. She couldn't help but mutter to herself. Although she had heard that Zero had borrowed the power of a true god to kill a legendary shadow creature in the underworld, it was her first time witnessing such a battle. Soon, a trace of worry appeared on her face. She borrowed the power of a true god. Although she has the help of the defense corps, she's fighting against 3 orcs. Will she be able to last until the time limit of the Totem Guardians expires? The Totem Guardian summoning had a time limit. However, there was a limit to how much power a god-favored one could borrow. Would Zero be able to last until the end of the battle? Could the beastmen have other trump cards? All of this was still unknown. However, no matter what, the power of God's chosen Zero had indeed stimulated her. The cautious and conscientious saintess of nature looked at Zero, whose body was brimming with divine power. For a moment, a trace of envy and shame arose in her heart. Even Zero can do it. As the nature saintess, I can't do it. This means that my faith is not devout enough. Now that I think about it, ever since the return of the Mother Goddess, I have indeed relaxed quite a bit. With the rewards from the Mother Goddess, I even arranged for the chosen ones to clean up the church. I'm still too weak and too complacent. I must meditate hard and increase my strength. I must serve the Mother Goddess more devoutly, for the faith of nature and life, for the future of the elven race. Thinking of this, Alice's gaze gradually became firm. At the same time, Eve, who was wearing a vest on the tower, glanced at Alice. She was surprised to find that Alice's faith had grown stronger in an instant. She didn't know what her saintess was thinking. The elf's counterattack also brought a great shock to the half-beastman. Lionheart King Imsh opened his eyes wide, looking at the flickering figure on the city wall in disbelief. He couldn't help but cry out. Unexpectedly injured a legend-rank god's envoy. The other party could actually borrow the power of a true god and display the strength of a legend. In an instant, a trace of fear arose in his heart. Fortunately, he was more cautious and didn't rely on his strength as a lower gold rank to fight the other party. Instead, he chose to retreat and directly summoned the god's envoy. Otherwise, the totem guardian would at most be injured, but he would definitely be killed in an instant. Humph. The two totem guardians floating in the air snorted coldly. They looked at their injured companion and then looked at the female elf shrouded in light on the city wall, their expressions unsightly. When the injured god's chosen floated in the air again, his expression was gloomy. He was injured. He, a dignified legend-ranked totem guardian, was actually injured by a mere mortal creature. This was simply a great humiliation. Although the other party was a god's chosen and borrowed the power of a true god, it was still too infuriating. However, the two totem guardians who didn't make a move were very calm. To be able to borrow the power of a peak legend, I'm afraid she's a saint-ranked god's chosen. Humph. So what if she's a peak legend? I was just careless and let her borrow my power. I don't believe. She's a mortal professional who relies on external power. How long can she last? The injured totem guardian was very angry. Don't waste time, attack together and kill her. We have more important things to do. Don't forget our true goal. He sneered and took out his battle axe. In an instant, a silver-gray light condensed on the battle axe, and the aura of the totem guardian kept rising. A powerful pressure was released, causing the half-beastman below to kneel on the ground. With the totem guardian as the center, the temperature of the area within a few hundred meters suddenly dropped. Legendary domain. Although it couldn't materialize the laws like a demigod domain, it could still affect reality to a certain extent. The totem guardian roared and brandished his battle axe, charging towards the elven girl, who was borrowing the power of God on the city wall. The other two totem guardians looked at each other and secretly nodded. They also burst out with all their strength and followed. In an instant, the three totem guardians were like meteors flickering with radiance, rushing towards Zero. Legends were extremely fast, and the three of them arrived in an instant. The leading totem guardian didn't hesitate and directly raised his battle axe surrounded by ice and lightning, chopping down at Zero. Heathen! Die! He roared, and a surge of terrifying power condensed on his battle axe, turning into a blade of light that emitted a heart-stopping energy fluctuation. However, Zero's expression didn't change at all. She gently raised her hand, and the divine hand condensed from light behind her also raised. Accompanied by an ethereal hymn, the illusory hand flickered with radiance and actually directly blocked the totem guardian's attack. The two forces collided, causing a terrifying energy fluctuation to erupt. But this time, God's chosen Zero controlled her strength, causing cracks to appear on the city walls where she was standing. With one blow, the victor was decided. How is this possible? Seeing his angry attack being easily blocked, the totem guardian's expression became sluggish. The pupils of the other two totem guardians also shrank. They looked at each other and unexpectedly attacked at the same time, bursting out with terrifying energy as they chopped down on their battle axes. Another 2 blades of light with terrifying aura slashed out, heading straight for Zero. All of this happened in an instant. No one expected that the 3 totem guardians with legend strength would actually besiege Zero. Lady Zero. Seeing this scene, Alice turned pale with fright. However, Zero's expression didn't change. She once again raised her arm and muttered something. In an instant, a faint radiance spread out with Zero as the center, bringing with it a holy and gentle aura. Green light constantly emerged from the surroundings, and under the city walls, countless green plants broke through the ground. It was the late autumn season, and flowers and vines grew out of the ground. They surrounded Zero, who was standing on the city wall, and continued to grow. In an instant, the city wall was dyed with a layer of green. The green photons kept expanding and collided with the blades of light from the totem guardians. At the same time, the 3 totem guardians were shocked to discover that their full-strength attacks had actually dissipated the moment they collided with the green photons. Not a single ripple could be seen. Then, without waiting for them to say anything, the crazily growing vines suddenly turned into a huge cage, enveloping them and Zero. Seeing this scene, the noisy battlefield once again became sluggish. Behind the beastmen, the chief high priestess fiercely pressed down on the blood-red skull necklace that was constantly glowing and jumping wildly in her hand. At the same time, she stared fixedly at the lush greenery above the Black Dragon Castle, as if it was the scene of spring. Her expression finally changed. God's domain, sorry, the update is late. I'm thinking of stabilizing the update time and arranging it at 2 different times in the evening. There's a second update tonight. Legendary and above existences would start to come into contact with and gradually control the laws. The representative ability to control the laws was to form one's own domain. Among the domains, the highest level was none other than the true God's divine domain that was formed by the true God using the laws they controlled and their own divine power. In the true God's divine domain, the true God was the ruler. As long as their divine power was endless, the true God would be an invincible existence. Divine domain. Looking at the green on the Black Dragon's castle, the Orc chief high priestess instantly became spirited. This patch of greenery was well hidden, purposely hiding the supreme aura of a divine domain. Coupled with the divine hand behind the elven god's back, it was easy to assume that the elven god was using the divine power of life to cast a divine spell. Thus, one wouldn't think that it was a domain, but she didn't think so. As the chief high priestess of the Church of the God of Winter and Hunting, although she hadn't seen a true God's divine domain, she had read a large number of records and documents about it. The biggest characteristic of a true God's divine domain was the materialization of the laws and the absolute controllability, without a doubt, to be able to make all things grow and easily control the 3 legendary totem guardians. The green on the castle was definitely a domain related to the law of life. And this domain could easily break through the legendary domain of the 3 totem guardians, which meant that its level was higher. If it wasn't a demigod domain, then it was a true God's divine domain, but it just so happened that the chief high priestess had an incomplete true God weapon that could sense the aura of a true God, and could distinguish between a demigod and a true God. That's right, a true God weapon. The skull necklace in the chief high priestess' hand was an incomplete true God weapon called Withering Heart. When this weapon sensed the aura of a true God, it would have a reaction. The stronger the reaction, the closer the true God was, suspected to be a true God's divine domain, coupled with the crazy reaction of the skull necklace. The answer was obvious. It's a true God's divine domain. This elf God's chosen isn't an ordinary elf, he's probably a true God. This true God, just as His Highness God-Father had predicted, he directly attacked with his true God. The chief high priestess muttered to herself. A true God's divine domain could only be used by a true God. And to be able to use a true God's chosen was already very clear. Perhaps, it was the true body of a true God. Thinking of this, the chief high priest was overjoyed. Speaking of which, the other party was merely a newly born true God, so how could he have so many God's chosen ones? To be able to gather so many elves was already a miracle, and this was with the help of the Grim Reaper. In this battle of faith, the half-beastman had the upper hand. The other side's true God had hidden his identity and made a move. He was probably forced to do so. Everything was just as His Holiness God-Father had predicted. However, the fact that the other party was hiding also showed that the new God's condition wasn't good. Perhaps the death of the demigod Walker had also caused him quite a bit of burden. According to the Father God's prophecy, the other party had yet to establish a divine kingdom. In such a state, it was likely that the divine domain he displayed was not complete, otherwise, he wouldn't have been so secretive. As for the safety of the two totem guardians trapped in the divine realm, the chief high priest was not very worried. Since this true god was hiding his identity, he would certainly not kill the totem guardians. At most, he would just trap them and wait for them to return. Participating in the battle with the body of a true god had already touched the bottom line of the battle of faith. If he attacked the totem guardians, he would really break the rules. Thinking of this, the chief high priest checked the status of the skull necklace. Not enough. Still not enough. Her excited mood calmed down a little. After pondering for a few seconds, the chief high priest summoned a silver priest and said, "Tell the king that the totem guardians are entangled with the elves. It is the best time to launch a general attack. Let the army attack. Break the black dragon's castle and the elves will be defeated. This is the will of the Father God." She really said that? In the half-beastman army, after receiving the news from the silver priest, Lionheart King Imsh looked at the vine cage on the city wall with an uncertain expression. "Yes, king." The chief high priest said that this is the will of the Father God. The silver priest who conveyed the news drew a bow-shaped symbol on his chest with a fanatical expression. Lionheart King Imsh was silent. After a while, he gritted his teeth and raised his long sword with a solemn expression. "Pass the order. All half-beastmen, attack. Those who disobey, die." With a loud bugle, the order to launch a strong attack was issued. In an instant, the 30,000 half-beastman army surged like a flood and began to launch a strong attack on the Black Dragon's castle without fear of casualties. They gave up on defense and clustered around several behemoths. They began to desperately think of ways to climb up the city wall and began to fight with the players. After the half-beastmen went all out, with the advantage of numbers, they quickly gained the upper hand. On the city wall, looking at the crazy half-beastmen, the players were stunned. Damn. Are these half-beastmen crazy? Do they want to die? Who cares? The boss is trapped, it's a chance to kill monsters. Come at the right time, kill them. That's right. Kill them all. The players' morale soared as they waved their weapons and fought with the half-beastmen. The black dragon Meryl also let out a long roar and jumped around the castle. Wherever the players were at a disadvantage, he would run to that place and spit out a mouthful of dragon breath. As for flying and using dragon breath, now that Zero and the totem guardians were trapped together, there was no one to suppress the behemoths. The little black dragon did not have the courage to do so for the time being. In an instant, the entire battlefield became more bloody and chaotic, falling into a stalemate. On the city wall, half-beastmen and players died every moment, but in the next moment, new half-beastmen and resurrected players would rush up the city wall and continue to fight, in the cage made of vines. Eve carried 2 unconscious totem guardians and sensed the operation of the game system. The number of deaths of players has increased. It seems that the half-beastmen should have launched a strong attack. But, the war priest did not absorb much life force. It seems that, the half-beastmen are preparing that divine artifact. Haha, if that's the case, they should have discovered my identity. It was not in vain that I used divine power to simulate the state of the divine realm. Since that's the case, I'll help them again and speed up the preparation of the sacrifice. Eve thought of this and connected to the mission system. Without the suppression of Zero, the players were at a disadvantage against the onslaught of the 30,000-strong army. Even with their fearless spirit and pain buffs, the players were at a disadvantage. More and more half-beastmen climbed up the city wall, and the city wall became the main battlefield for the players and the half-beastmen. A large number of half-beastmen gathered below the city gate. They clustered around the behemoths and roared as they charged at the city gate. Even with the protection of defensive divine spells, the city gate was on the verge of collapse. Although there were heavy casualties, the situation was gradually tilting towards the half-beastmen. However, the morale of the players on the city wall was still high. They did not seem to be worried about the Black Dragon castle that was about to be taken down. On the contrary, they were still excitedly fighting the half-beastmen who rushed up the city wall. However, the half-beastmen also noticed that as time passed, the resistance of the elves seemed to be getting stronger. Not only that, even if they could revive, they were reviving too many times. Who knew how many elves had died under the half-beastmen's swords? But the number of elves in the castle was still the same. This feeling of not having any results made many half-beastmen so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood. Of course, this was also because there were too many players. In fact, with more than 6,000 players, even if each of them only revived once, the number of players dying every minute was very limited. Under such circumstances, as time passed, the orcs felt as if there was no end to these elves. Even the Lionheart King Xianxia's expression became more and more solemn. Could it be that they are all elves that can revive? No. Their strength seems to be increasing. Suddenly, he finally realized that something was wrong. Although the balance of the war was tilting towards the half-beastmen, this discovery made him suddenly have a bad feeling. The siege had been going on for a long time. The totem guardian was still besieged by the other party. And the sky was gradually getting closer to dusk. The sun was setting in the west. Although the half-beastmen had gradually taken the initiative on the battlefield, looking at the elves who were still high in morale and getting stronger and stronger, the Lionheart King Xianxia suddenly began to feel uneasy, and at this moment, the whole earth suddenly began to tremble. What was that sound? The Lionheart King Xianxia's expression turned solemn. He stood on the behemoth and looked towards the source of the sound. Suddenly, he found that there was smoke and dust in the north and south directions. Faintly, he saw countless magic beasts rushing towards the battlefield. And what made his pupils shrink slightly was that on the backs of those magic beasts, there were fully armed elves. The player's surprise attack had finally arrived. End of 2 updates. The update time will be adjusted to the evening. It was still 2 updates. I have to write my graduation thesis during the day, smiley face, angle. The siege had reached the most critical moment. Under the siege of the behemoths and the half-orcs, the elves in the Black Dragon Castle were on the verge of collapse. However, at this critical moment, the elves had reinforcements. The reinforcements came from the south and the north. One came from the direction of the Dark Canyon, and the other came from the direction of the Elven Forest. They deliberately flanked from the mountainside. There were more than 1,000 elves in each direction, and they were riding all kinds of magic beasts. Not only that, their equipment was far more gorgeous than the elves in the Black Dragon Castle, and even their aura was more powerful. These were 2 fully armed elite elven cavalry. Elves. There are other elves? How many elves did the Elven Forest gather? Looking at the elven cavalry that suddenly rushed toward the half-orcs, the Lionheart King Xianxia was stunned. The besieging half-orc army noticed the approach of the elves on both sides, and there was a faint disturbance. No one thought that the elves had extra troops. And it was cavalry. In the era of cold weapons, charging cavalry troops were a very terrifying existence. It was the same in the world of Seegers where extraordinary powers existed. The combination of elves and magic beasts was definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. To be able to be used as mounts by players and selected for the surprise attack, these magic beasts themselves had the strength of dark iron. After signing a contract, they could communicate with the players through the game system. With each complementing each other, the strength of the cavalry players had greatly increased. Coupled with the organization and scale, these players were already quite a terrifying force. On the city wall, the players who were struggling to defend the city saw the cavalry troops charging toward the setting sun, and they were all refreshed. Haha, the reinforcements are here. It's the cavalry troops. It's really spectacular from the city wall. It's time to fight back. Kill. Kill these half-orcs. They cheered, and their morale soared. On the contrary, seeing the sudden arrival of new enemies, the half-orc army fell into an uproar, and their attacks were slightly stagnant. On the battlefield, the most frightening thing was when the enemy's reinforcements arrived during a fierce battle. Furthermore, this was an elite cavalry unit made up of magical beasts and elves. The high-speed magical beasts were a terrifying existence. Even the strong beastmen couldn't help but turn pale in the face of such a charge. Many of the orcs at the outermost perimeter could not help but dodge to the left and right to avoid the elves' charge. However, it was already too late. The cavalry players were either excited or ferocious. They listened to the vigorous charging music that Eve had specially prepared for them. they waved their weapons and roared. Under the lead of the boxed lunches and fried tomatoes, they charged into the orc army like a group of mad dogs. The scene of cavalry charging was quite shocking. This was especially so when one was watching from the top of the city walls, which were already very high. The feeling was even better. All the players participating in the defense mission were shocked by the scene before them. Two groups of players, one from the south and the other from the north, crossed each other on both sides of the mountain and charged into the half-orc army, accompanied by deafening battle cries and stirring up clouds of dust. They were like two surging torrents and two sharp knives, carrying bursts of smoke and dust as they fiercely stabbed into the half-orc army that had faintly fallen into chaos. In an instant, the formation of the orc army was instantly broken by the cavalry. Exciting! This is a war. It's spectacular. On the city wall, Xianxia looked at the cavalry players charging down the hillside. The spectacular scene made his blood boil, and his heart surged. The previous games were so weak. Cavalry is indeed a man's romance. The battle scenes in Elven Nation are King awesome. The background music of the game had reached its climax. Looking at the cavalry players' overwhelming charge, Xianxia felt his adrenaline begin to secrete crazily. Brothers! Let's go together! In his excitement, he let out a roar and picked up the epic-level broadsword that he had sneakily picked up from the outpost last night. He laughed loudly as he bravely charged toward a behemoth that was entangled with the players. Then, he was slapped away by the other party. Xianxia was not the only one who was excited. In fact, seeing the scene of 3,000 cavalry players charging, almost all the defense players were boiling. Even Li Mu picked up his magic staff and started to follow the other players to beat up the half-orcs who had climbed up the city wall. Everyone began to launch a frenzied counterattack against the orcs as if they were injected with chicken blood. The cavalry players chose a good angle. Originally, in order to avoid the trebuchets of the Black Dragon Castle, Lionheart King Xianxia ordered the orc army to disperse. Therefore, nearly half of the army did not climb up the hill where the castle was located. Instead, they surrounded the castle at the bottom of the hill. Not only that, as the main force attacking the castle, the orcs with silver strength and 10 behemoths were concentrated near the Black Dragon Castle. The orcs at the bottom of the hill were weaker. This was originally a decision to reduce casualties, but at this moment, it provided the cavalry players with the best target to attack. They did not charge at the orcs who climbed up the hill but attacked the orcs at the bottom of the hill. Under this charge, the orcs at the bottom of the hill collapsed in an instant. The collapse of the peripheral army immediately caused the orc army to surge up the hill, causing the entire formation to be further chaotic. Bastard! Blow the horn! Order the army to stabilize the formation. Lionheart King Xianxia ordered angrily as he looked at the army that suffered heavy casualties under the cavalry's charge. The horn sounded slowly, and the orc army began to change their formation with difficulty. However, it was too late. The cavalry players who had already charged one round did not stop. They turned around and once again rushed toward the orc army that was changing their formation. The first wave of attacks had already caused the demi-humans to tremble in fear, and the second wave of attacks tore apart the demi-humans' formation once again. Damn elves! Do you really think I'm easy to mess with? Lionheart King Xianxia's eyes turned red as he looked at the collapsing army. Continue to besiege the castle. Garl, call 3 behemoths and my guards. Follow me to tear these elven cavalry to pieces. He roared angrily and ordered his trusted subordinates to continue commanding the troops that were besieging the castle. Meanwhile, he pulled out his Lionheart sword and rode on his behemoth. He then led 3 strong behemoths and his own elite troops and charged towards the elven knights that were outside the castle. It was true that the elven cavalry was very powerful. But Xianxia could also see that the other party's level was not very high. Since the orcs at the periphery could not resist, then let him, a high-grade profession with gold strength, lead 4 silver behemoths to reorganize the peripheral army and tear these hateful long-eared elves to pieces. Let them see what was the crushing power of a high-grade profession. With a loud bugle, the orc army changed their formation again. This time, Lionheart King Xianxia rode on the behemoth and personally led an elite team to rush toward the players' surprise attack. Lionheart King Xianxia's judgment was right. Compared to the elites of the orcs, the strength of the players was still somewhat lacking. The orc army charged down from the hillside, and with Xianxia, a gold-ranked professional, holding the line, the player's cavalry army was instantly thwarted. Lionheart. King Imsh rode on the behemoth and rushed into the elven cavalry, trampling the cavalry that he encountered to death. For a time, the casualties of the player's surprise attack began to soar. Humph. Just SOSO. Looking at the elves who were faintly beginning to become chaotic, Lionheart King Imsh let out a grim laugh. And at this time, the sun finally set. The sky in the entire Gloom mountain range was dark. Suddenly, Lionheart King Imsh heard a rustling sound again. The earth was trembling, and faintly, it seemed that something was approaching. What is it? Lionheart King Imsh raised his head with a puzzled expression, but there was a trace of uneasiness in his heart. However, his puzzled expression soon stiffened on his face. In the direction of the dark canyon, he saw a group of ferocious-looking spiders, clustered around a giant spider with a terrifying aura, rushing toward the orc army. Dusk had arrived, and darkness had arrived. Spider Queen Loltha's crypt spiders had moved out. Eve had never forgotten about the power of the crypt spiders. In fact, the legendary level Spider Queen Lolth and her 20,000 crypt spiders were a powerful force under Eve's command. Perhaps during the day, the power of the crypt spiders would be greatly restricted. However, when the sun set and dusk arrived, their power would be restored to its peak. Tens of thousands of iron-level gamers were not weak. However, compared to the orc army with more than 20 silver professionals, 10 behemoths, and 2 gold professionals, the gamers were not enough. Therefore, a certain amount of support was necessary. Gosh! The Spider Queen Lolth is here to support. Ha ha ha. This time, it's the orcs' turn to enjoy the Tonghulu. On the city wall, the first beta gamers and second beta gamers were gloating when they saw the crypt spiders supporting the cavaliers and the crypt spiders. The black dragon Meryl's eyes lit up. With a more obvious target, this guy's courage finally grew. He made an excited Rua sound and spread his wings to fly into the sky. Rua. Evil orcs. Eat my dragon's breath of justice. The little black dragon shouted excitedly as he spat out his dragon's breath at the orcs who were besieging the castle. He wanted to vent his frustration from being suppressed by the behemoths in the castle. The black dragon counterattacked, and the orcs attacked. The sudden attack of a large group of crypt spiders left the half-beastmen completely dumbfounded. This is, the crypt spiders from the underworld. Lionheart King Imsh's pupils constricted, and his expression was interesting. Where did these crypt spiders come from? Wait, the elven cavalry had crypt spiders as their mounts. They are in cahoots. Oh my god. How did the crypt spiders from the underworld get together with the elves? Wait. Underworld. Could it be? Could it be that these crypt spiders were sent by that person from the underworld? Imsh's expression became more and more unpleasant. However, his unsightly expression quickly turned pale. If it were only the elves, Imsh would still have some confidence in fighting them. However, the tens of thousands of crypt spiders that suddenly joined the battle had completely changed the situation. Although most of these crypt spiders were not very strong, and most of them were not even comparable to sprites, there were simply too many of them. More importantly, there was a giant crypt spider that was tens of meters long in the lead. This ferocious giant charged forward with the crypt spider, and then extended its slender and sharp spider legs to kill all the half-beastmen it saw. Seeing this, the Lionheart King Imsh was stunned. At this moment, the Spider Queen Lolth also noticed him and the behemoth beneath him. The giant spider let out a sharp screech, and then charged towards the Lionheart King Imsh. Imsh was shocked. The behemoth beneath him let out a furious roar and began to fight back. However, it had no effect. The giant spider rushed forward and easily caught the behemoth called Garl. Its two sharp spider legs directly pierced through its chest, and it used its terrifying and ferocious mouth to bite the behemoth. Imsh roared and raised his long sword to stab at the Spider Queen Lolth, but it only left a string of sparks on her carapace. Legend. This is a legend magic beast. Imsh's face was deathly pale. He could not care about anything else and hurriedly rolled down from the behemoth, fleeing in a sorry state. Behind him, the behemoth's mournful cry could be heard. Imsh subconsciously turned his head, and was shocked to see a layer of black rapidly covering Garl's body. That was the Spider Queen Loltha's poison. After that, the body of the upper silver rank behemoth leader began to shrink rapidly, and was soon sucked dry by the Spider Queen Lolth into a gigantic dried corpse. Seeing this scene, the morale of the half-beastmen finally collapsed. Monster! It's a monster! They were terrified, and their minds were in chaos. The behemoth that symbolized the mount of the half-beastman king had died in battle. And Imsh the Lionheart fell to the ground, and no one knew if he was dead or alive. On the chaotic battlefield, it was like the command flag had fallen. At least, for the half-beastmen who were besieging the castle. This scene was seen by many half-beastmen, and their morale, which had already begun to fall with the appearance of the surprise attack army and the crypt spiders, instantly fell to the bottom. For a moment, many half-beastmen lost their will to fight, and they actually took the initiative to retreat from the city wall. The half-beastmen besieging below the city wall also showed signs of retreating. And there were even some half-beastmen teams that thought that their king had died in battle, so they completely fell into chaos and actually began to scatter and flee. The entire army finally began to collapse. Seeing this scene, Fried Tomato, who was leading the charging cavalry players, brightened up. They've collapsed. The army continues to charge. Follow the crypt spiders and kill them. Haha. Experience. It's all experience. Charge. Hurrah. The cavalry players cheered, then followed the army of crypt spiders and began to chase the fleeing half-beastmen. Seeing the collapse of the half-beastmen, the players on the castle were also in high spirits. They roared, waved their weapons, and rushed up. They rushed out of the castle along the ladder that the half-beastmen used to escape the city wall and began to chase and kill the half-beastmen. For a moment, the situation was reversed. Even the black dragon Meryl let out a long cry in excitement and flew directly out of the castle. Its eyes were red, and it bared its teeth. It found the behemoths, and then with the help of the other players, it began to beat up these big monsters that made the dragon angry. The army was defeated like a landslide. The scene that had once played out in the human crocodile mercenary group was now playing out in the black dragon castle again, but this time, it was the half-beastmen, and the scale was larger, and the scene was more spectacular. Even if there were more than 10 silver powerhouses among the half-beastmen, they were powerless in the face of the collapse of the entire army. At most, they could only roar angrily and kill some of the chaotic half-beastmen near them, and kill the overconfident elves who rushed towards them. However, after killing many elves, these strange long-eared elves no longer looked for them. Instead, they all started to avoid them. And these silver half-beastmen also understood that the situation was over. The elves' reinforcements had arrived, and they were the terrifying crypt spiders with legendary strength. In the situation where the totem guardian was trapped, the half-beastmen were no match at all, not to mention, the morale of the army had completely collapsed now. The direct result of the collapse of morale was a huge drop in combat power. Many half-beastmen were obviously stronger, but they lost their sense of propriety in fear and were killed by the weaker elves in the chaos. It was different from the half-beastmen. The players had gone completely crazy. The battle with the crocodile mercenary group had already allowed them to accumulate a certain amount of combat experience in a large army. They knew that this war had been going on for so long, and the best time to gain experience had come. The enemy was defeated, and it was the best time to beat the dog in the water. At this moment, as long as they had the courage, even if it was a black iron half-beastman, if they abandoned their armor, it was not impossible for them to be killed by luck. The half-beastmen who had lost their will to fight were simply moving experience bags. For a moment, the breathing of the players became heavier. Even the female players who were usually more reserved were emboldened at this moment. They screamed and waved their weapons at the half-beastmen. The entire battlefield was in chaos. High Priestess! High Priestess! Defeated! The army has been defeated. Let's retreat quickly. In the chaos, a few half-beastmen priests found the chief high priestess sitting alone on the ground and said with a panicked expression, "Defeated." The half-beastman high priestess expression was not flustered, but rather calm. She muttered to herself and took out the blood-red skull necklace in her hand. The chief high priestess rubbed the necklace and closed her eyes. After a moment of silence, she slowly opened her eyes, but there was a trace of disappointment in her expression. Not enough. She sighed and put away the necklace. Then, she continued to sit in place. Wait a little longer, Chief High Priestess. Seeing the chief high priestess like this, the other orc priests were anxious, but there was nothing they could do. They could only call for the other orc warriors to continue protecting this place and barely maintain the situation. However, the situation of the war was completely one-sided. If the support of the elven cavalry tilted the balance of the war, then the addition of the crypt spiders and the appearance of the legendary magical beasts had essentially put an end to this war. A legendary powerhouse was a strategic existence that could really change the situation of the war. With the totem guardians trapped, the orcs had lost the ability to fight against the crypt spiders. The Spider Queen Lolth led her crypt spiders and started a crazy pursuit of the orcs. As for herself, she paid special attention to the powerful orcs that had reached the silver level and a few powerful behemoths. The players cheered as they excitedly followed behind the crypt spiders. There was nothing more satisfying than having someone rush to the front while you stabbed them in the back to gain EXP. The players excitedly waved their weapons and jumped around to help the crypt spiders besiege the orcs and take the opportunity to finish them off. The collapse of morale caused the combat power of the orcs to greatly decrease. The chaos in the army caused the army to completely lose the chance to counterattack. The entire battlefield had completely turned into a killing feast. Every second, there were orcs that abandoned their armor and fled in panic and were caught and killed. Every second, there were orcs that persisted and were outnumbered and beaten to death by the crypt spiders and players. However, the players also noticed that the speed of gaining experience on the battlefield had unknowingly slowed down. The good thing was that there was a lot of experience. An army of close to 30,000 orcs was enough for the players to kill. If the experience gained from killing one decreased, then they just had to kill a few more. If they could take the opportunity to finish off the silver and behemoths while the Spider Queen Lolth was chasing after them, then it would be even more profitable. Thus, the players' pursuit of the orcs became even crazier. The army of 30,000 orcs collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the number of casualties rose exponentially. Anyone with some common sense could see that the Beastmen army was finished in this battle. It was almost impossible to reverse the outcome of the entire army being wiped out. The orc high priest held the blood-red necklace and looked at the battle in silence. No one knew what he was thinking. Seeing how unhurried the chief high priest was, the orc priests became even more anxious. High priest. Let's go. Gather as many clansmen as you can and break out of here as soon as possible. That's right. We still have a chance to break out before the enemy encircles us. Conserve our strength, we can still fight. The priests advised in despair. But after hearing their words, the chief high priest remained unmoved. She looked at her flustered subordinates with a calm expression. Fight again? Now, do you still think we can rely on the army to fight again? After that, she glanced at the elves on the battlefield who were even crazier than the orcs. Her expression was inexplicable. From the moment the elves' reinforcements appeared, the king's army was already finished. These elves are as ferocious as demons. Do you think they will let the orcs escape? The other orc priests listened and their faces became paler. After losing 30,000 elites, the strength of the orcs in the Desert of Death would definitely fall in the next few years. Not to mention that this war was a war that His Holiness the Father valued very much. If they really failed, they didn't know what kind of anger the Father would have. The priests didn't dare to think about these things. But, the war of faith is still a game between His Holiness the true gods. We are just lambs under the protection of His Holiness the Father. In fact, sometimes, a certain sacrifice is necessary. Just as the priests were in a state of panic, the chief high priest said something that sounded rather strange. She looked fanatical as she raised the blood-red necklace in her arms in a pious manner. Sacrifice, sacrifice? The priests were slightly stunned. The orc high priest didn't explain. She gently closed her eyes as if she was sensing something. After a moment, she opened her eyes and spoke with a hint of joy. Now, it is enough. After that, her expression suddenly became ferocious. She took out a dagger from her arms and directly cut her wrist under the horrified gaze of the priests. She smeared her blood on the necklace. Praise the winter. Praise the hunt. Praise the great His Holiness the Father. The chief high priest shouted fanatically as she raised the blood-stained necklace in her hands. Then, under the horrified gaze of the priests, the chief high priest's face suddenly began to age rapidly. However, she didn't care at all. Instead, she looked fanatical and pious. Victory will belong to His Holiness the Father. Seeing this scene, an old orc priest's expression suddenly changed. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Withering Heart! It's Withering Heart!" Then, with a horrified expression, he turned around and fled. Withering Heart? The other priests were slightly stunned. But soon, their expressions turned into fear, and at the same time, they turned around and fled, seeing a few priests running away. The chief high priest, who had turned into an old man in an instant, did not care. "Everything is for His Holiness the true God," she shouted at the top of her lungs as the necklace in her hand suddenly blossomed with a crimson radiance. The crimson radiance kept spreading and instantly caught up with the priests who were running away. Then, their bodies began to rapidly age and collapse. No. Don't," the priests were frightened and shouted in horror, but soon, there was no sound. The crimson radiance was still spreading. All the orcs who came into contact with it began to lose their vitality and die of old age. For a moment, the chief high priest's surroundings were filled with horrified screams. And as the crimson radiance spread, a terrifying evil aura suddenly rose. The chief high priest, who still had her last breath, looked happy. She let go of the necklace and the necklace slowly floated in the air. The chief high priest opened her arms, her aged face incomparably fanatical. She used all her strength to struggle and shout in a trembling voice, "Master, you're the one who saved me. Come. Withering Heart. Devour me. Then seal the enemy of His Holiness the true God." After that, she closed her eyes. Following the chief high priest's call, a faint roar came from the skull necklace. Accompanied by a terrifying evil aura, a crimson energy spread out from the necklace and instantly devoured her. And after devouring the chief high priest, this energy turned into a giant crimson beam of light that shot into the sky. For a moment, everyone on the battlefield was attracted by this beam of light that suddenly appeared. The players who were chasing after the orcs looked sideways. "What's that? Is that an orc skill? Damn. This aura is a bit scary. The orcs around are all being devoured. Don't tell me another boss has appeared?" The players were discussing. Ji Gang, who had rushed down the city wall, also felt uncomfortable. "Hiss. There's a disgusting feeling, Anne. I feel like my heart is beating very fast." He shuddered and clutched his chest as he spoke. "Pfft. Are you stupid? That's palpitations. Your body is just afraid. It's shaking like a sieve. It's just that the goddess's buff is still there, so it allows us to control the negative emotions." Damasia's face was pale, and his legs were shaking, but he mocked proudly. "The body can be afraid of itself?" Ji Gang was slightly stunned. "Of course. It will be like this when facing a higher existence. This is the body's instinct. If it wasn't for the goddess's buff, you would have a great sense of fear." This seems to be the setting in the game," Demacia replied. After that, his expression was slightly serious as he looked in the direction of the beam of light on the battlefield. "The orcs. Did they summon something big again?" Demacia's doubts were quickly answered. The crimson beam of light shot into the sky and into the clouds. There was no end in sight. However, on top of the city wall, a crimson pillar of light descended from above the cage that Eve had formed with her divine power, directly enveloping the entire cage. Under the surprised, solemn, and curious gazes of the players, the originally sturdy cage of vines suddenly shattered. The three Beastman totem guardians and the elven gods chosen, 0, once again appeared before everyone. However, at this very moment, they were in a different state. The three totem guardians who were unconscious suddenly woke up. Their expressions were still the same as when they were knocked unconscious. When they woke up, they couldn't help but exclaim, "True God! It's real." However, before they could finish their words, they saw the crimson light around them. Sensing that familiar yet terrifying aura, their expressions changed drastically. Withering Heart. As oracles of Allure, they were familiar with this incomplete true god artifact that could seal the power of a true god. Therefore, when they saw the light and sensed the evil and chaotic aura, they knew what was going on. The Withering Heart had activated. This incomplete true god weapon was only a seal against a true god. But if it was used against them, it would directly kill them. They didn't hesitate and turned to flee, struggling to escape the range of the light beam. But even so, because they were enveloped by the crimson light for a moment, their bodies showed signs of aging. The withering heart could devour life, however, while the totem guardians managed to escape, Oracle Zero didn't. Just as the crimson light beam enveloped her, a skeletal chain descended from the sky. That was the transformation of the withering heart. The chain was brimming with an evil and chaotic aura as it flew up and entered Oracle Zero's body, disappearing. Then, the crimson light slowly disappeared, and even that terrifying aura slowly disappeared. However, Oracle Zero suddenly fell from the sky to the ground. Her aura was weak, and the divine power radiance on her body was extinguished. A skeletal symbol appeared on her forehead. F***CK. F***CK. On the battlefield, the players who saw this scene were shocked. Oracle Zero seemed to be injured, but the orc legend boss had escaped. For a moment, their pursuit of the orcs paused. The orcs who were fleeing in panic under the pursuit of the players saw this scene and couldn't help but stop. The oracle had escaped, they were all pleasantly surprised. If at this time, the totem guardians shouted and ordered the half-beastmen to reorganize their formation and fight back, then, this war might be reversed again. It was just that, the totem guardians were obviously attracted by other things, their gazes were focused on the elf girl. She's been sealed. Looking at the fallen god's chosen one, their expressions were very interesting. But soon, the totem guardians became excited, and their gazes toward Oracle Zero were filled with passion and excitement, as well as faint reverence and fear. On one hand, they understood that this existence was the true target of their mission, so they were very excited. On the other hand, they had already realized the other party's true identity, and there was a natural reverence and fear for such a high and mighty existence. Of course, there was also excitement. There was no need to explain anything. The divine power cage from before, the seal imposed by the withering heart, and the figure that didn't show any signs of aging even when shrouded in the crimson light. There was no need to doubt the identity of this mysterious elf in front of them. The true god's body, the one dressed as the elven god's chosen one, was definitely the true god himself, and now, this true god had been sealed by the withering heart, everything was going as planned by His Majesty Godfather. They were very likely going to slaughter a god, with the body of a legend. Ha ha ha. Victory will belong to His Majesty Godfather. When they realized this, the three totem guardians were overjoyed. Their expressions were fanatical, and they suppressed their reverence for the true god and rushed toward Oracle Zero. Seeing the three totem guardians rushing toward her, Oracle Zero didn't say anything and turned to run. That unhesitant reaction made the three totem guardians slightly stunned. But, it was followed by a pleasant surprise. She escaped, this meant, she was afraid. The three totem guardians were full of vigor, and without hesitation, they immediately chased after her. The four of them, one in front and three behind, quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. She escaped. On the battlefield, the players looked at each other as they watched the several legendary champions vanish from sight after being freed. She escaped. Even the half-orcs who thought that the totem guardians would take charge of the situation on the battlefield were dumbfounded. Are we still chasing? A player couldn't help but ask. As he spoke, he looked at the half-orcs who had stopped in front of him but were still running away. At the same time, the half-orcs who were running away looked at the elves who were chasing them again. Both sides fell into a strange silence. However, this silence only lasted for a few seconds. The players' hesitant expressions quickly turned into sneers and excitement. What are you thinking? Of course, we have to continue. Nonsense. Killing one is enough, killing two is worth it. Even if the mission fails, we have to take their lives. After all, it's all experience. They grinned, continued to raise their big swords, and rushed toward the half-orcs like wolves. Seeing the elves brandishing their weapons and rushing toward them, the half-orcs' faces changed. They didn't hesitate and turned to run again. The chase continued. On the other side, the three legend totem guardians chased the sealed elven girl all the way to the hinterland of the elven forest. They ran all the way and finally surrounded the girl whose strength had dropped because of the seal. 2 chapters in 1, please guarantee the monthly votes. Seeing the female elf being surrounded, the three totem guardians were overjoyed. The totem guardian named Cor raised his legendary battle axe. His body flickered with light, and a surging aura gathered. His rough voice was steady and powerful, echoing in the spacious elven forest. "It ends here, Your Majesty." His attitude was very respectful. This was due to his respect for the position of a true god. Every true god was the master of the laws, a high and mighty existence, and the true ruler of the Seeker's world. Such an existence deserved their respect, even if it was an enemy. However, although his attitude was respectful, there was also a hint of arrogance in his expression. This was the confidence that victory was in his hands. On a normal day, if they knew that they were going to face a real god original body, the few totem guardians would definitely run as far as they could. But it was different now. The withering heart could seal the power of a true god, temporarily dropping their rank, and a true god whose power was sealed could at most display the strength of a legend. This was their chance. It was also a chance for the true god they believed in. The other two totem guardians also raised their weapons, looking at the elven girl with excitement. After the chase, they had more or less grasped the opponent's strength. The withering heart had been successfully sealed. At this moment, this mysterious new true god had fallen from the divine throne, and at most had the strength of a legend. At this moment, they seemed to have seen themselves successfully slaying a god, offering their lives and nature's priesthood to their father god, and spreading their names across the various planes. Thinking of this, the totem guardians became more and more excited. The aura on their bodies kept surging, and their gazes gradually carried a trace of hostility. Their expressions also became more serious. As their mood changed, the temperature in the surrounding forest rapidly dropped, and a layer of silver frost gradually condensed on the trees. That was their legendary domain with the winter attribute. When the domain was completely released, it was time for the legends to go all out. At this moment, they actually chose to release the power of their domains to the extreme at the same time, intending to go all out and display their strongest power without holding back. On one hand, it was out of respect for the true god. On the other hand, it was also because of the fear of the true gods. A true god was a true god in the end. Only by using the opportunity of sealing the other party to attack with all their strength could they secure victory. Even though they had the upper hand, the totem guardians were still cautious. In an instant, the three legendary powerhouses launched the cold winter domain at the same time. Frost spread out continuously with the three of them as the center, and a powerful pressure suddenly spread out. Feeling the terrifying pressure, even some of the remaining small animals in the forest began to quickly run away. At this moment, the elf girl who had been silent all this while suddenly spoke. "You're scaring the animals in the forest." She spoke without rhyme or reason. Her voice was ethereal and pleasant to listen to, but it also had a kind of dignified and sacred feeling. Hearing her words, the three totem guardians were slightly stunned, not understanding what she meant. However, they soon saw the girl move again. "That won't do. This is my territory." She shook her head slightly. Then, the silver-haired elven girl gently raised her hand, and a sacred power began to gather in her hand. That was the divine power of a true god. It could still be used? Could it be that the seal had failed? Seeing this scene, the totem guardians' eyelids twitched, and their expressions changed greatly. However, following the movements of the elven girl, nothing happened. The sacred light in her hand only brewed for a moment, and then quickly dissipated. Instead, the skull mark on her forehead that symbolized the seal flashed slightly. For a moment, the girl frowned, and seemed to be rather surprised. Seeing this, the three totem guardians were greatly reassured. Looks like the seal was still a success. However, before they could make a move, the girl started talking to herself again. "So that's how it works. The principle is to form curse energy and seal the source of power? In other words, if you attack the true god, you'll be sealing the divine spark." Amazing. A true god weapon that can seal the divine spark, even if it's incomplete, is really amazing. I don't even have a true god weapon. She studied the mark on her forehead, and there was a hint of envy in her words. She actually had the mind to care about sealing her own true god weapon. Seeing the other party like this, the three totem guardians' expressions were somewhat unpleasant. Even if the other party's status was very high, but at this moment, her status had dropped, and she was only a legend. and at this time, facing the three of them, she actually looked as if she didn't care at all. This made the three totem guardians feel somewhat sullen in their hearts, and a kind of humiliation of being looked down upon arose. They looked at each other, nodded secretly, and then drew their weapons and rushed towards the girl. At this moment, the girl raised her head again, and looked at them coldly. I said, "This is my territory. Stop." She didn't do anything else. She only said a few words, as if she was giving a natural order. And the three totem guardians who rushed towards her were shocked to find that with the girl's stop, they actually lost control of their own bodies. They were still maintaining their charging posture, but they were merely maintaining their posture. It was as if in an instant they had become imprisoned dolls. What was going on? What was going on? Why were they unable to move in an instant? The three totem guardians were aghast. The legend domain that they released, unknowingly, had completely disappeared. On the contrary, after the cold winter, the plants in the forest began to sprout green, as if welcoming spring. A faint green light fluttered around, and a kind of sacred aura constantly drifted in the forest. The entire forest in a moment turned into a green fairyland. But the three totem guardians had a different feeling. In an instant, they felt as if they had become the enemy of the whole world. Faintly, everything around them gave them an indescribable sense of rejection. No, it was rejection. The three totem guardians' expressions changed, and they looked at the girl's eyes with 30% disbelief and 70% fear. At this moment, they finally realized something. God. God's domain. One totem guardian's lips moved with difficulty, and he struggled to spit out a word. His words were filled with endless fear and shock. And the other two totem guardians had the same wonderful expression, and were incomparably shocked. God's domain, how could it be God's domain? Father God above, wasn't he already sealed? How could he still use the God's domain? And at this moment, looking at the calm girl, suddenly, a trace of understanding rose in their hearts. They had fallen into a trap. This was not his original body. For a moment, the three totem guardians' hearts turned cold, but, if it was not his original body, then where was his original body? Using the God's domain. Only the original body of a true God could do it. Since he used the God's domain, then his original body. What was it? He brought the three of them here. Could it be that he wanted to come in front of the original body? Could it be that the original body couldn't move? In an instant, the thoughts of the three totem guardians were frantically spinning. However, their bodies were already imprisoned, and at this moment, they couldn't do anything. The girl looked at their wonderful expressions with great interest, and gently waved her hand. Then, in an instant, several vines broke out of the ground, and in the desperate sight of the three totem guardians, they directly swallowed them, wore sacrifice, without any hesitation, without any sloppiness. 3 legends, it's not enough for me to use the God's domain. After doing all this, Eve said lightly. After saying that, she looked in a certain direction again. What do you think? Your Majesty Allure. First update, there will be a second update later, but it will be late. Little friends who can't wait can go to bed first, and watch it tomorrow. Within the forest, green life energy pulsed continuously like butterflies of light. Wherever the butterflies went, withered branches would sprout and unfold leaves, and vigorous green grass would break out of the ground. Lush greenery and flowers bloomed. It was clearly the late autumn season, but under the influence of divine power, there were hints of the beautiful scenery of spring. Eve stood in the center of this lush greenery, surrounded by a sea of green and rainbow-colored flowers. She was like a ruler descending upon the world. Light surged around her body, and her appearance had changed again. She had returned to her original appearance. She was still wearing that iconic noble divine dress, adorned with patterns of flowers and plants, and incomparably holy. She was still wearing that supreme divine crown that symbolized the 3 great authorities of life, nature, and fairies, luxurious and holy. Her long silver hair fell to her waist, and her bright purple eyes flickered with light. It was just that, the skull-shaped pattern on her forehead made her look a little demonic. All the flowers, plants, and trees were worshipping her, as if they were paying homage to their king. Eve herself was looking in a certain direction with a calm expression. However, after she spoke, nothing happened. Eve's lips curled up slightly, and a faint smile flashed across her face. She looked in a certain direction again and said with a hint of playfulness in her voice. Could it be that you want me to invite you out? Don't forget, this is my divine realm. Her voice carried a hint of certainty, a hint of mockery, and a hint of confidence. After Eve finished speaking, the surroundings suddenly began to change. In the direction that Eve was looking, the originally lush greenery was suddenly stained with a layer of frost, wisps of icy aura continued to spread, and the lush greenery withered under the shroud of the icy aura. In the void, silver light blossomed, and a tall figure slowly emerged. It was a man who was close to 3 meters tall, wearing a majestic silver fur coat and a magnificent crown of thorns on his head. He had a robust body, a rugged appearance, and a brown beard. There was a hint of fear in his eyes as he looked at Eve. Eve raised her eyebrows slightly. She had seen this figure countless times in the Inheritance of the World Tree, the god of winter and the hunt, Balur. The true god of the beast men had actually come in person. In fact, when she knew that Balur would use the true god weapon with the sealing ability to deal with her, Eve had guessed that this archenemy of the elf tribe would definitely send a powerhouse with the strength of a legend. Demigods were not allowed to participate in a war of faith. What a joke. That was a time of peace. The mana of the continent of seekers began to rise. Some ancient existences would awaken one after another, and some experts who had been stuck at bottlenecks would break through one after another. Everyone knew that the world was about to change. Would Balur not send out a truly powerful force just for the sake of the priesthood? Even Eve herself would not be able to stop herself from secretly attacking, let alone Balur, who had a violent personality and was obsessed with life and the laws of nature. Furthermore, the power that Eve had displayed was that of a true god. As for the true body of a true god, even if it was sealed, facing a few legends, even if it could not defeat them, it could still escape if it really wanted to. Therefore, a few totem guardians were definitely not Balur's true backup. Whether it was to successfully kill the new god or to obtain the priesthood, as a safety precaution, the power of a demigod would definitely be present. Eve guessed that Balur would most likely send out one of the remaining 2 demigod oracles. It could even be said that both demigods might come together. In fact, the moment her avatar was sealed by the withering heart, she had vaguely sensed a faint trace of a powerful aura. That beastman high priest who had sacrificed himself was merely a catalyst. The other party was the mastermind behind the withering heart. However, Eve had thought that it would be a hidden demigod. However, she did not expect that it would not be a demigod, but Balur himself. When Eve lured the totem guardians to the elven forest and activated her divine realm, she was shocked when she directly saw the other party's image hidden in the void. Eve was able to restrain herself and use the withering heart to divert her attention, so she did not explode on the spot. Of course, the plane channel had yet to truly open, and this was merely an avatar of Balur's true god. In the universe of seekers, believers of true gods would split their godly souls and create their avatars to walk on the ground. As for their true bodies, they would basically only stay in their god kingdom. Unless it was a life or death crisis, they would not even take half a step out of their god kingdom. Some true gods would even let their true bodies sleep in their god kingdom and only use their avatars to move around outside. The avatars of true gods varied in strength as well. However, the avatars that true gods often used usually had the power of a demigod. Even if they only had the power of a demigod, the avatars of true gods would still be stronger than ordinary demigods. It was obvious that Balur had sent a powerful avatar of a true god. This was a huge amount of godly energy points. Thinking of this, Eve looked at him and smiled. Looking at the girl's bright eyes, Balur's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. Yggdrasil. It's actually you. You actually didn't die. His voice was deep and rough, with uncontrollable shock and even a faint trace of fear. Although he tried his best to suppress it, Eve could still feel it. I should have known. To be able to gather the elves so quickly. To be able to control life and nature so quickly. Apart from you, who else could do this? No, that's not right. I'm afraid those strange elves were all created by you. That's right. It's the death god. You and Hela. Balur's expression was filled with anger. Hela? Eve was slightly taken aback. I'm not pushing the blame away this time. She muttered in her heart. Then, she looked at Balur, the god of winter and the hunt, and her expression gradually became playful. Since you're here, don't leave. I'll gladly accept this avatar of a true god. When the planar passage was closed, the avatar would be disturbed by the power of the origin. When the avatar of a true god crossed over, its memories would be severed from the main body. Only when the avatar of a true god returned to the main body would it regain the memories of the avatar. Hence, whether it was for her own secrets or for the godly energy in his body, Eve had to keep him here. After hearing Eve's words, Ullur's expression became somewhat ferocious. Humph. I didn't expect that you, who was once revered by the gods, would also fall. Do you think I'm still the same as I was 2,000 years ago? Having said that, his body suddenly flickered with a silver radiance, and a divine axe flashing with lightning appeared in his hand. He let out a furious roar as he swung his divine axe at Eve. The great power of a demigod condensed in the divine axe, turning into a destructive energy storm that instantly attacked Eve. In an instant, the sky changed color. However, Eve only said a few words in a flat tone. Disappear. With a light sentence, the originally terrifying energy actually disappeared in an instant. However, just as Eve used the power of control to offset Ullur's attack, the irascible god of winter and the hunt actually took advantage of the moment when Eve was distracted. He turned around and scampered away. For a moment, Eve was a little stunned by what she saw. Trying to run? Eve narrowed her eyes, her expression dangerous. However, she did not panic. She gazed in the direction that Ullur was escaping and lightly uttered a word. Slow. The ethereal voice was very calm, but it carried a mysterious power. Words were law. The moment Eve said that, Ullur's movements suddenly slowed down, as if his entire body had slowed down. Feeling the enormous pressure that suddenly descended on him, Ullur's pupils shrank. His expression was ferocious as he let out an angry roar, and his body shone brightly. A cold and violent silver-gray divine power erupted from his body, surging continuously. The area around Ullur suddenly began to rapidly drop in temperature, and in the blink of an eye, it became winter. In the sky, the clouds rolled, goose feather-sized snowflakes suddenly fell, and the howling wind continued to howl. In the forest, with Ullur as the center, the trees that were originally in the midst of spring instantly turned into ice sculptures. That was the resistance of the winter laws of nature and the laws of life. Ullur's expression was ferocious as he roared continuously, and the light on his body became stronger and stronger. A cold and violent aura spread from his body, and this aura emitted an astonishing pressure, as well as a divine majesty that made people fearful and in awe. After this aura erupted, Ullur, whose movements were already sluggish, suddenly broke free from the control, and his escaping speed suddenly increased. Divine territory? Seeing the terrifying power that burst forth from Ullur's body, and sensing the instant that the laws of the divine territory lost their effect, Eve was shocked, and her gaze was solemn. Only the laws of a true god's divine territory could resist the laws of a true god's divine territory. However, Eve quickly ruled out the possibility of a divine territory. A divine territory was a true god's divine position as a guide, using the laws of nature as a medium to influence the power of laws in an area, and then indirectly bring it under their control to form their own territory. This ability could only be used by true gods themselves. It's not a divine territory, but a demigod's territory. Eve quickly understood. However, even though she understood, she was still amazed. Although Ullur himself was a true god, being able to resist a true god's divine domain with the strength of a demigod was enough to prove his strength. Unfortunately, an avatar was still an avatar, even if it was controlled by a true god. Imprison. Eve whispered again. An exuberant aura of life burst forth, the green divine power turning into specks of light that instantly drowned Ullur, who had already broken free from his control. Ullur, on the other hand, had a pained expression as he froze on the spot. His expression was ferocious, his muscles bulged, and he struggled incessantly, causing even the space around him to warp. However, despite the pain, Ullur's expression revealed a trace of viciousness. He looked at Eve, sneered, and shouted, "Don't worry. Yggdrasil. Don't think you've already won." After saying that, he spread out his arms and roared. Withering heart. With the divine power of my incarnation as a guide, seal the power of the world tree. Withering heart. Although this incomplete true god weapon had chosen the wrong target at the start, now that it was in the divine domain, it also meant that it was close to the main body of the world tree, and this incomplete true god weapon was Ullur's true trump card. Although he did not leave his divine soul imprint on this incomplete true god weapon because he was wary of the abyss aura on it, he still left behind a secret method to control it. Now, In order to control this divine weapon again, Ullr decided to sacrifice the power of his incarnation. Ullr's expression was ferocious as he looked at Eve and sneered. That's right, he was careless and fell for Eve's trap. But at the same time, bringing the withering heart close to the main body was also a fatal mistake that Eve had made, and when Eve used the power of laws to deal with him and was temporarily unable to divert her attention, it was the chance for him to control the withering heart again and imprison Eve's main body. It was true that he had just escaped, but at the same time, he was also looking for a chance to counterattack. For a moment, Ullr could almost see the withering heart activating again and successfully sealing the main body of the world tree. However, after he gave the order, the skull imprint on Eve's head only flashed slightly, and nothing happened. How is this possible? Why did I lose control of the withering heart? Ullr's eyes were dull. Are you trying to activate the backup plan you left in the withering heart? The soul of that chief high priest? Eve sneered when she saw him like this. Ullr was stunned for a moment before his expression turned furious. It's you? Of course it's me. Eve's lips curled up slightly. She touched the skull imprint on her head with a mocking expression. Where do you think the life energy absorbed by the divine weapon on the battlefield came from? Was it all the life energy of the half-beastmen after they died in battle? Or, did you think that I couldn't detect the soul waves? Hearing her words, Ullr was stunned for a moment before turning pale with fright. You mixed in your own life energy and even cut off my connection with the believers. That's right, it's me. Eve's lips curled up slightly as she puffed out her chest. When she sensed that the withering heart was absorbing the life energy on the battlefield, Eve used the players as a guide to release her own life energy to interfere with the true divine weapon. After the chief high priest sacrificed his life and his soul was absorbed by the divine weapon, Eve was cautious and cut off the connection between the soul and the outside world when she activated the divine realm. Hence, even if Ullr used all his skills, he could no longer control the divine weapon. She did all this very carefully and had made preparations beforehand. She also used her own familiarity with the law of life and soul energy, so the other party was careless and did not notice it. Of course, although she cut off Ullr's connection with the divine weapon, Eve herself was unable to control the divine weapon, at least for now. Soon, Ullr figured out the ins and outs of the matter. For a moment, his expression was incomparably ugly and gloomy. However, in the blink of an eye, he became ferocious again. Humph. Yggdrasil. I admit that I've fallen into your hands this time. But if I want to escape, don't think that you can stop me. He roared angrily once again, and the divine power in his body suddenly burned. It's this move again. Eve's expression was solemn. Burning divine power and even the divine soul in the clone, this was a desperate move of a demigod, but it was also a desperate move of a true god. Back then, demigod Walker had used this to escape Eve's control. Of course, in the end, she had dragged him back like a dead dog. However, the one fighting for his life now was Ullr, and Ullr was not a demigod. If Ullr broke free from the divine realm, he would be able to escape immediately. She had to make him stay. For a moment, Eve became vigilant and serious. Imprison, imprison, imprison. She looked at Ullr and spoke softly, spitting out a series of words. Her tone became more and more hurried, and her voice became louder and louder. At the same time, following the order, she kept approaching Ullr. As she raised her hand, a sense of majesty and holiness kept bursting forth. For a moment, the powerful laws of the divine realm once again shrouded Ullr, and Ullr's expression changed drastically. Ah! He gritted his teeth, and his veins popped out as he let out a heart-wrenching roar again. Following his roar, the divine power burning on his body became even brighter, and a destructive aura burst forth. Cold and violent energy soared into the sky. This energy collided with the vigorous energy in the forest, evolving into two types of divine power, silver gray and green. They suddenly collided and exploded instantly. The two types of divine power kept intertwining, evolving into all kinds of strange phenomena. A holy and terrifying aura wreaked havoc in the entire forest, and the destructive energy caused the sky and earth to suddenly change color. The surrounding forest was sometimes frozen and sometimes green. It kept changing between the two states, and it was incomparably wonderful, and this phenomenon lasted for a few seconds before finally reaching its limit. There was no explosion, nor was there any rumbling sound. Silently, everything in the surroundings seemed to finally be unable to withstand the pressure of the laws and suddenly shattered, turning into nothingness. In the blink of an eye, an empty area of nearly 1 kilometer was formed with Allure as the center. Everything disappeared, leaving behind only an exaggeratedly huge pit. And this was Eve's divine realm, her territory, and the result of her deliberately suppressing it. Otherwise, it would not be as simple as just 1 kilometer. Perhaps dozens or even hundreds of kilometers of forest would be destroyed. It was not without reason that the power of demigods was prohibited from fighting in the world of seekers. And after all this, Allure finally could not withstand the confinement of the laws and was completely bound by the vines transformed from divine power of life. His avatar floated in the air in the middle of the huge pit, tightly bound by the tentacle-like vines. The tips of the vines pierced into his body, completely imprisoning his divine power. The demigod robe was already tattered under the ravaging of divine power, his face was pale, and his aura was chaotic. Silver blood transformed from divine power kept flowing out of his mouth and nose, dripping onto the ground and blooming into ice crystals. At this moment, this true avatar of the god of winter and the hunt could only widen his eyes and look angrily at Eve, who kept walking toward him. "You lost," Eve said indifferently. "Sorry, the update is late. There's a second update in a while. If you can't wait, you can read it tomorrow." Begging for votes. "You lost." Eve looked at the imprisoned Allure and said calmly. Then, she waved her hand lightly. Life god power surged, and several vines broke out of the ground and intertwined to form a beautiful divine throne of nature. The divine throne floated behind Eve, and Eve slowly sat on it. Then, the divine throne slowly rose to the same height as Allure, and stopped when it was half a head taller than him. Eve sat on the divine throne with holy light surging behind her, looking majestic and mighty. She flicked the corner of her dress that was slightly wrinkled by the god power, and looked down at Allure, who was imprisoned by the vines, with a faint smile on her face. Seeing Eve rise to the sky and look down at him, Allure's veins bulged, and his eyes turned red. He was even more furious. He let out a low growl and kept struggling. But, his god power had been completely sealed by the vines, and he could not break free. "Don't struggle, your god power has been sealed." Eve's words were very calm. Hearing her words, Wulir suddenly raised his head and looked at her like a ferocious beast that was about to devour its prey. "I don't accept this." "What do you not accept?" After capturing Allure, Eve became a little interested. "You already knew that I would use the withering heart." "You already knew?" Allure gritted his teeth. "So what if I did?" Eve's expression was playful. "I was careless. I should have known." To be able to gain the approval of the elves so quickly, and even change their beliefs, other than you, who else could it be? "And you, how could you not guard against my withering heart?" Uller's expression was complicated, and his face was full of regret. "I knew you had this divine weapon, so I took precautions in advance. Speaking of which, I didn't know this from the start. I only knew that you had this divine weapon through others." Eve muttered to herself in her heart. Of course, she would not say these words out loud. She reached out her hand and touched her chest. Golden light suddenly surged in her hand, and Eve's fair arm began to turn illusory. Then, it actually pierced through her own chest. Light flickered, and a moment later, she took out a golden bead that was wrapped in chains. This was Hela's soul storage orb and the core of Eve's incarnation. At the same time, this was the true target of the Withering Heart's misdirection seal. The moment the soul storage orb was taken out, the skull imprint on Eve's forehead gradually disappeared. However, her face was slightly pale and her body was faintly discernible. It wasn't until a surge of divine power flowed into her body from the vine throne that her complexion became much better. This incarnation can be considered useless. Looking at the soul storage orb in her hand and feeling the energy flowing out of her body, Eve sighed regretfully. She took out the soul storage pearl. The only reason she could still control this incarnation was because of the remnant power of the divine domain. Of course, now that she had more and more divine power, she already had the ability to condense her own incarnation. Hence, she only felt a little regretful. The moment he saw the soul storage orb, Uller's expression changed. His expression turned even uglier. "Hela actually gave you something like this. Looks like the two of you really worked together." Hearing his words, Eve merely glanced at him. So what? After that, she touched the chain on the pearl again and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. I still have to thank you. Now, this incomplete true god weapon is mine. Hearing Eve's words, Allur's expression turned even more ferocious. He was about to explode from anger. The withering heart, that was his only true god weapon, seeing Allur's angry expression, Eve felt a little regretful. What a pity. I really wanted to share your anger with your original body. Unfortunately, I can only leave you behind this time. I can't let your memories return to your original body. Allur, his expression turned uglier. After teasing him, Eve's hand flashed, and the soul storage orb that was chained up disappeared instantly. After doing that, she looked at Allur again. This time, her expression turned serious. I still have some things to ask you. You'd better answer honestly. She had some doubts and hoped to get answers. Originally, she wanted to search his soul directly. However, considering that a true god's control over their own souls was far greater than a demigod's, even if she had sealed his divine power, Allur could still destroy a trace of this incarnation's divine soul. Hence, she had to change her mind. Of course, Allur sneered. Do you think I'll tell you what I know? After listening to his words, Eve said indifferently, that's right. If you want this incarnation to be destroyed with the dignity of a true god, then tell me honestly. Otherwise, I can let you experience what it means to lose the dignity of a true god. I'm sure you don't want your worshippers to see your ugly side, right? Allur, you, shameless. He suddenly widened his eyes and looked angrily at Eve. A true god had to maintain a mysterious and powerful image in front of their believers. If their believers saw the ugly side of their true god, it would definitely affect their belief in the true god. Tell me. Why did you attack the world tree 1,000 years ago? Eve asked softly. Hearing her words, Allur was slightly taken aback. Then, he sneered. This matter. Don't you know best? Eve fell silent. I want to know the real reason why you attacked the world tree. She said again. The real reason? What other real reason is there? These things. You know better than any of us. Why ask me? Allur frowned and then sneered. Eve, seeing that she had fallen into silence, Allur's expression suddenly changed. He also fell into silence. Allur's eyes flickered slightly. He looked at Eve with a hint of doubt. Then, he carefully sized up Eve again and suddenly came to a realization. So that's how it is. You are her. But you are not her. You don't have her memories. He noticed it so quickly, Eve was slightly taken aback. But soon, she came to a realization. Although she did inherit the world tree and became the new ancient god, Eve Yggdrasil, she was indeed different from her predecessor. Perhaps the believers could not tell the difference between her and her predecessor. They only knew that her name had changed, but the familiar true gods could still sense the difference. Then, Eve saw Allur smile. Haha, since you don't know, then I can't tell you. After saying that, his expression became a little ferocious. But we could kill you once 1,000 years ago. Even if you revive in another way, we can kill you a second time. Yggdrasil. No. I should call you Eve Yggdrasil. From the moment you were born, your ending was destined. Just wait for the second siege of the gods. If we can defeat you once, we can defeat you a second time. Your time has passed. After saying that, he closed his eyes. I admit it. This time, I failed. You can do whatever you want with my avatar. Do whatever you want. But, don't think about getting any information from me. After listening to Allur's words, Eve raised her eyebrows slightly. What did it mean that the ending was destined? Was she destined to be the enemy of the gods? Could it be, as she imagined, the ability to absorb the origin of the plane made the gods afraid? She narrowed her eyes and changed the topic. Where are the true god artifacts that should belong to me? The world tree also had a few true god artifacts. However, they were all lost with the fall of the predecessor. Or, they were definitely snatched away by the gods. However, as the main force of the gods who participated in the War of the Gods, Allur definitely knew a lot of the whereabouts. Of course, after hearing Eve's question, Uller still closed his eyes and did not speak. Seeing Uller like this, Eve could only sigh slightly. It seemed that she had underestimated the fear of the gods towards her. Even if he was threatened, Uller was not willing to reveal any information. Since that was the case, Uller's avatar was useless. He could only end up as her nourishment. Thinking of this, Eve also lost interest in using Ullur's avatar to disgust his believers. The dignity of a true god could not be blasphemed. This kind of thing, in fact, was very likely to cause the wrath of the gods if it was not done properly. Eve, she was just saying it. Although she was destined to be the enemy of the gods, she could not bring it out in the open yet. She sighed and directly used her divine power. The golden light once again enveloped Ullur. This true god's avatar suddenly widened his eyes and his gaze gradually became sluggish. Eve knew that this was because Ullur realized that she was going to make a move on him, so he destroyed the divine soul in this avatar in advance. Then, countless cracks appeared on his body. Accompanied by a soft sound, Ullur's avatar shattered. The silver divine power surged wildly, but was completely confined by the vines and slowly absorbed. Until it completely disappeared. At this point, Ullur's true god avatar was completely destroyed. After doing all this, Eve looked at the exaggeratedly huge pit in the ground again. Looks like, in the future when fighting in the divine territory, I have to choose a good battlefield. She shook her head and lightly waved her hand. Green divine power scattered all over the ground. Suddenly, countless plants broke out of the ground. In the blink of an eye, a dense forest was formed in the originally barren pit. However, in the end, it did not have the same smell as before. After restoring the forest, Eve nodded in satisfaction. She quietly glanced in a certain direction, then her figure became illusory and slowly disappeared. After Eve disappeared, somewhere in the distant forest, two players suddenly popped out from behind a big tree. They looked at the place where Eve disappeared with excitement. Did you record it? Yes, we did. Lucky. So lucky. At first, I felt that it was a pity that my level was too low and I couldn't take on the main mission. I didn't expect to trigger a hidden plot here. Hidden plot? Are you sure? Of course. The goddess past, enemies, amnesia, and the goddess divine artifact, this is definitely a hidden plot. Not to mention anything else, since the goddess divine artifact is said to be lost, maybe we need to find it. Looks like the goddess has more secrets than we thought. The voice of the true god avatar was so loud that it could be heard clearly within a 1-kilometer radius. It could be said that the two of them completely understood the conversation between Eve and Ullur. Maybe, this is the main mission of Elf Nation. They discussed animatedly with joyful expressions. Sleep, sleep, good night, everyone. I'll ask for monthly votes while I'm at it. The battle between Eve and Ullur had been discovered by the players. In fact, when Ullur had just appeared, Eve had already noticed the players approaching. In fact, it was normal for the players to be attracted. When the crypt spider army appeared, it was already dusk. When Eve lured the legends to her territory, the sky was already dark. And as an oracle, the totem guardians were beings that were emitting holy light. In the darkness, they were like 3 big light bulbs, and it was impossible for them not to attract attention. As for Ullur's demigod avatar, it was even more so. After appearing, his divine power was silver, and the dazzling light almost illuminated the entire forest. Of course, Eve was not any better. After unfolding her divine domain and returning to her original appearance, she was also emitting holy light and became a veritable big light bulb. Under such circumstances, it was hard not to attract attention. Fortunately, the process of Zero's transformation into a goddess was not noticed by the players. They only saw the battle between the goddess and Ullur. Otherwise, it would be really awkward. And after dealing with the 3 legends and the avatar of a true god, Eve decided to once again transform into Zero and return to the battlefield of the Black Dragon Castle. But this time, she planned to use her divine power to condense an avatar. Condensing an avatar of a true god was a basic skill for every true god. It was nothing more than depending on the amount of divine power invested, the strength of the avatar would vary. Of course, even the weakest avatar of a true god could explode with the power of a demigod. And to successfully condense an avatar of a true god, the consumption of 100 divine power was the bottom line. Previously, Eve had used the soul storage pearl to condense an avatar because she did not have enough divine power, and in order to conserve divine power, she had done so. Of course, now that she had ample divine power, she did not need to worry about this problem. Generally speaking, there were two ways for a true god to condense an avatar. One was to choose a body that was extremely compatible with oneself, and inject one's divine power and soul into it to finally form one's avatar. The other was to directly condense divine power and create an avatar of a true god in an energy state. Both methods had their advantages and disadvantages. The first type of avatar's specialty was that it could allow a true god's avatar to possess a physical body, allowing a true god to hide in the mortal world like an ordinary existence. At the same time, it could unleash demigod-level power. However, the flaw was also very obvious. If the physical body was severely damaged, the incarnation would be destroyed. Moreover, the physical body's ability to withstand divine power also limited the incarnation's strength. More importantly, it was difficult to find a suitable body. This kind of incarnation was usually chosen by a true god who believed in walking on the ground. It was said that they learned from the ancient gods because the ancient gods were true gods with physical bodies. In fact, Eve's previous incarnation had also used this method, but it was a little trickier. The second type of avatar's specialty was that it could allow the power of the true god's avatar to not be limited by the physical body. It could maximize the use of divine power and unleash the power of the avatar. There were also disadvantages. That was because this kind of clone was condensed from divine power. It was very obvious and easy to identify the identity. Demigod Walker and Allur's avatar that Eve had killed were all like this. However, considering her own needs, Eve naturally chose the former. In fact, she had already prepared the body long ago. Although the incarnation that she had condensed using the soul storage pearl was destroyed, the body was left behind. And that body was originally prepared by Eve for her own incarnation. Because it had been the carrier of her incarnation for a long time, this body that used the original elf as a template had also undergone some magical changes at this moment. Its affinity with Eve's divine power had greatly increased. Therefore, at this moment, the most crucial body was already there. Eve only needed to spend divine power points to modify it slightly. Of course, Eve, who already had a lot of divine power points, naturally did not mind spending 100 divine power points at this moment. With a thought, she directly injected a large amount of divine power into the body. With the injection of divine power, the body was quickly modified by Eve and finally successfully condensed into a new incarnation. Just a moment later, Eve, who had already changed into a new incarnation, was transported out from the God's kingdom. Her appearance was still the appearance of the God's chosen one, 0. Of course, her strength was different. This was no longer an incarnation that only had the strength of a gold rank, and could only temporarily exert the strength of a legend or above by relying on the divine power of the main body. It was a true demigod-level incarnation. Such an incarnation could stably exert the power of a demigod level, and at the same time, it could move freely. This gave Eve more room to display her abilities. After moving her body, Eve felt quite satisfied. She thought for a moment, then directly went through the teleportation array of the City of Heaven's Chosen and swaggered back to the Black Dragon Castle. "You're back." Seeing Eve return, Alice's eyes lit up. She looked at Eve from head to toe, and after finding that she was unscathed, she instantly breathed a sigh of relief. But soon, she was a little hesitant. "Lord Zero, those totem guardians, how are they?" Hearing her words, Eve skillfully drew a tree-shaped symbol on her chest and said with a pious expression, "Praise the Mother Goddess." After entering the domain of the Mother Goddess, they naturally can no longer be presumptuous and have received the punishment they deserve. Hearing this, Alice's expression changed, and she was completely relieved. "Praise the Mother Goddess." She also drew a tree-shaped symbol on her chest with a fanatical expression. In an instant, Eve sensed a strong surge of faith gushing out from the other party's body. Eve was speechless. It seemed that it was better to praise herself in front of the native believers in the future. After greeting Alice, Eve once again climbed up the city wall and looked at the entire battlefield. It was late at night. But the Black Dragon Castle was bustling with activity. The players' fire magic and illumination magic added a little more light to the darkness, illuminating the entire battlefield. At this moment, due to the disappearance of the high-level combat power and the rapid arrival of the players' reinforcements, the orc army had been completely defeated. Unlike the elves, who had extremely strong night vision, the orcs' vision at night was not good. And this also made the players' pursuit of the orcs much smoother. The Gloom mountain range stretched for several kilometers, and orcs could be seen fleeing under the pursuit of the players everywhere. As for the few behemoths, their fates were even more tragic. The black dragon Meryl saw them as enemies, and the spider queen Lulf saw them as delicious desserts. These behemoths could not escape the joint pursuit of a silver upper-level megalosaurus and a legendary magical beast, and were all killed long ago. Many players felt that it was a pity. After all, to them, these were a lot of EXP. But the good thing was that although the behemoths were killed by the two NPCs, their corpses were left behind. The black dragon's fur was burned, but the flesh and bones were still there. The behemoths that Lulf killed were melted and sucked dry, but the fur was still there. This was also a treasure. A proper rare material. At this moment, many players gave up on the pursuit and gathered around the corpses of the behemoths, thinking about how to split the loot. However, even more players were still running all over the mountains, chasing after the half-orcs who were lucky enough to have escaped. One orc's head was worth a lucky draw ticket, and there was also a lot of EXP. Now that the orcs had completely lost their will to fight, it was time to beat them up. As long as they could catch one, they would have profited. This was a good deal. Looking at this group of crazy elves who would not let them go even if they were defeated and fled, the orcs were having a mental breakdown. Even the Lionheart King Xianxia was frightened and angry. These damned long-eared elves. Are they done yet? He was surrounded by his personal guards and fled in a sorry state. At the same time, he looked back at the dead elves behind him from time to time. That's right, he had also started to flee. When his behemoth mount was killed by Lulf, although he was lucky enough to escape, his leg was injured and his mobility was greatly reduced. At this moment, being chased by a group of dark iron elves, he had never felt so aggrieved. However, because he was afraid of the black dragon and the legendary magical beast, he had to flee. The chief high priest of the orcs was dead, and even the totem guardians were missing. The high priest's original plan seemed to have failed. The orcs had been completely defeated. In front of the big picture, even if he had the strength of a lower gold, he could not save everything. I can only go back first. I'm a gold professional, and I still have at least 100 years to live. One setback is nothing, I still have a chance. Xianxia encouraged himself as he fled into the depths of the Gloom mountain range accompanied by his personal guards. But, even he suspected that this was just a way to comfort himself. In less than 2 years, the elven forest had undergone such a huge change. In less than 2 years, the elves had become so powerful and crazy. What would happen in a few decades, Xianxia did not dare to imagine. Furthermore, he still couldn't figure out how so many elves had gathered together. Close to 10,000 elves, this was not a small number. It was difficult for the elves to reproduce, and with so many elves, perhaps they had gathered all the wild elves in the southwest of the Seekers continent? No, it's impossible for there to be more. The elves are not humans. Xianxia shook his head. Just as he was being escorted by his personal guards and running away, suddenly, an elf riding a crypt spider rushed out from the side of the forest. It was a player who had lost his way while chasing an orc. The two sides met face to face, and both were slightly stunned. When the player saw Xianxia's appearance clearly, he immediately shouted excitedly. Boss found! Boss found! Boss! Xianxia was shocked. Although he did not know what a boss was, it must be referring to him. In a fit of anger, he quickly pulled out his Lionheart longsword and chopped the unlucky elf to death as if he was cutting up a chicken. At this time, he heard the elves chasing him on their magical beasts become excited as well. What the heck? Boss? Is this for real? There's a boss among the people in front? These players were all players of the First Legion, a group of battle maniacs. Although they had been chasing, they did not pay attention to who they were chasing. Anyway, they were all orcs, and they seemed to be a small group with many people and good equipment. That was why they had been chasing until now. Now that they knew it was a boss, this group of players instantly became excited. Boss. It must be the Lionheart King mentioned in the plot. He's a low-level gold, we can't beat him, quickly call for help. Bring Rose here. Forget about Rose. Now that she's here, why do we have to deal the final blow? Then hurry up and invite the black dragon. That guy was still able to take on a gold tier head-on. We'll take the opportunity to finish him off. For a moment, the excited voices of the players could be heard from afar, causing Lionheart King Amasha's heart to palpitate. These sprites were extremely fast because they had magical beasts as mounts. However, he was injured and his speed was greatly reduced. Of course, as a gold tier professional, even if he was injured, his speed was still incomparable to that of a dark iron level magical beast. But as a king, he still had to take care of the other beastmen who were fleeing with him. He had already lost 30,000 soldiers. He didn't want to give up on the last batch of orcs who had fled with him. Therefore, because of his many concerns, he had not completely gotten rid of the elves until now, but now, it seemed that running away was also a mistake. If they really lured the black dragon over, with his current state, he was afraid that he would really die here. The other beastmen around him also understood this truth. Their expressions were solemn and they ignored the injuries on their bodies. Those who had weapons pulled out their weapons, while those who didn't clenched their fists and said to their king, "King, you should leave quickly. We'll stay and delay these sprites." "That's right. You alone. You'll definitely be able to go back smoothly. Bringing us along will only be a burden. You're our king. As long as you're here, the beastmen can still rise again. Only when you go back. Can you avenge our dead clansmen?" Their voices were very excited, and their eyes were bright and resolute. Seeing his subordinates like this, Lionheart King Amasha's expression became more and more complicated. Sigh, he stopped and scraped the bloodstains on Lionheart's long sword. "If I give up on everyone and escape alone, then what qualifications do I have to be the king of the beastmen?" Amasha's expression was very lonely. And the other beastmen also had complicated expressions when they heard this. After Amash finished speaking, he raised his long sword again. His eyes were red, his expression was ferocious, and he roared in grief and indignation. "Aren't they just a few hundred dark iron rank sprites? They've chased us for so long. I've had enough. Let's destroy them together. Then we'll go home together." When the other demigods heard this, their eyes also turned red. They either clenched their fists or raised their weapons and shouted, "Kill them. Let's go home together." Amash took a deep breath, and the aura on his body soared. The pressure of a gold rank instantly erupted, and even a faint red halo appeared on his body. He roared angrily, turned around, raised Lionheart's long sword, and rushed toward the sprites who had been chasing him, and the morale of the other beastmen also soared. They also fell into a frenzy, turned around, and charged with their king while roaring. This scene frightened the players who had been chasing them. F***ck. They're going all out. What's there to be afraid of? We have more people. Let's clear the small monsters first. The boss is the most important. We don't need the other experience points. That's right. Don't hold back." They also shouted loudly and prepared to face the attack. Then, Amash saw in shock and anger that many sprites suddenly raised an unforgettable weapon, steam guns. These sprites aimed their guns at the charging beastmen and pulled the trigger one after another. For a moment, gunshots were heard. Bang! 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 The Lionheart King only felt a stabbing pain in many parts of his body and knew that he had been shot. However, a gold rank existence naturally could not be killed by mere bullets. When he fully activated his strength, these bullets only scratched his skin and could not penetrate his muscles at all. But, the beastmen around him were different. These beastmen were at most upper dark iron rank. Many of them had even lost their weapons, let alone their shields. Right now, they were practically living targets. In an instant, 7 or 8 beastmen groaned and fell to the ground. The others cried out in pain, and their bodies also had different degrees of injuries. Seeing this scene, the Lionheart King Amasha's eyes turned red. "Bastard! Despicable!" He roared angrily, raised his speed again, and instantly rushed into the midst of the sprites. F***ck. The boss is going berserk. Be careful. Get away. Everyone, fly a kite and exhaust him to death. Seeing the Lionheart King Imsh rushing toward them, the players were shocked. They shouted and hurriedly dodged. However, there were also some who were brave enough. Among the players who caught up, the 3 highest-leveled taunt tank warriors looked at each other and nodded secretly. They drew their weapons, activated the tank warriors' unyielding talent, and rushed forward together. "We'll hold him back. Everyone, find a chance to exhaust him," the 3 players shouted. They were all high-end tank players of the First Legion. They were strong and had rich experience in pulling monsters. At this moment, seeing the tank warriors rush forward, the eyes of the other players also lit up, and they instantly felt more at ease. However, the players still underestimated the Lionheart King Imsh. Even if he was injured, the gold rank was still the gold rank. The players, on the other hand, had yet to realize what a gold tier was. Imsh, who rushed into the players, was like a monster that had entered a flock of sheep. He roared and swung his sword to the left, directly splitting a taunt tank warrior who rushed up into 2 halves. Even the magic beast mount under him was not spared. Until death, that player still had an excited smile on his face, as if he had not reacted at all. Then, Imsh turned around and kicked another tank warrior who came from behind, directly kicking him more than 10 meters away, breaking several big trees in a row, and this player fell to the ground like a broken sack, never to make a sound again. Not only that, the other players who had turned on the bloody harmony function in the game system, at this moment, in their field of vision, this player had become a mass of red and white mosaic. Then, Imsh roared again, turned around, and lifted a tank warrior who tried to sneak attack him from the other side with one hand. This tank warrior was shocked and hurriedly struggled, but he found that the other party's arm that imprisoned him was as strong as steel. Then, everyone saw Imsh's eyes turn red. With a loud roar, he directly broke the tank warrior's throat and crushed the tank warrior's head. It was as if he had crushed an egg. With a bang, red and white scattered all over the ground, another touching mass of mosaic. In the blink of an eye, the 3 tank warriors were all killed. Every tank player who faced the Lionheart King Imsh, who could even deal with the powerful magical beasts of the underground world, couldn't even withstand a single blow from Imsh at this moment. They were all easily killed by him. One was cut in half at the waist, one was kicked into a pulp, and one had his head blown off. The whole process took less than 3 seconds. The players were flabbergasted at the sight of Imsh's ferocity. F***CK. Holy shit. Isn't this too awesome? Damn. Gold professionals are so scary. This child must not be allowed to live. Ha 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 ha. Are you guys trying to make me laugh to death? Can't you guys just focus on killing monsters? However, even though the players were stunned, they weren't afraid. The fact that they were still in the mood to tease him was proof enough. The members of the First Legion were a bunch of battle maniacs. At this moment, seeing Imsh's ferocious appearance, these undisciplined animals became excited instead. Be more vulgar. Be more vulgar. Don't engage in close combat, kite him from afar. Throw crowd control. Mages and druids, throw crowd control. Everyone, throw it together. I don't believe we can't control him. Shoot him. Continue to shoot him with your guns. The players were all talking at once. Like a pack of cunning wild wolves, they dispersed in a hubbub. They began to dodge Imsh's attacks, but at the same time, they took the opportunity to continuously focus fire on him. For a moment, the players were throwing crowd control spells as if they didn't cost money. The sound of steam guns was also loud, and arrows with the glow of skills were continuously shot toward Imsh and the other orcs. Vines drilled out of the ground and wrapped around Imsh's thighs. Ice magic spread up his arms and froze his upper body. However, these spells were only able to obstruct the Lionheart King Imsh for a moment. He was still like a human-shaped cannonball, roaring as he rampaged through the crowd of players. Even if he was constantly disturbed by crowd control spells, even if the players were riding their mounts to avoid him, every player who was targeted by him couldn't survive more than 5 seconds. Imsh's explosive speed and power far exceeded the players' imaginations. The king of the beast men had completely gone berserk from the killing. Imsh himself didn't know how many else he had killed. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was, to kill all these long ears in front of him and then bring the rest of his people home. The armor on his body had long been destroyed when Behemoth's mount died and he was chased by Rose. At this moment, he was completely bare-chested. Bullets fell on his body again and again, and arrows also hit him one by one. In the blink of an eye, his body was full of arrows from the players. Of course, these arrows only hit the most superficial layer of flesh and couldn't cause any effective damage to him at all. However, it made him look even more ferocious and terrifying. He was bathed in blood, and his expression was fierce, like a demon god from hell. Perhaps for the sake of authenticity, Elven Kingdom would not display the HP bar of NPCs under non-storyline conditions. Therefore, the players didn't know how to judge the status of the other party. However, Xianxia's series of massacres gradually made the players tremble with fear. This orc was simply a ferocious beast in human form, the kind that would kill whoever he set his eyes on. However, the players also noticed that as time passed, the speed of this orc was slowly decreasing. Although it was not obvious, it was indeed decreasing. Moreover, at the beginning, when he set his eyes on a player, he could rush up and kill the player in a flash. However, now that both sides had been killing for so long, the time he took to chase the players was slowing down. Not only that, but there were also sharp-eyed players who noticed that this orc boss was already panting slightly. His face seemed to be a little unnaturally green and red. His status is decreasing. We can kill him. That's right, his speed is slowing down. A player shouted excitedly. For a moment, the elf's morale was boosted again. However, compared to the players who were gradually gaining confidence, Xianxia's mood was getting sadder as he looked at the increasing number of long ears around him. He was a gold professional. He had great power. Even if he was injured, these numerous long ears were no match for him at all. However, the other party still had too many people. In addition, the other party seemed to have some means to call for companions. These annoying long ears were like flies. After just a moment of fighting, their number increased. As a high-level professional, he could still hold on, but the other orcs couldn't. After fighting for so long, now there was no one else around him. The orcs who followed him had all died in battle. As for him, he was already all alone. At this moment, this orc king's tall figure looked a little bleak and lonely. Xianxia leaned on his lionheart longsword and stopped attacking. He leaned on a dead tree and looked at the increasing number of elves in front of him, slightly lost in thought. The number of players who had gathered was increasing. Xianxia had been completely surrounded by them. 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, the kind that not even a drop of water could trickle through. However, at this moment, Xianxia didn't attack, and the players didn't dare to attack rashly. In the previous battle, every player who attacked him was killed by him in the end. Now that he stopped attacking, the players didn't want to die. Everyone was worried that they would become the first bird to taunt the boss. Both sides were strangely in a stalemate. Not a single orc remained standing by Xianxia's side. The last few dozen orcs who fled with him had all died in battle, and even their corpses had turned into ashes. Looking at the equipment dropped by his people on the ground, Xianxia's expression was somewhat lost in thought. He could still recognize which piece of clothing belonged to which half-orc, and which weapon was given to whom by him. Although he was an orc, Xianxia's intelligence had always been very good, and his memory was quite outstanding. This was something that Xianxia had always been very proud of. It was just that, at this moment, he wished that his memory was as bad as possible. Looking at the pieces of equipment that had lost their owners, Xianxia thought of the familiar faces and the 30,000 orcs who swore to follow him to death. If I didn't start the war according to Godfather's oracle, would those people not have died? All of a sudden, such an absurd thought popped up in his mind. But soon, Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. How could it be? This was a war of faith, a war of races, a war of everything. In the world of Seekers, this was the cruelest war. Only the victors could survive, only the winner could have their own faith. Godfather's orders couldn't be violated and couldn't be violated. Because, the future of Godfather was also the future of the orcs. But the 30,000 troops were annihilated, the high priest was sacrificed, and even the totem guardians with legend strength were all missing. Xianxia didn't dare to think about the deeper meaning. As the king of the half-beast men, although the high priest did not tell him the real plan of the father, he could still guess it. Godfather had placed great importance on this war. If the totem guardians were missing, then the situation would be very serious. For a moment, Xianxia had a hint of understanding. Most likely, the higher-level existences had already clashed with each other. And the result was already very obvious. This war has already been lost. Although he was unwilling to admit it, Imsh had no choice but to accept this cruel fact. What will the future of the Beastmen be like? He was a little confused as he looked at the elves who were looking at him with vigilance and excitement, the look in the eyes of these elves. Imsh was all too familiar with it. When they were hunting, looting in the Kingdom of Airs, and capturing elves in the Elven Forest, the orcs would always have that look in their eyes. That kind of gaze was one used to look at prey, and that kind of excitement was the excitement of seeing the prey in his hands. So, he was nothing more than prey to them. For a moment, Imsh felt like this was the greatest mockery in the world. He didn't expect that they, who had always prided themselves as hunters, would one day become prey. He didn't expect that the existence that they had always regarded as prey would one day rise up and fight back. Looking at the elves who were getting more and more excited and dangerous with his silence, Imsh couldn't help but pull out a mocking smile. Perhaps, this was also a kind of punishment. Imsh thought gloomily. Tired. Really tired, the strength in his body was getting weaker and weaker, the pain was getting more and more intense, and his consciousness was getting more and more blurred. Leaning against the dead wood and holding the long sword, Imsh's eyes gradually lost focus. On the other side, seeing that the Lionheart King Imsh was no longer attacking, the players first breathed a sigh of relief, then became excited, but in the end, it gradually turned into doubt. Huh? Why isn't the boss moving? Hiss. Is he holding back? Could it be that he's dead? A player teased. However, when he said this, no one answered. For a moment, everyone looked at Imsh with a strange expression. This half-orc, who had been fighting for a long time, was still standing at this moment, but he was indeed like a statue, without a trace of breath. Don't tell me, he's really dead? He's a gold-level NPC. And, he didn't turn into ashes? The player who was the first to tease was shocked. Fried Tomato, who was also besieging by the side, flashed his eyes slightly and asked in a deep voice, "Did anyone receive the experience?" The players looked at each other and shook their heads. No experience, he didn't turn into ashes, then, he shouldn't be dead, right? At this time, another figure walked out of the crowd. It was a fully armed hunter player, half of his body was covered in golden legendary equipment, and he looked fierce. His expression was cold, and he held a dagger in one hand. Under the surprised gazes of the other players, he walked toward the half-orc boss in front of the dead wood. It's Boxed Lunch. Boxed Lunch is here. F***CK. Boxed Lunch, be careful. This boss is powerful. Don't get bitten back. For a time, the players reminded one after another. After a battle, no one dared to look down on high-level professionals anymore. However, Boxed Lunch didn't stop. Instead, he went directly in front of Lionheart King Imsh. The surrounding players instantly quieted down and stared at Boxed Lunch's action with their eyes wide open. They saw Boxed Lunch first make an attacking gesture. However, the other party didn't react. Boxed Lunch's eyes focused. He decisively reached out and directly grabbed the long sword in Imsh's hand. The other party held it very tightly. However, under the touch of Boxed Lunch, Imsh's body lost its center and fell directly to the ground. In his hand, he was still holding his long sword. His eyes were wide open. No one knew what he was thinking, but there was no trace of life in them. He was really dead. He's dead. Boxed Lunch said in a deep voice. For a time, the players instantly exploded. F***CK. He's really dead? He was killed by our siege just like that? Wait, why is there no experience? He didn't turn into ashes either. Could it be a bug? At this time, Boxed Lunch's expression was slightly solemn. He squatted down again and began to carefully examine Imsh's body. Seeing him like this, Fried Tomato's heart moved slightly. He took a few steps forward and asked, "What did you find?" Boxed Lunch was silent for a moment and said, "He's dead, but he wasn't killed by us." He wasn't killed by us? The players were all stunned. He was poisoned by Rose. Boxed Lunch said. F***CK. Poisoned? Rose's poison? No wonder, no wonder. The surrounding players suddenly realized. Of course, there were also people who were distressed. Ah. If we knew he was poisoned. We should have killed him in time. We missed the opportunity to kill him. This damn experience mechanism. Plan your ass. But, when was he poisoned? There were also people who asked in confusion. It should be after Rose killed Behemoth. I saw that after that, she chased this boss several times, but he escaped. Fried Tomato said. Hiss. Rose's poison is very tricky, and after being poisoned, the more intense the activity, the more violent it will be. However, if the dosage isn't too high, if he moves in small amounts, suppresses it well, and receives treatment in time, he can still be saved. Calabash stroked his chest and recalled with a palpitating heart. Pfft. How do you know so much? Don't ask. Asking means you're knowledgeable. Calabash's face darkened. Even Boxed Lunch's expression froze slightly. Hearing Calabash's words, some players had strange expressions. Since he was poisoned, he should have just escaped. Moreover, looking at his early stage, he was still alive and kicking. He should have been able to suppress his injuries, right? Yeah, he's a gold class, and he's so fast. Why would he turn back and fight with us? The more he fought, the more serious his injuries became. In the end, he died from poisoning, and we didn't get to kill him. What a loss. Boxed Lunch glanced at the surrounding players who were frantically fighting over the equipment dropped by the orcs, and then looked at the Lionheart longsword that Imsh was holding tightly in his hand. After a moment of silence, he said, because, he's the king of the orcs, and he didn't want to leave these people behind. So, even if he knew that he would die from the poison if he turned back to fight, he still chose to turn back. Upon hearing this, many of the surrounding players stopped what they were doing. They suddenly remembered the words that the orcs roared at the beginning of their charge. They wanted to fight together and go home together. The players looked at Imsh's corpse again, and their gazes were slightly complicated. For a moment, the cheerful atmosphere in the surroundings became sluggish. Bury him. Fried Tomato sighed. After saying that, he couldn't help but mock himself. Damn it, it's just a game. Why do I care so much? Although he said that, he reached out his hand and solemnly closed Imsh's eyes. Although he was an enemy, although he was an NPC. But he was also a king worthy of respect. Ding, large plot mission War of Faith completed. All players who participated in the war will receive 30,000 experience points, 5,000 contribution points, 30 revival coins, 1 lucky draw ticket, and the exclusive rare blue title Guardian of Faith. When the sun rose again, all the players who participated in this unprecedented plot war received a new system prompt. The mission was over. Looking at the system prompt in front of them and the large reward in their accounts, all the players were excited. Many of them could not wait to equip the new title, and then a line of blue text appeared under the ID above their heads, Guardian of Faith. Needless to say, it was different with a title. It was much more pleasing to the eye. The war came suddenly, but it ended quickly as well. The 30,000 troops, the most elite troops of the Half-Orc Palace, were almost all lost in the Black Dragon Castle and the Gloom Mountain Range in less than 2 days. After that, the fleeing half-orc troops experienced a day and night of pursuit by the players. In the end, only a few lucky ones hid in the depths of the Gloom Mountain Range and escaped with the limited range of the players' activities. However, only a few lucky ones were able to do so. Most of the half-orcs turned into experience points for the players. From the Black Dragon Castle to the south, there were equipment left behind by the half-orcs everywhere along the way, as well as players who buried their heads to pick up the equipment. The players picked up the equipment until their hands went soft and were already numb to it. At the end of the pursuit, they wanted the heads of the half-orcs more than the equipment of the half-orcs. Because, they had killed too many beastmen this time, and the equipment of the beastmen had become cheap cabbage. They had long become worthless. On the contrary, the high experience points and the lucky draw tickets in the game store were more attractive to them. Especially after the prize pool was opened, there was more than one lucky person who had drawn golden legendary equipment, which made a lot of unlucky players envious. Of course, the poor quality of the equipment of the half-orcs was one of the reasons why the players were not interested. If the equipment of that quality was not melted down and remade, only low-level players would make do with it. Perhaps when the server had just opened, everyone treated it as a treasure, but now that they could exchange for better equipment in the game store, these trashy equipment were not worth their attention. Of course, it was also a good idea to sacrifice these trashy items to the goddess. At the very least, he could exchange some contribution points from the generous goddess. After the war, many players gathered in an inconspicuous corner near the Black Dragon's castle. They avoided the vision of Alice and the other NPCs and happily carved the sacrificial magic circle. They sacrificed the half-orc equipment that they couldn't use and the damaged equipment to the goddess through the loophole in the game system, secretly earning some contribution points. Many a little makes a mickle, and it was wonderful. After the war ended, Eve quickly discovered that a large pile of scrap metal had suddenly appeared in her divine kingdom. Eve didn't refuse either. He used his divine power to fix it, change the appearance, and add some special effects. Then, he marked the equipment with a touching price tag and put them all on the system store. However, it was not absolute to say that the equipment obtained by the players were all trash. Among the items dropped by the half-orcs, there were indeed some rare and good things. Among them, the most famous were the priest's robe dropped by the half-orc chief high priest and the Lionheart sword of the Lionheart king Amash. These two pieces of equipment were both upper silver equipment after being appraised by the system. That's right, silver equipment. Although the two orcs were gold-ranked professions, their equipment was still silver-ranked. After all, the half-orcs were notoriously short of resources. However, these two items were also very good among the silver equipment. They were much better than the white robe of the half-orc chief high priest that Limu got. Not to mention other things, the priest's robe of the half-orc chief high priest had the two effects of accelerated meditation and enhanced perception. Even according to the system's evaluation, it was a proper purple epic equipment. And the system description of the Lionheart sword was artifact. This was an artifact passed down from the half-orcs. It symbolized the king's sword of the half-orc king, the Lionheart sword. Although it was only silver level, it did contain a few points of Allure's divine power. It had 3 effects: sharpness, deterrence, and freezing. 3 effects. It was enough to see the quality of a piece of equipment and how many special effects it had. If there were no special effects, it was white normal. If there was 1 special effect, it was blue rare. If there were 2 special effects, it was purple epic. If there were 3 special effects, it was gold legendary. As for more, the players had not seen it before, so they naturally thought that 3 special effects was the limit. Well, all the interpretation rights of the equipment evaluation were owned by the game officials. In short, this was a gold legendary equipment of upper silver level, although the appearance of the Lionheart sword was not as good as the gold legendary equipment in the exchange store. It was indeed a gold legendary equipment. And, it was silver level. It could be said that this was the most awesome equipment that had appeared in the game so far. However, because this equipment was obtained by hundreds of players together, it was not easy to divide it. In the end, after a discussion, everyone could only divide the contribution points through an auction. Of course, considering that this was an upper silver level equipment, it was almost unprecedented. It was far beyond the exchange limit of the exchange shop, and it was the most limited edition of the limited edition. No one could tell how much it was worth. So, in the end, after a discussion, the players decided to simply find a time to auction it off in the whole server. The highest bidder would get it. After he found out about this, she didn't interfere either. It was only a silver level equipment. Although it was powerful, it was only 1 piece. It could not affect the balance of the game. Moreover, high-level equipment could only be used by high-level players. When the players held this longsword, it was already good enough that they could use 10% of its power. In addition, it was only a piece of equipment. It was not a full set of gold equipment. Although the attack power would be increased, if one was careless, they could still fail. However, the appearance of the Lionheart sword gave Eve a new idea. As the players grow, they will encounter more and more of these rare items. Perhaps I should also prepare a binding function for them? Or an owner recognition function? In the world of Seekers, the only weapons that could recognize an owner were divine weapons. And it had to be a divine weapon that was demi-divine or above. Although a demi-divine weapon like the Lionheart sword was also a divine weapon, it did not have the ability to recognize an owner. And such divine weapons were the most common. This is a good idea. Let's call it binding. The weapon can be included in the game system and marked as a personal weapon. When the player dies, the weapon can be transferred together with the weapon. In addition, other than the player himself, other players cannot use the binding effect of the weapon, just like the effect of the divine weapon recognizing an owner. But in this way, the cost of maintaining the game system will increase. Although it is not a lot, I can't waste my energy. How about this? I can create a maintenance buff for equipment binding. Players can bind their equipment, but they will have to deduct a certain amount of experience points or contribution points for binding maintenance. Yes, this is the necessary maintenance for binding. However, this can't be done in the open. It has to be done in secret. Why don't we just give the players a hint when they bind their weapons? Binding a weapon will cause a certain burden on their mind, which may cause a slight decrease in the EXP and contribution points gained. I am such a genius. Of course, the appearance of the Lionheart sword also caused a small bug in Elven Kingdom. That was, after Eve killed Demigod Walker, she also put his equipment on the exchange store. Furthermore, those equipment were of the gold grade and iron grade. It was not as good as the Lionheart sword. Of course, this was because Eve had absorbed all the divine power, which caused the quality of the equipment to plummet. However, for the players, it was a little strange. They did not know the twists and turns in it. Eve noticed that soon, some people began to complain. However, although they complained, no one cared much. After all, Blizzard still ate books, so this small flaw in Elven Kingdom was not pursued. However, this matter was passed on and derived into another legend, participate in the plot, and there was hope to obtain rare equipment that was out of print. The Lionheart sword was the evidence. For a time, the players' expectations for the plot mission were higher, which surprised Eve a little. Not bad. You have the self-awareness of an employee. Eve secretly praised. After patrolling the battlefield, giving out rewards to the players, and secretly thinking of a new equipment binding function, Eve returned to her kingdom of God. This time, the war of faith had come to an end. She also had to carefully go through her gains. Eve first checked her current status: name, Eve Yggdrasil, race, world tree, ancient god, level, 150, mythical, status, weak divine power, clergy, nature, life, elf, title, mother nature, goddess of life, lord of elves, divine power, 1275300, number of believers, 552, saint 1, fanatic 4, devout 354, shallow 493, ability, absorb, communicate, bestow, enlighten, heal, summon, God's realm, true God weapon, withering heart, incomplete. First of all, his divine power value had actually broken through the 1000 mark. Among them, she had to thank the god of winter and the hunt, Ullr. Before this generous true god had given Eve a demigod, Walker, which provided her with almost 200 points of divine power in one go. And this time Ullr had personally offered his true god incarnation to Eve, causing her godly power to soar. In the world of seekers, a demigod's divine power was usually between 1 to 300 points. On the other hand, although Ullr's avatar was also a demigod avatar, it was still a true god, and the quality and quantity of its divine power were higher. After absorbing all of them, Eve was pleasantly surprised to find that she had nearly 500 points. Even if it was consumed after being converted into his divine power, there were still about 400 points. In addition, the 3 totem guardians that served as appetizers also provided Eve with a few dozen divine power points. And the 30,000 orc army also provided him with a lot of life energy. Although the withering heart had taken away some of the life energy, Eve had absorbed more overall. There was also a lot of life energy after being converted into divine power, and it was even more powerful than the totem guardians. And after deducting all kinds of consumption, the final result was that Eve's divine power had reached an astonishing 1,275 points, and this was after deducting the 100 points that Eve had spent to condense a new true god incarnation. At this moment, Eve was no longer worried about divine power. Well, no, actually she was still very worried. After all, she was only a weak divine power now. However, Eve was not very worried. She was different from other true gods. Her weak divine power was only a temporary decline, and it was not because her position as a god was low that her divine power could not be promoted. As long as she had enough divine power, it would not be a dream for her to return to a great divine power. And this was actually not difficult. After the incident with Allure, Eve could see it. The best way was to find an opportunity to kill a god. A demigod was 300 points, and a true god incarnation was 500 points. If she was lucky enough to kill a true god, she would be on a rocket. Maybe I should fight another war of faith? Eve's heart skipped a beat. This time, Eve had tasted the sweetness. But Uller probably won't come to fight for the time being. He only has a few 100,000 believers, and 30,000 of them died all of a sudden. They were all young and strong, and his incarnation was also directly destroyed. It can be said that he suffered a big loss. The believers are still okay. At most, it will slow down his collection of power of faith. But the incarnation of a true god was destroyed, and even the trace of soul in the incarnation self-destructed. He probably won't feel good at this time, right? Although the incarnation of a true god was an incarnation, it was still one with the true god. It was fine if the incarnation was destroyed. The soul would naturally cross the void and return to the original body, and the loss of the true god was actually just some divine power. But if even the soul in the incarnation of a true god was destroyed, then the damage to the true god would be great. Although it would not be to the extent of sleeping, it would definitely be dispirited for a period of time. So Eve could conclude that Allure's expression at this moment must be quite interesting. But at the same time, Eve also had a trace of vigilance in her heart. He should be determined to succeed in this operation, but the result was a crushing defeat. I'm sure he will have some doubts about my identity. He might not be directly connected to the Tree of World, but he will definitely be more and more vigilant about my identity. It seems like I have to let Hela help me cover up. With the True God contract, I won't push the blame this time. Let her think of a way to help me. Thinking of this, Eve did as she said. She sat high on her divine throne, took out the casket of the dead that was used to communicate with Hela, and began to make up a message. Your Holiness Hela, the war of faith between Allure and I has ended. His army has been destroyed, and one of his incarnations of a true god has been destroyed. Although the soul in his incarnation has been destroyed, I'm worried that he will still have doubts about some things. According to our agreement, I hope you can help me cover up and conceal my identity. Eve integrated the message with divine power, intending to send it out immediately. But just before sending it out, she suddenly had a thought, stopped, and added 2 more questions. Other than that, I have 2 questions to ask you. One is the truth about the siege of the Tree of World 1,000 years ago. Why was the Tree of World besieged? What were the gods afraid of? The other is the information about the true god weapons that originally belonged to the Tree of World. Do you know any relevant clues? The first thing was something that Eve had always been puzzled about. Although she already had various guesses in her heart, she still wanted to be sure just to be on the safe side. As for the second thing, it was a new idea that had gradually become popular recently. As a former great divine power, the ancient god's Tree of World, there were many true god weapons in its predecessor, more than 10 of them. However, there were 3 that were the most famous and the most powerful. The Scepter of Life, the Crown of Nature, and the Source of Elements. Of course, these divine weapons had been lost. When she was on the verge of death, Eve was most anxious about her divine power. But now that she had recovered a lot of her divine power, Eve began to have thoughts about these lost divine weapons. However, although she had thoughts about it, Eve also knew that these divine weapons were most likely in the hands of the gods who besieged the previous Tree of World. But she still had a glimmer of hope in her heart. What if there were some left behind? Anyway, she would just ask first, even if she knew which true god had taken these true god weapons. It was better than not knowing where they were. At least, it would give her a new target for future wars of faith. After she finished writing the content, Eve repeatedly confirmed that she had not forgotten anything. Then, she once again injected her divine power into the chest of the dead, and after doing all this, Eve set her sights on the last thing. It was also the thing that she was most interested in now. The broken true god weapon that she had seized, the Heart of Withering. This true god weapon, which looked like a skeleton necklace, had already been removed from the soul storage pearl by Eve, And after entering her own kingdom of God, it had completely severed its connection with Allure and became an object without an owner. Not only that, it had also lost its original scarlet color and became an ordinary skeleton necklace again. Looking at this broken true God weapon, Eve pondered for a moment. Then, she reached out and pinched some divine power of life and directly fed it. Once the divine power of life came into contact with the heart of Withering, it started to be rapidly devoured. And this broken true God weapon also became more and more red. An evil and crazy aura kept surging. Looking at this scene, Eve narrowed her eyes slightly. Begging for votes. The abyss, Eve murmured. Although she had never come into contact with the abyss and had only come across relevant information from the World Tree's inheritance, the moment she sensed this evil and crazy aura, Eve immediately understood the true source of this aura. This was indeed a true God weapon that had been eroded by the abyss. The abyss was the collective name for a batch of chaotic planes at the bottom of the universe of seekers. The laws there were chaotic, and it was the home of demons and evil gods. No one knew when the abyss had appeared. However, one thing was certain. The abyss was located at the bottom of the entire universe of seekers, and it had a powerful suction force, constantly attracting the upper planes to fall into the abyss. In the universe of seekers, new planes were born every year, but there were also ancient planes that were attracted by the abyss and fell into it, becoming one of the layers of the abyss. No one knew how many planes the abyss had swallowed and how many layers of the abyss had formed, so it was also called the endless abyss. The abyss could also give birth to creatures, but the power of the abyss could distort souls. The creatures born there were often crazy and paranoid, fallen and chaotic, and they were extremely hostile and aggressive toward the material world. Therefore, they were called demons by the beings of the universe of seekers. Not only that, but the abyss was also a breeding ground for evil gods. There were many evil gods hiding or breeding there. They would often lure mortals in the material world to sacrifice to them, then bring evil and chaos into the upper planes. Finally, the power of the abyss would erode the upper planes and pull them into the abyss. It could be said that the abyss was the natural enemy of the upper planes. The erosion of the power of the abyss was almost unsolvable, and even the gods would be terrified. If one's soul was eroded by the power of the abyss, even a true god would lose a layer of skin. If it was light, one's mind would be in chaos, and they would become crazy. If it was heavy, they would directly fall, lose themselves, and become an evil god of the abyss. It was also because of this that Allure did not leave a true god's mark on this incomplete true god weapon. Instead, he borrowed the hands of believers and sacrificed the lives of living beings to use it indirectly. Even Allure was like this. After obtaining this true god weapon, Eve became even more careful. He had already noticed that Hela's soul storage pearl was only sealed by this true god weapon for a moment, but it was also tainted with a layer of evil and chaotic smell. If he hadn't pulled his soul out of the pearl in time, he might have been hit as well. It would be great if there was a way to efficiently purify abyssal power. Eve sighed inwardly. The power of faith of a true god and the divine power of an ancient god would suppress the power of the abyss to a certain extent. If the abyssal aura was weaker, they could have directly uprooted it. However, if the power of the abyss was strong enough, it would not work. As for this damaged true god weapon that even Allure was afraid of, it was already heavily contaminated. Even a true god would find it difficult to purify it. If he was careless, there might be a possibility of him overturning the situation. There must be a way to purify it. I remember, the underworld was a layer of the abyss that the primordial death god pulled out from the endless abyss and purified. But the question is, how did he do it? This was really hard to say. The primordial death god was an existence that was only one step away from becoming a greater divine power. He was far from what the current Eve could compare to. It was said that, even the previous world tree could not compare to him at his strongest. The primordial death god was an existence that was even older than the world tree. He was an ancient god that had a history that was even older than the Megalosaurus and the Titans. Of course, whether the previous world tree had grown to its limit was also a mystery. Until now, Eve still clearly remembered the description of the world tree's absorb ability in its inheritance. The inherent ability of the world tree in its primary state was to absorb void energy, origin power, and vitality from the void, the plane of existence, and transform them into its own divine power. The World Tree's primary state. If there was a primary state, then was there a middle state and a high state? Based on her current performance, other than the strength of her divine power, Eve did not feel that there was much difference between her and a true God of faith. Then, what level was the previous World Tree at? After its revival, as its divine power grew, Eve became more and more suspicious that the previous World Tree had not even broken through the primary state. After all, the name of the World Tree had the word world in it, and now, although her body was bigger, it was only 1 kilometer tall. Compared to the world, it was not too far off. Even 1,000 years ago, when the World Tree had not shrunk, its height was less than 10 kilometers. It was still acceptable as the highest peak in the plain, but it was still a distance away from the word world. Or perhaps, the term World Tree was originally used to describe a tree that was as big as a world. Was it an exaggeration? No, wouldn't that be too low? It would be better to call it the Tree of Eternity or the Tree of Life. Eve shook her head secretly. She put aside these messy thoughts and focused her attention on the withered heart in front of her again. However, when he looked at it this time, he was shocked. The aura of the abyss disappeared? The withered heart floated quietly in the sky of the god's kingdom. Its color had changed from black and red to pure white. Although it was in the shape of a skeleton and still looked a little frightening, the chaotic and evil aura was completely gone. The power of the abyss on the withered heart was removed. For a moment, Eve's expression was very interesting. She waved her hand slightly and drew the withered heart into her palm. When the withered heart was in her hand, Eve clearly felt that this true god-level weapon seemed to have increased in weight. She had a thought and carefully sensed it. Hiss, it is indeed purified. There is no chaotic and evil aura at all. Although it is still a broken true god-level weapon, it can recognize its owner and be controlled by divine power. Eve was overjoyed. However, after the joy, she was confused. Even the god of war with great divine power found the withered heart troublesome. How could the aura of the abyss be removed? Could it be the divine power of life that she had just injected? Her divine power could purify the power of the abyss? Although the divine power of an ancient god had a suppressive effect on the power of the abyss, wasn't it too powerful? Could it be because she was the World Tree? Moreover, the divine power of life and the aura of the abyss had disappeared together. Could it be that they had been neutralized? My divine power can purify the aura of the abyss? If that's the case, does it mean that I have a way to absorb the power of the creatures in the abyss? After all, although they were either corroded by the abyss or born directly from the abyss, they are still living beings. Eve was very excited. However, after discovering the secret of her divine power, a question that made her even more puzzled suddenly emerged. Wait a minute, the abyss was the enemy of the gods. If the World Tree could purify the power of the abyss, then no matter how one looked at it, the gods would want to support the World Tree. Why would they attack it? There was probably a secret that she did not know about. Thinking of this, Eve's originally happy expression gradually faded and her heart became more serious. At this moment, the casket of the dead that she had placed beside the throne of the true God suddenly emitted a deep and dark light. The Grim Reaper Hela had replied. This speed was much faster than Eve had imagined. She slightly curled her hand and directly summoned the casket of the dead into her hand and opened it. Another first update in a rush, I did not check it. I will check it again after the second update. Smiley face, angle, forgive me, please give me a monthly vote. The box opened, and the deep divine power of death gushed out. Eve gently broke it, and Hela's cold and languid voice sounded from within. Your Holiness Eve, congratulations on winning the war. But if possible, I hope you can keep a low profile. Just now, Uller ran to my gate to the underworld and caused a ruckus. Now, I'm afraid the whole heaven knows that I'm fighting a war of faith with Uller. Then, the dark divine power of death spread out slightly, and Eve's image appeared in front of Eve. It was a silver giant with a divine axe and a divine bow on his back, standing in front of the underworld's passage and cursing loudly. Eve was very clear about the silver giant's attire. It was the god of winter and the hunt, Uller. But in the image, Uller was very angry, and completely lost the dignity of a true god. Uller went to the gate to the underworld to cause a ruckus. Eve was slightly stunned, and her expression was very interesting. A weak true god went to the gate of an intermediate god to cause a ruckus. Wasn't this too silly? The upper limit of a weak god's divine power was 3,000, and an intermediate god's divine power was 30,000, which was 10 times that of a weak god, not to mention, an intermediate god's use and output of divine power was more superb and powerful. And Hela herself had inherited the legacy of the original death god. If someone said that she did not have one or two true god weapons, Eve would not believe it even if she was beaten to death. Balur. Did he not know how to write the word death? But once this thought came to her mind, Eve quickly understood the twists and turns in it. First of all, although the death god Hela was an intermediate god and was in charge of the underworld, in reality, she was trapped in the underworld due to certain reasons. Therefore, even if Allur came to make a verbal attack, she would have more than enough strength to do so. Not to mention, there was the god of darkness and shadows in the underworld who was eyeing the position of the death god covetously. He could not wait to see Hela make a fool of herself, let alone help, and Allur had the god of war to rely on. That was a real great god who had gathered the faith of several races, including the orcs, and was very powerful. Looking at it this way, Allur was caught off guard and destroyed one of his clones, and even his soul did not escape, so it made sense that he went to the gate of the underworld to cause a ruckus. This fellow looked simple, but he was actually very clear in his heart. Of course, he could not rule out the possibility that the will of the abyss had influenced this fellow's mind and made him a little paranoid because he had possessed the withering heart for a long time. In short, it could be considered a combination, but since Allur had come to the underworld, he had not suspected Eve's real identity. Hela must have taken the initiative to cover up for Eve after the true god's oath. Otherwise, Allur would not have come to the underworld to cause a ruckus. Thinking of this, Eve was even more grateful to Hela. Then, she continued to listen to Hela's message. As for the 2 questions you asked me, I have very limited knowledge. I vaguely heard some secrets about the world tree being besieged. The gods in the heavens are indeed afraid of you. Your growth will lead to the strength of the Seeker's dimension's origin, which will eventually lead to the promotion of the entire dimension, and the promotion of the dimension will benefit all the creatures in the entire dimension. Their strength will also increase, and it may even lead to the awakening of some sleeping ancient gods, and whether it's the increase in the strength of living beings or the awakening of some ancient existences, they don't want to see it. Hearing this, the doubts in Eve's heart were finally resolved. This reason was similar to what she had guessed, and this could also explain why the world tree was rejected by the gods even though she could purify the power of the abyss. However, Hela, who was in the underworld, did not care so much about the rejection of the gods. After all, the power of faith was just icing on the cake for her, who was in charge of death. The original death god that she inherited was an ancient god. If not for the fact that she wanted to use the power of faith to restore her priesthood, Hela might not have developed believers. But, speaking of which, Hela's voice was still ringing, and there was a hint of mockery in her voice. Although they besieged the world tree, they were very guilty. They didn't even dare to give the world tree the title of an evil god. Do you know why? How would I know? Eve was speechless. Of course, Hela's voice quickly explained, still full of mockery and disdain. Because, the birth of the true gods of faith was due to the world tree. In a sense, it's not an exaggeration to say that the world tree is their mother god. F***ck, hearing this, Eve opened her mouth wide for the first time. She was really shocked. The world tree was the mother god of the true gods of faith? Therefore, although the remaining ancient gods did not stop the true gods of faith from attacking the world tree, they made some agreements with the other gods, the most important of which was the reputation of the world tree. And, not to touch your true body was also one of the terms of the agreement. Of course, because of the divine curses and the planar passage, it was difficult for them to come into contact with you. Hearing this, Eve finally understood why the natives of the world of Seekers still had a good impression of the world tree even after 1,000 years. But then again, now that she had inherited the world tree, what was she, the stepmother of the true gods of faith? No, this title was too King vicious. Eve took a breath and continued to listen to Hela's third reply. As for the true god weapon of the world tree, after that war, it was snatched away by the other gods. From what I know, the Lord of Eternity obtained the origin of the elements, the god of war obtained the crown of nature, and the scepter of life was shattered and scattered all over the main world. But, rumor has it that the true gods are collecting the fragments of the scepter of life from all over the Seekers. Perhaps they want to restore it. As for the other divine weapons apart from the three great true god weapons, I don't know much. Presumably, they were also obtained by the true gods, and some were lost or shattered. Was that so? Hearing this news, Eve was not disappointed. In fact, the fate of these true god weapons was similar to what she had guessed. It was just that she did not know which true god they had fallen into. The Lord of Eternity and the God of War, Eve muttered to herself. The Lord of Eternity was the leader of the human gods and the main god of the human god system. His full name was the Lord of Eternity and Radiance, Idio, a true god with great divine power. The God of War was the true god worshipped by the orcs, lizardmen, trolls, and other barbarians. His full name was the God of War and Destruction, Lord. He was also a true god with great divine power. At the same time, they were also the main force that besieged the World Tree 1,000 years ago. As early as Eve had revived and looked at the World Trees part of the 1,000-year divine war, she had recorded them in a small notebook. Hela's news ended there. However, at the end of the message, Hela added, "Don't worry. I used up all the divine blood crystals last time. Send me some more." This was the reward. Eve's heart moved slightly. However, he didn't care about a few divine blood crystals now. After listening to Hela's message, Eve closed the chest of the dead. She let out a long breath and began to think about the next step of the plan. Now that I know the truth about the World Tree being besieged, I'm half relieved. I can't rule out the possibility of a true god weapon being lost in the world of seekers. Even if it's a fragment, it's still useful to me. I can let the players find it. The abyss could indeed be a source of my divine power, but I have to find the stronghold of the evil god of the abyss in the world of seekers. There must be one in the underground world. There might also be one in the Gloom Mountains. This information has some terrifying legends among the native elves. I can put the matter of the orcs aside for now. I have to give Hela some face. She told me to keep a low profile, so I shouldn't go overboard. Let's start with the evil god. Looks like it's time to expand the range of activities of the players. Elf Forest, City of Heaven's Chosen. In front of the teleportation portal leading to the Black Dragon Castle, many elves were holding baskets and parcels filled with fruits, looking forward to it. They were native elves who did not participate in the War of Faith for various reasons. Nearly half of them were from the Inferno tribe. As the players continued to revive, news of the victory in the war had already arrived. Now, the native elves who did not participate in the war had rushed over from Phelan Tsue, planning to welcome the return of the Emperor's army. At this moment, everyone was looking in the direction of the teleportation portal with excitement and anticipation. The Chosen Ones had defeated an army of 30,000 orcs. For the elves, there was no news more shocking and exciting than this. Now, almost all the elves were in awe of the Chosen Ones and were in awe of the wisdom of Mother Goddess. Even though they knew that some of the Chosen Ones had some unpleasant fetishes, it was nothing in their eyes. Heroes could not be perfect. Even the elves understood this principle. And these miraculous Chosen Ones were all summoned by the awakened Mother Goddess. It could be said that, with the revival of Mother Goddess and the arrival of the Chosen Ones, everything in the elven race was undergoing tremendous changes and was developing in a better direction. Every day, the elves could learn new knowledge from the Chosen Ones. Every day, there were new changes in the elf forest. This was something that many native elves did not dare to imagine before. At this moment, their faith in Mother Goddess was even more firm. Just as everyone was waiting anxiously, suddenly, the silent teleportation portal lit up slightly. It's here. The elves held their breaths and were instantly energized. The teleportation portal flashed, and a player with bloodstains all over his body slipped out. It was the player Gord. He looked a little disheveled, but his aura was very sharp, and there was a trace of uncontrollable excitement on his face. Just now, the players who had just finished the war had directly started a full-service trade and auction under the Black Dragon Castle. As the only gold legendary silver weapon in the entire server, the Lionheart Longsword was successfully auctioned off. Of course, this weapon was auctioned off by the players for a sky-high price of 3 million contribution points. In the end, the person who won the bid was the chairman of the Meng Meng Committee, Salty Meow. It was unexpected, but within reason. He was surprised because he didn't expect a mage like her to bid for a swordsman's weapon. Logically speaking, she was the only one who could afford so many contribution points. tycoons were capricious. However, there were rumors that this girl seemed to be the daughter of a listed company in real life. That made sense. Of course, even Salty Meow himself would not be able to take out so many contribution points at once. She borrowed the money from the other members of the guild in the name of the guild leader. However, with this rich girl's character, she definitely wouldn't go back on her word. As a player who directly participated in the boss battle and successfully obtained the Lionheart sword, Calabash naturally received a considerable amount of contribution points and was overjoyed. Of the several hundred people who had besieged the Lionheart King, almost every single one of them had received roughly 10,000 contribution points. In addition to the gains from this battle, almost everyone had become rich. Once the war was over and the trade and auction were completed, the Gourd impatiently wanted to return to the City of Heaven's Chosen. He wanted to go to the exchange shop for lottery tickets. For this plot mission, he had accumulated a total of 4 lottery tickets. Now, he wanted to see if he could be possessed by the Queen of Luck. As long as he could draw a golden legendary item, even if it was the most trashy one, it would be a huge profit. When Calabash passed through the teleportation portal and arrived at the City of Heaven's Chosen, he was stunned. There was a large group of NPCs at the entrance of the teleportation portal, and this group of people was looking at him eagerly. Calabash felt his hair stand on end when he saw their fervent gazes. What kind of wind was this? Why did this group of elven uncles and aunties not enjoy life in Fei Lingsue and come here? But soon, Calabash understood what was going on. He's here, he's here. The hero who defeated the orcs. Welcome back. Lord Heaven's Chosen, you've worked hard. This is a freshly picked fruit. You must be tired. Come and have a taste. The elves' eyes lit up. They carried fruit baskets and enthusiastically surrounded Calabash. So they're here to welcome me. Calabash understood. However, looking at the sincere smiles and gratitude on the NPCs' faces, Calabash felt warm in his heart. Let's not talk about other things. The NPC design in this game is really good. Sigh, I'm really touched. He sighed in his heart. In fact, as time went by, sometimes he really unconsciously treated the other party as a real existence and communicated with them. Because there was no sense of strangeness when he communicated with them, and this was also one of the charms of Elf Nation. Thinking about it carefully, if these NPCs really had independent emotional and thinking systems, then it was actually not bad to treat them as real life. Anyway, Nightingale had already become friends with the members of the Bento Box team. Almost the entire Elf Nation server knew about this NPC lady's interest in bento boxes. Well, in Elf Nation, you can just treat it as a real world, only in this way can you enjoy this game better. Calabash smiled at this thought. He repeatedly said of course, while receiving the fruits enthusiastically handed to him by the elves. He took a bite. It was really sweet. After Calabash, soon after, the second player jumped out of the teleportation array. He was also planning to go straight to the central square and enter the exchange mall with a face full of excitement. Then, he was surrounded by the elves enthusiastically with a dumbfounded expression. Of course, when he knew the elves' intentions, his expression was also relaxed. He took the fruits without hesitation and began to chew on them. He had been playing the plot for a day and a night, not to mention, he was really hungry. The teleportation array continued to flicker. And more players returned. Soon, the mere hundreds of elves were somewhat overwhelmed. At this time, the native elves suddenly thought of a problem. The Chosen One, there seemed to be more than 10,000 people. Normally, because the players were scattered all over the place, 10,000 people scattered over a map of a few hundred square kilometers did not feel that there were too many people. But when they gathered together, the elves realized that there were really a lot of people. For a time, a large number of Chosen One poured into the City of Heaven's Chosen through the teleportation array, drowning the hundreds of native elves in the crowd. As far as the eye could see, there were colorful human heads everywhere. They were all in the style of punks, and there were all kinds of them, and the entire City of Heaven's Chosen was completely in a hubbub. However, the first thing most people did after teleporting back was to run straight to the temple or the central square. They kowed out and prayed to the World Tree devoutly, their expressions sincere and nervous. For a time, thousands of elves prayed to the World Tree at the same time. The scene was spectacular. Seeing this group of Chosen One praying to Mother Goddess devoutly, the native elves were even more moved. as expected of the oracles summoned by Mother Goddess. The first thing they do after defeating the enemy is to pray to Mother Goddess. Look. Look. Some chosen one is so excited that he's crying. Who said the chosen one has no faith? They're also the loyal children of Mother Goddess. They're also praying sincerely to Mother Goddess. What children? They're obviously oracles. They're devout oracles. The elves were full of admiration and felt closer to the players at the same time. Of course, they did not know that the players were only praying for the goddess to bless them with a golden legend. And those who cried, that was unlucky. Among the crowd, Salty Meow also returned to the city of Heaven's Chosen. This rich girl looked at the Lionheart sword in her hand with a satisfied expression. Walking beside her was the vice president of the Mang Mang committee, Goo Goo Bird. Goo Goo Bird looked at her happy expression and finally could not help but remind her sincerely. Salty Meow, you're a mage. There's no use in bidding for this Lionheart sword, right? And it's so expensive. Isn't it too much of a loss? If I remember correctly, although you're from a good family, you're still in school, right? A loss? Salty Meow's eyes turned into crescents as she smiled. She looked to her left and right, then giggled and said to the Cuckoo Bird, don't worry. Sister Goo Goo, it's definitely not a loss. Sister Goo Goo. Believe it or not, when the equipment really reaches silver in the future, the price of this weapon will definitely be high. Not to mention it's a limited edition equipment from the main storyline. I've already asked Meryl. A weapon of this level is not common, and it's a divine weapon. Now that everyone doesn't have many contribution points, and they need to fork out contribution points immediately, 3 million can buy it. In the future, it might even cost 10 million. When that time comes, I'll make a profit by selling it. Goo Goo Bird, but, she shook her head. When that time comes, contribution points won't be worth anything, but I'm not taking out 3 million contribution points immediately. I'm borrowing it, and I'll pay it back. Slowly. And I can also rent this weapon to others. This weapon is very sharp and sturdy, and there's almost no chance of it being damaged. If I rent it out, I'll be able to collect money in the long run. Of course, I'm talking about renting it to the First Legion. Forget about the person, his reputation is not reliable. Although Fried Tomato is a bit gloomy, he doesn't dare to do anything in the open. He also yearns for this weapon, and he almost got it. Rent it to him, and let's keep it in the long run. Salty Meow said leisurely. Goo Goo Bird, are all children of businessmen so smart? Seeing Goo Goo Bird's speechless expression, Salty Meow was amused again. Sister Goo Goo, do you really believe me? Goo Goo Bird, are you kidding me? The top student widened her eyes and looked at Salty Meow with a gloomy expression. Haha. Half of it. Salty Meow laughed, and then his expression became more serious. Actually, I learned about the Lionheart sword's significance to the half-orcs from an orc prisoner. This weapon symbolizes royal power. To the half-orcs, it's not just a silver weapon. Its history is even longer than the true god of the half-orcs. I think it might be of great use in the future, so I bid for it. Perhaps I might be able to trigger another hidden storyline. Of course, half of what I said earlier is true. And if I guess wrong, I'll just take it that my New Year's money went down the drain. Anyway, I'm having fun. This made sense. Goo Goo Bird nodded. But soon, she was a little shocked. Oh my, the current exchange rate between contribution points and RMB is 5-1, right? This girl, was there so much New Year's money? At that moment, the Cuckoo Bird felt very poor. Sigh, the reality is that the starting point of others may be the end of your life. No, you may not even reach the end. Goo Goo Bird shook her head. After saying that, little Salty Meow sighed again, with a hint of regret in its expression. Sigh, for this longsword, I even gave up the High Priest's robe. Goo Goo Bird, that's because you think the High Priest's robe is too ugly. She rolled her eyes and complained to herself. The High Priest's robe was made of sheepskin, and it was indeed a little ugly. Goo Goo Bird also thought it was ugly. The two chatted as they walked toward the Yggdrasil. They also received a few lottery tickets and wanted to check their luck points. Sister Goo Goo, I already have a full set of gold equipment. If I get a gold legendary equipment, I'll give it to you as a thank you gift for tutoring me all this time. Salty Meow smiled. Goo Goo Bird raised her eyebrows. Then I'll accept it. It would be a waste not to take advantage of a tycoon. Of course, the two's friendship was no longer the same as before. Goo Goo Bird, who was always cold and aloof to others, was much more lively in front of Salty Meow. The two came to the central square, prayed to the Yggdrasil, and entered the exchange store to start the lottery. However, it was a pity, the goddess did not care about them. The two of them only received some contribution points, resurrection tokens, and a few meditation techniques. Sigh, looks like I'm not destined to be the Queen of Luck. Salty Meow shook his head regretfully. Goo Goo Bird glanced at her and swallowed the words "You've been the Queen of Luck since you were born" back into her stomach. Of course, Salty Meow and Goo Goo Bird were not lucky, but there were so many players, and there were bound to be some lucky ones. In the central square, the laughter of the players could be heard from time to time. In everyone's vision, a message would appear. Congratulations to someone who has been possessed by the Queen of Luck. Blessed by the goddess, you have drawn a dark iron lower gold legendary equipment times. System messages like that, of course, it was inevitable that the others would be envious and jealous of them. No hurry, I'll go do some more missions and work on the lottery tickets. Goo Goo Bird said. Salty Meow nodded. I won't be going. I've played for too long this time. It's time to go offline. As she said that, she yawned. Yawn. This is the first time I've stayed up all night in the game. I didn't expect it to be as tiring as in real life. Then I'll go offline first. I'll come back online after my stamina has recovered. Salty Meow said to Goo Goo Bird. Goo Goo Bird nodded in agreement. Bye-bye. The two of them waved at each other, and one of them went offline while the other went to continue her missions. However, just as Goo Goo Bird was about to accept a mission, she suddenly saw the guild's chat channel become lively. What happened? Goo Goo Bird was curious. She clicked on the guild's chat channel and found a video link in the chat history. The name of the link was very eye-catching, shocking. Secretly filmed the battle between the goddess and the half-orc god. Is this a hidden plot? A battle between the goddess and the god of half-orcs? The coot was slightly stunned. At this moment, the guild chat group was bustling with activity. Various messages popped up one after another. I'm done. The goddess is still the best. As expected of the game's #1 boss, his words were the law. Great. Indeed. This combat power has changed the landscape of the game, I just went to take a look. There were still traces of battle over there. It was about 30 kilometers to the southeast, close to the edge of the safe zone. What a huge crater. But now it's full of plants. Southeast? I was wondering why I heard a faint rumbling sound when I was reviving. Moreover, there were dark clouds in the sky. At first, I thought it was the weather in the game. I didn't expect it to be a battle between gods. Strong, after all, true gods are the ceiling of the game's combat power. Hold on tight. Maybe one day I'll become a god's chosen one. God's chosen ones are also very strong. Color. I wonder when we'll be able to reach that level, become a god? According to the design of Elven Nation, if players could become gods, the system would collapse, right? There aren't even any monsters in the game's wild zone. Legend has it that it's based on the ecosystem for the sake of realism. Who knows, #supercilious, but this Euler is really a noob. I was tortured by the goddess from head to toe. Of course, the news went astray as time went by. Bondage play. I feel like it's a good source material for a novel. Comical. Yes, demigod walkers. Comical. May I have a word with you? Comical. I'm done. You guys continue. Comical. Ha ha ha. Book +1, but Uller is a little ugly. Smiling eyes. It's fine as long as the goddess is pretty. Comical. If the goddess hears what you just said, don't even think about getting a golden legend in your lifetime. Ha ha ha. Tisk, do you think the goddess is a game GM? Speaking of which, the goddess really likes to use vines. I can almost imagine how the demigod walker was tortured by the goddess. Dog head. Pfft, there's an image. Comical. Sigh. If that's the case, there must have been a part of the fight between the goddess and the demigod walker. It's a pity that no one managed to film it. Seriously, why didn't the officials just make an animated cutscene? It's like an Easter egg. #sweating Easter eggs give you a sense of surprise. Darling. However, after looking at it over and over again, I still feel that the goddess modeling is the most perfect. I've already taken a screenshot and used it as my desktop. Happy. She's my wife after all. Look at her legs, her waist, and her face. Whose urine is yellow? Come and wake him up. Forget about those with diabetes, it's easy for him to taste the sweetness. Treacherous. Let me do it, let me do it. Not only am I heaty, but I'm also suffering from inflammation. Treacherous. I'm going on, I have uremia. Treacherous. And me, I pee stones. Treacherous. However, there were also serious discussions. Who took this photo? Hashtag? Doubtful. I heard that they're third beta testers who haven't even reached level 11. F***CK. What a European emperor. This must be a hidden plot, right? There's a lot of information. Hashtag crying shock. The truth behind the goddess being besieged 1,000 years ago, and the goddess divine weapon. Is the goddess looking for her own divine weapon? Think. In other words, let the players search for it? It should be. This must be the main plot, right? I don't know. Those two people said that there's no follow-up system news. Darling. There might be a delay. Someone has encountered it before. Of course, it's also possible that the plot hasn't been fully triggered yet. I'm really curious about the story involving the goddess. I've been chatting with the NPCs like crazy recently. I feel that the background design of this game is so grand and rich. Every NPC has a very long story. I'm almost addicted to it. Agreed. TSK Tisk, it's rare to be a fan of the plot. I'm not really a fan of the plot. I'm just listening to the story. The story of the elves' past and the history and customs of the world of Seekers are very well done. It's very realistic and very emotional. It reminds me of the time when I played Raleigh a long time ago. No, it's even more emotional than that. The worldview is even bigger. The guild members of the Mang Mang committee were discussing enthusiastically in the chat group. Goddess? War. Hidden plot. Cuckoo raised her eyebrows. She thought about it and clicked on the video link. The whole video was about 10 minutes long. Because it was a candid shot, the angle of the shot wasn't very good, so it wasn't possible to see the whole picture of the battle. However, it was this candid shot that brought out the feeling of being there and vividly displayed the power of a true god. The whole video showed the goddess Eve and a silver giant fighting fiercely in midair. Cuckoo recognized the silver giant. It was the true god Allure who the players had defeated in the form of a half-orc. Although it was called a battle, all the goddess did was give some orders. The orders produced all kinds of power and miracles, and the other party was abused by the goddess from the beginning to the end. However, the aftermath of the battle between the two true gods also turned the whole forest area upside down. Of course, it was all restored by the goddess in the end. Although the angle was not good, the video showed the dominance of the goddess through and through. Although the goddess was the leader of the faction NPC, she was not just a background character who gave out quests. She was a real NPC boss. After all, the goddess was the only gold NPC. Come to think of it, including Cuckoo, the goddess in the hearts of most of the players was a gentle, holy, and dignified image. However, after seeing how she defeated the demigod walker and how she defeated Allure, Cuckoo felt that the goddess was a little bit like a queen. However, it was quite good. Of course, after watching the video, Cuckoo was most concerned about the conversation between the goddess and Allure. Allure said that the goddess is a goddess, but she is also not a goddess. The revival of the goddess seems to be flawed. She doesn't seem to remember some things in the past, and the goddess wants to know what happened in the past, especially when she was besieged by everyone. The goddess also wants to find her celestial artifact. Based on the conversation between the two, I'm afraid that the celestial artifact is in the hands of the goddess enemies. This is very likely the hidden plot. Cuckoo made a judgment in her heart. Maybe I should chat more with the NPCs and look for the ancient books that Xianxia and Rivendell dug up. Maybe I can find something. It's good that I've learned the Elven language recently. Although I can't understand all the words in the ancient books, I can roughly understand most of them. Even if I can't find any secrets, I might find some clues about the ruins. I'll work hard on the missions first. Since it's summer vacation, I'll try my best to get as many lottery tickets as possible. I'll do these things after the summer vacation ends. After thinking about it, Cuckoo closed the chat group and went to the Temple of Nature to accept missions, on the World Tree, in Eve's Kingdom of God. There were still a few days before the summer vacation ended, and Eve planned to officially open a wider map after the summer vacation ended. She had already prepared everything that needed to be done. Now, she was just waiting for the summer vacation to end and do the next update. At the same time, she would also look for the information in the World Tree's inheritance. She would also look through the ancient books that the players brought back from Xianxia and Rivendell to see if she could find any clues about the evil gods. She still had to worry about fighting a war of faith with other true gods. However, she had no worries about fighting a war of faith with the public enemy of the true gods, the evil gods. Of course, as the female lead, Eve also saw the short videos that the players shot on the internet. Not bad. It has some of my domineering aura. She casually gave a coin and liked the video. Then, she secretly connected to the players' chat system to search for relevant information and read the players' feedback. Don't ask why. You're just curious. Anyway, peeping at the players was one of Eve's pleasures. Pfft. Hidden plot? TSK, I haven't thought of it yet, and they've already thought of it for me? Yes, it's not a bad idea to let the players help me find out information about the artifact. The premise is that I have to restrict their mouths and block out some sensitive content. This matter can actually be combined with the clues about the evil gods. However, as she flipped through, her face turned a little green. Book? What the hell is this? Eve closed the chat system. Her expression was a little stiff. After hesitating for a few seconds, she quickly connected to the Blue Star network and directly searched for her name in the search engine. She also added some special keywords. A moment later, Eve fell into silence. The first and second updates are a little late. You can read them tomorrow morning. What would come sooner or later. As a former Blue Star native and a veteran in the gaming and otaku circles, Eve knew that her fellow townsmen were very keen on creating doujinshi for popular games. However, she never expected that it would be her turn to be the protagonist this time. The female protagonist. Am I too good to them? Eve took a deep breath and turned off the Blue Star network. Maybe, the probability of winning the prize pool is too high. She sighed and threw out a tracking function. She pulled out all the players who had talked about the book and made a mark. Then, she decisively adjusted the probability of their lucky draw and adjusted the delivery rate to a touching probability. The City of Heaven's chosen, the base of the Nature's Heart Guild. Limu, who had finished all the missions and all the lucky draw tickets, was about to go offline to rest when Xianxia ran over in a hurry. His face was full of excitement. Brother Mu. Brother Mu. Did you see it? Did you see it? The video link in the group. Video? The one where the goddess fought with the half-orc god? Limu stopped what he was doing and asked. Yes. Hidden plot. Brother Mu. I guarantee with my luck as the best in the server that this is definitely a hidden plot. However, it should be a plot that hasn't been completely triggered yet. Xianxia said. Limu listened and nodded slightly. I think so too. I plan to talk to Alice and other NPCs in the next few days to see if I can find out something about the goddess divine artifact. As expected of Brother Mu. Xianxia gave him a thumbs up. But soon, his expression became a little wretched again. However, I didn't expect the goddess to like vines so much. I have material again. Material? Limu raised his eyebrows. Material created by doujinshi. Xianxia laughed. Doujinshi? Limu was dumbfounded. He glanced at Xianxia and was a little puzzled. I know you're from the anime and manga club, and you're quite good at drawing, but what does that have to do with fanfiction? You are drawing doujinshi from the Elven Kingdom? Hey! Brother Moo. You don't know this. Drawing books to earn some extra money. Xianxia said proudly. Previously, when I was with Demigod Walker, I drew a full-color 5-yard series. It took me a long time to draw the model of the goddess. In the end, I got a lot of good reviews. Moreover, he had been tipped a lot of money online. I didn't expect there to be new material this time. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. You don't know, but Elven Nation is so popular now. Even the goddess's popularity has exploded. Many of the new books on the website are about the goddess. Of course, none of them can draw as well as me. I've watched countless films and have done a lot of research on this. Ha ha ha. He put his hands on his waist, feeling smug. Limu was speechless. You are really a talent. After a moment, he could only squeeze out such a sentence. But soon, Limu leaned over to Xianxia, coughed twice, and whispered, that, cough cough, what's your ID on the website? Do you have a link? Let me talk to you. Men, they were all the same. Hee hee hee, you're too kind. Xianxia chuckled, then secretly sent a link. After sending the link to Limu, Xianxia waved his hand. Brother Moo, take your time and watch. Remember to like me when you're done. I'm going to draw the lottery first. Draw the lottery? You haven't drawn the lottery yet? The battle has been over for almost 2 hours, right? Limu, who was about to click on the link, was slightly taken aback. Well, don't I have other missions? I've been working hard these 2 days. After entering the mission ranking, I can get a few more lottery tickets. Now that I have 10 tickets, I plan to draw them all at once. Xianxia explained. 10 tickets at once, I don't believe that I can't get a golden legendary item. He said proudly. That depends on whether you're lucky or not. If you're lucky, you'll get 10 tickets. If you're unlucky, you'll get 10 blank apprentice equipment. Limu shook his head. Blank apprentice equipment, for the players, this was the most ridiculous reward in the prize pool. In fact, the blank apprentice equipment was the name given by the players. To be more precise, this was the initial equipment given to the players by the goddess when they were born. Those wooden swords, wooden armor, hemp robes, ironwood daggers, and so on. Because these were initial equipment and did not have special effects, except for some special effects against the undead, the players jokingly called them blank apprentice equipment, and the only use for the players to draw this equipment was to sacrifice it to the goddess in exchange for contribution points. 1 piece. 50 points. It was too horrible to look at. So, no one wanted to draw this kind of thing. Of course, the probability of drawing these initial equipment was very low. More players would draw purple epic level equipment, meditation techniques, resurrection tokens, contribution points, and so on. Hearing Limu's words, Xianxia patted his chest and said, all right. Don't worry, Brother Moo. My luck has always been good. Then I wish you good luck. Anyway. I didn't draw a golden legendary item. Limu sighed and felt a little regretful. Well. What should come will come sooner or later. Brother Moo, if I draw 2 sets of the same thing, I'll give you 1 set directly. Xianxia said happily. After saying that, he waved his hand. That's enough. I'm going to draw a prize. After saying that, Xianxia ran away happily. He flew to the central square and aimed at the towering tree of world on the other side. Xianxia took a deep breath and skillfully began to pray. Soon, he entered the exchange store interface. Xianxia couldn't wait to jump to the lucky draw interface. Looking at the series of glowing golden prizes above the prize pool, his eyes lit up. Golden legendary item. I'm coming. His heart pounded as he spent a lottery ticket and opened the prize pool. The prize pool lit up slightly and emitted a white light. Seeing that white light, Xianxia's heart suddenly thumped and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. White light was the trashiest reward. Sure enough, after a flash of light, a wooden shoe appeared in Xianxia's hand. Damn, isn't this the initial 6-piece set? I really got an apprentice's outfit. Xianxia's face was gloomy. However, he quickly adjusted his mood. No rush, no rush. Wrong before lucky. He patted his face and secretly prayed that the goddess would bless him for drawing a golden legendary item. Then, he spent another lottery ticket. Another flash of white light floated by, and Xianxia had another set of clothes in his hand. It was a linen robe, and it was bright green. Xianxia was speechless. Why is it an apprentice's outfit again? And it's a wizard's? Am I possessed by an unlucky person? He was dumbfounded. No, no. I have 2 apprentices' outfits in a row. The probability is quite low. Luck is a must. Now that I'm lucky, I'm definitely going to lucky next. Xianxia encouraged himself and took out another lottery ticket. Then, a wooden staff appeared in his hand. Xianxia was speechless. This prize pool is poisonous. His expression was a little ferocious. He took a deep breath and spent another lottery ticket. This time, a wooden dagger appeared in his hand. Xianxia was speechless. Damn it, he could not help but want to swear. What the hell is this prize pool? Could it be that the probability is not good? Looking at the remaining 6 lottery tickets in his hand, Xianxia was a little hesitant. He thought for a while, rubbed his hands, and prayed to the gods. He prayed to Guanyin Bodhisattva, the Jade Emperor, Buddha, and even the goddess Eve. Then, he spent all the remaining lottery tickets. The light of the prize pool appeared again. For a moment, a white light flashed in front of Xianxia's eyes. A moment later, looking at the large number of apprentices' outfits and the apprentice-level basic meditation technique in front of him, Xianxia was in a daze. After a few seconds of silence, he lay on a pile of white equipment in grief and wailed, "My 10 lucky draw tickets. Why am I so lucky?" The summer holiday event that lasted for 10 days in Blue Star and 40 days in the world of Seekers ended quickly. Some were happy, some were depressed. He was overjoyed because he was overflowing with luck. He had finally drawn the gold legendary grade equipment that he wanted. As for his dejection, it was naturally because he was possessed by an unlucky person. He had gained nothing. However, overall, the players were very satisfied with this event. Once the double EXP was activated, they were all excited. Now, the players' strength had reached a new level. The battle at the Black Dragon Castle allowed some players who were already at a higher level to gain a huge amount of EXP, and they leveled up again. The Black Iron upper rank players had appeared. Some of the first beta testers, led by Boxed Lunch, and some of the second beta testers had broken through the bottleneck of level 30 and reached the last stage of the Black Iron level. Apart from these high-level players, the backbone of the players had also broken through level 20 and reached the middle Black Iron level. Other than a few casual players who were still apprentices, more than 99% of the players had become official professionals. The players did not think much of this speed of leveling up, but the native elves in the world of Seekers were really shocked. They were surprised at the players' growth at the beginning, then shocked, and now numb, leveling up from apprentices to upper Black Iron level in less than a year. This speed would be considered a genius in any faction on the continent. Such people were hard to come by, but Mother Goddess summoned a group of them. This was really terrifying. Of course, it was not only the players who improved their strength. The native elf's strength was also gradually increasing. The elves were originally a silver race, and they were silver when they reached adulthood. Previously, they had fallen in rank only because the true god had fallen, and the entire race had been cursed and shackled by the true gods of other opposing factions. After Eve's revival, the shackles had been removed, and the magic power in the world of Seekers began to rise again, so it was natural for their strength to increase. Of course, most of the elves who were still alive were born after the 1,000-year War of the Gods. These elves were already cursed when they were born, so it was impossible for them to increase their strength overnight. It could be said that after the battle with the orcs, the strength of the entire elf forest began to increase rapidly. Eve was quite satisfied with this. As a conscientious planner who cared for the little leaks, Eve didn't forget to update the equipment in the exchange shop when the players' strength increased. Originally, as the number of players increased and the equipment consumption increased, Eve's equipment inventory was gradually running low. Most of the remaining equipment were looted by the players from the ruins. Those things were the mid and high-level goods that the players had sacrificed to her back then and had been repaired by her. As for intermediate and advanced equipment, it was still too far away for the current players. Fortunately, almost half of the orcs' tattered equipment had been sacrificed to Eve. Although many of them were of poor quality, there was still room for improvement. This provided Eve with a large supply of equipment. Naturally, Eve made some modifications to it and changed its appearance into a purple and black equipment. She then put it on the exchange shop and put it on display. As for the mage's equipment, it couldn't be helped. Other than the priests, the orcs had no spellcasters at all. So Eve simply made it herself with the materials sacrificed by the players. She didn't lack divine power now. And in her own god's kingdom everything was as she wished. So, it wasn't difficult to make some low-level magic robes in batches. For this reason, Eve even went online to look up the appearance of some good-looking magic robes for reference. Of course, this batch of equipment made by the goddess herself was naturally more expensive than the repaired equipment. And after all this was done, Eve threw them directly into the exchange shop as a matter of course. The shelf was caught off guard. And, it was very expensive. The starting price of a purple and black epic equipment was 50,000 contribution points. This contribution point was almost as high as the gold legendary equipment under the black one. Of course, the quality was also excellent. Eve dared to guarantee that the equipment made by a true god was the best. It was a pity that a group of high-level players risked their lives to complete missions. It wasn't easy for them to accumulate enough purple epic graduation equipment for middle-level dark iron. They also took advantage of the double summer activities and stayed up late to work hard and finally broke through to upper-level dark iron. In the end, before they could be happy for a while, they could finally stop working so hard. They could have time to look at the scenery happily and talk to young NPC ladies or young men. In the end, they saw the equipment update prompt again. Stronger and more expensive purple and black equipment was coming. Their smiles gradually disappeared. JPG, even the players who had drawn gold legendary equipment had complicated expressions on their faces. Because, with the purple and black equipment on the shelf, the gold legendary equipment on the black one had also come. It was some repaired equipment that Eve had selected from the broken equipment obtained from the ruins and put on the shelf. Like the black one, these gold legendary equipment on the black one were also limited edition equipment with 3 superb special effects. Their appearance was gorgeous and domineering, and they didn't look easy to mess with. But, it could only be exchanged with contribution points. I knew it. The good stuff that entered the prize pool must be almost eliminated. Looking at the exaggerated contribution points price in the exchange shop, Shapeshifter G Gang suddenly felt that the superb acceleration shoes he had drawn weren't that good anymore. Once the gold legendary equipment on the black one appeared, the black one became the younger one directly, and the purple epic equipment on the black one had already appeared. Would the gold legendary equipment be far away? My liver hurts, lousy game producer. Do you have to update the equipment so quickly? This was the inner voice of every player. Of course, scolding was one thing, but they still needed to work hard. After all, if the equipment was updated and stronger, how could they become stronger if they didn't work hard? And if they didn't become stronger, how could they act cool and happily farm monsters? How could they happily carry girls? How could they happily plant the flag? This was the best way to go. Therefore, the native elves found it strange that these chosen ones seemed to be in a very abnormal state recently. They were happy for a while, depressed for a while, excited for a while, relieved for a while, and then suddenly nervous with a sad face. However, one thing was certain. That was, after defeating the orcs, these chosen ones seemed to be more hardworking and hardworking. As expected of the oracles chosen by Mother Goddess. Looking at the chosen one who was diligently moving stones on the Jade Linsue construction site, the elf blacksmith Carlos exclaimed. Of course, this situation didn't last for long, because just a few days later, the native elves suddenly discovered that the chosen ones had collectively disappeared. Or, they had collectively fallen into a deep sleep. Regarding this, the elves who had just returned to the elf forest were all surprised. But the elders, who were mainly fire elves, were not surprised. This kind of thing would happen every once in a while. And every time, the chosen one's actions would change greatly. However, as the right-hand man of the mission, Saintess Alice naturally had some understanding of this. The event time was over, and the game version was going to be updated again. In the words of the chosen ones, this should be what they said, right? The cicadas outside the window kept chirping. The scorching summer had reached its final peak. Guqing wore a cool camisole and sat in front of her desk. Her shoulder-length hair had been tied up high into a simple ponytail. The rotating fan gently blew the strands of hair on her cheeks, dispersing the scorching heat of the summer slightly. Guqing didn't like the air conditioner. She preferred to listen to the sound of the fan and the chirping of the cicadas. It was a different feeling of summer. This kind of situation reminded her of the feeling of her hometown when she was young. In this kind of situation, she was able to think more deeply about the problem. On the desk, there were some papers that were filled with words and drawings that were scattered about. Guqing twirled her pen and looked at the papers on the desk. The handwriting on the paper was very strange. It was a strange combination of parentheses and cuneiform. It was very complicated. The paper on which the picture was drawn was a hand-drawn map. On the map, there were Chinese words such as Heaven's Chosen City, Elf Forest, Black Dragon Castle, Fei Lung Sui, and so on. This was a map of Elf Kingdom. In the northeast of the map, there was a place marked in red with a question mark. The words King City were written on it. I didn't expect the elf tribe to have a king city. If I hadn't started reading a lot of books, I wouldn't have known. Guqing thought. She was a beta tester of Elf Kingdom. Game ID, Goo Bird. At this moment, Guqing looked at the paper in her hand and her eyes lit up. Those who knew her knew that this was a sign that she was in a good mood. This? I'm afraid it's another big relic. And judging from the location, maybe after this version update, we can explore it from a distance. Guqing was a little excited. There were 7 large elf cities in the elf forest. Guqing had read about it from a book. These 7 large cities were the Elf King's City, Fei Lung Sui, Rivendell, Kinaran, Milovia, Crystal City, and Icebound Valley. Among them, Fei Lung Sui and Rivendell had already been explored by players and left behind a teleportation portal. As for the other 5 cities, the players hadn't come into contact with them yet. Nevertheless, Guqing learned a lot about the coordinates of other cities through the ancient books. Among them, Kinoran was in the southwest of the Elven Forest. According to the description, it was a magnificent city built in a sea of flowers. Milovia was a beautiful coastal city in the west. As for Crystal City and Icebound Valley, they were both in the north of the Elven Forest. With the current range of activity of the players, these areas were still out of reach. These places were all more than 300 kilometers away from the core area of the Elf Forest. Although the core area of the Elven Forest was called the core area, it was not the center of the Elven Forest. In fact, the entire Elven Forest was vast, and the so-called core area was just the place where the World Tree grew. The place where the World Tree grew was only the southeastern part of the Elf Forest. Of course, apart from these cities, there were other ruins left behind by the elves in the Elf Forest. The players also discovered many small towns and villages. However, these ruins were very poor. Apart from some goblins, the players did not find anything good. No, there were still some. Some lucky players found God's blood crystals. One crystal was worth 800 contribution points, which was a small profit. However, apart from Fei Lung Sui and Rivendell, the closest city to the core area of the Elf Forest was the Elf King's capital. However, looking at the location of the Elf King's capital, Guqing frowned. She nodded for a while, then shook her head. No. That's not right. She took out a piece of paper filled with strange words. She looked at it carefully and frowned. It's clearly written here that the Elf King's capital is in the middle of the Elf Forest. It's surrounded by beautiful oak trees, and there's a tall and holy statue of a goddess. Guqing muttered to herself and took out another piece of paper. But this one also says that the Elf King's capital is 400 kilometers northeast of the World Tree. Guqing frowned and picked up the hand-drawn map. However, according to the map, the Elf Forest is 300 kilometers northeast of the World Tree. So, the Elf King's capital is outside of the Elf Forest? And, that should be a human country, right? I think it's called the Holy Mania Empire. Meryl even robbed livestock there before. Could it be that this ancient book is wrong? Guqing was getting more and more confused. She couldn't figure it out, so she rubbed her temples and put the paper down. She looked at her watch and found that it was already past 12 o'clock in the afternoon. Gu Qing's expression relaxed in an instant. It's time to go online. What are you thinking about? Since you don't understand, I'll ask Alice directly. The elves must know where the Elf King's capital is. Thinking of this, Gu Qing stood up from her seat. She stretched lazily, finished her takeout in a few bites, and threw it into the trash can. Then, she walked over to the hard immersion cabin, put on her hair mask, and lay down inside. Activate. Elf Kingdom. Ding, game connected, discovered new version, Elf Kingdom 1.5, updating, ding, update successful, update log V1, add equipment binding function, players can spend contribution points to bind their equipment. The bound equipment will return to the Tree of World together with the player's resurrection. The player can check the coordinates of the bound equipment in the small map. Equipment binding has a time limit. The bound equipment will have a binding buff. It will cost contribution points to maintain it. Update log V2, open more maps, new maps have been opened. The Dark Mountain Range, the Human Country, the north of the Elf Forest, and the west of the Elf Forest can be explored. Update log V3, add more hidden tasks, mysterious hidden tasks have been released in Elf Kingdom. When exploring unknown maps, there is a probability of triggering hidden tasks. Equipment binding, Gu Qing was dazed. It also needed contribution points to maintain it, that was too much. It's a personal binding function anyway. I wonder if it's expensive. Well, the new map is within my expectations. Thinking of this, Goo Goo Bird logged into the game, logging in, game ID, Goo Goo Bird, the chosen one, welcome back to Elf Kingdom. With the familiar sound of the system, the scene in front of Gu Qing suddenly changed. No. It was Goo Goo Bird now. A strong sense of weightlessness came, and Goo Goo Bird's vision blurred. When she regained control of her body, she was already lying in the bedroom of her private villa in the city of Chosen One. Goo Goo Bird opened her eyes and got up from the bed. However, the moment she got up, she couldn't help but sneeze. Achoo! Ouch! It's so cold. She sniffed and shivered slightly. Only then did she realize that she didn't close the window properly when she went offline. Goo Goo Bird adjusted the temperature slightly, then walked to the window and reached out to close it. However, when she came to the window, she was stunned. She hadn't seen him for a night. The city of Chosen One was already covered in a vast expanse of white. There were still sparkling snowflakes floating in the sky. The snowflakes were falling slowly, and it was beautiful. On the streets, a group of players, who had come online at some point in time, were shouting and chasing each other like children in the snow. Winter was coming. It was snowing in the Elf Forest. Winter, Cuckoo took a deep breath and tightened her clothes around herself. At this moment, a faint rumbling sound came from his abdomen. A feeling of hunger surfaced in his heart. Cuckoo rubbed her stomach. She was not surprised. Although she had already eaten in reality, her body in the game still needed to eat. Especially after a good night's sleep, she closed the window and took out the dry food that she had prepared in advance from the storage cabinet at home. She ate it as a simple breakfast. After finishing her meal and packing her equipment, Cuckoo pushed open the wooden door of her house. When the door was pushed open, a biting cold wind blew in. However, although it was biting cold, it was not bone-piercing, perhaps because the Elf Forest was located in the temperate zone of the continent. Of course, because it was in the temperate zone and there were plants everywhere in the forest, the humidity in the air was relatively high. The cold wind was not bone-piercing, but the cold air drilled into the clothes, making people shiver. However, although it was cold, it did not dampen the enthusiasm of the players. In the central square of the City of Heaven's Chosen, a large number of players who had come online had gathered. They chased and played in the snow, laughing and laughing happily. For a moment, they seemed to have forgotten that they had planned to complete missions as soon as they came online. Of course, at this moment, the snowball fight of the players was different from the one in reality. There were all kinds of skills and magic spells. It was gorgeous and had a magical color. Even Cuckoo, looking at the realistic and beautiful snow scene in front of her and the players who were having fun, almost had the urge to join them. Elf Kingdom, it would always poke your itch when you were not paying attention and make you surprised by this game. Of course, there were players who were playing in the snow in the square. Naturally, there were also players who hurriedly went to accept missions, or form teams to clear dungeons or explore new maps. They rode their own magical beasts and ran around the streets. The shouts of forming parties, the cries of people buying materials and equipment, and the laughter of the players mixed together, rising and falling one after another. It was a different kind of atmosphere. The entire elf forest was like a huge machine that slowly operated as the players woke up. This game's weather system is really well done. What a great snowy scene. As Cuckoo stood by the street and watched the gamers having a snowball fight, a surprised voice sounded beside her. Cuckoo turned its head slightly and saw a female player dressed in gold. It was Salty Meow. Both of them saw each other and greeted each other familiarly. Then, Cooing Bird saw Salty Meow running to the open space and reaching out his hand to catch the falling snowflakes. He looked excited and curious. The snowflakes flew into her palm and quickly turned into transparent water droplets. Salty Meow rubbed his reddened hands, bent down, grabbed a pile of snow on the ground, and rolled it into a ball. It's cold and comfortable. Now that it's so hot outside, I didn't expect the game to be such a good place to escape the heat, she said with a hint of elation. Southerner? Goo Goo Bird asked. Yes. My family is from Yaodu. I've never seen snow in my entire life. I had a chance to go skiing in the Alps, but my parents were too busy and didn't make it. Then I had a chance to go skiing in Hokkaido, but I was too busy and didn't make it. Salty Meow sighed slightly and looked a little disappointed. Alps? Hokkaido, Cooing Bird's mouth twitched. What about you? Salty Meow asked again. Me? My family is from the central region, a temperate monsoon area with 4 distinct seasons. The temperature in winter is about -4 to -5 degrees Celsius, and the air isn't too dry either. We see snow every year. Cooing Bird replied. As a native of the Central Plains, the Cooing Bird had a strong resistance to snow. Although she wasn't as used to snowy days as the real Northerners, she was far more resistant to snow than the Southerners who had lived for more than 10 years. She reckoned that Southern players like Salty Meow would be the most excited to play in the snow in the square, 4 distinct seasons. That's great. Salty Meow looked envious. But soon, she smiled again. Speaking of which, the elf forest seems to have 4 distinct seasons as well. The scenery in summer and autumn are all unique. It's so beautiful. I took many screenshots. Oh, the snow in winter is also great. It was indeed beautiful. Cooing Bird thought of the lush greenery in the forest in summer and the colorful leaves in autumn. Of course, the central region with the world tree as the core was always green. But if one walked out of the central region, they would be able to see the wonderful scenery of the 4 seasons. It was a very beautiful forest, enough to make many photographers go crazy. There were already a lot of screenshots of the elf forest on the Blue Planet's internet. Oh, yes. Sister Cooing, have you seen the update? There's an equipment binding system. After playing in the snow for a while, Salty Meow thought of something serious and looked at Cooing Bird excitedly. Yes, I saw it. Cooing Bird nodded slightly. Haha. It's just in time. I was worried that I would lose the Lionheart longsword that I bought. I didn't expect the equipment binding system to be added in this update. Now, even if I rent it to someone else, I won't have to worry about losing it. Salty Meow said happily. But after the excitement, Salty Meow mumbled a few more words. But there's one thing I'm not used to. The equipment binding system still needs to be maintained and we have to spend contribution points regularly. I don't know what the developers are thinking. They're already working so hard, but they're still cutting leaks. Now, the official website is criticizing the developers. They're saying that the system binding is too much. But the developers are still cold and indifferent. They haven't replied. Yes, but it'll definitely be good in the end. Cooing Bird nodded slightly and said. Salty Meow smiled. Hee, I think so too. Also, the developers didn't find any loopholes in the binding system. We can bind it when we need it and not when we don't need it. I plan to let whoever rents the Lionheart longsword pay for the maintenance. But I'll have to maintain my own equipment. I've spent too much this month, so I'll have to save some money, she said as she counted with her fingers. By the way, Sister Cooing, it seems like we can go to the human countries now. Do you want to go and take a look? After saying that, Salty Meow smiled and looked at Cooing Bird expectantly. But when she saw Cooing Bird's thoughtful expression, she asked curiously, Sister Cooing, is there something on your mind today? Cooing Bird paused for a moment. She looked at Salty Meow and thought for a while before saying, I have some doubts. Recently, I've been reading some ancient books about the elves at home. I have some doubts about the location of the elven capital. Amazing. Sister Cooing Bird can read ancient books now? My head hurts when I see those twisted tadpole words. Salty Meow said in admiration. But soon, her expression turned into excitement. The elven capital? The elves have a capital too? Is it a ruin? Where is it? Can we go and explore it? It should be a ruin similar to Feiling Sue. If the ancient book's description is correct, after this update, we might have a chance to find it. It's just that, there are some contradictions in the ancient book's records. Cooing Bird thought for a while and told Salty Meow what she saw in the ancient book. The descriptions in the two ancient books are not the same. And according to one of the ancient books, the location of the elven capital is actually in the human world? After hearing Cooing Bird's words, Salty Meow frowned. Yes, that's why I'm going to ask Alice. Cooing Bird said. I'll go too. I'll go too. If it's really in the human world, then it'll be fun. Salty Meow heard this and quickly came forward. Her face was full of excitement as she wanted to stir up trouble. The location of the elven capital? In the Divine Nature Palace, Nature Saintess Alice, who had changed into a thick winter priestess robe, was slightly startled. She put down the nature code in her hands and looked at Cooing Bird, who had come forward to ask for her advice, with a complicated expression. That's right, Lady Alice. I saw records of the elven capital in two ancient books, but they contradicted each other. One of them said it was in the elven forest, while the other indicated the specific location outside the elven forest. Cooing Bird replied. She hesitated for a moment and continued. I remember that many chosen ones have asked the elves about the ruins and their locations. Among them, we've heard of the two cities, Kainolan and Milovia, but we don't know their specific locations. Moreover, they're too far away for us to explore. But even so, there's more or less information about these ruins, but no one in the elven capital has ever mentioned it. If I hadn't seen it in the ancient book, I wouldn't have known that the elven race used to have a capital. Nature Saintess Alice fell silent after hearing Cooing Bird's words. After a while, she sighed slightly. If you ask others about this, you might not get an answer, but I happen to know something. It's been 1,000 years since the destruction of the Elven Kingdom. In 1,000 years, too many things have been annihilated in the dust of history. 1,000 years is a long time, even for the long-lived. Elves, under such circumstances, if the elders keep their mouths shut about certain information, this information will naturally disappear along with history. Cooing Bird's heart skipped a beat after hearing Alice's words. Lady Alice, you mean, the elves don't know about the elven capital? How is that possible? Alice let out a long sigh. The younger elves might not know, but the older ones do. It's just that. Her expression was slightly serious. Everyone knows why you're inquiring about the ruins. They also know that you're fearless and brave. However, the location of the elven capital is a little sensitive. There are some things that can't be revealed. Although the Mother Goddess has awakened, her identity is also very sensitive. If we tell you the location of the elven capital, it's easy to expose the Mother Goddess's secret, and Alice's expression was slightly gloomy. The elven capital is a period of humiliating history. It's also a pain in the elves' hearts, so, most of the elders don't want to talk about it. That's not right. At this moment, Salty Meow suddenly shook his head and said with a serious expression. Humiliating history should never be forgotten, because that's an escape from the past. Only by facing humiliating history can we learn from it and not repeat the same mistakes. Isn't the goal of the elves to rise again? Didn't we defeat all our former enemies? If that's the case, then the more humiliating history is, the more we should pay attention to it and make it our goal. As for the secret of the goddess, We are the chosen ones of the goddess, so we'll naturally keep it a secret for her," she said with a serious tone. Hearing her words, Alice shook her head gently. "But, although you chosen ones were summoned by the mother goddess, you're not a monolithic piece of iron. If you're in a completely unfamiliar environment, will everyone really keep the secret for the mother goddess?" Salty Meow and Cuckoo Bird both paused. Yes, although their goal was to help the elves recover. Among the players, there were always some weirdos who didn't take the usual path. In the underground world, it was said that there were players who wanted to find excitement and tried to reveal the secret of the goddess. Of course, for some reason, the NPC didn't seem to care about what the player said, as if she couldn't understand what he was saying. In this regard, the players who knew about this thought that this might be because the game officials didn't do the plot line of the player rebellion from the beginning. In other words, even if the player rebelled, they wouldn't get any follow-up interaction from the NPC. Of course, they didn't know that it was just that Eve temporarily cancelled the relevant player's language conversion ability by intercepting keywords. In the ears of the natives, the player's words were all in Chinese. And if the player did something too extreme, the system would directly take away his control of the body. With the recovery of her strength, Eve's control of the game system became stronger and stronger. Things that she didn't dare to think of before could now be done with divine power. And all this was unknown to the players. At this moment, hearing Alice's rhetorical question, Salty Meow and Cuckoo Bird didn't know how to answer. But, after a moment, the elven girl sighed. "You're right. The humiliating history shouldn't be forgotten, because that's an escape from the past. Actually, I've only really understood this recently. The elves have declined to this day. Blindly avoiding and enduring stubbornness are also very important reasons. If the mother goddess hadn't recovered, if it weren't for you, perhaps, the elves would really have been wiped out." Then, she bowed slightly to the two players. "Thank you, brave chosen ones. Thank you for your contribution to the elves." This bow made Salty Meow and Cuckoo Bird a little uncomfortable. The two hurriedly helped her up and at the same time said that this was what they should do. Then, Alice's expression became more solemn. "But, this time, the mother goddess has also issued an oracle to allow a certain number of chosen ones to explore the area outside the elven forest. It seems that the mother goddess has made preparations. So, I can tell you about the royal city." Hearing this, Salty Meow and Cuckoo Bird looked at each other with surprise. But soon, Cuckoo Bird's heart stirred. Could it be that the royal city is really outside the elven forest? In the human world? Alice didn't directly answer her question. She took a few steps forward and came to the window of the temple. Through the window, she looked into the distance. Outside the window, the falling snowflakes had completely suppressed the greenery of the city of Heaven's Chosen, dyeing the whole world into a snow-white world wrapped in silver. A short moment later, Alice let out a soft sigh. There was a trace of sadness on her face. "You don't know, actually, 1,000 years ago, the area of the elven forest was much larger than it is now, much larger. The elven royal city was indeed in the elven forest, but that was the elven forest in the past." The elven forest in the past? Cooing Bird and Salty Meow's hearts skipped a beat when they heard this. Salty Meow thought for a while and asked curiously. Could it be that the current elven forest is a smaller version? The area where the elven kingdom is located has already become the territory of the humans? Nature Saintess Alice nodded lightly upon hearing her words. She then started to tell the story of the elven forest and the elven capital. The elven forest had a long history. No one knew when the elven forest had appeared. Legends said that the elven forest was a forest attached to the world tree after it was born. There were also legends that said that during the twilight era of the elven forest, the world tree had created the largest and most luxuriant forest in the Seeker's world in order to bring light and warmth back to the earth. However, no matter which legend it was, the birth of the elven forest could not be separated from the shadow of the world tree, and the stories of the elven forest were often related to the world tree. The elven forest of the past stretched from the endless ocean to the west, to the Arctic ice plains to the north, to the Death Desert to the south, and to the east, with the Weimar River as the boundary and the fertile plains across the river, spanning millions of square kilometers. Instead, the world tree was only a part of the elven forest. At that time, the Gloom Mountain Range was not called the Gloom Mountain Range. It had a nicer name, the Emerald Mountain. The Emerald Mountain itself was only a mountain range in the elven forest. In ancient times, the peak area covered by the elven forest was actually the territory of the Elven Kingdom during the Silver Era. The other races were attached to the outskirts of the elven forest. Most of them were subordinate races of the elves and received protection and help from the elves. At that time, the elven forest was the center of the entire continent. All intelligent creatures were proud to have the opportunity to go to the Elven Kingdom and the sacred land of Jadeland Sue. Of course, all of this had disappeared with the Battle of the Gods. At the very beginning, there was a conflict between the new true gods and the ancient gods. They destroyed the entire Emerald Mountain in a battle, turning the once vibrant forest into a black wasteland. From then on, the Emerald Mountain Range was named the Gloom Mountain Range. However, as the owner of the Emerald Mountain, the Tree of World did not pursue the matter. The mother goddess of the elven race had only reprimanded the true god of faith who was fighting, but she didn't expect that she would walk further and further away from the true god of faith. Until the 1,000-year War of the Gods, when the gods besieged the World Tree. The 1,000-year War of the Gods had led to the fall of the World Tree, and the Seeker's Plane's origin had suffered a setback as a result. Mana had fallen in all directions, and even the planar passages had been closed. After the World Tree fell, the elven forest was divided among the various races. Among them, the area adjacent to the fertile plains was occupied by humans. They cut down trees, opened up fields, built roads, and built cities. The once lush forests had gradually disappeared and were replaced by castles and towns. Most of the regions around the Black Mountain Range were claimed by the Beastmen and managed in name. Of course, it was also because the elven forest was big enough, and there were enough magical beasts living in the elven forest. Coupled with the fact that the forest was rich enough, there wasn't a single race that could fully develop the elven forest under the obstruction of the other races. They kept each other in check, and this allowed most of the elven forest to exist peacefully until now. However, there was only one thing that the true gods behind the various races had in common. That was, the race created by the World Tree, the intelligent life that was originally used to manage the continent, the elves. Unlike the other races, the elves were a race created by a true god. Since ancient times, only the World Tree had held the priesthood of life. Other than the World Tree, perhaps only the Death God knew a thing or two about the mysteries of life. Being able to create intelligent life that could reproduce was an ability that even the true gods were amazed by. Therefore, the hunting of the elves by the various races was, in essence, because the true gods behind them were worried that the World Tree had a backup plan. As the center of the elven civilization, the elven royal city had naturally experienced massacres and looting by various races. So, the elven royal city is located in the area occupied by humans? Hearing this, Salty Meow asked curiously. That's right. Alice nodded and continued, the elven royal city, or rather, Moonlight City. It was a city that was opened by the elven royal family and a group of original elves at the edge of the elven forest after leaving the World Tree. This city was also the first stop for the elves to communicate with other races, and was once the political, economic, and cultural center of the world. Of course, that was already in the past. After the World Tree fell, the elven forest was divided, and the original elven royal city was naturally not spared. As the symbol of the elven civilization, this beautiful elven royal city would inevitably suffer a devastating blow. The humans invaded this city and forced all the residents to convert, but the elves all refused. Then, what they faced was the merciless slaughter of the humans. It was said that at the very beginning, the orders from the higher-ups of the human race were to slaughter all the residents of the city. However, the elves' appearance was too outstanding. Out of greed, the human nobles who invaded the city only executed the older elves and the male elves. As for the young elves and female elves, they were tacitly sold into slavery. Of course, to the arrogant elves, this was a humiliation that was even more unacceptable than death. What used to be the capital of the elves was occupied by humans from then on. They erased everything related to the elves, changed the name of the city, destroyed the stone tablets and statues of the elves, and then erected their own temples and castles. At this point, there was no longer an elf city called Moonlight City in the world. Instead, it was replaced by a human city called Maple Leaf City. All traces of the elves had been completely erased by humans. Maple Leaf City? Upon hearing this, Coot frowned slightly. This name sounds familiar. I think I've heard it from someone before. She muttered. Maple Leaf City? Salty Meow was slightly taken aback, and his expression was a little strange. Pfft. Sister Goo Goo, do you still remember the name of the human earl that Meryl robbed? Cooing Bird was stunned at first, and then it had a strange expression on its face. I think it's called Earl Maple Leaf. Salty Meow nodded. I specifically asked Meryl. Maple Leaf City is the largest city in the territory of Earl Maple Leaf. It is also the capital of the human border count. After saying that, she and Coot Bird looked at each other. The two looked at each other and smiled. It felt like they already had a goal to explore the new map. Oh my god, why am I getting shorter and shorter? Bad habit of mine, asterisk 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 asterisk. What was the first thing players liked to do when they came to an unfamiliar game? Open the map. What was the first thing that players liked to do when they went online after the game version was updated and a new expansion pack was released? Open the map. In short, for many players, they were used to lighting up all the areas on their small maps. Many players had obsessive-compulsive disorder if they didn't explore the limits of the map and didn't open the entire map. Many players in the Elf Forest were the same. However, compared to the virtual reality games of the past, the map of Elf Kingdom was too large. Here, it was really 1 kilometer. Moreover, the forest was rugged and difficult to walk. Although the elves were agile and very suitable for forest activities, it was still quite difficult for players to explore the map in Elf Kingdom. In fact, except for some players who were particularly addicted, most players turned their attention to killing monsters and leveling up after familiarizing themselves with the necessary maps. As for the players who were obsessed with exploring the limits of the map, it took them nearly 2 months to explore the edges of the map. The activity area within a radius of 300 kilometers, the radius referred to the area within a certain radius. And the area within a radius of 300 kilometers was a large area with a radius of 300 kilometers. This area was close to 100,000 square kilometers. What kind of concept was this? Well, it was almost the size of 2.5 Taiwan provinces on the Blue Star. If 10,000 players were to be thrown into this area and spread out, it would be a truly desolate situation. In fact, in the wild area of the Elf Forest, you might not meet a single player after walking for half a day. On the contrary, there were many monsters. In fact, the low-level monsters in the core area had been cleared by the players. If you went further, there would be many magical beasts. Naturally, the number of players decreased as a result. Only the core area of the City of Heaven's Chosen, which was the central area of the players' activities, was more lively. However, even though the activity area was so wide, it had been more than 2 months since the server opened, and more than 8 months had passed in the game. During this time, the players had finally explored all the areas that could be explored. Grinding missions, clearing dungeons, doing daily quests, and regularly having fun in the City of Heaven's Chosen, teasing the NPCs, became the main content of the game for the players. Well, no. Now, no one dared to tease the NPCs casually. It would cause their reputation to drop. Until this version update, Elven Nation was finally going to be a new map. However, even though it was a new map, the rules of the Elven Kingdom only increased the range of players' activities. In fact, many players guessed that the officials of the Elf Kingdom had already designed the game map, but they had not yet released it to the players. There was also evidence. During the Battle of the Black Dragon Castle, the players chased the orcs all the way to the edge of the map. Then, the orcs escaped from the boundary of the map, and the players were helpless. Although they failed to kill the orcs managed to escape. This showed that the map in Elven Kingdom was much larger than the players. Those who stood at the edge of the map and looked at the scenery outside might not be the wallpaper but a wider map that had yet to be opened. Previously, the players couldn't explore, but now they could. After the version update, their range of activity had been further expanded. It was no longer 300 kilometers, but 500 kilometers. It could be said that the activity area had more than doubled in an instant. However, the activities of the players were not unlimited. The system required that the new map beyond 300 kilometers could only be explored by players who were at least level 31. Level 31 was the upper level of Dark Iron. In the entire server, only a portion of the first beta testers and second beta testers had reached level 30 and above. This portion of people only added up to about 200 people. As for the third beta testers, even the most hardworking shapeshifter G gang was only struggling at level 25 after taking the express train for the summer holiday. Therefore, the number of players who could explore the new map was ultimately a minority. This was specially set by Eve. On one hand, it was to encourage low-level players to work hard to level up. On the other hand, it was to maintain stability. If 10,000 people really rushed to the human world, there would be trouble. More players had to work hard and level up as soon as possible to have a chance to go to a wider world. In short, if one was not a tycoon and wanted to become stronger, it would be over. As for the exploration direction of the new map given by the officials, there were 4, the west and north of the Elf Forest, the Dark Mountain Range, and the human world. However, the one that the players were most curious about and concerned about was the human world. There was no other reason. The NPC system in Elf Kingdom was too realistic. It was quite interesting to interact with these NPCs. Therefore, it was normal for the players to be curious about the human world. Of course, from the perspective of leveling up, the Dark Mountain Range and the north of the Elf Forest might be better choices. It was said that some players had heard from Zero that there were hidden relics and monsters in these areas. It was very likely that there were evil god believers and so on. It was very worth exploring. However, exploring a new map and leveling up were two different things. Even if the players were to explore these areas, they would first familiarize themselves with the new map. The human world that was the focus of attention would be the most dazzling. Even Eve did not expect the players to be so enthusiastic about going to the human world. However, she suspected that more people were planning to cause trouble. After all, the Dark Dwarves had already been tormented badly by these lawless fellows. Damasia's pyramid scheme had almost caused half of the citizens of Black Rock City to be implicated. What would the players do when faced with the indigenous humans? In short, the players' curiosity towards the human world was growing stronger and stronger. This trend of curiosity and yearning for the human world reached a climax after another shocking piece of news came out. It was said that the Cood had obtained the specific information from the ancient books and verified it by Alice, the Saint of Nature. In the new map that had been opened, an important city in the human world was originally the capital of the elves. How could this be? The elven capital was actually occupied by humans, as the Great Chosen One, as a warrior of the elven race, for the glory of the elven race and the goddess. He couldn't just sit back and do nothing, right? The capital city, just thinking about it made one realize that this was definitely a place that could trigger a hidden storyline. Well, as the embodiment of love and justice, the Great Chosen One warrior naturally needed to sneak in and cause some trouble. For a moment, many Black Iron upper-level players who had originally planned to explore the Elf Forest or the Gloom Mountain Range changed their targets. As for the players who had set their sights on the human world from the beginning, they were looking forward to it even more. Of course, as the level of the players increased, the death penalty would also increase. Therefore, the players still needed to obtain some information in advance. Therefore, the elves who had returned from the Holy Mania Empire became the best people to consult. For a moment, hundreds of chosen ones swarmed into Fei-Lin-Tsue and surrounded the elves who were working, giving them a fright. Enter the human world? What do we need to pay attention to? Hearing the words of the Chosen One, the elves who had returned became serious. The most important thing is to hide your identity. Try not to let others suspect your identity. Also, humans are cunning. You must be careful not to be fooled by them. Don't do business with humans. They are very evil and will even cheat their own people. Hearing the words of the elves who had rich experience in infiltrating human society, the players nodded. After consulting for a while, they couldn't wait to set off. Therefore, within a few hours of going online, more than 200 Black Iron players formed teams and started exploring the new map with the 3 first beta guilds as the leaders. Their target, the human world. Holy Mania Empire, Maple Leaf Territory at the southwest border. As the front line of the empire, Maple Leaf Territory looked like a sharp knife protruding from the map. It crossed the Weimar River and slanted into the Gloom Mountain Range, the Elven Forest, and the Kingdom of Airs. In fact, as early as 1,000 years ago, this place did indeed belong to the original elven forest. There were still many elven ruins left in the territory, and it became a good place for some nobles and tourists to visit. Creekwood Town, southwest of Maple Leaf Territory. The winter sky was incomparably blue, and the biting cold wind made the windmill at the entrance of the town creak. There was still quite a bit of snow on the houses made of bricks and wood. The old alley was filled with smoke, and the aroma of bread and barbecue drifted out. From time to time, the sound of children playing could be heard. At the town entrance, the guards were on duty at the outpost. The bonfire danced amidst the crackling of dry wood. 2 guards in leather armor sat around the bonfire, one fat and one skinny. They drank muddy ale drunkenly while roasting a plump rabbit that they had just caught in the wild. They were very happy. Burp. Is it done? The short and fat guard burped. He looked eagerly at the yellow rabbit meat dripping with oil and exuding an enticing aroma. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva and ask expectantly. Don't worry, roast some more. It'll taste better. The tall and thin guard who was in charge of roasting the rabbit rolled his eyes. He took out a small bag and carefully opened it, revealing some fine salt. He painfully took out some of it and sprinkled it carefully on the ground. Put some salt, it'll taste better. Burp, the short and fat guard looked at the golden rabbit meat dripping with oil, and his eyes became more and more straight. While the two were roasting the meat, the copper bell hanging at the side of the outpost suddenly made a series of crisp sounds. The tall and thin guard who was roasting the meat looked back, and then his eyes became serious. The trap has been triggered. The short and fat guard became spirited. You caught a beast again? He subconsciously swallowed his saliva. I don't know, it could also be a demonic beast. Recently, a lot of demonic beasts have run out from the elven forest. There might be a big guy. We're not professionals, so we have to be careful. The thin guard shook his head, then pursed his lips. Let's go and take a look. Then, rabbit meat. Leave it here first. I'll be back soon. Oh. All right. The two of them put on their helmets, picked up their weapons, and walked out of the outpost. They followed a hidden rope to the outskirts of the town. The field was covered with thick white snow. The trap that the two of them had set to catch their prey was also hidden in the snow. For some reason, there were more wild beasts roaming outside the town this winter than in previous years. There were also many magical beasts that had only been heard of in the elven forest. Earlier on, Creekwood Town had even been attacked by a beast tide. Therefore, in consideration of safety, the town had set up an observation post. As for traps, on one hand, they were used for warning, and on the other hand, they were tools for hunting. The biting cold wind blew away their drunkenness. They held their weapons tightly, held their breaths, and cautiously crept in the direction of the trap. Soon, they saw a figure caught in the beast trap. However, this was not a beast, but a human. It was a human male who looked to be in his 50s. He was thin and his hair was messy. He was hugging his leg that was caught in the beast trap and howling. His body was dirty and in an exceptionally sorry state. He was shivering from the cold, and his clothes were tattered and had a trace of blood. However, one could vaguely make out that it was a butler's uniform, and it was made of good material that only important people could afford to wear. Human. The two guards opened their mouths wide. And when they saw the other person's face clearly, Master Anders? Why is it you? You escaped from the Black Dragon? The thin guard was shocked. Master Anders? What happened to you? Why did you lose so much weight? The fat guard said in shock. Anders was speechless. Don't mention it. Quick. Help me get rid of this beast trap. I don't know which bastard set this trap at the entrance of the village. Damn it. Don't you know that you'll accidentally hurt people? Anders cursed, but he was a little weak. It was already winter, and they were at the border. Other than those smugglers, who else would come from the town, the two of them muttered in their hearts. However, they moved quickly and quickly helped Anders get out of the beast trap. The other party was the butler of the feudal lord, a high and mighty figure. After getting out of the beast trap, Anders limped to his feet. At this time, his stomach made a loud rumbling sound. Rumble Anders' dirty old face blushed slightly. He coughed a few times and asked, "Is there anything to eat?" The two guards looked at each other and were about to answer when Anders sniffed and his eyes lit up. "What's that smell? It smells so good." The guards were speechless. At the outpost of Creekwood Town, Anders sat in front of the campfire and wolfed down the golden and fragrant rabbit meat. His mouth and hands were greasy. Looking at how he looked as if he had not eaten for a month, the two guards looked at each other and were speechless. The thin one was fine, but the fat one looked at the rabbit meat that was being eaten by Anders and his eyes were wide open. In the end, the thin one pulled his sleeve and he looked away. Cough cough, Anders seemed to have eaten too quickly as he suddenly choked. When the skinny guard saw this, he passed the fat guard's wineskin to him. "Master Anders, eat slowly. Drink some wine to smooth it out," he said. The fat guard was speechless. Anders did not refuse. He grabbed it and gulped it down in one gulp. But soon, his expression changed and he spat out all the wine he had just drunk. "This is ale? How much water is added? It tastes terrible." The thin guard was fine, but the fat guard was unhappy. He pursed his lips and muttered, "Don't worry. Ale is so expensive. How many times can I drink it without adding water, huh?" Anders's expression instantly turned unfriendly. The skinny guard was startled. He quickly pulled the fat guard behind him and smiled awkwardly at Anders. Cough cough. "Master Anders, as you know, our town is tight on money. It's good enough to have wine to drink. Please bear with us." After hearing his words, Anders's expression eased a lot. He took another bite of the rabbit meat and regained his original arrogant attitude. "The roasted rabbit is good. Thank you for your compliment," the thin guard replied. However, even if he deliberately put on an arrogant attitude, Anders' current appearance was a little embarrassing and looked a little comical. Looking at the other party's embarrassing appearance, the two guards felt a faint sense of satisfaction. A few months ago, this butler came to the town as a tax collector to collect taxes. He was like the nobles in the city, greedy and disliked by the townspeople. Back then, when this guy was kidnapped by the Black Dragon, many people clapped their hands and cheered. Of course, they did not dare to say this out loud. Additionally, many of the townsfolk were taken away together with Anders. Thinking of this, the thin guard could not help but ask, "Master Anders, where are the others?" "What others?" Anders was slightly taken aback. "That is, the people who were taken away with you by the Black Dragon." Anders' eyes flickered slightly, then he sighed. "Don't mention it." Sigh. "After escaping from the Black Dragon's control, we encountered a wave of beasts on our way back and got separated. When I escaped, I ran in the wrong direction and didn't know the way. It wasn't easy for me to rush back today." "Why, the others didn't come back?" The two guards looked at each other and their expressions became serious. The others? Indeed, they did not come back. However, when Anders mentioned the wave of beasts, they knew that things were not good. In recent months, the surrounding magical beasts were restless. If they really encountered a wave of beasts, then it was really dangerous. A few months ago, the magical beasts in the elven forest had encountered something and suddenly rushed out as if they had gone mad, causing a lot of damage to Creekwood Town. Fortunately, the magical beasts that attacked that time were of a lower level, so there were no casualties. But in winter, if there really was a wave of beasts, then the ones that appeared would be powerful magical beasts. Thinking of this, the two guards felt very sad. If they really encountered a wave of beasts, even if they did not die, they would lose a layer of skin. And Anders had returned, but the others had not. Perhaps they would never return. The eternal overlord above, the fat guard drew a sun symbol on his chest with a gloomy expression. Among those people, there were also friends he had played with since he was young. The eternal overlord above, the thin guard sighed and silently prayed. For a moment, the small outpost fell into silence. Anders' eyes flashed and he sighed in relief. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and continued to eat the rabbit meat. The two guards stared at the bonfire in a daze. At this moment, the warning bell rang again. It's quite a long day today. Should I get a monthly ticket?" End of chapter 271. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.